can't accept the loss, I'm hard-headed. There's a little bit of madness to my method. Many falling off that fine line that I'm treading. I risk anything to be great, and I'm not letting nobody rob me of my victory. Number one, that's what I'm meant to be. When by any means, only thing that makes sense to me, I can make nice or make history. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Annie up. I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up? I told her move over. Enough of that mediocre. I've been the man since cruising around in the stroller. I got ice in my veins like a cut in Minnesota. Why not show you how I'm built? Come a little closer. A lot of heart, been smart, aura got a glow. We can restart, give head start, still get the same result. I'm about mine. Don't you get it confused? I'ma win again. Yeah, that's all that I do. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Annie up. I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad up. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up? They don't get it. I'm the type to break through the door, tear down the wall, start up a war. They don't get it. It ain't clicking. I know you probably think that you might, but you never seen a bitch like me. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Annie up. I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me, so what's up? Yeah. So what's up?
Hello and welcome to the HCS Off-Season Open coverage by LVT. We have 64 teams who have assembled to continue keeping their skills sharp during the off-season and also battle out for a $1,000 prize. Double elimination today with best of threes, and this is the first out of 5 events that we'll be seeing each Sunday for the rest of the holidays, to keep us warm a little bit. I'm Alieg, and joining me is also Toolez. How are you doing, Toolez?
I'm doing fantastic. Like you said, it's the off season, right? So it's a little bit different. New teams going to be forming. A lot of pickup squads. Obviously, Thanksgiving weekend, so I don't expect to see every pro roster out there, but plenty of interesting teams and a very interesting format. Like you said, $1,000, 64 team caps, but also a little international action. So plenty to talk about today, Alia.
I agree. This is the perfect moment to catch maybe some breakout players and see what maybe potentially year 3 is going to look like. And I would like to take a look at the bracket really quick. So Toolez, you can give us maybe a highlight of some of the teams that we should be watching out for this today.
Yeah, absolutely. And really the team that I want to hone in first is the Incognito squad. You're going to see them in the mid section of this bracket, but this is a team where I look at it on paper and I'm like, ooh, this might be one of those teams that is unofficially official. It's going to be Karmea, Ryen, Huss, and Precision, right? Not necessarily a guaranteed team, but Ryen, we know that he's out of Shopify Rebellion after some news earlier in the season. Know that he needs to build a new team, and well, he loves to get young players, and that's exactly what I see right here, right? Precision and Karmea, two of the youngest players in the scene. Huss, a very young up-and-comer as well, who's been absolutely dominating throughout the scene. So, maybe potentially the new Ryen team right there.
Yeah, we're getting a peek into what year 3 is going to look like. Any potential rivalries you see up ahead today?
You know what? That's what's really interesting, right? Because it is this sort of off-season tournament, right? We're not going to see like the traditional optic versus phase, right? But we are going to see a big mix of teams and players who, let me tell you what, they hate losing to each other, right? There are going to be some grudges out there, and it'll be an international grudge match sometimes as well. I know that certain international teams want to get revenge on some of their other players. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Australians can do in this tournament. Scoobmeister going to be playing with Mind Freak and the rest of them. What can the mouse and keyboard god sort of do? The Lat AMs are always a fear in these tournaments. They can go far, they can play strong, they can play fast, but my eye in particular is I'm going to be looking over at that European region, SSGL. No one knew who this roster was until the bracket came out. Well, guess what? It's 3/4 of quadrant with Sika, SLG, and Legend, but then they add the Rookie of the Year Glory to the roster. I'm not saying this is like any sort of real change, right? I'm sure it's just off-season tournaments, but very interesting. Glory's a very heavy firepower sort of player, putting him on quadrant. Who knows what's going to happen, right? A lot of interesting teams here today.
Yeah, that sounds like a really, really powerful team. And speaking of powerful teams, there's one team I want to bring up. It's a scary one, I think. It's Team Solitude. We have 4 really powerful players there. We have Suppress, we have Avenue, we have Boo Boo Doo and Frosty. So is this team going to win it? I don't know. Or is it going to be the international one? Well, Toolez, any last thoughts before we get into the game?
Nah, I'm ready. It's the off season. Let's get right into it. I think our first match is getting on its way.
All right, let's do it. We're going to watch Ryen versus Apocalyptico. It's going to be Strongholds and Solitude.
New starting weapon, new maps, new teams. Eli, it is a new off-season. What are your thoughts as we begin what's sure to be a pretty exciting couple of months where we get a chance to get a little sneak peek into Season 3?
Man, I am excited for today. I would have liked to see maybe some, leaks of some of the rosters we're going to see next season. And I think we might actually have some of them in the bracket today. So I'm curious to see how some of these teams are gelling and working together. Because to me, when I see a new team, my big question is, do they work well together? And, all these guys are super talented. But the question is, can they actually put it together and be a good squad when it matters in a tournament match? So this is going to be an exciting day to watch.
All right, here we go, loading into Solitude Strongholds for Game 1. No pro points on the line. This is all for cash and the opportunity to find your teammates heading into Season 3 as Koyokic finds the sniper rifle at the back of C. Looks to put it to use off the rip, and he rips Blitzkrieg right in the face. Looking to land a no-scope on the double. Doesn't land that, but starts off hot with that headshot.
What a better way to start your tournament. By the first shot you fire is a snipe headshot. I mean, this guy's got to be feeling good. He must have been warming up in Octagon before they started the match. And wow, I mean, great start for the squad, the red squad here. And I think that if they're able to hold this tram and yard side of the map, they're going to have an easy time getting some extended hill time here.
Apocalypto starting off looking like they had a potential trip cap. Instead, they go 3, now 4 down as Lido-E. I believe that's how you pronounce that name. A lot of new faces on the broadcast today. One of the benefits of covering these HCS Open Series. Expect to see a few new players make a name for themselves here on the broadcast as Lido-E looks to push into A. Going to cap that securely. And there we go. There's the first trip cap of the game in favor of Ryen.
Yeah, Ryen, excellent squad. I mean, this guy's Spar is no joke. He's also a streamer. Some people in chat might have watched him play, but this guy's, in my opinion, one of the up-and-coming players. Lido as well. I don't know how to say it either. It's either Lido or Lido-E. I'm not really sure, but anytime I've seen this guy play, he has been a monster. Not super familiar with his two teammates, though. Koyokik and Avusi. I'm not sure how to say that either, but either way, starting with a triple kill and a trip cap, and it's almost 90-4 to get started early here.
Not sure how to pronounce his name, but there's no second guessing in that game sense as he lands the chase grenade for the triple kill. Incredible gameplay that we're seeing here right off the start as both teams vying for a good start, looking to carry that through. It feels like Eli Solitude Strongholds, a little bit of a runaway train type of feel. Is Spar. There's another triple kill. 3 more go down for Apocalypto, and it's starting to look like the apocalypse for them as they're losing lives quickly, and Ryen are starting to run away with this.
This might not be a team you've heard of or like seen on the main stage, but they're playing like veterans. Did you see the way that they just intentionally split the spawn? Spar was already zooming in on that player's spawn point at blue. This kind of reminds me of the way that we saw FaZe just completely decimate Optic at Worlds by just controlling the spawns, making sure that this snipe side is blocked. Anytime they leave the area, they're being conscious about the fact that they've opened that spawn. They're rotating back to kill the spawners. These guys know how to play this game type.
And this has been just domination, and the scoreboard reflects it. So too does the trip cap that's maintained for Ryen throughout the start of this game. Eli, we saw sandbox control early with the sniper. That's back up again in 2, though. Get that again. We saw the camo control 2 for 2 for Ryen. There's just about, if you were coaching them in a Metafy session, there's about nothing. There's no marks against their game as they have looked flawless here to start today.
I can already tell just by watching them, their communication has been very precise. They've been very mindful of which spawn points to look at next in each part of the sequence. They're okay with giving up one of the zones here and there because they're able to just rotate and kill those players before they could possibly get a second zone. This guy clearly knows how to set up the spawn trap as Koyokik and Lido are blocking the yard spawns for just long enough to let that player spawn. And then they leave the tram to open that spawn back up. So this is basically flawless gameplay in this game 1.
And Eli, I know you'll appreciate this. You'll appreciate the no-scope again. More montage plays. Highlight reel for Ryen. But look at the way Avuchi, I believe it was, spawn trapped his opponents. He made sure to ADS into the geometry at Snipe Tower instead of into Cafe that allowed the players to spawn there, and it's all-out domination, 250-4. Before I can even finish my thought, the game is finished, and Ryen look about as good as you can imagine to start here today, almost goosing Apocalypto.
Yeah, I mean, watching Avuchi hit that spawn kill, it was very Renegade-esque. I saw Renegade do the exact same thing at Worlds, just waiting behind the wall, holding the back button, waiting just long enough for him to spawn. By not just zooming in at that spot, it doesn't block the line of sight. So there is a line of sight check in Halo Infinite spawn system. It's actually an on or off switch in the settings if you take a look, but it's on in ranks, and he knows that. So he waited behind the wall, let the player spawn, peeks out, and snipes him in the face. I mean, these guys clearly are masters of the game. They've been playing for a long time, and it's really showing here in this game 1.
Perfect centering there too. Not to just belabor the point, but I really think that was incredible kind of small ball, if you call it. Those are the fundamentals, right? Making sure that you're ADS into the wall instead of the Cafe to allow that spawn trap. And also the centering, Eli, was perfectly lined up on the head so that that player only had to worry about the X-axis when aiming, only had to worry about going left and right, didn't have to worry about adjusting up or down. And here's a perfect example of, there it is right there. The production team is on it, and again, it's a little play. You probably watched that at home and thought nothing of it, but there's a lot that went into that play and that execution as Ryen start off perfect.
Yeah, honestly, just a great lesson in reticle placement. I think it's so important in this game just to always have your aimer lined up and ready to where you expect the player to be, so then you don't have to move it that much. You're playing the game on easy mode, whereas if you're not really thinking about it, you're kind of willy-nilly aiming around wherever, then there's going to be a larger adjustment that you have to make, which makes it harder to hit the shot. So make the game easier for yourself. Start aiming in the area ahead of time, and then you're going to hit the shot a lot easier.
Oh, I love this. We got some production notes. We got some chat notes letting us know that Kyokic, Eli, is Wile E. Coyote. Love to see that. We're seeing some new names on the screen, but maybe not some new players. Eli, tell me a little bit more about some of the guys that we see here on your screen.
Yeah, I mean, this Wile E. Coyote guy, he's been playing for a long time. I mean, I'm pretty sure I was playing against him in Halo 3 matchmaking at some point in time. So I know he's been around the block. He's definitely a demon in matchmaking. He's also been on a lot of rosters that have made it really far on LAN at HCS tournaments. In the open bracket, he's always a gatekeeper that's going to, if you want to make it to the champ bracket, you're probably going to have to go through Wile E. Coyote at some point. So love to see him on this squad. The name threw me off a little bit, but now that I know it's him, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, like you plan on a Smurf when you play with me, since I'm not yet at Onyx. But that's because I haven't been able to play Halo for the past 6 months. But now we're back, and we're back into this series layout. Street Slayer, our game 2. Eli, any overarching thoughts for Apocalypto as they load into this game? What do they need to do to put up a little bit more of a fight?
I mean, that first game, let's be honest, they looked pretty outclassed from start to finish, but that is a very snowbally game type, Solitude Strongholds. The bad news is Street Slayer is also a pretty snowbally, if you ask me. I mean, the way they're going to have to play this, they're going to have to hoard the weapons. If they get any opening, they're going to have to not be afraid to push their advantage. I think that what happens a lot in these situations is the better team, or, you know, one team gets blown out in the beginning, and then the few opportunities that the lower seeded team has to bring themselves back into it, they might play a little bit too scared in those moments. So I just don't want them to slow down. They got to just take a deep breath, understand like, hey, we know how to play this game, and when we get our advantage, we got to push it to the max, pick up all the weapons, predict the spawns, and play aggressive.
Yeah, I agree with this, Eli. I think in the L is the learning opportunity. So if I'm Apocalypto after getting 250 to 4 on that Solitude Strongholds, maybe not expecting to win game 2, but give everything you got to Ryen. Play your best form of Halo, and then get back into theater and you know, see how you can maybe maneuver or massage the strategies, and really honestly maybe take away a few things that Ryen's doing to you, because it seems to be working. So in these HCS Open Series, I always bring it up, right? There's going to be some mismatches here in the early goings, but with that come these learning lessons when you're playing against better teams. And Eli, we both know from coming up in the Halo community, it all starts with getting into getting into lobbies with players that are better than you. So big ups to everybody competing here in the HCS Open, first one of the off season, and taking advantage of the opportunities to learn and get better.
It's important to note that not a single great player started as a great player. They probably liked the game, entered a tournament, and got destroyed the first time they encountered better players than them. And that's usually an eye-opening experience for a lot of these players. And it's a great experience if you ask me. I think that, you know, if you want to start competing, you got to just start entering tournaments. You can't just say, oh, I don't get any chances, so I don't get any good teams. Like, I don't care. Just sign up and play, because you got to get the experience. You got to watch the film. You got to learn what they did, and you got to get better. I mean, that's really the best way to get better, is to put yourself to the grindstone in these tournaments. And this is a great time to do it too, because it's kind of low pressure, right? This doesn't really have any points involved for next season. You know, the seeding is through Face It. It's not through HCS points from last season. So it's, you know, we're starting from scratch here. So this is a great time. There's going to be one of these every Sunday leading up to Christmas, by the way, guys. So if you want to play in one of these, you can already sign up. We're going to be doing this every single Sunday. It's going to be a blast, and now's your chance to get started.
And I think that's a great conversation, Eli, as we might even have some viewers in chat that maybe wanted to sign up and didn't get a chance to. Get in there. I don't know when registration starts. Make sure you guys are following HCS with notifications on. That way you guys can be alerted when that tournament goes live and you can sign up. But get in there, man. The best way to get better is to compete. And let's honestly be real. Get destroyed. You learn so much from those opportunities. And also, let's say you are watching from home today. That's also another great opportunity to learn and get better, because I've always felt like one of the best strategies you can take is the strategies of the best players. Try to see what they're doing and maneuvering around the map. Try to see what strategies they're developing in the opening of these matches, and try to copy pasta that a little bit. Then once you get a little bit better, you can start to apply your own personality and expression to Halo as we jump on board here with game 2, Street Slayer. The medley of metals go, excuse me, it's a melee going down in mid. There we go. As Spar looks to push up through the tire system, has 2 players down below, takes one down with the melee. But where'd the other one go? There he is. I think he was just as confused as we were, and the confusion going to be enough to take down Spar. Good start here, 4-4.
Honestly, a very unorthodox start from both teams. We had 3 players from Apocalypto go B driveway, and we had 3 players from Ryen go shoddy. They're not. I've just never seen an opening like that on streets. Usually there's a nice even spread across the 3 lanes, but both teams kind of opting for the unexpected, and it ends up playing in Apocalypto's favor. But ever since that first spawn rotation, Apocalypto didn't get full value out of the play, and Ryen are right back into it.
Yeah, Ryen have done a good job off that initial chaotic opening to regain some form that we saw in game 1. Now up by a count of 7. Probably what we expected after that last game as 3 go down for Apocalypto. Are they all going to spawn at the back of A here? We might see a split with how pushed up Lido is. Keep an eye on that as he does take down Blitzkrieg with the melee. Still don't see that 3rd player. That 3rd player, 4th player, excuse me, did spawn out all the way to the back of C. Now Red Room spawns expected here for Apocalypto.
Look at the way Spar gets that double kill, immediately pushes out on the purple side. His plan is to flank these spawners on the right side. So this is something that you'll notice that better players do, and the higher you go in ranks, the more often you see it, is as soon as they get kills, they are blitzing to one side of the map so that they can influence the spawns into a smaller and smaller region. So obviously Spar, understanding that, trusts his teammates to handle the other 2 members of his of the enemies, and he's just gonna go to the other side of the map to make the next spawn cycle that much easier to predict.
Hopping on board here with the Wily Coyote as he lands a few of those last shots to take down Lee. 1 down for Apocalypto, 4 up here for Ryen, as we'll see a lot of map control start to open up here as 2 go down now for Apocalypto. Lido looking to stay alive here on the tire side of the map. Can bait and switch here with smoke, but instead Avery's going to take the 1v1, and Coyote going to clean that up instead. Seeing that great teamwork continue here in game 2, Eli. 26, now 27-11.
They're just all over the map at all times. I mean, this is such a small map. If you've got the movement technique in your back pocket to hit those curbsides, you can make these quick rotations and collapse on the other team over and over. That's what we're seeing from Ryen right now. As Spar hits this left side, he's got teammates pushing through on the tire side. They're going to ultimately hit both sides of the A spawn, and now that they've got the kills and they see where they're spawning, they know the other team's spawning in C. They're just going to cycle right back. They're going to come through B and these C stairs at the same time, and they're just going to continually cycle these spawns. This is what makes Streets so snowbally against a good team, is they're just going to be all over you at all times, and right now Ryen is not letting off the gas.
Intermediate range, Sentinel Beam working for Lido. Short range, Sentinel Beam working as well as he takes down 2 with the use of that heat-emitting plasma weapon. Avucci now pushing up on the heaven side, looking to take that player down, as Lee does in fact go down. Nice assist there, and I love how that player disengaged and allowed Spar to clean it up, because it wasn't their gunfight to win. They had low shields, disadvantageous low positioning. Great recognition there from Ryen. These are some of the reasons why we're seeing this big of a spread, Eli. 40-14. It's not just the gunshots, it's the game sense as well.
Yeah, Avucci, recognizing he's the lone player on that half of the map, his job isn't to get any kills. He's just going to hold them there so his teammates can flank the positioning. And he was once again the lone player on that left side as they pushed into C. He's just playing his position perfectly. His job is not to do anything but keep the sheep locked in their cage, and they are just wolves surrounding them at this point and tearing them apart. I mean, this game is going to be over very soon.
Yeah, that's not Lido, that's Lassie. Absolutely hurting sheep. That's what it looks like. But hey, give credit to Apocalypto. They take 3 down for Ryen, making them bleed here a little bit at the end, but another 3 down. But it looks like to me, Eli, we're going to see Ryen move on, and it's early in the tournament. Winners round 1 for now, but winners round 2 features a match against Sniping Lies, an up-and-coming team in their own right, which should pose a great threat to Ryen and a great matchup for the viewers at home, as Ryen will in fact take it 2-0.
This one was a little bit of a blowout, but we did pick this side of the bracket because there's some really interesting matchups that come up later in this stretch of the bracket. So like I said, these guys are going to have to face off against a very powerful team in Lies. Definitely none to be messed with in any tournament. So they may have won this one very easily, but they're going to have to play just as well in this next round if they're going to move on to round 3.
Yeah, impressive start here for Apocalypto, tied 4-4, but they weren't able to get the sandbox. That was really, it seemed to be the difference. You saw the Sentinel Beam, I think even the last rocket go in favor of this Ryen roster. As we're gonna wrap this thing up, a quick 2-0 for Ryen, and let's bring in our hosting desk, Allie and Toolez. What do you got?
Thank you so much. Welcome back. All right, so that was complete domination from Ryen. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the player Lido, he went 15-1, Toolez.
15-1, almost perfection. Honestly,
Almost
I feel like
perfection.
I feel like it's kind of a disappointment that he didn't get the perfection. Like almost he should be knocked down points, right? It's like almost that exact A+ play, but somehow he finds a way to die. Unfortunate for him, but I'll say really impressed with how they were playing early on, right? It's like obviously we expect them to win a first round, but the way that they did it was dominant. But there's gonna be tougher matchups to come for this team. I'm excited to see how they will play against this sort of adversity coming in the later rounds.
Yeah, that was complete control from them. I wanted to ask, how do you get out, if you could give some quick thoughts on how do you get out from a complete control like that when you're just getting spawn trapped and just you feel like you can't do anything? What would you say to a player like that?
Oh, so on Solitude, right? That's the map that we saw. It's almost twofold the way that you get trapped, right? Because obviously it's a big, spacious map, so there's a lot of space that you have to take to go get a stronghold, but then the spawns are also just so easy to manipulate. That's why you see these games get out of control so quickly. I think the rule of thumb for most teams should be find the spawn that you want, right? So often when you're getting spawn trapped on that map, it's over at the blue side of the map. Take the perimeters, go wide, go all the way to loop, try to get yourself a loop spawn. When you have loop spawns, you have access to all three hills, right? You can jump up, you can go to A, Bravo, or Charlie. From there, you'll have a more dynamic way that you can play, and as long as you're playing together and you're making sure that your bandits are connected, you're getting that team shot down range, it should be a little bit easier to take over those hills. But I don't blame any team that gets dominated on Solitude. We see it happen to pros all the time. When you are put in that spawn trap, it's a brutal one, and more times than not, it's going to be up to the team that's putting on the spawn trap to make a mistake rather than your team coming up with a big kill to break out.
Take notes, everybody. How to get out of a trap from Plaza. Wait, not Plaza. What's the name for it again?
Solitude.
Solitude.
I would say
I keep calling
Plaza's
it
way
Plaza.
better. And honestly,
like
we should
Plaza
just
too.
rename it, reskin it. I want the Plaza. I want that old school Japanese city vibe back. You know, I'm tired of the gray. It's just a blob. It's concrete. Like, come on, let's get some colors on the map.
Right? All right, guys, we're getting ready to go on a break. So sit back, relax, get your snacks, everything you need to stay warm because it is cold in places today. And we're going to take a quick look at the bracket before we go. And any last tools?
Oh, look at who's up next. Lies. They're a team that's always been on the precipice of getting into that like pro spot, right? One of the best AM teams consistently going far in these brackets. It'll be a tough task for Ryen, but this is a great way to show how close they are. Where are they in the grand scheme of HCS competition? Then waiting just one round above is Incognito, that Ryen noob team. That's going to be a dangerous one in this bracket. I love how fast it's going to heat up. We have some great matches ahead of us.
I cannot wait to see what our next match will be. In the meantime, guys, get ready for our next break. Stay warm. I'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down. I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights. 'Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blasted to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting. I never settled on play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7. Now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5. King of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1. Watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. 'Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick tock. Haters wish that I slip. No,
I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful break. We are back on the HCS Off-Season Open with me, Toolez. We're about to start the next match in just a moment. Lies versus Ryen. Toolez, what can you tell me about these two teams?
Lies is a team that's always been on the precipice, right? Trying to get into that pro level. Been really far throughout some of the open tournaments and these majors where they just miss out on that pool play action. It's gonna be a tough matchup for Ryen, but this is, I think, a great opportunity for Ryen to show where they sit in the grand scheme of the HCS. Are they a team that's ready to go the distance?
Yeah, we're about to just start the game, and I wanted to highlight that hopefully today we get to see some extraction today, huh, Toolez? No GAing this one.
Extraction's great. Love to see it. I don't love to play it. We'll see how it plays throughout, but I think they're getting ready to get into this first game. So, Empyrean flag, let's get it going to it.
All right, let's see, casters.
Yeah, extraction, it's been a hot topic in the offseason ever since it was introduced into the HCS. Eli, we've had a few chances to play it in matchmaking. What are your thoughts as we look at a potential Game 3 extraction on Streets?
I mean, to be honest, right now, the current iteration of the game type, it does have some issues. They did announce, though, that there's going to be some big changes at the end of next month, which I'm excited for. They're going to take away the indicator, so you actually won't know how long until you finish the cap. There also will not be an indicator or sound effect for the conversion, which will allow for some sneaky conversions. But I mean, in my opinion, every single game type will have its own meta, no matter how it's set up. There is a correct way to play it, and I think that if you're a true intellectual Halo player, you should figure out the correct way to play it. Don't just be like, I don't like it because I don't understand it. But figure it out. There is a good strategy for it, and this one, I think that Extraction is one of those modes that punishes you extremely hard for dying, because you need most of your players alive in order to start the conversion. You need most of your players alive to secure the area so that you can plant it. So you got to play your life a lot better. And also, another important thing in that game type is rotate early. If somebody's about to get the point, don't desperate and try to die for it. Just go to the next zone, because the team that plants first is usually the one that gets the score.
All right, there's some high-level thoughts from Eli the Ninja on Extraction, which we expect to see in our Game 3 as Lies and Ryen now match up in Winners Round 2. These are two teams that are on the up and up. Lies, a team that was, like you said, right on the precipice of making champ bracket. And then you could argue this Ryen squad right on the brink of taking the spot that Lies is in right now at the edge of the open bracket. Which two of these teams will prevail? And we talked about earlier, a lot of hodgepodge teams, a lot of mixing and matching. These are two teams that we'd expect maybe to take into HCS Season 3, and a little sneak peek now at the end of the open bracket as we kick things off here with Avucci on Empyrean CTF.
Crazy to say it, but Sniping Lies might be the longest standing roster we have in this tournament right now. We got a lot of pickup squads, but these guys have played together in a few other tournaments already. Last Shot, the newest addition, reigning world FFA champion that we saw in Seattle a few months ago. So really excited to see how this roster plays in this tournament.
I cannot wait to see more from the Last Shot. We had HCS reveal their Rookie of the Years this last week. I gotta imagine Last Shot's gonna be in that conversation this time come next year. But for now, we're watching Kid Nasty, 4-5 perfect shots, gets the assist on the second player as Lies. Less than a minute into this game, 45 seconds no less, Eli, and they've already got a good flag run out.
We watched this team play this game type in another tournament, and I specifically recall them capping a flag in, I think, 45 seconds. These guys have a great opening strat. They're able to get control of a majority of the map, apply this much pressure to get the flag through, but it looks like Spar has something to say about it. But Sylvanik gets the huge kill and grab on the flag, and this one looks like it's going home.
Sylvanik with 1 HP and one perfect shot as he takes down the opposing player's Spar for Ryen. That's going to lead to a cap, all the while down to 1 HP, running that through the remaining 20 to 30 meters. Incredible start here for Sniping Lies as they start 1-0.
Not only that, but Last Shot is still on the side of Ryen. He's just still over here causing a ruckus. Ryen unable to get out of their base. As soon as Last Shot gets a slay. He's able to pull the flag, and this one probably doesn't make it home, but he's just making it that much harder for Ryen to get out of their base. He's wasting their time. They have to respond to this flag, they have to return it, and they have to get some slays before they can even move to the halfway point. But as I say that, they do get 4 dead, and they're already on the other side. This is great play from both sides.
Might be a little mistiming there. Coyote thought he maybe had an extra second or two before players for Sniping Lies had defensive pressure up at the top of Snipe Tower. Does a great job to stay alive, lands 2 back-to-back body shots, not able to get the double kill, no scope, but he does allow his teammate, or excuse me, the opposing player, Last Shot to grab the snipe. That's not what you want to see. It looked like Ryen had a pretty good little delayed counter cap going, but this one's going to reset, and the 2 teams will fight again for mid-map control.
Both teams not really having great control right now. That's what these fights are for. Now, it's my opinion in flag that in order to really have a good opportunity for a flag cap, you need to get at least 3 dead and still have 3 alive on your team, because that means that 1 player can run the flag and 2 players can focus on fighting the spawners. So if both teams keep trading out, you know, we might not see any flags get pulled until one team is actually able to have 3 up while the other team is 3 dead.
Kid Nasty with that return to sender takes down his opponent with the use of the repulsor, looking to get a pancake medal as well, but instead it's going to be the double. You have to imagine Kid Nasty will take that as he looks to take another life. Needs that one last shot, a little in between actions there. Does he go for the kill? Does he go for the flag? He finally gets the kill, but not before going down shortly after. This looks like a flag run that will be stopped in his tracks.
Like I said, it's just so hard, especially on this map, to really get that flag very far unless you've got a clean squad wipe. So I'd like to see both teams play together a bit more. Don't let yourself get cycled. You know, you want to make sure you keep pressure on the other team, but you don't want to overextend and die because you have 1 less unit that could potentially bring that flag home. So we see a double kill here. This is going to be an opening for the rest of Lies to push up. Bacti being a nuisance here on the green side with that heat wave. It's got 3 dead, but they're going to have to get more slays before they can pull this flag.
Yeah, Wily Coyote set up here, back against the wall. Defensive effort with that snipe. It is a great job to take down Facti before they could trickle away to safety in the green hall. Coyote now the last player alive, though. The push is on. You can sense the pressure. You can see it. But Coyote does a great job to set up here. He's going to have an angle where he's got full shields and the potential here to stop it at the hall. No, it does not. Body shot goes into the back, and if that player gets all the way through, that might just be a score. 2 go down, though, for Sniping Lies. Lido looking to make a last-second save here. Has the goal line stop, has the flag out, and this is going to cause some chaos here for Sniping Lies.
Sylvanik, though, has a sniper long haul. He gets taken down. In fact, he can get this double. This is probably going home. Just like that. He's got 1 player left to worry about. It's Spar. He gets taken down. I think this flag's going to be now 2-0 for Sniping Lies.
And both of those scores, Eli, required really, really crucial pivs. 1 at the long haul, 1 inside of the flag base. That player went down shortly after, but did enough damage on the second player to allow for a trade. And a goal line stand turns into a goal line score. 2-0 lead now for Sniping Lies. Ryen has to get off of their back foot already after scoring, Eli. It looks like a counter cap, but it's Sniping Lies already back in the base of Ryen. There's just too much pressure mounting.
That's exactly what it is. It's pressure. That's been the difference right now for Sniping Lies, is whenever they get out of their base, they are immediately on the other team's side. You can't waste any time at all. It's only 10 seconds before every player you kill is going to respawn on the map. During those 10 seconds, you got to move. You got to go quick. You can't hesitate. And that's so far what Sniping Lies has done so well to keep so much pressure in Ryen's base.
Pressure is the answer here. And even there, where it didn't look like a clean pull out towards the snipe side, they're going to get it through at least to the 50-yard line. So this is interesting. We had 2 runs go through the long haul. This one on the opposite side, looking for the same results as Last Shot. Looks the strong side his way to a survival scenario. Avucci now with that sidekick, looking to land a double kill. Just barely gets Sylvanik down to low HP, but cleans him up with a double smack. As that flag gets reset, clutch play there from Avucci as it maintains life here for Ryen.
That double melee was so fast, threw me back to the BXB days of Halo 2, showing my age a little bit here. But if you guys don't know, in this game, the handheld weapons, the pistols, so the plasma pistol, the sidekick, they have a faster time to melee twice. So if you have one of those items in your back pocket, you should pull it out once you get into melee range. And that's exactly what we saw from Avucci. Very good understanding of the fast time to kill of the sidekick, but also the fast melee speed.
Coyote with the snipe in his hands once again, looking to make a defensive stand. Now lands the headshot. Previously got the body. Now lands the head. That's going to stop that flag run for now. 2 go down for Sniping Lies. 2 down for Ryen. After the double kill from Kid Nasty, he's G-sliding through. He's got a snipe to work with now. That flag's in a good spot, but Kid Nasty in a one better as he lands the no-scope, lands the body shot, but shortly goes down after as that flag now gets reset. But now the clock, Eli, starting to become a factor and starting to almost become a fifth teammate for Sniping Lies as there's 5 minutes left.
Love that no-scope from Kid Nasty. He was actually focused on the other player that was in that plasma nade hallway, and another player just enters his reticle. He's just like, oh, okay, I'll just click your head right now. Takes him off the map, steals his snipe ammo, but Avuchi eventually takes him down. But all that pressure and time spent in the death screen is just gonna keep mounting for Ryen. Like you said, that clock comes into play in CTF so often. 5 minutes left. You're going to have several different interactions that go your way in order to get 3 flags home. And right now, Sniping Lies is just going to make it hard for Ryen to even get out of their base.
Yeah, right now it's a win condition for Sniping Lies to just be doing exactly this, just to be in the other team's base, just to have a flag out and give Ryen something else to think about. They got enough to think about, Eli. They got to come up with a strategy to get 2 flags in a row in the next 420 or so. Give it about 2 minutes each on each flag run. It's there for Ryen. They can make their move, but they got to start here, and they got to take down Last Shot on their side with the snipe once again.
Yeah, this is interesting. Sylvanic and Last Shot both blocking both sides here. You see the decision for him to run it this way. He wanted to move out of the needler area to open those spawn points behind him. Gets the stick from the repulse. I don't know if that was his sticky or the other. He didn't get returned to Cinder, so it must have been his own. Seems like all these high-level players starting to utilize that sticky repulsor play where the sticky just almost magnetizes to their opponent. We can even see it come out of his hand. Excellent play from Last Shot, and that's going to bring the flag all the way home for the score. What a sick play.
A 1-frame sticky repulsor play. And Eli, we talked about deja vu earlier with Lies on this map in Pyrian CTF as they find another 3-0 victory, but I believe it was Renegade a couple weeks ago on Livefire. You can actually go on LBT Halo's YouTube channel. Make sure you guys subscribe and check that out as well. To witness one of the most incredible 3 minutes of Halo action we've ever seen, where Renegade just went, just turned into an absolute madman with that repulsor sticky combination, took down an entire team, I believe, with that exact tech. So expect to see a little bit more of that maybe in Season 3, as we saw a little bit of that from Renegade, saw a little bit of that here in this game, and strong enough to earn a 3-0 victory for Sniping Lies as we head to Game 2 Slayer, Eli. We talked about what the opposing team needed to do against Ryen in this exact spot in the previous round. Now it's Ryen staring at a really big deficit after a big loss in Game 1. What do they need to do to bounce back here in this Slayer Livefire?
I mean, it's a similar answer to the one I gave you for the round 1 matchup we saw. I mean, what I saw the difference with Sniping Lies in this Game 1 was whenever they had the advantage, they pressed it and got the maximum value out of it. How do you do that? After you get the kill, you grab items, you spread out, you make it very easy to predict their next spawn because you hold so much of the map that there's only a tiny sliver of the map left for them to spawn. Guess what? You let them spawn there, you take the better weapons you have, and you hold forward and you kill them. And it doesn't matter how good you are, if you're a better player than the other guy, if you're getting sprinted at by 2 players that have better weapons than you every time you respawn. So it's very feasible for Spar and the boys to come back in this next one, but they're going to have to get the items, they're going to have to set up for overshields in advance, they're going to have to make sure they keep control of the sandbox.
All right, here we go. That's the game plan, and here we have Game 2. Livefire TS starting off here with Kid Nasty looking to send some DPS through the main lane, looking to help secure that S7 sniper rifle, sitting precariously at top mid as neither team has really found the damage to allow them to pick up that power weapon. Instead, Lido goes low, picks up the heat wave, 2 shots off the rack, take down that player at the B pillars, and now Overshield is the next priority.
Lido also had that combo in his pocket. He had the repulse and some sticky grenades, so I'm curious to see if someone picks that up. Will we see that tech come back? This is another map that we do see that happen quite a bit. This overshield is up, and it looks like a member of Sniping Lies probably has it. Didn't look like Last Shot was too concerned to even check the overshield side, so looks like he trusted that his teammates were able to get that. Now they're forcing the B spawn. As I said before, they've spread out across both tower and sandbags, and there's this tiny little area that Ryen can spawn at, and Lies knows about it, so they're just going to make it very difficult for them to get out.
Choose your death route, right? You can go right, and then you get sniped by Last Shot. You can go left, and then you got the team shot to worry about at the A sandbags, but for now, Ryen have done a good job to break out. 2 go down, though, in that process after the double kill from Sylvanic. And he's playing a little cheeky sneaky here at the top of a sandbags, expecting that player to push out through the big door, but they're not. Instead, we're going to hop on board with Last Shot as he looks to rotate around the map. This a little bit of that pressure you were talking about, Eli, despite the fact that Last Shot has that sniper in his hand. He's playing like he's got a shotgun. Lets out that Last Shot. No more sniper ammo left. 1 HP in a dream for Last Shot. He goes down to the grenade, and Ryen have done a good job to settle the score. Now down only 4.
Yeah, honestly, playing off their back foot very effectively in these last couple sequences. They brought it back. It was 11-5, now 12-10. So a 5 to 1 point swing in the favor of Ryen. And that's just from seemingly setting traps. They maybe are recognizing the aggression of Lies, and they're like, okay, you guys can push in, but we're going to be ready for you this time. Last Shot, the last player alive, decides to go in, burn the last snipe shot, hope with a hope and a prayer, but you know, I have to argue, maybe he could have just sat back, waited for spawners, and then played out of the next cycle. But as we see here, looks like Avuchi on the side of Ryen able to get the overshield. This is a great looking start if they're going to win this game 2 for Ryen.
Yeah, great timing by Avuchi to pick up the OS. Now he's looking to make good use of it as he lands the assist. 2 go down for Sniping Lies. So with that OS, able to earn some numbers advantage. And there we go. Avuchi didn't need the overshield to get that kill there on Facty, but gets it nonetheless. As Ryen have maintained that 3-kill deficit, but I almost feel like Eli, after getting OS, he would have liked to maybe even tied it or gain the lead. Sniper up in 15.
Yeah, I'd like to get more value out of it. I'm seeing consistently the setup where Lies just keeping a player on the tower side specifically to influence the spawns closer to A or B. If they just hold that side of the map, it makes every spawn cycle that much easier to predict. In this case, they come back to collapse, open the tower back up, but they understand that. So they're coming back, predicting these spawners to be here. They've got the weapons to fight, and Sylvanik wants to put this sniper to use.
Sylvanik not able to land some of those shots. Still has 6 to work with, though. It's a fresh snipe, and now we see a fresh headshot landing that on Avuchi. Great regain after missing a couple shots. I love how he almost felt like the body language even told me he was mentally resetting after those misses to line up that next headshot. Almost lands that on Spar. As the battle for Snipe Tower, it's not even been a battle, Eli. It's been all Sniping Lies. I've seen Last Shot there. Now we see Sylvanik, Facty, everybody taking a little bit of control at the Snipe Tower. And that's going to give Sniping Lies this next advantage on the overshield at a time when Ryen needs every advantage they can get. Now down by 11.
The strategy is very clear at this point. Lies just wants Ryen to spawn at B for as much of this game as possible. B is the low ground on this map. They only have a few options to get out of those spawn points. They either go to the garage or they go to the tower. Like you said, whichever option they choose, they're going to run into members of Lies. So Lies is not even pushing towards B at all. It's also great to force that spawn when the overshield's coming up, because Ryen has the longest route to run to it. So I mean, this is just great map control all the way around for Sniping Lies.
Yeah, you saw the setup previously. They had Facty over on A sandbags. Everybody spawning at B, like you previously mentioned. So Facty just says, oh, okay, I'll just dip off the A sandbag frags and pick up a free overshield, as it's been all Sniping Lies after a 2-0 win from Ryen. Looks like they might be the victim of the next sweep. I'll put on board here with Last Shot, your previous defending free-for-all world champion. Goes down to low shields. He'll be out of the fight for a bit. Gonna hop on board with Sylvanik as he drops and gets low as well. But look at this. Look at this, Eli. 2 instances. That's almost frustrating, right? Where you get a player down to low shields, but you don't clean it up. Last Shot finally gets cleaned up. Can you clean up Sylvanik? No, he's going to take down Spar instead, and all the while, that lead continues to build.
Not only are Sniping Lies playing better when they have the map control and positioning, but even when Ryen was able to get some semblance of map control back, they're playing better off the back foot as well. They're just dealing clean damage, staying alive, just applying pressure, starting to spread out around the map, and they've done very well to get out. In this case, we can see them all rotating the tower. Avuchi has no idea that 3 members snuck past him and have gone up cuts to the tower side. Looks like Kid Nasty and Facty on the other side here, just trying to get back control of that tower and get back into the spawn. Guess what? Ryen spawning B again because they're able to hold the right side of the map. They're now rotating back. I love the plays out of Lies. They're very in sync, but they're also holding so much of the map that it's hard for Ryen to go anywhere.
And this has got to be the first instance of the entire match, Eli. We're already into the 40s where Ryen haven't been at B, and because of it, they have a little bit stronger setup, a little bit stronger positioning, and they could earn that next overshield because of it as they take down 2 from Sniping Lies. And if Avuchi can just stay alive here, earn this overshield, we got a game in the end game. Lido, though, with the bait snipe, takes down the opponent, but he goes down shortly. No, he actually stays alive. He drops and stays alive. This is impressive Impressive comeback here for Ryen. They're only down 8, and they should have OS.
This is kind of what you need, but I'd like to see a little bit better positioning from my sniper player. Get him to the tower side, start predicting these spawns. Wiley over here with the repulse over shield, able to finish off a killing spree. Has been a big reason why they've come back into this, but they're still down by 8 and only 5 to go for Lies.
I'll put on board here with Lido. Winner's life in his hands if they want to maintain that positioning in the upper bracket. Lido with the nasty no scope double. Out DMR, no for the triple. My God, his Kid Nasty will make it away with that sniper rifle and a 7-kill lead, but he goes down. That snipe's going to go back into the hands of Ryen. Only one shot, but you feel like every shot matters at this point. Down 7, 48-41, only 2 lives left. You have to play perfect Halo here if you're Ryen. Spar has to play this like elimination. He cannot go down, but he does. And Sniping Lies will take the series because of it, 2-0.
Look at the kill spread on the side of Sniping Lies. Least kills, 11. Most kills, 14. I mean, these guys are playing so close together at all times. They're flooding spawns. They're definitely controlling the map. It just felt more purposeful. Every decision that was made by Sniping Lies had a purpose, and it didn't feel the same for the side of Ryen, but that's the benefit of staying together. I think this team's been together for a while now. They've probably talked out different scenarios. They have a game plan in every scenario. So important to have a game plan to have success in this game, and they're showing exactly why.
My biggest takeaway, Eli, has been the spawn control. Not only in that previous series, but in the first one we saw as well, especially on that stronghold Solitude, 250-4. The better team has just continuously, consistently controlled spawns. For thoughts from Ali and Tools, we'll jump on board here with the hosting desk and see what their thoughts are after that 2-0 win from Sniping Lies.
Thank you so much. That was an incredibly aggressive game for that CTF, the pit, wasn't it? It was really, really fast. I felt like at that third flag, Ryen kind of woke up a little bit, but it wasn't enough. Can we talk about that CTF game?
A CTF game was really interesting to me, especially the first 2 flag caps for Sniping Lies, because it really came down to just individual gunfights. I like to call them the PIV, right? The pivotal fight. Everyone always goes, what's the PIV? Well, the PIV is when you're in a gunfight, it's 1v1 and you have to win it, right? It's your fight to win. That's what Lies did time and time again. Slavonic was in the hallway. He was absolutely one shot. Other players one shot on the other side. You have to come home and win the gunfight. Well, he does just that, gets that flag home, and then eventually they keep translating it into more and more kills. And you know, I think they're one of the better CTF teams. I think they're a team that can like go in and cause some problems for pro teams potentially in the future. I really like the Sniping Lies roster.
Yeah, I do too. And we have 2 players that actually won, well, not won, competed at Worlds. Last Shot won the FFA for Worlds, and then we got Kid Nasty with 7th place. I know Kid Nasty is one of your favorite players. I know it. Talk to me about these 2 players.
Shout out to Vegas Halo. Shout out to Kid Nasty. If you live in the Las Vegas area, you want to play some LAN, some LAN on 4090s with Kid Nasty, December 2nd. Be there, HyperX Arena on the Luxor. We're gonna have a blast. But like you said, there's 2 FFA phenoms in there, right? You know, obviously Kid Nasty, he got 7th. He's been in a couple FFA championships throughout these major tournaments. But It's the Last Shot is truly feels like one of those like generational FFA players. It's almost like watching Ryen Noob back in Halo Reach when he was doing his thing back there. He is a phenomenal slayer, and he shows up and shows out time and time again. I think it's great that we have a team that has 2 of these perennial FFA phenoms on them. I'm interested to see what this team does as time goes on, how they continue to play. But I want to give a little bit of love to Lido on the other team. I hope I say his name right. I know I'm familiar with his game, not familiar with how you say his name, but boy, was he making some big plays for his team. A big old double kill with the sniper towards the end of it. You know, obviously they go down through the elimination bracket, but I think there's a lot to like about how they played in that Slayer.
He really was. I think one of the reasons why I love watching these types of tournaments is because you never know what player is going to pop off and who's going to be a rising star in year 3. Keeping in mind the rising stars, we're going to keep watching these stories develop today. But for now, we're going to go on a quick break, so we'll be right back. Enjoy your break, guys. See you guys in a minute.
accept the loss, I'm hard-headed. There's a little bit of madness to my method. Many falling off that fine line that I'm treading. I risk anything to be great, and I'm not letting nobody rob me of my victory. Number one, that's what I'm meant to be. When by any means, only thing that makes sense to me, I can make nice or make history. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Any up. I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up? I told her move over. Enough of that mediocre. I've been the man since cruising around in the stroller. I got ice in my veins like a cut in Minnesota. Why not show you how I'm built? Come a little closer. A lot of heart, been smart. Aura got a glow. We can restart, give head start, still get the same result. I'm about mine. Don't you get it confused? I'ma win again. Yeah, that's all that I do. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Any up. I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up? They don't get it. I'm different. I'm the type to break through the doors, tear down the walls, start up a war. They don't get it. It ain't clicking. I know you follow me, think that you might, but you never seen a bitch like
Got me feeling so good. Got me acting confused. Got almost baby, you pull through it. It's loving you, loving you. Triple kill.
Killing spree. Double kill. Enemy flag returned. Perfect. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Sniping. Kill. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy victory. Killing spree. Double kill.
Welcome back to the off-season, HCS off-season open. Tools, we're back. We're just about to jump into our next match. We have Incognito and Lies. I know this is a very exciting match. We have Incognito. We have Ryen there with 3 more players that I'd love for you to talk about. Is this a team that we're going to be seeing maybe in year 3?
Maybe. You know, it's tough to say, right? We saw Precision playing with Shopify Rebellion, so I'm not sure if that's gone through or if it hasn't, or if this is just a pickup team. But I will say there's a lot of exciting elements to this team that makes me want to watch them more. Obviously, the young players on the team with Carmea and Precision, always keeping an eye out on them. I think Huss has been a player that has gone under the radar for a large part of his rookie year, but when he's on, he absolutely makes fireworks happen. I'm very excited to see what this Incognito squad has in them in today's competition.
I'm so excited to watch that. And speaking of watching it, we're about to jump in because it looks like the players are ready. So Eli Makowski, take it away.
Incognito versus Sniping Lies. Eli, these are 2 teams that we talked about in the before break or after break that could be HCS Season 3 official roster. Sniping Lies, they've been a roster for feels like all of last year, almost very Native Red-esque. And then this Incognito roster, they've already had some tournaments under their belt. What do you suspect here as we kick things off here between Sniping Lies and Incognito?
I actually really like this Incognito roster. Just looking at it on paper, I mean, you got Ryen, who we always know he can do everything. He's the IGL, he's the big brain of the operation, but he can also slay out too, by the way. But then we add Precision, who is, in our eyes, one of the best up-and-coming slayers, most mechanically gifted players we've seen in the game in quite some time. We got Carmea, who's also in that same category, and then Huss, who I'm glad Precision is playing with him again, because on that G1 roster, it felt like Huss was like that dirty work player, kind of like that APG for Optic. You know, he's getting in there, he's just making openings for his teammates. I've had a few conversations with him one-to-one. He says that that's where he gets his dopamine, is setting his homies up for success. So he's got the right players around him to set them up for success. And this roster looks really scary, if you ask me.
Yeah, who better to set someone up like Huss, who's equally as capable of popping off like Precision, than Huss, someone who, like I said, understands what that first-person POV looks like if you are Precision, but really, that's rare air. Precision, Cycle, and Glory. Those were your 3 rookies of the years, I guess, since we didn't really have a specific rookie. I guess if you had to give it to one, maybe Glory. But I think Glory, Cycle, Precision it's actually a pretty fair 3-way tie, I'd argue, between those 3 players. So in Precision, in this Incognito roster, we're watching one of the highest skill ceiling up-and-coming players in the league. Keep an eye out. When his POV, when 99's POV switches to Precision, something's about to happen. I have sat behind this player countless amounts of time, and there's just something different. I don't know if it's that Gears of War strategy or tech coming into Halo, but there's just a different sense I get when I watch Precision's POV. He's absolutely one to keep an eye out for.
What I think is really important to talk about too is in this new Season 5 Bandit meta, we've got this single shot weapon. It really buffs all the movement gods because they can jiggle peek around corners. They can jiggle peek and hit their shots with much more precision, unintended, for these battles. So Precision hitting the long range rocket. By the way, God Hand, if anyone's confused on the side of Incognito, that is Carmea. He's kind of going through maybe a rebrand. I'm not sure if he's decided that that's the tag he's going to play with for next season, but that is the player that we know as Carmea.
Yeah, Precision not as precise with that first rocket, but the second one, Eli, hit, I think it was Kid Nasty in the face. That was unbelievable. Long range rocket, same application and use case as you'd expect with a sniper rifle. That's just what you expect when you hop on board with Precision. Now hopping on board here with the veteran, the captain, Ryen, as he looks to make his way around the top of A Tower, has a shotgun to work with, but at low shields, he's going to allow Precision to clean that up, and it looks like Incognito. Not only do they already have a good setup, they've already got 30 seconds on the board. Talk about a milk run, Eli.
Yeah, great early start for Incognito. Every single thing that Ryen does just seems so calculated. He placed that shroud screen on part of top A so that it cut off the sight line to top C so he could focus his attention on the shotgun the player that was back A. I mean, a lot of players that have the shroud in their pocket, they just forget to use it until rockets or overshields coming up. So love to see the creative use out of the shroud from the big brain that we know as Ryen.
Incognito, previously holding that ball at a fulcrum on the side of shotgun, decided to rotate it into C, but Sniping Lies do a great job to break that setup before Ryen shortly after breaks it himself. Not before 6 seconds on the board, but doesn't feel like enough time. Doesn't feel like enough of a chunk gain there from Sniping Lies to feel good about it, as we have another rocket up soon.
Now, if you're on the side of Sniping Lies in this position, the other team has a strong C hold. You've got to take your time with this push. Last shot sees an opening and somehow gets a kill and backs up. It stays alive, not for long though, because we see Incognito favoring spreading out. They don't have this huge condensed setup in C that you might see in matchmaking, and we see Karmea hitting the long-range rockets, the flick shot. This guy plays on super high sensitivity, so you're going to see him move his reticle a bit faster, and you see how they have this L shape across the map. He's intentionally sitting here to force the spawners further into PD. Looks like one of the spawners actually did spawn in arcade before the last one spawned PD, but this positioning is intentional to influence the next set of spawns.
And you can see, talk about intentional, you can see the intentional practice and teamwork here from Incognito. They started off the game with Ryen grabbing rockets, tossing them up the tires for precision, and they've also been working on the rocket launcher seemingly, because Precision and Karmea have hit 20 to 40 meter long range rocket launcher kills, as Incognito looks dominant here to start round one, game one, 79-13.
Yeah, you have to think that Sniping Lies, that was their opportunity to get back into this, but it's broken almost instantly by Incognito. Now just 15 seconds to close the round. They've got the strong setup, and this one looks like it's going to be over, and Incognito's favor for round one already.
Feels like a technicality this last 5 seconds. 2-3 down for Sniping Lies. Sylvanic, last player alive, last hope, but he goes down due to the desperation push that was forced on his hand. As God's hand, God's plan maybe, as we see the long range rocket there. That is unbelievable. Yeah, I'm curious if Karmea is going through a rebrand. Would love to have him on the LBT Halo broadcast to talk about maybe that journey or decision, but for now we got action. We got Huss pushing up on the rockets with that assist. Feels a little bit more safe to pull those rockets for free. Doesn't take any damage along the way, and we have another efficient use of the rockets from Incognito. 4 go down for Sniping Lies. Huss still with 1 to work with.
So crucial to get that melee with the rocket, to preserve the second rocket in the chamber, also preserve his own life just to get further value out of it. I mean, that's high efficiency Halo. And man, I gotta talk about the melee animation for the rocket. How bad does it feel to get smacked over the head by the rocket launcher? That's got to be the most painful melee in the game, and they put it to great use. Now they've got the ball set up at C. It looks like Karmea wants to apply pressure to these spawners using some crazy movement mechanics. Hits the curb slide so fast that he bounces off the staircase, and now he's just going to shoot them in the back of the head while they try to cross C off the B side here.
Yeah, you'll appreciate this, Eli. Every time I see someone get bonked in the head with a rocket launcher, it takes me back to Halo 2, where you could jump and hit players in the head with the rocket for the one-hit melee. I don't know who all recalls that in the chat, but bringing up some nostalgic throwback memories from Halo 2 era. That really almost gave me deja vu there as we saw that play from Huss. Another efficient start here, another efficient milk run for Incognito, as they've got 30 and rolling once again here in round 2.
Positioning so good in every situation from Incognito. They're just making it very difficult for Sniping Lies to push through, but right now Sniping Lies actually has pretty strong push through the B side. The problem is it's only through the B side. I have to argue that their push would be a lot more effective if they sent a member, at least one player, through another lane. You kind of want to alleviate pressure from the lane that you're pushing hardest through just by having someone on the other side of the map. If you go through all the same lane, it's a lot easier for the other team to play defense against that effort.
60 now and rolling. It's a full minute, uncontested, unanswered here for Incognito as they look to roll past that. 69 and rolling now as we hop on board here with Huss, pushing up on the B stairs. Takes a rocket. First time we've seen those in the hands of Sniping Lies, and this opens up an opportunity for them to take advantage of the sandbox. They've now got 3 down for Incognito, and this should be, I should say, a hold for Sniping Lies.
It's a little bit worried Kid Nasty might have been getting too greedy to preserve this rocket and kill Ryen, but he does get away with his life. Should be able to get more value out of this rocket, which should lead to more ball time for Lies. But the difference that we see between these experienced players and quote-unquote lesser teams is not only the insane shots that we see, like we just saw from Ryen, but also just better teams have more efficient breaks. It looks like they sent multiple players through multiple lanes. As soon as they get one pick, they just swarm in without hesitating. And that just means you're not going to get much ball time if you're sniping lies. You got to have stronger setups. And right now, whenever Incognito has a setup, they're spreading out and applying pressure to spawners just faster and more effectively.
Yeah, Eli, sometimes some teams and players this week are on vacation. Ryen is in the palm tree shooting stalker rifle shots and taking you down with it. That's the juxtaposition for me against a grinder like Ryen and everybody else in the league. One of the hardest working, longest standing professionals we have in the scene alongside guys like APG. So we hop on board with a newcomer, Precision. Few shots left in that DMR, gonna have to relocate and reload. Does a good job of timing that. Now has shots down on Facty, but doesn't like what he sees. And this is some of that training from Ryen. This is some of that progression and growth from Precision. Good positioning, but not good enough. His last shot actually spawns out and does a good job to take advantage of that positioning to take Precision down. Now Sniping Lies have a little bit of a chance now, if not for Godhand at the back of A. Might be wondering who this is. This is the pro formerly known as Carmea. Now changing names to Godhand. Still seeing some of that incredible play, though, from him.
Yeah, this guy is just such a hard kill, man. You see the way he's moving around, dodging grenades. He's just so fast and quick with every movement he makes. I feel like him and Precision, both in that category. But wow, Kid Nasty with a huge double kill with the rocket. This could be an opening to actually accumulate more ball time here. They're only just going to have to respond to the last two members of Incognito while they hold this ball. But I'm curious to see, how does Incognito set up this next push? I have to imagine it's going to be very intentional where they send each player.
Yeah, Sniping Lies have won the last minute or so of this game, 50 seconds to 30 for Incognito, but it was that 60-second head start, sprinting head start that has them in the lead by 40. Last shot, though, going to dwindle that away as he lands the 3 perfect shots on Precision. You know Precision had the call out from one of his teammates. Stalker at top C. He wants it, but he's not going to get it. His last shot continues to fend off foes with the use of that Stalker before shortly going down. Huss now looking to clean up Kid Nasty, but he goes down. 3 down. Last player alive is Precision. Does a great job to get that assist, and this actually might force some spawns on the cafe instead of back A. That's going to allow Incognito to get back in this fight even faster and regain control of that oddball after the huge double kill from Precision.
We've been talking about it since the start. There is levels to this. So Sniping Lies, the very first round we saw a blowout victory for Ryen. Next, Sniping Lies blows out Ryen, and now Sniping Lies is facing off against and it's like there are many levels to this. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, we're seeing
I got 2-0.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, we're just really seeing the steps of progression here. Is like, okay, we can highlight what this team's doing right, but this team's doing the same things but even better. They're doing it faster, they're hitting more shots, and I just love to see the level of competition continue to escalate as we go through these tournaments. It's only going to get better and better as the day goes on. And what a great round 1 victory on Streets Oddball that we just saw here. I mean, we saw essentially perfect pushes, perfect breaks. There was really only one break, I think, that entire game that did not work on the side of Incognito, but every one of their other breaks did work, and most of their holds lasted for quite a while.
Well, it was the sandbox control for me, in particular that power weapon in bottom mid, the rocket launcher. We saw all Incognito with it the first round and a half, and then Sniping Live started to come back a little bit with use of that rocket launcher. It seemed like Kid Nasty was their designated rocket launcher 1 user, as he had that in his hands for the majority of that comeback, but it just wasn't enough. And like we've seen throughout the day, sandbox control and really the spawn control seems to have taken another level going into season 3, as these players have learned more about the game and the positioning required to force those spawns. As Sniping Lies earn a big 3 down off the start here, needing after a kind of a fairly simple 2-0 loss there on Oddball, needing a hot start here in game 2. They've done just that, leading 4-2.
So important to start off strong at the beginning of this map, because you're going to get control of the shock rifle in most cases, probably the camo, and this looks like the starting strat a bit more effective on the side of Sniping Lies. Maybe the benefit of having been a team for longer in this Incognito roster. You know, they've talked through and hammered down these opening strats, whereas Incognito, they've been on good teams, but this is the first time they've played together, so they kind of have to learn how each other want to play off the beginning of the match. Right now, though, Incognito having favorable map positioning despite having not the lead at the current moment.
Yeah, and I think throughout the day, Eli, Sniping Lies are really going to have to take these Game 2 Slayers. With 2 out of the 4 members as finalists of the Halo World Championship free-for-alls, you know they can slay out. Gotta play to your advantage. Gotta play to what you know, as Sniping Lies knows how to slay out. But now down by 2, God hand in the back of A. Elevator. Great positioning, lands a kill, lands the assist, allows Precision to land the triple kill. And if he lands these commando shots, I was about to say cross map on Kid Nasty with no HP. Not going to happen as Precision plays a little smart, doesn't go for the montage kill. Instead, he wants to control this lead.
Oh my God, you see the pressure? He's just cycling back and forth to both sight lines. Non-stop shots, non-stop pressure, finds a target, gets shot in the side, but he's so fast that he's able to get out of that. This is just extremely precise gameplay out of Precision. And now they're predicting the spawn at the seaside and collapsing on it simultaneously. I mean, I don't know what you can do if you're on the side of Sniping Lies so far.
Yeah, think about this. Precision, top 3 for Rookie of the Year in Season 2. That was with the battle rifle. He's gotten better since the DMR was the starting weapon. So, my God, when the best get even better, that's when you got to watch out if you're in that top 4 echelon, because teams like Incognito are coming for that spot. 19-12 lead now, as Sniping Lies lead has all but evaporated. Numbers advantage here once again for Incognito. That's going to allow Ryen to push up through the mid bridge. Before taking any shots, he's going to take down Kid Nasty for free, as he thought he had an exit route. Instead, he had Ryen waiting for the double kill. Incognito build on this lead.
Last shot doing his best to keep it close. Gets a double kill there before dying. Ryen gets a double kill of his own though before trading out. Kid Nasty gonna find a good grenade, but it's been Incognito pretty consistently on this A and gold side. So on this map, you can play out a C, but most teams just favor playing out of A and gold side, at least into the engagement. It's better to let the other team spawn at C, collapse on it, and then play back out of C afterwards. And right now, Incognito's done that on repeat. Looks like they now understand. They open up the spawns in the A side. You see 2 members going through long haul, and you see another member going through tower. So very effective how they're just letting them spawn into an area and then collapsing from both sides. It's been essentially the same thing on repeat since the game started.
I like that play there from Huss, recognizing the 9-10 kill lead or so, plays for the trade. You could clearly see him playing for the trade there. Smart play. Goes down 1-1 on the kill feed, but getting +1 closer to winning this game out, as Incognito have headed into the 30s with an 8-kill, 2-possession lead. Last shot, though, a little bit of a spree recently. Back up towards a positive count on that KD spread. Kid Nasty with the shock rifle in his hand and down 8. They got a chance here, but they have to make optimal use of this power weapon.
Not sure how Sylvanik found himself blue pipes there. I don't know if he spawned there or went there, but it's not where he wanted to be. Ammo coming up. We missed the grapple, so Kid Nasty loses the shock rifle, the camo, and the grapple. That's a lot of utility just in one play, and we've got Parmea with shock rifle camo. Definitely a scary sight. They do take him down because last shot gets the triple kill. Wants to pick this up, maybe find the over, but he's actually rotating out here just to force the spawns long haul. You see they actually spread out from while he's going here to C. We see other members of Sniping Lies going into Bat Ledge, and that leaves only the long haul. And this is a great pinch. I mean, honestly, a great time to force the spawns here and then collapse on it. And as they leave that, they open up the A spawns, they turn around and collapse back. This is kind of just the meta of how Slayers are played these days.
Hey, last shot moving around the map like Huss was earlier. Sniping Lies now down only 3. After a huge spree from last shot, we saw the triple as well. But Incognito do a great job to take down that priority 1 player, as last shot trickles down to 2, then 3 down for Sniping Lies. That's going to give Incognito a 5-kill edge. It looks like Ryen was setting up for the standoff, but the flank coming through C to stairs from Sniping Lies is going to open up the break. Precision trades out with the last shot. And we still have that 4-kill game. Huss looking to take down another. Probably doesn't want to play for the trade now, which is why you see him drop, but he does earn the trade, or I guess get the trade, regardless of whether he wanted it or not. We still have that 3-kill lead here for Incognito, but it's starting to dwindle.
At this point, they don't mind trades. I mean, they currently have the lead. If they were to trade out all the way to 50, they would win the game. So I think that Huss definitely satisfied with the trade, would prefer to stay alive, but trading absolutely fine in their position. Now getting 2 dead is crucial. They're going to want to collapse on the last 2 members of Sniping Lies. They do just that, get 4 dead. It's a 4-for-1 trade, and Huss is already ready to apply pressure. He's just denying them the ability to push into tower safely, and they've got Carmea coming up behind him. Well, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, that 4 down spawns all of Sniping Lies at the back of C and makes it quite easy for Incognito to clean that one up, but not before it got really close, Eli. And that's one of those games I'm talking about, man. Get into these HCS Open Series in the offseason, because now Sniping Lies, they take the L in this series, but they've got some great tape to watch back. I think there was plenty that they would have liked there from Game 2. Maybe a little bit that they may have not liked from Game 2. One thing we do like, and I should say love, are our hosts, Toolez and Allie. Let's kick it back to the broadcast booth.
Thank you so much. 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0 today. The competition is definitely getting harder now with Incognito moving up to winners semifinals, right? Yeah. What do you think was keeping? Yeah. What do you think was keeping quarterfinals? Thank you so much. Why do you think Incognito was so dominant in this Streets Oddball? No rockets were missed from Incognito side.
I mean, I think you hammered right in on it, right? Yeah. It was really the rocket control. It felt like at no point in time was Sniping Lies really able to control the power weapons. We did see them like start to make a little bit of a temporary sort of run towards the end of that second round, but that was because Kid Nasty was able to get those rockets right and got that double kill. Incognito throughout that entire game, especially Carmea and Precision, those two together were just doing a phenomenal job at controlling the sandbox. And that's what you'll often notice is the difference between some of these top AM teams and these pro teams, right? Is that the pro teams really go out of their way to control every little bit of advantage. The way that you really want to think about gunfights and the way you play the game at a high level is you're trying to give yourself the best percentage in every gunfight. Well, Incognito, they're going to do just that. They're going to always give themselves the best percentage possible to win any gunfight.
Yeah, indeed so. It was impressive to see how the Rockets could really just turn over the game like that so easily to the hands of Incognito. But then we had our next game, Nat Slayer, where it got a little bit closer between the two. And now we're taking a look at the bracket. We're going to be watching. Who are we watching up next, Toolez?
I think it's going to be Incognito that will go up against Solitude in our next game. Yeah, it looks like Solitude has confirmed their way through. So Solitude's that team with Avenue, Suppress, 2 of the triplets, plus Boo Boo, Doo and Frosty, right? That's a scary team on paper. We'll see how they do against Incognito. I think this is going to be one of those few games that might go to a game 3, right? The best of 3s. So I think you're going to see that 2-0. We might go to 3. If we go down to the bottom of this bracket, though, I want to talk about something that's a little bit interesting in my opinion. It's gonna be these Mexican teams over at the bottom. So you got Luminosity and Alpha that look like they're gonna be matching up right there. Mind Freak goes down against Luminosity, so that was a little bit of that A and Z versus Mexico action right there. I love having the international tournaments, right? Because we get to see every region represented, and so far it seems like the international teams are making it further in the winners bracket, right? We've seen teams from each region make it to winners round 3 and winners round 4 so far.
Yeah, it's exciting to see players from other parts of the world to be able to compete in these HCS tournaments online and be able to see them shine. Also going up against other NA players that usually play at Worlds, and it's exciting to see their stories, come to fruition. And we're moving up in the winners bracket, and we're ready to go on our next break. We got some exciting matches to watch, and I hope everybody in chat gets to get all of their drops. And don't forget the sub, guys. This is community funded, so go ahead and press that sub button, and I'll see you guys on after the next break. Welcome back. What a quick break. Here we are, just as fast. We're going to be watching Incognito versus Solitude right now on quarterfinals. Any quick thoughts before we jump in? Because the players are ready.
It's going to be a bloodbath. I expect it to go the distance. Very interested to see what Ryen can do with some of these younger players and seeing if they're going to fit into his system. It's going to be a tough task. The triplets are great. We'll see how it goes. It's going to be a hell of a best of 3.
All right, let's jump into the game. Eli Mikowski, go ahead.
All right, Eli, here we go in our first heavyweight fight of the tournament. All 8 players, previous professionals. We even got a world champion, Frosty, competing on the side of Solitude. What do you expect here? Because Incognito, a team that probably has some starting strats. I don't imagine that's the same for Solitude, but they may not need it when you got Boo Boo Doo Boo popping off like that with the shot.
I mean, honestly, I've been predicting this Boo Boo Frosty roster to win the whole thing. These guys are insane. It's not like this is the first time they've played together. These guys play Money 8s together all the time. They have already talked about a lot of different scenarios, but this is going to be an insane matchup. I mean, both teams incredibly talented. This is the kind of stuff that we're going to be seeing in pool play or like late winners bracket at an HCS event. I mean, all these players are incredibly talented. This is going to be an exciting one to watch.
Boo Boo Doo Boo with some hard-earned kills here early to start things off, but it's Incognito with the edge on that first hill. Boo Boo Doo Boo gonna back up to grab that repulsor. Ryen trying to make it pay for it, but now Boo Boo Doo Boo has the kit to work with. Actually swaps there. Did you see that to the grapple hook instead? I like this play because Eli, Boo Boo Doo Boo, watch out for the super G slide where you time that crouch perfectly after the grapple activation. That's one of Boo Boo Doo Boo's, I'd say, like best tricks in the bag.
Absolutely. This guy is insane. A lot of players or other viewers might say that he plays slower than other, you know, people on the circuit, but this guy's movement's insane too. I feel like he doesn't get enough credit for his movement. I've seen him do some insane stuff, especially with the grappler. Miss when he would do it on Catalyst, made some of the most electric plays in season 1. But I mean, look at this. He's just using it to reposition. He's maintaining just an easier place to hit shots from. I mean, I feel like that's what Boo Boo Doo Boo's playstyle is all about. He's just making the game easy for himself and his teammates to play.
And look at that play there from Boo Boo Doo Boo with the use of that grapple hook. Maybe not a super G slide because he didn't get the full activation, but he did get a little bit of extra MPH. Coming out of the top of blue, was able to take down Ryen in the hill, and then dipped right out to the top of blue tower as Solitude are able to take a 1-0 lead after that heads-up unorthodox movement there from Boo Boo Doo Boo. Sitting at 8-4, having a great start here, but precision looking to answer back, takes down Boo Boo Doo Boo, and now has probably what Boo Boo Doo Boo wishes he had, the camo.
So impressive so far out of both squads. I mean, it looked like Solitude had complete control of that first zone, but Incognito snatching it right back. Precision with the camo is going to make it very hard for Solitude to go anywhere. I expect Solitude to just say, you know what, they got this. Let's just set up for next, try to get a pick, and hold on to the next hill.
Yeah, Solitude rotating early to that lockdown location. Great decision, great heads-up play. So we talked about the dichotomy between strategy, Incognito with a few more reps together, but Solitude making the right play, the heads-up play as they rotate early, have early control of this hill, but it's Incognito who break that lockdown hill location quickly, and now they've got it to their control. Boo Boo Doo Boo looking to break through on the backside, takes down Godhand, formerly known as Carmea, and now this is looking like Solitude's best chance to reclaim control of that opening hit of that lockdown hill as Boo Boo Doo hits a jump shot, shock, double kill melee, and Solitude have regained control.
Not only that, but he's also predicting the next spawn. Looked like he was ready to no-scope somebody if they popped up on his screen on the bottom of the tower. He's also predicting Ryen to come out. I mean, this guy just knows what the other team wants to do, and I think that's what makes him so dangerous when he plays 8s. This guy is also won the last 2 online tournaments that we've seen, by the way. He won both the Mountain Dew tournament and the spacing on what the last tournament before it was, but he's on a win streak. He's been winning all the tournaments, and this squad looks like they want to win another.
Did Boo Boo Doo Boo warm up in Octagon shock rifle? That is unbelievable accuracy as he does ultimately go down there from the, look like a combination of frag and plasma grenades from Huss. As now Incognito have broken the hill just as Solitude needed another 5 seconds to control it. Eli, what's going on with this lockdown hill? Neither team has been able to lock it down. Final seconds coming up here.
I don't think that in season 5 it's going to be as much of a lockdown as it was in previous seasons. Without the battle rifle to shred across the map and watch those long range crosses, it's going to be difficult. But we see the return to Cinder on the with the repulse, but not only that, the repulse also pushes him back to land on the platform. That was kind of like a multitasking, very interesting play from Boo Boo. I feel like we see things on his screen that we don't see on anybody else's screen, and that's going to lead to some early time for Solitude, but they're going to want to hold on to this as the push is already coming in from Incognito.
Yeah, only Boo Boo Doo Eli. Only Boo Boo Doo could make that repulsor play at the back of blue. 99 times out of 100, when we've seen that on the broadcast, the player goes into the blue. Instead, Boo Boo Doo almost lines his back up against the wall to stay alive momentarily. Ryen did take him down, but I always like calling out the process being played, because when that process, you stick to it, tried and true, eventually you have the inverse or the opposite happen, where Boo Boo Doo, if he just keeps playing his game, it's going to work out for him in the end, as Incognito do take that 2-1 lead after breaking through on that quote-unquote lockdown hill. Not seeing quite the same here in Season 3. Battle Rifle's a big reason for that. Great point there made by Eli. As Boo Boo Doo, it's been constant control of that grapple hook. But despite the control of the grapple hook, doesn't matter. Incognito have control of the hill. Now a 3-1 lead, but with 4 down, it's going to allow Solitude to get that quick rotation onto this next hill, but it's feeling like a must-win.
Seems like Boo Boo is doing so much for his team, but Incognito just that much more objective efficient so far.
Boo Boo Doo, with that grapple hook, able to take camo with a little bit less risk. The 3 go down. Boo Boo Doo is the last player alive, and now he has to get really tricky here to maintain his life, maintain the spawn, potentially for Solitude, but Ryen looking to change that. Spots the magazine clip drop from Boo Boo Doo, but he's not able to spot him as he's made his way into the hill. He's now got a kill on Huss. Last remnants of that camo being put to good use here from Boo Boo Doo, and with numbers advantage 3 down, he's going to turn that camo into some hill control. Great play here from Boo Boo Doo.
Boo Boo has had so many sandbox items every single time we've been on his screen. He's had now 3 shock rifles. He's had maybe 4 grapplers. He's got the repulse. This guy is just soaking up parts of the map so that there's less resources for Incognito to use. Despite that, Incognito holding on to a 3-1 lead right now and seem to just scrap up as much hill time as possible, but Boo Boo has been popping off since this game started.
Boo Boo Doo with the super G slide and the superior play as he lands more shots. Consistent, timely control of the sandbox here throughout this game should bring Solitude back to within 1 hill. They got to close out the final seconds. All 4 players up for Incognito. Solitude is going to need 1 extra round of slays. They want to secure this hill.
Suppressed, usually a player they count on to pop off in the slays department. So far, though, he's taken more of an assisting role. 12 assists, 17 deaths. Seems like he's been getting shut down by Incognito, and that's been the difference right now. As Boo Boo Doo has been stepping up as that slayer, but someone like Suppressed, one of the best shooters in the league, you need him to show up, and right now, Incognito's just been shutting him down every step of the way.
2 down for Solitude as Incognito need what looks like to be about 2 seconds. Boo Boo Doo's got a desperate. He's not even going to have enough time. He's got another camo, and I feel like that sets the tail of the tape for me, Eli, is Boo Boo Doo grabbing another piece of the sandbox, but shortly going down after that. It felt like Solitude had full control of everything but the hill.
It's a great point. I mean, if I coach this mode, I say you gotta play for the space before everything else, and you want to have sandbox items are going to make it easier to control space for sure. But if you don't have the right space for every hill, you're not going to get the hill. You got to get that space first, and it seemed like Incognito always in the right place. Yes, Boo Boo Doo had all the items, but he's not able to get into the part of the map that he wants to get into. He's got to get a pick here and there, but just the pressure too strong, map control too present on the side of Incognito.
Yeah, only a +7 disparity between these two teams. You thought maybe that would have spread out to maybe 2 hill advantage, maybe a 2-4 game, but not the 1-4 game that we just saw. I don't know, man. Eli, something just felt off about that last game. I'm sure Solitude are feeling it as well, because when you talk about the eye test, it looked like they were up to par to at least have, a 2-3, a 3-3, or a 2-4 final finish. But that's in the rearview mirror as we now head to a Solitude Slayer Game 2. And these best of 3s, Eli, you got to clutch up and win this now if you're Solitude. Probably the highest power rankings roster that we have here today. But again, Incognito previously has been scrimming with each other, working through film, working through opening strats. And I think we're starting to see that difference between the two teams settle between the two.
think you might be right. And now this is a game type though that the higher power ranking team can certainly come out on top. All these players, extremely strong slayers. They know how to play around this map. But if it's anything like the first game and Incognito is able to get control of the right parts of the map early, this could be another victory for them. But as I say that, Frosty, last player in the lobby, you want to have the sniper rifle. He's the one that's got it, and he's got the right part of the map to snipe from.
2 down off the start for Incognito. A better opening break for Solitude. So they've taken the lead 3-1 in a must-win game 2. Frosty looking to rotate towards that cafe side. Free kill there on Godhand as he pushes through. Looked like he was trying to clean up an opponent. Good recognition there from Frosty. And even better there to not push through the baitable doorway. Frosty has to stay alive. He's got the thrust and the sniper to work with. He's got suppressed helping out, but now he's got a teammate, an opponent flanking him, but Boo Boo Doo has the backup precision. It's like the back of the back of the back as we have a 6-4 game. Solitude in the lead.
Love the way Frosty played that. He just trusted that Boo Boo would get that kill, chooses to thrust in the direction that was least predictable and also harder for his opponent to adjust his aim to hit him. And that just shows that, you know, Frosty and Boo Boo, they've been playing 8s together, and look at these shots from Frosty. That looked like a Halo 5 snipe thrust combination. I'm used to seeing him hit in Halo 5, but he's doing it right here on Solitude, formerly known as Plaza in Halo 5.
Confident plays there from Frosty as he could sense that he pushed Ryen off the spot, continued to push through, took down the player around the window location. His Avenue now looks to push up and clean up the remains of Godhand. Ryen has been so pesky, so pesky. In fact, I don't know if Avenue knows he's there. Now he does, as Ryen had to have maintained his life, for at least a minute there, Eli, but Incognito doesn't have very much to show for it. Down 5.
Solitude makes a great play to win this engagement. They have the early lead, but now they're in the part of the map that's a bit harder to play out of. I'd like to see them extend maybe over into the flowers and blue area just a little bit here as they try to make it out. Once they get a pick, Boo Boo's life gets traded out. Camo is up, so they have to start playing for mid, but it's Incognito winning this engagement and more likely to get this camo.
Looks like Boo Boo Doo setting up for camo, but no, not going to get it. I believe Ryen snuck away with it. Yes, he did. Ryen, that wily veteran. Not surprised to see him make that play. A highly contested camo. Everybody was up on the map, but Ryen ran underneath the nose of Solitude and wasting a little bit of that use of the camo. 10, 15 seconds now, so he's only got half left to work with, but it looks like he's setting something up. It looks like he's bunching up these players at the back of C. He is, in fact. It's going to be a team wipe there for Solitude as they go all 4 down. Ryen doesn't get a single kill with his camo. Now he does, but it was the 4 down that happened because of the camo. So I'd still say Ryen with an efficient use there of that camo.
Someone watching that might think, like, why is he just standing top mid and not pushing them? But it's because he respects his opponents. He knows that his opponents are expecting him to jump to S3 or S4 or the nest, whatever you want to call it. They're expecting that push. So if they're expecting that and they keep looking up there, but he never shows up, he's just actually holding their attention by not moving in a weird roundabout way. That allows time for his teammates to push up while they're expecting the push from camo, and then he finally shows up after they get a pick. It was actually well timed and executed by Ryen there.
Yeah, it looked like Ryen waiting, but that was all part of the plan, as he does a great job. Doesn't take down 4 with that camo, but allows his teammates through the distraction to take down 4, as it's now a 5-kill lead, though. For Solitude, now 4. A little bit of body disrespect there from Incognito, despite the fact that they're down in this game. Still feeling it as Frosty at the top of C, looking to take down more opponents. It looks like camo is going to be up again in 10 seconds. So I think with a game this close, only 5 kills separating these two teams, now 4, it could come down to that next camo.
Well, teams know how important it is to have this snipe side of the map. If you have this side of the map, you can then extend either left or right from there, force the spawns to a specific location, predict the next rotation, and then just gatekeep them from getting out of their spawn point. That's exactly what they're doing here. Ryen is spreading out all the way to flowers while his teammates are maintaining the blue side, it looks like. Camo's still up, so neither team has had enough map presence and comfortability to actually grab it until now. Suppress tries to grab it, but it's been baited out. It's now sitting there top mid. Both teams are going to continue to fight for this camo, but you don't want to overextend and die too many times just trying to get the camo, because you might not get enough value to warrant how many times you've died for it.
It almost looks like in the chaos, camo might be an afterthought, as the players are going to look to push past that. I think we saw a blue hue from one of those players. I'm not sure where the camo went, Eli. As Suppressed has a repulsor, he certainly doesn't have it. Did Ryen just pop it again sneakily? My goodness. It would be another heads-up play there from the veteran, but I don't think he has
might
it.
have it.
Nonetheless, it's a camo play that may not find good use. Now it does. Huss finally reappears. And we are going to have a good use of the camo as we finally hop on board with that camo user. 35-38. Incognito now in the lead, Eli.
Yeah, and Huss taking this Snipe 4 position. Like I said, a lot of good teams predict that that's the route you're going to take. He does get predicted when he shows up there. Frosty maybe just spotting the distortion effect in front of him, pushing the melee button. Now, he's got kind of a precarious positioning top center. He's going to get shut down by Huss and another player that show up in the loop area. And right now it's Incognito with the lead. Keep in mind, this is a best of 3, so if Solitude can't find their way into winning this, it's going to be over, and they're going to go to losers bracket early. That would be a shocker for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like because of some of these delayed activations of camo, it almost feels like it's continuously up, as it's up once again in the next 2 seconds, as each of these two teams are going to set up for it. But it looks like after that previous encounter where Suppressed went down to the bait setup from Incognito, looks like both of these two teams might bait the camo instead as it's still up.
Yes, crazy how much both teams have been playing around this camo, oftentimes not able to actually grab it. You don't want to overextend and die, and now it's just a 3-kill game for Incognito. They have the sniper and now they have the camo. This might just be over.
Big win condition there from Precision as he grabs the camo, makes sure that Solitude can't get a hold of it. And the collapse is on, needing only 1 kill, a trade out no less. And Godhand is going to pick it up with the hands himself. 50-42. Eli, it makes sense in our first quote-unquote heavyweight matchup of the tournament. We got a best of 3, game 3.
Wow, no, I thought that was it, right? I think Incognito won they won both.
Oh, excuse me.
So yeah, that's gonna be it. Yeah.
I'm actually faded. Solitude with that roster and how well they played. They were up at moments of the game. Excuse me, I am so sorry. Incognito takes it 2-0. I felt like what we were watching looked like gameplay good enough to get us to a game 3, but we're not going to see that. Aquarius CTF instead. Incognito take it 2-0. And Eli, that was one of the conversations we started out with, was these are two equally matched teams. All players on each side are just as good as the other. The gun skill is going to be the same, but Incognito, with that previous rapport, with that previous practice sessions that they've gotten in, absolutely made the difference as they do in fact take the series 2-0.
I've watched Boo Boo Doo Boo stream quite a bit, and he plays with these triplets. So if you guys don't know, Avenue and Suppress are brothers. They're 2 of 3 triplets, the third being Diagram. I don't think he's playing today, but Boo Boo, whenever he plays with these guys, the 3 brothers just argue with one another, and Boo Boo's like their dad, and like he like gets them to start behaving and like, no, shut up guys, like, just work, we just got to work together and we'll figure it out. And I feel like
there yet?
It just feels like there was probably some of that going on in this from watching it, just some miscommunications, people not on the same page, and maybe they're gonna have a little talk and they'll get it together and they're gonna make a losers run. And this is definitely not the last we're gonna see of this squad. I have to imagine Frosty's just sitting there laughing at these guys bickering at each other, and he's just here to have a good time. But that team's not gonna be done if they can get clicking and being on the same page and trusting in one another and making pushes that have good timing. They could absolutely take this team down later in the tournament. So we'll have to see. But right now, Rhino's team, they've just been doing everything right since the start. Like I said, in that Recharge King of the Hill game, they didn't have any sandbox items and found a way to have a blowout victory. So they've been controlling the pace of the game. They've been controlling space on the map. They've been predicting spawns, and they've been playing out of situations flawlessly so far.
All right, Incognito send this strong Solitude roster to the lower bracket, and we're going to send it back to the hosting desk. Allie and Tools, take it away.
Thank you so much, Incognito. I thought this was going to be the match where we were going to see a game 3, but no, another 2-0. Incognito's looking really, really good. And I wanted to ask you, how important is this camo on that Solitude? They were so close. It was a reverse. They just reversed it. They just reversed the win. Tell me, Tools.
It honestly, phenomenal job, especially with the control on the map from this Incognito squad. I think Moses said it in the chat. I think it's the perfect way to put a Ryen team Ryan Noob's the ogre 2 of low stakes online tournaments. It's true. Like he is a next level monster on some of these online tournaments. Obviously, he's the guy on LAN, has had great performances on LAN as well. But something about low stake online tournaments, just the Ryan Noob teams go crazy. I don't think anyone saw like a dominant 2-0 like that. Honestly, just really impressed with how this Incognito squad is playing, and I don't think many people had this being sort of where this term was going. I think a lot of people would have saw Solitude, they would have been like, oh, that's their grand finals right away, just put them through. Like that team is so good, but nothing is for sure in this tournament.
Nothing indeed is for sure. I expected a game 3 and we got another 2-0. We're now looking at the bracket. Incognito has moved up to winner semis, so we're going to be watching winner semis in just a few moments. I see we have Luminosity also. We're waiting for them to move up, right? So are we possibly going to be seeing our first LATAM team on our side?
Yeah, I think it might be almost guaranteed. I'm not sure if Alpha. So Alpha is the other team that we're waiting on in that bottom half the bracket to see if they win their game to go play against Luminosity. If they do win that matchup, then it'll be a LATAM battle on the bottom half of the bracket to determine who gets to play against Incognito. And over on the very top half of the bracket, we see that the EU team, which is SSGL, which has 3/4 of that quadrant roster plus Glory, is moving along this bracket as well. So honestly, it's an international tournament, and there's a ton of international representation in the winners quarterfinal thus far.
That is my favorite thing about this tournament, is that we get to see worldwide competition go up against the usual ZNAs we get to see on our side of the world. It's really, really cool to see. I'm excited to see how Incognito is going to be dealing with whatever team is going to be going up against them. And we're going to go and head over to a quick break so you guys get to get some extra snacks and hang out and chat. Before we go, I'm going to leave you guys in chat with just one question. If you had to choose only one weapon that you could use for the rest of your lifetime in Halo, which one would it be? BR or Bandit? You can only choose one. All right, guys. See you guys after the break.
this is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settle, don't play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid all my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid all my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
Welcome back, everybody. We are watching the HCS off-season open today, this Sunday. And now we're going to be watching, we're going to move on over just for a little bit to watch Alpha versus Luminosity today. The two Latin American teams, right, Tools?
Yeah, two Latin American teams. We're going to see who is the best in the Mexico region right now. And also, I want to give a little shout out. You know, if you're one of our fans in Mexico, you can also go watch this in Spanish. I think the Spanish broadcast going to be doing this alongside with us, so you know, maybe pop them both up, see what's going on both sides. And then I want to say we were watching Rice and the ANZ team going up against Crowd Pleasers and Kratos. If you want to watch that one continue on, you can do that over on twitch.tv/Rice.
That's awesome. I think our casters are ready, so I'm so excited to watch these two Latin American teams face off each other right now. Eli and Mikowski, let's take it.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Mikowski here alongside Eli. And Eli, we saw history at the Halo World Championship where Latin America placed for the first time ever in the 9th through 12th category. That was actually from Luminosity. And here we have a little bit of a grudge match between two top LatAm teams. Luminosity versus Alpha Esports, kicking things off here with tapping buttons, and that's Shock Rifle.
I think it's so cool to see Tapping Buttons back on this roster, teaming with some of the guys that he used to team with before he got picked up on Native White. I think he's still going to be on a top NA squad come next season. We'll have to see, but back to his roots here, playing with the LatAm boys. And Alpha has been on the rise. This team now currently probably number 2 in the region. And these guys no stranger to playing against one another. This is going to be a hotly contested battle.
Drifting his way into the hill, looking to secure the final seconds as he does. In fact, Luminosity take a 1-0 lead quickly here on Recharge King of the Hill. You got Luor set up here for the rotation, looking to re-shield and enter back into the fight from a spot of advantage. Looking to find that advantage. Doesn't know whether he wants to look right, push right. Now he takes the sneaky instead. Now slides out after a few shots down on Noble. Gets the cleanup kill. And Luor looks like he's just trying to anchor this long haul location, but Tapping Buttons has his flank. The grenade goes out, and Luor goes down. This should open up a little bit more control now for Luminosity.
Leor, if anyone is unfamiliar with this guy, he is a rising star from the LatAm region. In my opinion, he is the IGL for this roster. I've actually had the opportunity to work with these guys a little bit, watch some film with them, and they're all very smart players. They're still trying to figure out their timings with certain pushes and everything like that. But Leor, the leader figure, and I want to see him pop off, step up. It looked like right there in that play, he was really just trying to buy time for his squad to show up, but Tapping Buttons one step ahead of it, gets behind him, doesn't allow that push to come through, and it's a strong early lead now for Luminosity.
Yeah, this has looked really good. Right after it looked like Lure and that Alpha Esports squad had the setup for a potential long-haul lockdown location. Instead, this is all gone the direction of Luminosity. Is see a little sliver of points there for Alpha, but it's the triple kill on the flip side instead for Drift. Potential overkill. No, that player's going to get cleaned up instead by Noble, but all the more hill time here for Luminosity as they've reached the 3/4 mark.
Drift, man, this guy is absolutely insane. A lot of players, including players from NA, consider Drift to be the best online player. He is consistently top 3 in the leaderboard on Halo Tracker. This guy wins with whatever roster he ends up with in matchmaking. This guy knows how to get wins, knows how to get slays, knows how to control the map. And right now he's sitting 11-3 and been a huge part of why they have this early lead.
Yeah, Luminosity and Drift in particular really showing why they were able to make history at the Halo World Championship as they look strong to start here, up 2-0 on their LatAm counterpart, Alpha Esports. Alpha Esports countering back with halfway on this lockdown hill location, looking to make it a one-hill game. And it feels like it's of importance. It's the time is now. I don't think that Alpha can go down 3-0 and still feel like they have a chance. After what we've seen here from Luminosity, Alpha really need to lock down the final seconds here and make this a one-hill game.
If you're on the side of Alpha, you gotta take your time. So you had the early, they got what, 80% almost of this hill. So all they need to do is get about 5 to 8 more seconds to close this one out. But with Luminosity in a strong setup, they're gonna have to make sure they take this break in a strong push. Right now, Rorsch coming in through the Mangler door as Stars came in through the Needler. They had a great push to get 2 dead, but it's Noble coming in to clean it up. Roar still here, alive, and Drift, the last player alive. 1 shot. They're going to have to push so fast off the spawn point now. Now they don't have time to make the push, and I have to wonder if they took their time a little bit more on that push instead of pushing 1 by 1, if they could have potentially broke it. But like you said, I mean, it was so important for them to cap that. Now they got to play perfect Halo for the rest of the game if they're going to come back and win this one.
Heartbreaking, potentially back-breaking 3rd score. As Roach, though, it's the 3rd kill for the triple. Gonna help bring his team back. Maybe just start to instill some confidence. Almost had another overkill, too, potentially here in this game to start the series. But it's Luminosity with the hot start, 3-0 lead. Alpha Esports, though, we saw this previously. That's what kind of starts to it just hurts. It just hurts to see Alpha not able to fully score on hills that looked like they had pretty strong lockdown possession of. 2 down here for Luminosity. Numbers edge for Alpha Esports. Can they get their first points on the board?
What it looked like to me is Alpha maybe got a little greedy during the lockdown setup. They decided, like, you know what, we've got such good control, we can actually spread out a bit more. But I'd argue that this is one of the only hills in the entire game across all modes, the one that's bottom A. You can literally just all chill by the hill because there's only so many entry points to that hill area, right? There's the Needle, there's the gold door, there's top A catwalk, and the bottom A door. And like, if you just are all there, it's really hard for the other team to do anything about it. They end up spreading out, and a player dies on one side. That loosens the pressure from the other side, and yeah, Luminosity just able to push in, get control, and they held the setup pretty airtight, able to bring it all the way back despite being down by 80% in that hill. And I mean, honestly, if they really wanted to, they could just keep the hill for the rest of the time. I know it's 3 minutes left on the clock, but it's easy to burn that much time off the clock if you just, you know, just use the hill as bait and continually kill the guy in the hill. They got to get 3 straight to have a chance to come back into this. I don't think they're going to play for time, but it's worth noting that they absolutely could if they wanted to.
A lot of options. I think the main point, Eli, is that there's a lot of options here for Luminosity. And in some ways, no wrong way to play it. You could play for time. You could play for slays. Either one looks like a viable strategy, as Luminosity's look more than viable here in the opening break of this series. Looking to take a 1-0 lead here with a 3-1 lead in this particular game. 2.5 left on the clock. And Alpha Esports, with that 3 down, are going to be able to break through. But again, how long can they hold? How many seconds can they acquire here? As Strikey looks to get inside the hill, but no, that's bait. That's that Luminosity team playing for the time. And even though Drift goes down, Eli, still takes 5-10 seconds off the clock. That's an advantage there for Luminosity.
Absolutely. You're going to see them get in the hill when it makes sense, but they're not going to feel desperate to do so. Like I said, clock always a factor in King of the Hill, especially in this iteration of the game type. I mean, when you're up by 2 hills with less than 2 minutes on the clock, to me, that is the vantage point to say, all right, now it's time to play for time. Strikely deciding to melee the wall there, maybe a bit of frustration. Not sure why he's deciding not to continue the fight there. I mean, honestly, these guys do know that against a team like Luminosity, this is a nearly impossible win. They have so many ways to close this game out. And I mean, if you're Alpha, I mean, this is a good time to make sure your shots are warm, still get your team shots in. Don't feel too bad about it, but you got to start thinking about game 2 because this is going to be an extremely difficult path to victory here.
Yeah, agreed, Eli. With that bottom mid-hill location, that mosh pit hill up next, it's going to take at least, you could argue, 1.5 minutes on the far side, on the high side. So really looking at 20 seconds left in regulation for Alpha Esports to make this a 1-hill game, still give them the time they need to tie it up and send us to OT. Tapping buttons, looking to send his player back to the respawn screen. But before that even happens, Luminosity take the 4-1 game over. 1-0 lead in the series.
Excellent plays out of Luminosity. I mean, you gotta just say what it is. The best player that we've ever seen from Mexico is tapping buttons. That's why he got picked up onto that native white roster, that international squad that we love to see when it had Barcode, best player coming out of Australia, best player out of Mexico was tapping buttons at the time. But this is the off season, right? We don't know where tapping buttons is going to land. We're in the middle of kind of roster mania when it comes to the official roster that we're going to see for next season. So we don't know where he's going to end up. But in the meantime, he might as well kick back with the boys, the guys that he grew up with, came up in the season with. You know, he used to be on this roster, HCS season 1 with Drift. I think it was a slightly different team back then, but I mean, when you put him back on this roster when they were already the top team in Mexico, you're just adding that much more firepower. You got to imagine Tapping's an even better player now than he was on the team before. So definitely an uphill battle for the side of Alpha, but they're not out of it. I think Alpha does have a different gear that we didn't see in this first game. And I think that if they can get into that gear for game 2, they can absolutely make this more competitive.
I want to welcome in all of our Spanish viewers. This is so cool to see. A lot of Spanish in the chat. This really feels like an international competition, really putting the worldwide perspective into play. It says that in the title, and we've got it here as we've got two of the top LATAM teams competing for a spot. We continue along. We're getting close to that winner's finals territory, Eli, as Luminosity has the edge up 1-0 in this series, but Alpha take the 2-0 lead in game 2. Now 4.
Yeah, super impressive start here. They've got the sniper control. If Leor can start popping off with this snipe as he hits the cross map no scope, didn't even hesitate. What a clean lineup. Hits the shot. Now I want to see him zoom in on glass. This is perfect. He knows that's where they're coming from. They've played this before. He hits the shot, but he does get taken down. The pressure a little too strong on the side of Luminosity. But if Alpha can get that sniper back in their hands, they can absolutely continue this lead.
And not only do the snipes add points in this team Slayer, but just the vibes, man. That energy that you probably imagine is there in the comms from Lure after landing a few of those shots. Probably hyping up his teammates with the energy and the accuracy as Alpha continues to build on this lead. Now up by a count of 6. Noble looking to stay alive, doesn't want that lead to extend anymore. Look at that positioning and still pushing up on Strikey. Ultimately trades out after another headshot here from Luor. Popping off with that snipe, ultimately goes down after the pressure and those grenades on the LR side. But my goodness, what a start here for Luor with that snipe. 5-2, and it's got Alpha up by 4.
Like I said, Leor, one of the rising stars in this region. Definitely a player to watch out for going into the next season. He's trying to be the next Tapping Buttons, but he's going against some of the players that have been at that goal for a bit longer than him. So now's a good time to step up, and he has been stepping up so far. But usually what makes a great team great is not what they look like when they're winning, but also what they look like when they're losing. And Luminosity coming right back, tying it up 14-14, playing off their back foot. They know that they're in disadvantage, but they adjust their play style so that they could possibly flip back into advantage. And so far, they've done a great job to do so.
And it was on the back of that killing spree there from Acid that got Luminosity back into it. A nice little clutch up micro moment there for Alpha, though, as they're able to extend the lead out to 2. Again, 17-15, but Noble has the camo. This could be a huge takedown here for Alpha Esports as the battle goes down in mid, and that trade taking out Camo, you'll absolutely take that there if you're Alpha Esports. Still up 1.
Tapping not gonna make it easy though. Gonna hit this right side, but look at the pressure coming in from Alpha. The conscious rotation from that inopportune blue spawn. He said, you know what, let's just cycle directly into the yard area, try to get control of that. Luminosity though ready for it and somehow take them all down. I have to imagine at least one member of Alpha maybe needed to sit back and hold an angle on the outside so they didn't face pressure from both sides simultaneously, and Luminosity able to stave off the push so far.
Luminosity staving off the push and now in the lead, but not before the double. 2 go down. Now back to 1 kill advantage here for Alpha Esports as this one is back and forth at the halfway mark. Good stretches of gameplay from both of these two teams as Alpha Esports is up 2 once again, 24-22.
So far, Tapping really not making his presence felt this game. I mean, 4-9, that's not what you expect out of the best player to ever come out of this region. And I'd argue one of the best players in the entire world. Tapping had some electric performances in big matches on Native White last year. So looking to see him maybe come alive here. So far, Alpha doing a great job to shut him down. And that's exactly what you need to do if you're going to win this game too.
Sniper was a huge component for Alpha Esports when they gained the lead early on in this match. Now having the sniper back in their hands with Sepstars looking to make a play, but he's got tapping buttons to worry about. Down to low shields are each player, but 3 go down for Alpha. That's going to make for an easy cleanup on Sepsty at low shields. And look at Noble pinging that sniper, but now he's going to say, I'll grab it instead. I'm the only one nearby. Love that heads up play there from Noble.
Love what I'm seeing out of Luminosity. They're taking up 75% of the map. They limit the spawn zone for Alpha to only be yard. At the same time, Tapping extends to the right side of the setup. We've got Drift was pushing into the left side. He gets taken down, but it kind of opens space for the sniper to comfortably snipe, but he decides to push as well. So I don't know. I kind of feel like Noble could have opted to just stay at the snipe side, wait for players to come out, hold that spawn position. But because he plays that, he gives the sniper to Alpha, and Alpha has a chance to come back into this.
And here's something you don't see often in Season 3. The battle rifle. A pickup weapon now on most of the maps in HCS. As it puts it to good use, takes down Rourke before shortly going down after. It's a 2-kill lead now for Luminosity heading into the middle 30s or so. And to maintain that all the way through. One way you can do that is with map control. Noble with the high ground sniper tower. Thought the player might have dipped over to bottom snipe, but instead looks like they went back to trucks. Noble just going to reshield, reposition, look to stay alive here. Strikey has his back. And I like that aggressiveness here from Alpha. They really took the fight to Luminosity. Because of it, they have the numbers edge.
That was a good call, Hunter. With the way that Noble moved, it was clear that player juked him out. Player faked as if he was going to go to the snipe lift. Probably had a call out that there was a player bottom snipe from his teammate. That's why he looked the way he did. But that player snuck around, able to double back and get the kill. And now it's a tied up game, 39-39. We're about to go into the home stretch to the end of this game, and it's tied all. This next sniper and camo that spawn at the 6-minute mark going to be so important for the end of this game.
If not for those snipers and camos coming up, Eli, we'd have a standoff potentially here, but it's not going to be the case, I would imagine, as both of these two teams have two important utilities to play for. Camo and snipe are now up.
Whoever gets these items or whoever baits these items more successfully likely to win this game. It's now 43 all, but it's Alpha that got the last set of slays. Noble trying to keep it close. Sepsty gets away with the sniper rifle. He's going to hit the headshot. So important to hit right now. And it looks like a member of Luminosity able to get that camo. Let's see if they can put it to use. I believe there's that player. I'm not sure if it's Tapping Buttons. Maybe Tapping Buttons has the sniper. No, he doesn't. Oh, it's Noble that has the camo, and he's going to take out the sniper player, but it's 47-46. What's going to happen at the end here?
Unbelievable. The two power weapons and power-ups meet at the trucks, and I believe Alpha are going to be able to grab the remains of that sniper rifle. They've grabbed the lead, 48-47. Tapping Buttons looking to reverse the course. That sniper's still down. Tapping Buttons now has it in his hands, needing to land a few crucial shots in the end game to come back and seal the series for Luminosity. Lands the body shot there on Noble, or there on his opponent for Alpha Esports. But Alpha Esports, despite Luminosity grabbing snipe, are going to take this series. And Eli, we finally have, not faded this time, a game 3.
Wow. Alpha played that so well. Like I said, they were able to shut down Tapping Buttons, the star of their region. I mean, I have to imagine the young players on the side of Alpha, they look up to a player like Tapping. They look up to a player like Drift. I mean, these guys have been performing. They've been the pillars of their region for a while now. And to come out and get this victory, this has to bolster a lot of confidence. You know, they did lose that game 1, King of the Hill, pretty handily, but I mean, to beat these guys right now is a huge moment for Alpha. I think that they absolutely can win this Aquarius CTF. They just have to keep clicking. They have to keep applying pressure. They have to stay aggressive and not get intimidated by who they're playing against, and take advantage of maybe an under practice Tapping Buttons. I've been saw somebody in chat say he hasn't been playing. Maybe he's playing other games. It's the off season. He's relaxing. And if you're Alpha, you got to take advantage of that going into
Eli,
game 3.
I love the decision there from Alpha Esports as we head into game 3, Aquarius CTF. But at the end game of game 2, it was the decision to take the high ground and not the sniper that laid at the bottom of trucks. Instead, Alpha took positioning, baited Luminosity into grabbing the snipe because of it, because of that heads-up decision-making. They have a tie series 1-1. Looks like a player disconnected. But Eli, now that we have time to talk about it, talk me through that decision there from Alpha Esports and kind of the heads-up risk-reward gamble that they made to let the sniper go to their opposition so long as they take the high ground advantage instead.
I've been saying it all day so far. I mean, earlier we watched Boo Boo against Ryen Noob's team, where Boo Boo had seemingly all the items the whole time, but Ryen Noob's team just had the right part of the map. And so important to just have the right part of the map in most game types. You have to prioritize space, prioritize positioning. It doesn't look as flashy, but it just makes every fight easier. It's how you make the next the next engagement a lot easier is just by having the upper hand. You've got the right sight lines. You're denying space and movement of the other team just by being able to shoot all the places that they want to go. And that's exactly what Alpha did. You're right. They played for high ground. They played for positioning. Doesn't matter if they don't have the sniper rifle, if they just hold the right sight lines to deny the routes of Luminosity, and that's how they were able to get that victory in the end.
Now, it wasn't fluky, man. I think it was Sepstars walked over that sniper rifle down at bottom trucks, and then I believe took positioning at the top of Cafe or top of Snipe. And that was it. That clutch decision making. I love how in 48, 49 type of games in Slayer, it doesn't come down to the shots. More often than not, it comes down to that heads up decision making, that risk reward that you just throw all those chips into the middle of the table based on that decision and you play it out. Alpha Esports make the right call. And we now have a Game 3 Aqua CTF. And homage, it feels like maybe to the midship CTF days of Halo 2. I know you've been playing a lot of MIDI free-for-alls lately, Eli, but what should we expect here? When did the CTF Aquarius Game 3? Do or die?
I think this is really interesting. So I've actually been working with a lot of teams from the LATAM region recently and kind of learning the meta. They actually play kind of a different meta on this map. You're going to see heavy emphasis on the car side, like even more so than in North America. We all know that this is the better part of the map to run the flag, but it just feels like in this region specifically, they almost completely ignore the pink side of the map sometimes. And you'll probably often see at most one member of each team kind of fighting for control of the P side. Both teams are going to fight heavily for this car side, and whoever wins that fight is usually going to get that early flagpole.
And it's been the good start that's usually gotten the win in each game. Game 1, Luminosity started off with that first hill capture. They won that game. Game 2, Alpha Esports started off, I believe it was 4-2, and they won Game 2. Hot start here belongs to Alpha Esports. Can they turn it into a flagpole as they've got possession of the yellow base for now? The tapping button's looking to clear out that generator now after 2 slays from Alpha Esports to make it 3, has a chance to regain that mid-map control. He's looking for more. One better. Double kill. Should have possession of the mid-map. Does. Now, Luminosity are looking to push through.
The goal here is to hold such a favorable position on car side that you force the enemies to spawn on the P side. It's going to make it so you can safely run the flag through the utility side. If you get a clean 3 dead and you're already in their base, though, you might see the G slide option come out, so you can hit the curb slide off of the commando ramp in the base, launch the flag all the way to bottom mid. All these players going to have that in their bag of tricks for sure. So but so far neither team really getting enough slays at the same time that they're on the opposing side of the base until just now. They are seeing an opening, decides to go ahead and pull that flag out, and it looks like Luminosity is going to keep spawning P side. Are they going to be able to hold off the push so the overextenders won't stop this flag?
Competing flags out on both sides. It's a slight numbers edge here for Alpha Esports. Acid looking to change that, but no, he goes down. 3 go down for Luminosity. Drift, the last player alive, looking to make a hero play. Can he stay alive? Can he keep that reset from going down? Has to slide out desperately to prevent that, but Strikey with the teamwork and team shots from Sepstars gets down to 1%, but it's gonna get reset nonetheless. Alpha Esports have your lead in Game 3, 1-0.
So important that they got this lead. This is going to bolster their confidence even further. Like I said, these guys look up to the members of Luminosity. By the way, Noble in the last game, despite losing, was 18-11. So in my eyes, he was my player to watch going into this 3rd game. If he can continue to keep up the pressure and his teammates step up around him, you know, they could absolutely come back into it. But it's Leor with the thruster ninja. In my opinion, the sickest play we've seen so far. Such a huge time to do it too, to get the players out of your base and get the heat wave. That was such a sick play out of Leor.
Now that's twice now that we've seen Alpha Esports thwart a strong push from Luminosity. The first one was just through tried and true teamwork. The second one from the Ninja bag smack. 2 go down though for Alpha Esports. Even gunfight for now as Luminosity take the edge once again on mid-map. But the way Alpha's playing defense, Eli, it feels like they're going to have a tough time getting a flagpole despite the slays.
I mean, if you're Luminosity, how are you not on tilt after that?
Right.
Your star player just got ninja'd. You lost the Slayers. You're losing the early game here. You can't get into their base.
Cleared again.
I mean, Alpha is playing out of their minds right now. They just need to progress on the map and do it quickly. As I say, that's exactly what they're doing. They need to find these overextenders coming off on the P side. If they can shut these guys down and get into the base, this could be another flag pack, another flag cap.
3 times in a row, Eli. Luminosity have had numbers edge, map control, but Alpha clear it out. You have to wonder, though, how long is that going to last? Because it doesn't feel like when you talk about the process like that's one that you can rely on. Feels like you're having to rely on a few too many hero moments as Alpha Esports do in fact go 3 down. That's going to open up Luminosity for a good potential pull here. Looking to tie things up at 1. Tapping needs to win that 1v1, but he goes down and another flag goes out. So Luminosity going to have to get a reset before they look to score. Noble going to need to win this one first, but Lure wins another crucial pib for Alpha Esports.
Leor wins the fight against Tapping while Tapping's running the flag, and then while still weak, somehow wins a 1v1 against a guy that has a thrust that's full shields. Leor, the team captain, like I said, absolutely popping off. Same guy that hit the ninja earlier, and he's exactly who you need to step up right here.
No way.
If you're going to win this game. And he's got the flag, and he's about to cap it here.
No way. This is... I was going to use the word methodical, but I don't know if that's the right word. Alpha Esports, nonetheless, clutching up, winning piv after piv. That's really been what it is, as every member of their squad has clutched up. We've seen 3 go down, 4 go down for Alpha Esports, but it's never been a worry for them. As Luminosity has another flag out, does Alpha have more defensive effort in them to stop this pull?
They've got so much momentum here, but they've got to hold on to it. You can't overheat if you're on the side of Alpha. Luminosity, great squad. They're bound to get back into this some way, shape, or form. They're going to get some momentum, but if you're Alpha, you got to hold it off. You got to hold strong. 2-0 is a big lead, but it's not a guaranteed victory. It's very possible for Luminosity to come back into this, but Alpha's got to keep playing the way they're playing.
In hockey, Eli, they say a 2-0 lead is the most dangerous lead because it feels convincing, but then you realize after 1 score, it's just a 1-pull game. Not a 1-score game after that. It's just a 1-pull game. 1 pull could be the difference between tying it up and extending your life here, as we've reached just about the halfway mark. 6:10 left on the clock. Alpha Esports once again defensively positioned in the back of their base. Can they push out? And more importantly, can Luminosity break through cleanly to where they can have a good run? That's really been the key. They're able to break through as Luminosity, but they're normally trading out. Acid gets the clean double kill, and that's going to be enough to push this flagpole through. Looking to make it a 2-1 game here with this run.
Rorsch looking to play spoiler here. If he can get behind the flag guy, he could potentially stop this. Recognize the push is coming in, though. Can't completely stop that flag, and this looks like it's going to go home for Luminosity. This is what I talked about. If you're
Set
Alpha,
up for the double cap.
you got to recognize that Luminosity is a good team. They're going to get some momentum at some point throughout this game. You got to stay strong. You got to stay disciplined. And when you get the edge, you got to stay aggressive. So hopefully Alpha, not too shaken by this and can stay right in this.
And here we go. Here's that 1-pull game we alluded to earlier. Luminosity, after just domination from the PIV standpoint from Alpha Esports, winning clutch battle after clutch battle. That's waning a little bit now. They're not winning all of those clutch battles anymore. And because of it, Luminosity are back in the base for Alpha Esports. 2-3 go down, but Lure, with this positioning here on the fridge side, grabbing a snack in the head, tapping buttons.
The use of the battle rifle is starting to become kind of meta on this map. It spawns in the fridge now. Obviously, we got the bandit start, so don't see the BR too often, but still a fantastic gun, especially at range. It's going to be more effective from window to window, for example, or from P2 into the deep regions of the base. Leor, the team captain, recognizing this BR is still pretty good, so he's going to be picking it up. He knows that there's still a member on his side of the map, but he's going to focus on the opposite side of the map. If he can kill a spawner while there's an enemy in his base, that enemy's going to have a tougher time making that flag anywhere. So love to see the split decision here to kind of apply pressure to both sides. Like, yes, we got to stave off the pressure from our own base, but if we can kill one of the spawners at the same time, that's also going to alleviate pressure on the other side of the map. Love to see what I'm seeing from Alpha.
It looked like Alpha Esports is almost baiting in a pull. You can see them set up very defensively, willingly with their back against the wall. Normally not the case. As Alpha, a little unorthodox strategy here, but it's been enough to have a 1 flag lead. Acid looking to push on through once again. QT up at top mid, but he's got to worry about a run on the backside. Looks to drop Car 1 to take down Sepstars, but he goes down early to the grenade from tapping buttons. That's going to allow him to push back up into the base of Alpha Esports. Tapping needs to win this one on Strikey, and now we're starting to see a little bit of a flipped image, it looks like. It looks like to me, Eli, Luminosity are winning those pivs that they were losing earlier, and it's getting them right back in this game. Alpha, though, with a few couple clutch slays. Take 2 down for Luminosity. Noble looking to make sure that they get the reset, and once they do that, they can work back up towards that yellow base from a position of strength.
Rorsch has been living in Luminosity's base for, I think, the last minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes. He has been living here. He's not paying rent, and he's just squatting in their base. Finally sees an opening to pull the flag to leave, but man, he was on at least a 7-kill streak in their base, and he's the reason that while Luminosity's winning pivs on the rest of the map, Rorsch is just holding down their base, so they can't really do anything about it. Finally gets taken down, but that flag is still out, and now it's Luminosity having to chase down a flag carrier.
Yeah, Rorsch having an absolutely standout game here. 24-16. Drift looking to conceal himself behind the thrust location, but he goes down. Flag getting close, but it dies at the staircase. And with 3 dying for Alpha, this is going to allow Luminosity with their best chance at a counterpull.
Gonna have to return this flag though, and it's many members of Alpha spawning in. They spawn P side, but immediately go in through the P door. They know that they have to get back into the base. They know where this fight is. There is a return that comes through for Luminosity, but they spend a lot of resources to get that return. I don't think it's gonna be able to turn into a flag cap.
2 minutes left, and on Aquarius, that gives you probably 2 more strong looks up and down the map. QT up as well. We haven't seen that make much of a difference here on Aquarius. Expect it to come down to those DMR shots as we see huge DMR win there for Alpha Esports. 2 going down for Luminosity. That's the numbers edge you want to take into the final 2 minutes. Up by 1, flag out as well. It's going to cause more chaos and confusion for Luminosity. Alpha Esports are looking good to close out the series.
Love that they're staying aggressive here, pulling the flag. You know, the win condition for Luminosity is they get several dead, they get into the base, they got to get at least a flag pull to send it to overtime. But Alpha's like, you know what? If we keep pulling your flag, you got to worry about this too. You can't just take the flag back. You got to return this. If this flag stays out and never gets returned, then Alpha wins the game by default. So excellent heads up plays by Alpha to keep the aggression on, continue to go for flag caps, and don't just play time going into the end game here.
Both flags out. Alpha Esports, though, has that flag ready to be scored if that Luminosity flag returns, but for now it's not gonna. Tapping buttons, looking to place a defense on that. Acid now has to pick up the mantle. He's the last player alive, and he will go down. That flag will get reset, and Alpha Esports should go up 3-1. They do, in fact. 45 seconds left. You're gonna have a Season 1 Cloud 9 type of run. 15 seconds if you want to come back and tie this game.
Yeah, that was the veteran play. Well, I don't even want to call him a veteran. Leor's still new to the scene. Like I said, he's a kind of a rising star here, but he shows up with the heat wave when it matters most, gets 2 dead. Is Luminosity getting the flag out? This is feasible. This is still doable. 30 seconds. They're going to have to simultaneously cap this while another member goes into the base of Alpha to get another pull, but as soon as 2 go down, I think this game's over, Hunter.
No, this match reeks of desperation at this point, and Alpha Esports smell blood in the water. In addition to that desperation, tapping buttons, you can see exactly that, looking to pull a flag that does not have the number support to do that, but he does now have 3 down for Alpha Esports, but it's not going to be enough. Luminosity just run out of time here, and Alpha will take your first best of 3, 2-1.
How impressive is that? I was saying that tapping buttons returning to this roster to Luminosity is a major upgrade. You would have to argue, and that's not a slight at anyone else that's ever played on Luminosity. It's just a fact that tapping buttons is a world-class player. So when he comes back, you'd had to give the edge to Luminosity, but Alpha coming in strong in games 2 and 3, just had the teamwork and coordination to make it happen and get it done. The pressure was there, and super impressive showing from this Alpha roster.
Absolutely incredible series and some incredible hosts back at our broadcast booth. Let's kick it back to Ali and Toolez. What'd you guys think of our first best of 3 series? That one was close.
Thank you so much. That was such a fun game to watch. I felt like I was just watching Luminosity on just re-duty, if we're gonna call it that, for the first half of the mid part of the match. It was such a fun time being able to watch Alpha be able to just dominate that last Aquarius CTF. I've heard from them that they're just really, really good at gaining control and not letting go of it. And I believe, Toolez, you told me, because we were talking about it a little bit before, that they're a suffocating team. Can you tell me more about Alpha Gaming?
Yeah, Alpha, it's like when they get control, like they just like to play fast. They like to get in your face. I think what you were saying earlier about how Luminosity is playing re-Halo, right? Like they're playing reactionary Halo, I think is the more specific term I would use. It's everything is reacting to what Alpha was doing in that game. And well, they were never really able to push their own pace. That proved just to be too much for them. in that game, really just suffocating Halo from Alpha. They're constantly playing forward, playing fast, playing aggressive against Luminosity, and for some reason, Alpha, they come out strong against Luminosity time and time again. Every time you think, oh, it's going to be an LG win, might be a 2-1, probably going to be a 2-0, but no, Alpha, they keep getting the job done. They keep playing well against fellow Mexican teams.
Yeah, I wonder if it is either practice or maybe some fun rivalry between them, just keeping them on their toes, We're going to take a look at the bracket right now to see where we're headed next. Toolez, tell me about the teams that we're going to be watching soon.
Well, Incognito gonna go up against this team from Mexico, Alpha, and it's gonna be a true test for Alpha because I think Alpha always plays well against other teams from Mexico, but they just don't have as much experience against some of these North American teams, and I think it catches them off guard. Like, they're not able to play at their pace, like that suffocating Halo, that fast Halo that they like to play, because teams like Ryen, they won't let you get away with certain things. They're going to shut you down. There's not going to be these open gaps for you to find, and well, it's going to be up to you and your firepower to create those open gaps. So I'm really excited for this matchup. I think Incognito has a pretty big advantage in this one, but Alpha, keep the Cinderella story alive.
Yeah, I'm rooting for them. It's good to see, a Latin American team, a team from Mexico, move up in the ladder and go against these NA players. Incognito is definitely a really, really scary team, so it's going to be a really exciting match to watch after our break. So stick around. We'll be back in just a little bit.
can't accept the loss, I'm hard-headed. There's a little bit of madness to my method. Many falling off that fine line that I'm treading. I risk anything to be great, and I'm not letting nobody rob me of my victory. Number one, that's what I'm meant to be. When by any means, only thing that makes sense to me, I can make nice or make history. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Annie up. I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up? I told her move over. Enough of that mediocre. I've been the man since cruising around in the stroller. I got ice in my veins like a cut in Minnesota. Why not show you how I'm built? Come a little closer. A lot of heart, been smart. Aura got a glow. We can restart, give head start, still get the same result. I'm about mine. Don't you get it confused? I'ma win again. Yeah, that's all that I do. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Annie up. I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. Got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad up. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up? They don't get it. I'm different. I'm the type to break through the door, tear down the wall, start up a war. They don't get it. It ain't clear. I know you follow me, you think that you might, but you never seen a bitch like me. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Annie up. I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up?
Welcome back to the Halo Championship Open. Today is the off-season tournament. Tools were back, and I am so excited because we finally get to see Extraction being played on live fire with bandits.
You're excited?
I'm so excited. I am excited. I want to see them. I want to see some high-level gameplay on Extraction. I want to see what happens.
I don't know. I'm so I'm excited to see high level gameplay. That's for sure. I don't know if I'm necessarily excited to see this version of Extraction. I think that the new updates will come in eventually. I think it'll make it much better. But right now, a little bit mixed feelings about it.
All right, I feel like everybody is having mixed feelings about it. I personally need to play a little bit more of it, but right now we're gonna get to see Incognito versus Alpha battling it out on Extraction. Makowski and Eli, take it away.
All right, Eli, we knew that this moment was inevitable, a lot like the Thanos snap. Which side of the 50-50 line are you on, though? It feels like the community is split 50-50. What are your thoughts on Extraction here as we kick things off between Incognito and Alpha?
I think it's new and interesting. There's a lot of, like I said, issues with it at the current part of the way that it's formatted. But I think that the announcement from Tashi is pretty exciting. They're going to make it so there's no more indicator on the screen moving into the actual season 3. So once they take the indicator off, I think there'll be a lot more sneaky plays. Right now, the way that it's set up because of the indicator, it's very difficult to play sneaky and get a disarm. You have to get a clean 3 or 4 dead, and then while everyone's dead, then you can convert it. So because it's so hard to convert, it's created this meta where you want to be the team that plants it first, and right now it's Alpha that actually gets the first plant.
Yeah, Alpha Esports go 3 down off the start, Eli, but the last player alive able to get the plant. And I almost wondered there with Huss pushing in with that overshield. You think Brute strengthening the extraction is a potential option here for these players?
I mean, you gotta clear the map. I feel like you have to clear space around the hill or around the extractor before you could possibly move in. And then if you're about to cap, or if the other team's about to cap, you want to go to the next zone. And right now, I don't really like what I'm seeing from Incognito. It seems like they're a little bit late to this rotation. They are going now, but I'd like to see them get there a little bit sooner because they hesitated. Alpha's actually spawning at the new zone, and if they can play defense against the push, then they could possibly plant the next extractor as well.
All right, there you heard it from Eli the Ninja. I'd almost be curious to go into a custom game and test if the overshield player stops or looks for that extraction with about a 75% on the OS. Can they get through a full clip of that extraction point? That's going to have to be saved for a later day. Maybe a Metafy session with Eli. As Strikey now pushes up. Breakfast has been served. Pancake Metal on the screen as he takes down his opponent. But 3 go down for Alpha Esports. This is looking like a strong hold on the extraction point for Incognito, and they'll stagger out that 4th player. I believe it was Strikey. You're also going to get the overshield if you're Incognito. This is looking like a 1-1 game.
What's also interesting to know about this is we've been talking about spawn control all day, Hunter. So these players are spreading out, forcing specific spawn areas. People in chat might not know this, but the extractor itself acts as a spawn blocker. So it's almost like a 5th player on your team. Now, the thing is, it's blocking spawns for both teams. So it actually makes the spawn prediction a lot easier for both teams because, for example, for this zone, as soon as it gets planted at C, one team is going to spawn at the backside of A and the other team is going to spawn at B. So if you spawn B, you know that anyone spawning on the other team is at A. So it's very simple to just know exactly where any next spawner is coming from at any given point in the game, and it kind of creates some interesting strategy, right? Like, do I go horizontally and fight the spawners, or do I go straight to the extraction point and kill the players that are closer to it? You got to work together and decide how you want to prioritize your push if you're going to get this conversion.
Now you have another bit of equipment to worry about as that overshield is up. Huss pushing up on the backside with that repulsor could send his opponent off the map, but instead, oh my god, Strikey, without even going down, takes down Huss instead. 3 go down for Incognito. They were able to get the reversal on the cap, but after that team wipe for Alpha Esports, they should reset and turn that spawn point blue. They do, in fact.
And right there, Precision should have been aware that the enemy players were going to spawn at B. They're not aware of it. Sepsti's aware of it, though. 5 shots, Precision, as soon as he shows up sandbags because he's predicting the spawn. And plays like that are going to be favorable for Alpha if they're going to win this game.
Hopping on board here with the former pro known as Carmea, now God Hand. Woo. Strikey, though, he's had the God Hands at the back of Mud, winning a few pivotal close-range encounters, and it has Alpha Esports on the verge at 75%. This could be it right here. If Lure wins this 1v1 against Huss, he does. They're also going to get the OS is Incognito, but that's not going to be enough to stop this score. We should have a 2-1 game.
Not only that, but they just shut down Ryen with the overshield instantly, so that's not even going to be a factor. They're rotating the next zone. Looks like Huss also choosing to rotate here a little bit early. He's going to fight for this space while his team shows up. Rorsch, though, getting a kill in the kill feed. Sepsi becoming a difficult kill. That's going to buy some time for Alpha to get in. Rorsch gets taken down, but it's still Leor and Strikey. I think that if Huss tries to plant this, he might get taken down from the big door push. It's all 4 members of Alpha spawning at the B side. That means members of Incognito must be spawning by the overshield area. They're going to have to push here and stave off this push if they're going to plant this next zone.
Us looking to turn this neutral cap point red, but 2 go down for each side. And Rorsch with the flank. It's a 1v1. Ryen versus Rorsch. Does he go for the cap here? Gosh, I almost feel like with the changes, this cap could have looked a little different. But instead, he does actually score. Unbelievable Rorsch. Decision there from Rorsch. Thought he had Ryen right on his back. I think he knew that. Still gets the score. Ryen at the very end of flipping it goes down instead. It's going to be a team wipe.
Wow.
Incognito go 4 down, and Alpha Esports are showing us a little something here on how to play Extraction.
Don't really agree with Ryen's decision to just YOLO the conversion right there. I mean, you got to take down some members of the other team if you're going to try to convert. You're a sitting duck. You can't do anything. You can't move. You can't shoot. You're just there. And while you're sitting there, your teammates can't. They don't have your help to fight. So I'd much rather Ryen actually play to try to get some slays before going for that. I see why he did it though. He thought he had some extra cover, but yeah, it's Alpha just making it impossible for Incognito to do anything. And they're going to go up 3-1 here in game 1.
Eli, it is not often that a Ryen-led squad looks in the wrong direction of an incoming push, especially on a game type like Extraction. We just talked about there's really only like 2 options for the push, but Incognito weren't able to decide or determine where that push was coming from. They will get the first cap here on the back of Mud. That's going to give them the early edge. Godhand with the snipe and the overshield as well. You have to imagine if he just stays alive here at the top of tower, this should be a 2-3 game. Godhand doing one more with a body shot, taking down Strikey.
Anyone doesn't know, it's 45 seconds from the time you plant it before you get the point, as long as it's never converted or start to be converted. If you start converting it, it does pause that 45-second timer. So just a note. But yeah, this setup here from Incognito looks like it's almost guaranteed, to the point that Alpha is better off just playing for the next zone. It's going to move to the B side next. So I'd like to see them start extending to Big Door, try to fight for Nest, get control of that side of the map before this thing rotates.
Almost feeling a little bit like a King of the Hill match right now with that early concede to rotate and try to get eyes on and positioning on that next location. As Carmea has done that over on the Nest side. 3 go down for Alpha. So Incognito are going to lock down this B side. Crucial as the extraction point lies right there. But with pressure on sandbags, gotta wait to potentially push. Instead, they're going to actually rotate through mid and potentially go for the flank here on Godhand. Yes, the flank is coming through, but Godhand picks it up, takes down Strikey. Not before trading out from Sepsi. 4 go down, though, for Alpha Esports. And starting to bring up that discussion of rotation once again. I think Incognito probably need 1 more round of slays, but they're looking pretty good for another early rotation win, which would be crucial in a 3-3 game.
In the current format of this game type, it's often just so hard to win the fight around the extractor that it is usually better to just play for next. So Alpha, I think, choosing maybe the wrong time to go for this. Ryen though sticks himself on accident, and Warsh has the opening. He gets the conversion, and you have to feel for Ryen there. The left-handed grenade strikes again. Although in that exact play, I think in even other iterations of Halo, he might have stuck himself because he's hugging the wall so tightly. I don't know about that play. He had the play lined up, but just accidentally sticks himself off the wall, and it's the opening Alpha needed to get this conversion.
Now, uncharacteristic there from Ryen as he goes down. We'll get another second chance, though, at it. As 4 go down for Alpha, Huss is going to have the easy conversion. And now that extraction point ticks red. Incognito on the verge of a comeback and tying this game up at 3.
A bit of a bug here on screen. Looks like he's not holding a gun, but looks like the observer might have bugged out for here, but that's all right. Sniper's about to come back. The next 3 seconds. Let's see if Godhand can get his hands on it. This is definitely a weapon that he is adept with. Gonna actually
third person.
Yeah, we're gonna play a little Fortnite this game. Maybe do some third person POV. But man, Alpha able to get this conversion is actually massive in this moment. This thing going back and forth always plays in the favor of the team with the lead. You don't often see overtime in this game type, but it does exist. Only 2.5 minutes on the clock. No reason for it to pause. So if this thing keeps extracting back and forth, then Alpha's very likely to win this game.
Pretty tough in the back of B, too. You'd really have to push through to the back of B, but Godhand's going to shut that possibility down. Almost lands the invisible shot through the shroud screen. Doesn't have that opponent quite there, but I like the chance nonetheless. As Godhand looks to secure the Nest side of the map. 50% on the board. And they're looking primed to tie this one up. Just need to maintain lives advantage here, and they should have a 3-3 tie.
Both teams fighting for this overshield. Going to be quite crucial, not only for this zone, but potentially for the next. Looks like
Double
Precision
kill.
getting a massive double. I'm not sure if a member of Alpha was able to actually proc the OS here. Looks like Sepstars does have it, and they did choose to just stay over here. So the zone moves to the screen. He's going to go for the early plant. Takes a moment for the zone to become available. He's going to plant it right away.
Here we go.
And
There's
that
that
heat wave, yeah, that overshield that you talked about coming into play right there.
Yeah, I almost wonder again. I feel like he actually could have probably secured it, plays the safe route, and ultimately gets the cap nonetheless. So yeah, absolutely. That overshield, this goes against common knowledge, Eli. You usually want to send the overshield out in something like an oddball. You wouldn't have a OS hold oddball, but here on Extraction, it almost makes sense to play the OBJ, especially when you know the opposition is pressing. They're going to get some damage down, but it's just going to be enough to trickle down that OS. So starting to see a little bit of the OS meta form here in Extraction.
1 minute remaining.
OS, always a powerful tool, no matter how you use it. I have to wonder, though, would it have been worth it to fight so that you can plant the extraction device somewhere else? So one thing we haven't talked about that's
Right.
in the strategy here is where you choose to plant the device. So you want to, if you have good control of the map at the time that you're planting, you might as well plant it in the open so that you can watch it from a number of different sight lines.
kill.
For this one here on the screen, I prefer to plant it on the back of the screen on that little jump up because oftentimes you'll spawn at C and you can just rotate out to dummies and have a clear line of sight to kill the guy there. You can
Right.
also jump from sandbags or easily grenade it from your B spawns just by banking the grenade. But
Double kill.
because they planted it here, when it gets converted, they can't convert it back because it's in such a safe zone. And now they're being punished for that decision. And Incognito close it out 4-3. Alpha looked so good that game, but ultimately not able to close it out.
Wow. So there we have it. We're discovering in this Extraction game mode the one instance where you don't want to be the first to score, which usually results in a score, is when you leave it behind cover in a closed area where it's difficult to push through and it's difficult to get eyes on that conversion. That's exactly what we saw there from Alpha Esports. Despite getting the early rotation there to the screen, they plant it directly on the screen and don't really give them the space to convert after going 3-4 down because of it. Incognito come back, and they needed 3 in a row to do that. That was looking very much like an Alpha Esports win, but Incognito clutch up and win game 1.
Not a shock to see from the veteran squad. Ryen, known for his nerdy gameplay. We saw a bit of a misstep. I mean, we don't need to talk about it again, but I kind of feel like we need to talk about it again. The sticking himself definitely made things a bit weary on the B side extraction point. But I mean, we saw, a lot of these replays are just members of Alpha just clutching up in their 1v1s. That was really the difference at the beginning of this game. Also shutting down the overshield player multiple times that Ryen got the OS. He got shut down right away. So Alpha doing a lot of things right, but just like small decisions, like the overshield guy just sitting safely to plant the zone in the safest spot ended up being the thing that lost him the game. So maybe a learning point. This is still a new game type. These guys are still figuring out the strategy, but I think the better play there is to win the fight and then plant it on the outside. But like I said, it's still most of the time that you get the early plant, you're going to get the point. So I don't blame him for the strategy they chose as well.
Alpha Esports, they're living by the PIV and dying by the PIV as well, as we saw in that previous series against Luminosity, able to clutch up in game 3 in large part because of those PIV wins. But here against a little bit, you could argue maybe a 1 tier up team, but that's really, it's the nitty gritty, it's the levels to this. You could go up 1 and it could feel like a big difference in the amount of pacing, pressure, and space that is afforded to you on these maps as Alpha Esports face their stiffest competition of the tournament, up against 4 locked and loaded professionals in their own right. As 3 go down though for Incognito. Precision, last player alive, sticks 1, takes down the camo for, talk about a huge PIV win. Precision shuts down what could have been a huge camo win early for Alpha Esports. What a play there from the young gun, rookie of the year, Precision.
Massive play out of Precision. He does then look across the map to see where his teammates spawn. He does that so that he can predict where the enemies spawn. He saw that his teammates were in A, knows these players are bound to be in gold. Might have moved a little bit too fast though. If you're going to make this gold push from one side, you usually want your teammates to be pushing from the other side. Alpha playing defense from this position well enough. They might also secure the shock rifle. I think it went down on the gold stairs here, but not sure if they know it's there. Hopefully they can go back and find this because that's what they're going to need if they're going to hold on to this lead.
And despite that huge double to open up the game for Incognito, it's a 1-kill lead for Alpha, and that just makes me think again, God, if not for that huge individual play there from Precision. This would be a little bit bigger lead. Probably a 3-kill lead here for Alpha Esports instead. Frankie looking to earn that the conventional way through teamwork. A distraction at top gold does, in fact, earn him that +3 net positive they're looking for, but you got to watch your back. Precision comes in on the flank. He's got the positioning. He's got the shots. And now he's looking for a double kill, but Rorsch has one better. The shock rifle headshot shuts him down.
It almost feels like Incognito isn't giving Alpha as much respect as they deserve in some of these fights. Like, yes, Precision, you're one of the best in the game, but you don't underestimate these players from the LATAM region. These guys know how to win fights. They know how to work together to shut him down. It seems like Precision finding the W key in every engagement, and sometimes he needs to slow down. I mean, right now, that confidence is coming to bite him. Huss also having a rough game so far, 0-4, not able to find that footing. That's why we see a 6-kill lead so far for Alpha.
In this worldwide global competition, allowing all 4 regions in the HCS to compete, it's Latin America flexing their muscles here on one of NA's best in Incognito, formerly a Shopify Rebellion roster, some members of Complexity as well. Alpha Esports making quick work of them here in this game 2, up by a count of 6. And it's been that quick pace of play that has really played to their advantage. And it's not even so much that Alpha Esports is playing fast, Eli. It's that Incognito is, but it's fast into a trap. It's fast into the bait that's being set here by Alpha Esports, now up 7.
Said what I was going to say is a bait. These guys are baiting and switching on the side of Alpha really well in a lot of these spots where, yeah, they might be getting outshot by a member of Incognito, but guess what? They can just duck behind the wall and their homies right there to take you out. So it almost doesn't matter if you have the upper hand in the piv if your opponent is smart enough to just not give you the kill. They're just backing out, and there's always another member around the corner. And so far, Alpha's done it so well throughout this entire game so far.
Double kill.
Ryen with the cleanup double. Perfect shot for the triple kill. And he's got Lure for an over, but Lure with the... again, Eli. There it is again. The chase grenade. The bait from Ryen, who's going to take him down after a huge triple kill, potentially. Alpha Esports, because of that process and strategy from them, maintain that 7, now 6-kill lead. Precision, though, with the shock rifle and the grapple in his back pocket. He could have something to say about this.
He's got a full shock, but he gets immediately shut down. The pressure coming in instantly from Alpha. Looked like Precision was more focused on the players on the high side of the pipes area. Didn't think about his back, and that's left the opening, and now they're still fighting for gold control. A lot of kills keep trading out, though, but every trade is in Alpha's favor because they still have the lead here. Ryen, though, at the end of that fight, does end up with the shock, so despite trading out kills, he does end up with a sandbox advantage. But he's going to have to get some kills with it to actually get full value out of the play.
Ryen not going to be able to make any use of that shock rifle. Good with it in his hands, Eli, but I think in a situation like this where you're down multiple possessions, 8 kills, 9 now, you got to put that shock rifle in your shock rifle #1 on the depth chart. I imagine that would be God Hand or Precision. That's the thing. This squad is nasty, man, and really points to the impressiveness on display here from Alpha Esports, the growth of the Latin American region. As it's not just Luminosity putting on a show, it's Alpha as well, but God Hand does ultimately take down that shock rifle user at the stacks. Precision takes down Septi, but Strikey hedges those deaths with the camo. Can he stay alive? No, he goes down. And now Incognito are starting to come back. Feels like it, but then I glance at the scoreboard. Still a 10-kill lead for Alpha Esports. Eli, this is so impressive what they're doing.
What they're doing is any damage that's done on the map, it gets followed up on. There's not really any situation in which like a member of Alpha loses the piv and then that player gets their shields back. There's always another one of them there to finish the kill, and it's because they're choosing good routes. They're choosing how to position themselves around each other, and they're finding Ryen trying to find a nerdy spot, but he said, you're gonna stick yourself in the last game, I'm just gonna stick you in this game. And that was a really good heads-up play from Alpha to just spot him out. I have to imagine he got spotted across the map, and that's really the communication and teamwork on the side of Alpha that has them this lead.
And Eli, if not for, dare I say, an improbable comeback by Incognito, I put them at maybe 25% chances of winning when they went down 3-1. They come back, win that extraction game 4-3. But if not for that huge comeback, this would be a 2-0 sweep for Alpha Esports. Nobody would have predicted that. Hopping on board now with Precision at the top of glass, looking to bring his team back and potentially earn that 2-0 sweep instead. Has teammate support. Repulsor sends that Sticky back. But Alpha Esports looking to push up and send them back to the respawn screen. But that Sticky that got repulsed, actually, I think a delayed time on the fuse, takes down that player for Alpha Esports, that's Sepsi. And now Incognito with their best look at a comeback, but with Precision going down, that'll trickle all the way down. All 4 down. Domination here in this Slayer from Alpha Esports as they just need 4 more for the win.
And look at that. Sepstar's pinging Precision's spawn point before he even spawned. These guys understand the game at a very high level. This guy looked around at his teammates, and you can do this too. I do it all the time. I look at my teammates and I recognize there's 1 spawn point available for the other team, and this shows mastery on the side of Alpha for him to literally ping the spot before he spawned there. It looks like a cheat, but the guy just looked at his teammates and he knows that that's where he's going to spawn, and I love to see that from Alpha.
That's so true, Eli. When you have that game sense in the back of your head and you bring it to the forefront with communication or a ping on the map, and you allow everybody to have that god tier game sense of knowing where the opposition is spawning, you get that quick push, you get the beat on the opponent. And that's exactly what it's looked like here for Alpha Esports, as they're 1 kill away from tying this series up at 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be, it has to be absolutely perfect. Not a single death to be allowed on the side of Incognito. This would be the most impressive comeback I've seen in a long time if they can pull it up. But Precision's all by himself at A and just gets taken down. I mean, I don't know what the plan was from Incognito. It looked like the other 3 members decided to push to C. Precision just left on an island and he gets shut down. If he doesn't hit every perfect shot, then, you know, what's the game plan there? Precision has to just be a perfect player and hit every shot. I don't know if I agree with that, but I mean, that game was lost earlier on. If I had to, like, it's not really down to that exact moment. Throughout the game, Alpha just had the upper hand by applying pressure. They really didn't let off the gas. If you'll notice the times that Incognito got a few slays, Alpha coming off spawn, immediately hitting people out, and that's what led to almost a blowout victory.
All right, here we go. As we get deeper into the tournament, the competition heats up as we have back-to-back best of 3 game 3s. Love to see that after a few 2-0s in a row. The games are close, but let's be honest, Eli, I think everybody would love to see a game 3. And we have an oddball here for game 3, which I really love. Sets up for a long haul. Really try to get the best winner, right? If you got a best of 3, I guess make the game 3 oddball to really get the best idea. I know we ultimately have that in best of 5s, but I like the pacing today. It's a lot of these matches have gone by short and sweet. We will, in fact, have that do or die game 3. One team looking to keep their life alive in the upper side. One team gets sent to lower as lure. Check out that shutdown there from Ryen. And that kind of felt like a momentum killer, too, where Ryen not only with the triple, the slays, but that overkill could have really brought his team back. Lure shut it down, and that really seemed to be the entirety of this game was just pure shutdown moments from the likes of Alpha Esports. Who you got, Eli, as we go into a game 3? What should the fans expect? And I'm not going to ask you to make a prediction, but set the table for us a little bit. Set the stage for what's been an incredible series amongst international competition.
This is going to be a very exciting game 3. I think both teams are playing with a lot of fire. I think that Incognito haven't really hit that gear that, you know, we look at this team, we know they have a gear that they just haven't hit yet. And right now, I think it's just been the relentless aggression on the side of Alpha that's been shutting them down. I don't know if they've talked through enough scenarios on Incognito to know how to handle this kind of pressure, but maybe they're also not expecting it. I mean, they're used to this kind of pressure against the top teams like FaZe and some of the others, and maybe they just don't expect to see that level of gameplay out of Alpha. But they've got to adjust. They've got to recognize, like, hey, these guys are pushing us fast off the spawn, and we've got to be ready for it, because throughout that last game, it didn't look like they were ready for those pushes.
Yeah, that makes perfect. I think that's it, Eli. That makes perfect sense, because look at the tail of the tape. This Incognito roster just 2-0'd the strongest roster in the tournament in Solitude, defending world champ Frosty on that squad, and they made quick work of him. But maybe that's because even from the likes of Frosty, despite his talent, how talented he is, Ryen and the guys, they know what to expect from Frosty. Here with this Alpha Esports roster, LatAm representation, maybe haven't had as many games, haven't had as many sequences in the Matrix to sort of predict and really understand and determine their next step like they were against Solitude. That seems to be in Alpha Esports' favor. Can they ride it out to an upset victory here in your winter semis?
Getting into this game going to be quite crucial. Find that whoever wins the opening on streets usually gets a lot of early control, because there's so many weapons to play for, right? So if you win this early engagement, you're probably going to have better weapons for the next engagement than the other team. And Oddball, you hopefully also have a setup and can start accumulating time, while those players that have the better weapons are able to apply pressure to spawners. Right now, it's Incognito that win the early break, and they have the early ball time.
Big opening break win here for Incognito as they look to steer the ship back in the direction that we know this roster is capable of. A team that we expect to be in the mix all of next season if they do decide to stay together. Precision pushing up. Doesn't get the third shot in on Rorch. Rorch does, though. And because of that, wins that melee encounter. Godhand looking to clean him up, but Rorch is going to be able to stay alive. That ends up being a pretty big play. Rorch, pesky, still alive at the tires. You can see Ryen kind of glancing in that direction. Rorch knows that the push is coming from A, so he's going to flank here with the back of Ryen to him. Love this play here from Rorch. I love the positioning, though, even more.
Enemy has the ball.
Love that he also, as soon as he gets that kill, spreads out to PD. He's blocking this spawn, but he also wants to get this sight line on the B street. He's going to get intel for his team as soon as possible to know where the next push is coming from. When he realizes that info, members of Alpha can move in their setup to respond to this pressure, and he's going to push up and get this kill. This trade actually quite good, but on the other side of the map, it looks like Ryen and his teammates are able to actually shut down the rest of the roster. So that early knowledge of where the push is coming from ended up not being enough. The push ended up being too strong for Incognito.
Opening sequence is done and over with as Incognito win it with a score of 50-19. Alpha, though, doing enough to stay within arm's reach. You can find a few slays, though, as they need some sort of sandbox. Ryen, though, sneaks away with the rockets. Has Huss pushing up with him. It looks like Precision as well. Karmea in the back with the oddball, and Ryen is going to trade out, but not before dropping rockets. Are Incognito going to be able to pick that up?
Leor with a very clean 3-shot perfect kill. Not an easy shot to hit, mind you. Ryen flying through the air with a rocket. That's about as much pressure as you can face, and Leor clutching up to hit those shots, going to even out the situation. I think there was still one rocket left in the chamber. Not sure if either team has picked that back up yet, but it's now Godhand pushing up on the cafe side, but he's facing heavy pressure. It seems like members of Incognito are finding these openings, but then they're just getting surrounded by members of Alpha. It seems like Alpha maybe one step ahead. As soon as they get there, able to respond to the first player. If they shut that guy down, the rest of Incognito's push is just not going to be as strong.
And look at this. Alpha is extending the 50-yard line, the line of scrimmage, out to the seaside of the map. Lure putting a lot of pressure on the spawners for Incognito. Godhand, though, going to take him down. Provide that opening break slay out that Incognito need to push through, break the setup for Alpha Esports, as they've done just that, but not before Alpha. Make it a 20-second game. This one's close once again.
This is the time that they need to play very aggressive off their spawn, though. 30 seconds isn't a lot of time for Incognito to close this out, so I like to see Alpha push up. Not too fast, though. You want to make sure you don't die early. You want to get some safe damage down. Push up. Ryen playing all the way up behind them from Ivy with the Stalker rifle. He's trying to make it difficult for the spawners to get to Huss. So far, he's done a good job of that. Looks like he trades with Leor, but both teams getting a few kills here, so it's not over yet.
Big win there from Huss. If you guys are just tuning in, joining us, you guys might be wondering, who's Godhand? Who's this new player tearing up the HCS? That is Karmea under a new handle. Might be going through a rebrand. So all familiar faces on the side of Incognito, and on the side of Alpha Esports, more of LATAM's best, continuing to make a name for themselves. They've looked good here in this series, but Incognito needing only 10 seconds to secure round one. This could come down to one final push.
Ball's in a decent spot for Alpha to get control if they can get a few kills. Sepstars deciding to bait it. Does get the kill, but he also gets taken down. Rest of Alpha gonna have to stay alive to at least maintain the pressure here so that they don't run away with this ball, but looks like Karmea able to get away with it, but he recognizes there's a push in, and he's got the rockets now. He's using the ball as bait. Gets that kill, and he's gonna close out the round.
That will do it. 100 on the board and a 1-0 lead here in a do or die game 3, best of 3. Incognito looked great to start off here. Really liked the positioning throughout that round 1 from Rorch, but wasn't enough there in the end as he goes down to the rocket. The Rockets are up once again at the start of this round. We saw an opening break win for Incognito. They rode that Eli to a 31-second hot start. You got to prevent that here if you're Alpha Esports, but Ryen already has the Rockets, and he's already got a double. 3 go down for Alpha Esports, and that's going to open up that ball control on the C side for Incognito.
Ryen does take out his own life, but kills 2 in the process, so might have looked a little confusing to some of the viewers, but it is often smart to just trade out with the rocket. Yes, you're going to blow yourself up a lot, but it's better than giving that rocket to the other team. Precision with the shotgun, going
Here's
for the
comms.
overkill.
He's got it. What? Didn't give him the over.
There's
Oh,
a
it had to be a
timeout.
millisecond too late.
But not only that, he knows that because he's here, the other team is going to spawn at the arcade or PD side of the map. So he's going to stay over here, continue to apply pressure while his ball carrier is just accumulating time all the way on the other side of the map. Intentionally not pushing too far right here because he wants the spawners to keep spawning at B. Because they form this U shape around the outside, this B is the only place left for Alpha to spawn. So this is highly intentional by Incognito. And they're now going to try to get even more kills while they accumulate this ball time.
Eli, you mentioned earlier in this series, not seeing Incognito in full form, but we're starting to in large part due to this massive monster game from Precision, sitting at 18-8 so far. Almost single-handedly pushed through with that shotgun on the A and PD side of the map. Took down a collective 6 players, I believe it was. And he's going right back to it. Back to the well. Precision, drinking, staying hydrated. He should have some more ball time, as well as the last 2 players are left out for Cafe. That's going to get some Cafe and A spawns. There's that A spawn for Sepsi. As Incognito looked to be in a great spot to continue to hold this ball. A minute uncontested, looking like 60-0. Now 60 and more as 3 go down for Alpha Esports. Incognito in full control with another rocket, unless Us goes down at the bench as he does. Opens up an opportunity. Ryen going to go down going for those rockets. And if Alpha Esports can pick these up and make good use out of them, they could come back in this game. Godhand trades out. 3 go down for Incognito, so they can just keep Huss off of that main lane. They should be able to grab ball. They've got that. They should be able to grab rockets as well, as they could bait the push here from Incognito. But Huss is going to foil that plan. Does ultimately trade out, but a huge play nonetheless to get those rockets down. 3 go down for Alpha Esports, and that should shift control right back into Incognito's favor.
Love the play from Ryen there. He gets a few kills, but he doesn't even look at the ball. Trust that his teammate will pick it up, knows it with his shotgun. He's better off applying pressure to the spawners, and he's putting it to great use. This is so efficient. Ryen popping off here with the triple kill. He's going to back up just to force the spawns to PD, and then he's going to go right back to applying pressure. Maybe coming back here just in case somebody leaked through on the other side, or recognizing that he doesn't have to play all the way forward with just 10 seconds left. If he just gatekeeps Alpha from getting in, that's all he needs to do to secure the round and the game.
Desperation for Alpha Esports, and another 100 seconds on the board for Incognito as they'll win this one handily. 2-0. The series was much closer, but I gotta give Alpha Esports in the LATAM region some props, man. Eli, ever since the Halo World Championship, we noted how much closer those games were between Mexico and NA's best. Now Mexico's taking games and even series in some cases, and you love to see that development and growth. Huge tips, huge props to our boys down south of the border. Alpha Esports in the LATAM region looking strong here today, despite going down to Incognito.
Super impressive stuff. I mean, it really came down to shotgun control, I think, that entire game. I mean, both rounds, it seemed like every single shotgun was in the hands of either Precision or Ryen, and that's why that game was so difficult for Alpha. So, I mean, you have to imagine if they just had more shotgun control, they could have actually won that game. But like we said, Incognito does take the victory and move on. Let's go ahead and toss it back to the hosts and see what they have to say about it.
Thank you so much. Really fun games today. I really thought Alpha was going to be taking this one for a moment there, but Incognito just came back and just reversed that for us. What do you think, Toolez?
Honestly, like, it should have been a 2-0 for Alpha Esports. They played phenomenal to start that game 1. Obviously, Extraction, I think, is a little bit of a toss-up right now between either team, because oftentimes it feels like the first person to put down the site wins, but Alpha is playing extremely well, and it took a really resilient Ryen team to come home with that game 1 victory. The biggest takeaway I have from this, obviously Incognito is going to go on, but Alpha is a dangerous team when it comes to the Slayers. So far, I've been very impressed with how they perform in those Slayers. They're a team that constantly likes to refill. They don't let kills go unanswered, and they find these runs. I think Incognito got a little bit too aggressive at points, and Alpha took advantage, but really, really impressed with Alpha thus far, taking down a very good Luminosity squad and taking Incognito to the distance.
Agreed. This is a team that we definitely should not underestimate, as we just saw. I mean, they did get 4th in the C95K Pro AM tournament, right? And also they played at Fort Worth and got 13th place as well. So maybe one of these players and one of those teams that we should definitely keep watching out for. And winners final now coming up, Incognito. We're going to be waiting to see the results of SSGL versus Cloud9. Tools, any predictions there?
Ooh, it's gonna be a tough one. I have to give the edge over to the Europeans, right? I think that this quadrant team plus Glory is going to be really good, but Cloud9, you know, they have Gilkey, they have Breaking Shot being added to that roster to help fortify Ramy and Triton. They could absolutely make some damage happen. I know that's what we have coming up next on the stream, so I'm really excited for it. If I had to give a little bit of an edge, I think the Europeans take it, but you just never know.
I think these two teams have really, really great players that have also fan favorites, fan favorite plays in those teams. We are going to take another break really quick, and hopefully we get to watch that matchup that you really want to watch as well. See you guys in a minute.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it. You got me in pieces, 'cause you know you're my muse, you're my weakness. I'll do anything, anything for you. I'll do anything, anything not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth shut. 'Cause having you is such
Welcome back to the HCS off-season open. We're back, and Toolez, I know you're super excited to watch SSG and Cloud9. Tell me about these two teams. You had a prediction. Go for it.
Really excited for this European roster just because I'm a big fan of Glory, right? Ever since I saw him play in the free-for-alls at specifically Arlington, I was like watching him. This guy was winning every single lobby. I believe in that FFA at Arlington, he got first place in every lobby but the last one, right? He was just such a dominant force on land, but hadn't got his opportunity. Got placed in with Navi. I consider him to be the rookie of the year this year, and now you combine him with a really strong quadrant roster. I'm very curious how they'll match up against this Cloud9 roster, who's a solid force, right? This is a great litmus test to see where Glory is against a very good Cloud9 team.
I'm really curious to find out, which is perfect because we're about to jump into our first match between these two. We're going to go into live fire extraction, Cloud9 versus SSGL. Let's hear from the casters, Eli and McCoskey.
Cloud9 versus SSGL, and Eli, the GL must stand for good luck because Quadrant plus Glory, my God, what a terrifying sounding roster. But on the other side of Cloud9, you've got that breaking shot player, rookie of the year potential. Let me just throw it out there early on as 3 go down for Cloud9. Hot start for SSGL, breaking shot, a player to watch out for. You got your rookie of the year in Glory and potentially next year's in breaking shot. What an exciting matchup we have here.
You're absolutely right. Both these teams, amazing. Obviously, Quadrant, I thought a lot of people would probably agree with me. They had a chance to win Worlds if they just, clutched up when it mattered most. These guys were in the conversation as a potential front runner. They got second in that warm-up tournament before Worlds. Now, Chick, by the way, not dropped from this team. I believe he just was unable to play this week. So before you guys go crazy with your roster mania thoughts, pretty sure Chick is still on the Quadrant roster. Glory just subbing in, and I can't think of a better sub I would want than Glory. This guy is an absolute slaying monster, just like Chick is, and I think he's going to fill the role quite nicely.
Yeah, just raw, untapped, unlimited potential, it feels like, for Glory, as we're hopping on board with the Rookie of the Year himself, sitting at 3-0 in this game, adding an assist just to make sure he's not playing selfish. Slides in way too hot, though. But that sniper rifle going to give that power weapon now to Ramy. I believe he lands the body shot, enough to help take down Legend, and despite the quick score from SSGL, Cloud9 have the next cap, and they've got a team wipe as well. Sika, the last member to go down. I believe that triple went to Cloud9 instead, but Glory going to be able to, looks like, convert the extraction here on the screens, but he's got a push coming in.
Yeah, we talk about the place you decide to plant this, so important. It's going to mean if you plant it in the safer area, that means that you are banking on the fact that you're going to get the point. But when you lose the fight here, wherever you spawn is not going to be able to see this. So SSGL wins the fight, able to convert it quite comfortably. And it's also, like I said, very easy to predict the spawns on this zone. So when Legend spawns dummies, he already knows that the members of Cloud9 are at the B side. So he immediately just goes nest bridge, applies pressure to the spawners, and Gilkey, though, sticks the overshield player. It's not enough to take it down. Sika still had enough OS to stay alive there. And they get 3 dead, and it looks like it's going to be 2-0 in the early lead here, unless Cloud9 gets an impressive win. But Sika winning back-to-back ER fights. Legend doing the same. I mean, these guys are some of the most talented humans on the planet when it comes to this game. They're going to be tough to beat.
I thought we'd see some flashing shields from Sika after he took that spiker to the face a couple shots after, but instead it was the flashy double kill. Doubled up on the lead as well as SSGL, as they've now taken a 2-0 lead, and instantly on the reverse side of the map, they counter-rotate, get the early cap, and they're already on their way to a 3-0 lead. Cloud9 in a little bit of a blender here to start this series, Eli.
It just seems like SSGL, I mean, to be quite honest with you, the members of Quadrant that are on this roster are spawn scientists. That's why they had an insane run on LAN of Strongholds victories, is because they are so precise when it comes to pinpointing exact spawn locations, forcing split spawns. whenever I pull up SLG's stream, he's got theater open. This guy is literally watching people spawn around the map in different spots. He knows how to control every single part of it. He's also one of the in-game leaders for this squad. He's kind of the brains of the operation, and he's saying, hey, I'm sitting here, they're going to spawn here, this next guy is going to spawn here. He's just saying exactly where they spawn, and you're seeing the results of that. Members of Cloud9 just can't move off of their spawn point, and even when they can, their route is being predicted with ultimate precision, and that's why it's an early 3-0 lead right now for SSGL.
3-0 lead for SSGL, but with 8 minutes left, Cloud9 have a chance. They've got to start racking up some sandbox. They've got to start racking up some map control. They do have the OS. They do take down SLG. However, numbers advantage still in favor of SSGL, I should say, excuse me, as they've tied it up, 2 down for each side. Legend looking to push up. That counter does get converted. So Cloud9 with eyes on the score here, but Legend has other plans in mind, looking to push through that A base. Doesn't stay alive, but does trade out with that opponent. Ramy with an opposite side defensive effort. Might get a chance to push in on SLG before converting, but no! SLG goes down, but does score the conversion. 3 going down, though, for his squad. Should give it right back to Cloud9.
Love to see the, what I guess I'll just call that the conversion dance, because you can, the only actions that you can do while you're converting is crouch and spin in a circle. Like, you can change where you're looking, you can crouch. So he's looking down into the corner, crouching up and down, making his headshot hitbox as hard as possible to hit so he can survive just a little bit longer while he's doing the conversion. That actually made the difference there for him to convert it, but he gets taken down, it gets converted right back by breaking shot. And I'm noticing the way Legend chooses to play this game type. He seems like no matter where he spawns, he just thinks about, okay, the other team must have spawned over here. He just moves horizontally off his spawn point, applies pressure to the spawners. In this case, he got a few kills early, so he made the opening to go for it. Ends up being the guy that converts it, and now they just got to play smart against the next push on the side of Cloud9.
Legend with that big piv win on Ramy, converts this A side of the map. Sika goes down, though, on the garage door. That's going to open it up for the rest of his teammate to push through, but it's SLG in the tunnels like a rat, finding 2 kills. Gives that numbers advantage back to SSGL, and at about 60% on the board. Eli, this is looking like one final push for Cloud9, but with 2 down, you're going to almost be forced into a 1-by-1-by-1 push. This is looking all but over. SSGL should take it 4-0.
Absolutely. And you know, something that you always got to talk about in these international matchups is what server are they playing on? So I pulled up SLG's stream, and he's got 90 to 100 ping. So it doesn't feel like it's an American server. Perhaps it's like, I guess it would be Western Europe is my guess, because if he's in France, he would probably ping about 100 to West Europe. So maybe a slight ping differential here on the side of the European boys. But I mean, even still, the gameplay was lights out for them. 4-0 is hard to do no matter what the server is. So we'll have to see if that plays a factor leading into the later part of the series.
Yeah, I don't know, Eli. In a 4-0 game that looked that dominant, it's either one or the other. It's either all ping or it's just all suffocating pressure and teamwork there from the SSGL boys. I assume SSGL probably, it looks like you take the first letter of each player's name, SLG, Sika, or the first 2 S's, G for Glory, and then the L for Legends. I assume that's how they came up with their team name, but what we should really be talking about is what kind of strategy they came up with there on Extraction. Looking the strongest we've seen yet, not only today, Eli, but dare I say, in the entirety of any Extraction that we've seen probably, what, 3-4 weeks now of Extraction gameplay, and that was the best we've ever seen in that span.
You're exactly right. I think it's just the constant pressure on the spawners. I mean, like I said, every time we switch to Legend screen, he's not going towards the extraction point. He's just going to the other zone that he's predicting the enemies are spawning at. So that's why he's had so much success in this game. By the way, I did want to correct myself real quick. I just tuned into Gilkey's stream, and he's got 27 ping. So it looks like it's actually East US.
Wow, it wasn't any host.
Yeah, so
no way.
Yeah, even on NA, this quadrant roster is showing to be so strong that they are 4-0ing Americans on an American server. So that just goes to show how impressive it is.
I saw a lot of NA fanboys, we'll call them, in chat claiming that was just a ping win for EU, but my God, that was just absolute domination over NA from EU's finest. as they played on 100 ping, NA on 20 ping. Unbelievable. I thought it would have been the exact opposite after what we just seen, right?
I mean, to be honest, ping is a hot topic. Yes, higher ping is going to make the game run a little bit weird, but it runs weird for everybody, I think, because it kind of stretches out the server. The game just kind of operates a little bit differently when half the lobby's on high ping and the other half isn't. There is some level
That's
of
true.
like what is it, like lag compensation? There is something like that in the game where it does try to help you out, but it does increase the amount of times you experience desync, like dying through walls and things like that. But it happens on both sides, so it's not something that's uniquely experienced by one side or the other. So I don't know. It's an interesting topic, and I'm sure chat's going to go crazy about it regardless. So fun to bring up, but we're hopping into Aquarius Slayer here. Now, these guys in Quadrant with their spawn knowledge usually do very well on this game type, so we'll have to see if Cloud9 can play out of their spawns and flip the map positioning into their favor throughout this game.
A lot of tallies going down early as SSGL edges out a 2-kill lead, 4-2 now as we see Glory pushing up on the fridge side of the map, looking to protect Legend. Now it's a chance to 2v1 Gilkey, but Gilkey with the positioning wins that 1v1 against Legend, and now sends Glory scurrying. Not before getting some teammate support. So you can see Glory's idea the whole time was to take numbers advantage on the members of Cloud9 as they do just that and have built a 3-kill lead, 7-4.
Glory's movement right there, so impressive. Using the curb slide to move super fast, but then also rusting in the opposite direction. I mean, when your Spartan is moving that fast in two directions, it's very hard for anyone to hit their headshot on you. He does that while his teammates with him to help out, why he's able to win that fight. And it's a 10-4 lead early on for this European roster.
And in a best of 3, this is it. Cloud9 have to win this game. Otherwise, it's SSGL on to the winners finals. Hopping on board here with Glory as he pushes through on the yellow thrust, spots Ramy and a few more players at the back of Fridge. Does a great job to take the high ground while also doing damage on Ramy. That opens up the assist. And you've got more weak players here at the back of Fridge. Shield advantage for Glory, but Breaking Shot wins it instead with the hands. But Legend not going to allow him to stay alive much longer. But the grenade from Gilkey gets the cluster luck. Double kill helps Cloud9 come back in this one a little bit, but SSGL are now up 6.
Very impressive start here. Also got the quantum translocator activated on the side of SSGL. See if they can get any value out of it. I feel like you have to be kind of a big brain player to get value out of the QT. So you're going to have to push in, deal some damage, and then port back. Looks like Gilkey actually was the one that had it activated, my mistake. And he did not get value out of it. He pushed the button a little bit too late. I find that there is like a wind-up time to start the portal. So sometimes it's better to port a little bit earlier in the fight than you would think that you need. Ends up getting punished for that, and the lead only growing now for the European roster.
20-11, 9.5 left on the clock. SLG loses that IP side positioning. Might open up Cloud9 the chance to push through. Take car, try to take P. They try to take down Sika, but Sika wins that close quarters combat with Ramy, the reversal no less. But 2 go down for SSGL. Cloud9 clinging to numbers advantage, but not before 3 go down for them. This is going to extend the lead, actually, for SSGL. Despite, in both instances, the double from Gilkey and then the previous play there recently, it feels like Cloud9 should be chipping away at this lead, but no, SSGL are building on it, now up 10.
Love to see the way SLG played that. He enters the util knowing he has a thrust in his back pocket. He's not going to fully enter the util. He's going to just go in far enough to deal damage and then thrust his way out. Knows it's going to throw off his opponent's aim, but also buy his teammates time to move up. I mean, these guys are all so fast on the map. That's what makes them so dangerous on this game type. And Aquarius in general, there's so many curb slides available on every corner of this map. It's so fun. If you are good with the curb slide mechanic and the thrust pack, you just feel like a movement demon at all times. And that's exactly what SSGL are. They are all movement demons. And when you're facing a team that can just fly this quickly at you and they know where you're spawning, it can feel almost impossible to win the game.
SLG going down, but still a 10-kill lead for his squad. Gilkey trapped in the generator, so too is his teammate Triton, and they'll both go down. Gilkey does trade out with Glory, but with this score, Eli, you got to play almost perfect Halo. We're already into the 30s. This Slayer has fully started, and it's an 11-kill lead maintaining here for SSGL. Glory now Looking to land some chase nades on the P1 side of the map. Breaking Shot wins a crucial piv against Legend. Legend had previously been 5-shotting all of his opponents, so a big win there for Breaking Shot. Can they use this double to get back in the fight? They need more.
Right now, Breaking Shot trying to keep his team alive. This guy, like we said, one of the up-and-coming rising stars in HCS. He's been playing quite well this game. Gilkey as well. I think Gilkey is underappreciated as a player. He's having a game of his own, but Ramy's been getting shut down. I mean, he's got 7 assists, so it's not like he's been out of all the fights. He's been unable to be the guy that finishes them off in a lot of these cases, but it's been the teamwork and aggression on the side of SSGL. Also just the spawn prediction. They're able to quickly apply pressure and then get out if they're ever weak. And that's why this lead has been growing for the past couple minutes.
3 down again for Cloud9. This is going to put them in potentially even a staggered spawn positioning. Keep an eye on where Breaking Shot spawns. As he spawns over on the generator. Ramy goes down, but 2 go down for SSGL. Legend now looking to clean up Breaking Shot. Breaking Shot, though, with the high ground, wins that fight. You really feel like at 43-31, Eli, you can't give up another death. Cloud9 trade out 2. Gilkey, Ramy go down, and SSGL only 4 kills away from victory in this series.
This game type often ends up as a blowout, mostly because if you're the team in the lead, you're getting the slays. You can control the top of the map. There's no spawn points on the top of the map, but you know, from there you can easily apply pressure to any part of the map that anyone spawns at the same time you're top mid applying pressure. You can send players through the sides of each of the spawn points, and that's why they've had this strong lead. They're just flowing around the map, but there's always somebody top mid that's also applying pressure. So honestly, a masterclass on how to play Aqua TS out of SSGL, and they're going to win the series 2-0.
Wow, we've seen some strong performances here from the international competition. LATAM's looked good, EU's looked good, as Quadrant, well, I should say SSGL, excuse me, take down Cloud9, 2-0 in this series. Absolute domination. Let's send it back to the broadcast booth to see what our hosts think. Allie and Toolez, take it away.
Thank you so much. Teamwork, aggression, and a really strong performance indeed. This team has been together since, well, we were just talking. 2 of them has been together since year 1, and this is a 3/4 Quadrant plus Glory. So-called Rookie of the Year. Toolez, your thoughts?
I'm really impressed, right? I think the Europeans keep getting better and better, and you know, I'm a big fan of Glory. I'm just gonna put it out right now. Like, I think he has the potential to become one of those players that can transcend Europe and maybe get offers for other rosters occasionally, or can help Europe become a top-fledged team. Like, I have those European teams be feared when they come to LAN, right? That's what that region has been looking for. But honestly, really big fan of this SSGL team. I think they've really showed out versus a pretty strong Cloud9 team. Like, this is exactly what needed to happen.
Yeah, Cloud9 was looking like a pretty strong team on paper, but then SSGL just completely dominated with another 2-0 today. The 2-0s today are just taking over the entire broadcast. I get happy when I get a game 3.
Yeah,
go for it.
I love game 3s. No, I want to see more game 3s, and I think that's what we're gonna see right here. I have a feeling that this Ryen noob team is gonna be pushing SSGL to the distance.
Yeah, we got Incognito versus SSGL on Winners Grand Finals, which I believe is what we're going to be watching up next. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's what's up next. And it's best of 3. I think the only best of 5 we have today is going to be in that grand final. So they're playing for their chance to play the only best of 5.
I am so excited to see just the matches getting more difficult and getting to a game 5. We want to get more drops on the Twitch chat, right? We're going to get more time to get some of those codings for our audience as well. So SSGL Incognito coming up next after this break.
moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settled on play. Putting the candle to flame. I go 100 all day.
Welcome back to the Halo Championship Open for the off-season open. There you go. I said it right this time, I think. We find ourselves already in the winners finals with Incognito and SSGL, and I think I have a prediction of my own, Tools.
Well, yeah, I want to hear what's this bold prediction you got going on.
Okay. I think to me, I feel energy. I feel the vibes. I think SSGL is going to be the one taking this win right now. We were watching Incognito earlier, and although they are a really, really strong squad, they were almost taken down by Alpha Gaming, which has been playing really, really well. So I'm feeling SSGL. What about you?
No, I'm right there with you. I think SSGL looks really strong. I would want to say, I think you're halfway to becoming a Halo Pro, because the one specific thing you said, you feel the vibes. That's half the work of being a Halo Pro. It's all about the vibes. You can get dropped just for not having the right vibes. So you're right there. You're learning what it takes to be a pro, and I think I'm right there with you. The SSGL team, it just seems that the vibes are a little bit higher right now. They're having a little bit easier time against their teams, though. Never count Ryen out, right? Ryen can make some stuff happen. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens. And, they're the only team that's had to go to a game 3 that still remains in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, we did see Incognito. We thought we were going to see them taken down by Alpha Gaming, but they came back, and that same thing can happen against SSGL. They can take the winning and take the grand finals all the way to the end. So I think I'm a big fan of Quadrant myself. I think I became a fan of them in the last 2 HCS games we got to see. So maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I'm feeling the energies, and maybe I should sign up to be a pro. Thanks, Tools. Next career, fifth job. Here we go.
I'm telling you, it's all you need. People think you need hard work, dedication, screaming. That's not it. You just need to have the vibe. You just need to know you're the best player. Make sure you don't check your teammates out, and you're right there. You're ready to be a pro.
Yeah, be a good teammate. Right now, we're looking at the games that we'll be watching. We have SSGL versus Incognito, like we were saying. Recharge Strongholds is going to be our first game of the day. Is there one of between these two teams? Is there any of these teams you feel like is better at Recharge?
Ooh, at Strongholds, I think there's one team everyone knows what to look at, right? SSGL. 3/4 and Quadrant. No one plays Strongholds better than Quadrant. Expect to see them play fast, aggressive, especially on Recharge. Do not let them get into the trip cap of doom, like they like to call it.
I like it. I expect to see the trip cap of doom coming up next. We have our game just starting. Our players are ready, and so are our casters. Eli Makowski, take it away.
All right, Eli, here we go. Your winner finals are set, and how fitting in this worldwide competition. We have one of the best in NA and one of the best in EU, but we do know that Quadrant squad, now with Gloria as the 4th instead, was extremely strong in Strongholds competition, especially towards the end of Season 2. Where do you see this one going as we kick off our winter final?
I think we're going to see a lot of what we saw Quadrant do last year. I mean, this Incognito roster, though, I feel like these guys could beat anybody in any given match. Like, if they just catch fire, I mean, like we talked about, they've got some incredible talent, but when it comes to these guys on Quadrant, they are so good at getting the trip cap and holding it. What they do is they try to force the spawns long haul, which is the worst place on the map to spawn when the enemy has a trip cap, because you don't have many options. You go left, you run into a guy that's watching you at gold. You go right, you run into a guy that's gatekeeping you from the tower. So now that they have this early lead and they got a bunch of slaves, we're going to see them start to employ that right now. Sometimes they don't have the time to get exactly into position, so they force the split spawns as we see here. But the rest of the spawners, guess where they spawn? Long haul. They're going to come back after they shut down the first couple spawners on one side. They split the rest to the other side of the map. They accurately predict it, and they go to kill them. So we're going to see a lot of the same for the rest of this game.
Sheesh, what a start here for SSGL as they go 4 down in back-to-back encounters. That leads to a trip cap for them. Holding strong, too, for quite a while. Incognito previously had a chance, fought hard to capture B off the start. They're able to finally reset it. Starting to score on C as well, but with 2 down for Incognito, SLG is going to make sure to cap B. We still see 3 red letters, A, B, and C. Now finally A going to Incognito. C hopefully going to start the scoring here for them, but with 100 potentially on the board before Incognito clears a point. They got to get something going. They got to get something going fast.
Called these guys spawn scientists earlier, and you're starting to see why. It's whenever they leave a position so that they can go stop them from capping a point, they understand which spawn points they open, they understand at which time those players should be spawning. They're able to wrap back and kill those players before they get any footing. But finally, Ryen and company able to get some points on the board, but Sika immediately finding the snipe headshot shuts him down, and now they're just gonna buy their time. They know they don't have to rush. They take very high percentage opportunities to finish the cap. If they start the cap, it's not in a desperate manner. It's usually with a high success rate. But as I say that, they had a high success opportunity there. However, it does get shut down this time by the strong two-man push on the side of Incognito.
Incognito with a strong counterpunch to get right back in this game. 3 previously going down for SSGL. Now a 2v2 on both sides as each team vie for a little bit of that high ground map control. Huss looking to claim gold, but Glory claims him instead with the grenade. Another 2v2 encounter though, and Legend gonna have to clean up and clear where Glory had previously went down. That battle for glass, so crucial. Another trade, but with that big win there from Godhand, that's formerly Carmea, that should potentially open up A, but no, SSGL with Sika is gonna shut that down, and Incognito with a trip cap, but not for long, as SSGL will secure A and likely B, it looks like, as well, but not before a little bit of a fight. But Godhand and Precision collectively take down 3, and they're going to claim B and continue the scoring. Great comeback here from Incognito.
Love the recognition from Sika. So he knew that he had to be the guy that went and capped A. He's trusting his team members to fight at B. They don't win the fight at B, so he says, you know what? All right, if you guys got B, I'll just go to C. They know how to play each of these situations so well. It's like you got to know where to send your resources and when it makes the most sense. Do you want to protect B? Do you want to just go for the other? Usually the path of least resistance is just to cap the first zone the other team already had instead of trying to stop them from capping one. And they're just one step ahead of the rotation in this case. But Incognito playing quite well out of this situation as well.
Yeah, despite a strong pushback from Incognito, it's still a double up lead here for SSGL. Incognito look to flip C. Smart rotation here, though, from Sika. He's not going to allow the points to be scored because he's countering with that A cap. Ryen looking to stop that, but he's not there in time. Does get the slay, and it looks like with 3 down, we should get the reset scoring continuing for Incognito.
So far, Incognito playing back at it. It feels like they understand how good this team is at strongholds, but they're quite good at it as well. It's just a matter of getting these slays, predicting where these players are trying to pressure them from their spawn point. And now they've actually got a trip cap, and they're going to do back to SSGL what SSGL did to them.
Well, Carmea could get in there quick with the G-Slide Super Edition. He does, and he does clean up SLG. Great movement tech use of the equipment there from Godhand as 3 go down for SSGL. Glory last player alive, looking to claim A, but no, he loses that crucial pib, and it's going to open up a trip cap here for Incognito. They're going to regain the lead.
So one side effect of how powerful Quadrant was at Strongholds last season is the fact that everybody else saw how good they were at it. So they've been watching film. I think Quadrant probably the most studied team after going on an 18-0 win streak on LAN of Strongholds. Finally losing it at Worlds, I believe. They went down to either Optic or FaZe, one of the powerhouses, but these teams are starting to figure out like what it was that they did so well in Strongholds, and they've learned from it, and they're starting to use that same tactic against them. That might be what we're seeing from Incognito right here.
And in one fell swoop, Eli, it looks like Incognito are going to soar into the 200s. B trickling their way as well. That's going to cause some chaos. Glory going to have to try to reset that, but he drops into B almost for free and goes down for free. 2 down for SSGL. Three caps up for Incognito, and they're rolling into the 200s. A big win there for Sika, though, but he trades out, and it looks like if SSGL off their back foot can't come off spawn here with a collective effort, this game could go to Incognito despite that hot start from SSGL.
We've been talking so much about how good Quadrant is at this game type, but I would like to mention that Huss and Precision were on that G1 roster that 250 0'd a few teams in this game type as well. So despite the members of Quadrant being known for being good at Strongholds, I'd say that Precision and Huss should be talked about in that same way. These guys have done some unthinkable things to teams on this game type specifically, and they're showing that they can even do it against the best Stronghold team in the world.
Big camo up here for Carmel, or for Godhand, but only 3 seconds left needed to finish this game. But 3 caps trickling in favor of SSGL. A and B are in fact going to go to them as the scoring continues and stops abruptly at 2:47 for Incognito. A little bit of a goal line stand here in Strongholds. Can Incognito close out the final 3 seconds? This opening break slay going to be so crucial. Precision gets it. Godhand cleans it up with a double. Huss cleans up on Sika, and there's only one player left. It's Legend, and this should in fact go to Incognito. What a ferocious comeback here in game 1 to take the series lead.
Let this be a lesson to you guys. Man, I'll tell you what, this is, maybe I'm going to get on my soapbox for a moment here. If I play matchmaking and you check out and think that we're out of the game within 1 minute of the game starting, and I hear you huffing and puffing in your microphone that you think that, well, GG's, we lost. It's not over till it's over. Thank you, Nighty Night, for saying that in chat, because it's so true, man. This game is literally designed for comebacks to be possible. You got to stay locked in. Don't give up just because the beginning doesn't go your way. It's a very snowbally game we play. Sometimes the beginning is rough. Don't check out. Keep spawning up. Keep making the best play. Sometimes you can make a miraculous comeback, and that's exactly what Incognito did here.
Yeah, Strongholds especially. You cannot take your foot off the gas, and you can't think that you're out of it until that final score says 250, until your eyes are on the post-game stat screen. It's not over until it's over, and my God, did we see the culmination, the metaphorical example there from Incognito as, what was it, like 100-0? Trip caps abound for SSGL, but Incognito find their form, regain their footing, and now take a 1-0 lead into this Game 2 live fire Slayer. Eli, what do SSGL need to look out for to come back in this series and tie things up after what looked like a pretty good game from them in Game 1?
I mean, to be completely honest, both these teams could win any game. Like, it's just going to come down to who gets that momentum, who plays off their back foot better to maybe flip the momentum into their favor. But I mean, both these squads are going to be very good at this game type, but who's going to win the fights that matter most? The fight for the sniper, the fight for the overshield, fight for the heat wave. If they're able to win those fights and get the items, they're going to predict the next set of spawns and they're going to collapse on them. But it could be either team that does those things.
Big opening break double kill for Huss. That's gonna earn him the heat wave to work with as well. 2 taps glory, but not able to get that horizontal burst into him as he'll make out with 2 shots left. Probably has to line it up vertically to get max damage here with just 2 shots left. Glory trying to set up that push through the tunnel system, facing some grenades, sends a few out of his own. Has teamwork support here on the side of OS as he looks to collectively push up through the cuts. Precision now on the Nest Bridge, takes down an opponent. Ryen looking to do the same to SLG. He has that sniper rifle to work with and elects to just make out and make it away with those 5 shots left.
Great early lead here for Incognito. Not only do they have the score advantage, but also the positioning and sandbox advantage, and certainly convert this into an even greater lead. But they lost the presence at C though. As soon as Precision goes down, that side of the map is open for SSGL to push through. They don't hesitate to take it, apply pressure through top mid, and they're right back in this. That sniper rifle is still down at sandbags. We'll have to see who ends up picking it up, but I think that if you're gonna hold the setup to force the spawns at B, as it seems that is the meta right now, you gotta, if you lose that player tower side, you gotta immediately fill that gap. I think that's something that people don't realize when it comes to setups, is as soon as one part of your setup dies, you gotta go there to fill in that gap. Otherwise, the other team's gonna take that space for themselves. That's exactly what SSGL did just then.
Sika and Legend previously with that big bait and switch win. They both went down to no shields. Were able to collectively take down Ryen to regain this lead, 12-11, as Legend has 3 shots left to work with in that sniper rifle. Pushing up on the side of A Sandbags. He has the back of Huss. Huss in between going up or down from that vent location. Ultimately goes down as Legend takes Precision down, but goes down shortly after trading out. It's a 16-12 lead now for SSGL.
Playing off their back foot quite effectively. They recognize in the previous play, they just had to take out the tower player and then move across to the rest of the map to flush out the rest of Incognito. They've maintained that lead and kept up the pressure on Incognito now to break the setup. They're going to have to take out this tower player if they're going to want to start getting some favorable spawns. That's exactly why we see Ryen taking this long route through back tower, but looks like SSGL kind of one step ahead. They predict the push or saw him early, and now The rest of this push is just dead in the water. It's actually going to go another 4 dead, a bit staggered as well. So I have to see if Incognito can maybe slow this down, take some space. They're going to want to spread out in a safe manner if they're going to be able to break this setup.
Legend with another snipe in his hand, this time of the fresh variety. 8 total shots to work with. He's going to take that over to the snipe tower side of the map, but I think he's actually going to rotate instead between nest and top tower. Ryen is going to take a peek, but Legend's going to take his face instead, and I like this positioning here. Going back and forth between snipe tower and nest bridge means that Legend doesn't stay too stationary to where Incognito can predict his location. Instead, Legend's getting right up in the action. He's getting right up in the fight despite having that sniper rifle. 3 go down for Incognito, and this is continuing to roll for SSGL up big going into the 30s.
As they push in to collapse on these spawners and recognize they open the space on the other side, Legend's okay with that. He's got a sniper rifle. Push them back, but both teams going to be looking at this overshield. It's up right now. Looks like the positioning kind of favorable for SSGL right now, but Ryen was going to try to take down the sniper player. SLG does sneak the overshield in the meantime. Legend going to take a spot to hopefully stay alive. He gets taken down. I imagine that sniper rifle is going to go to SLG's hands. And to be honest, I've been saying for a while now, I think SLG is one of the best snipers in the world. So if I'm on Incognito, I don't want to give him that option to start ripping heads.
Yeah, go check out his Twitter account. I think he posted an overkill on live fire with the snipe earlier today. Now hop on board here with Legend. Top 5 player in his own right globally across the HCS. Looking to just maintain positioning here. Up by a count at 12. Doesn't need to overextend himself. Really bait out the opposition into a push. That's a little bit of what we saw there. Is Legend, how many perfects have we seen? We got to start keeping tabs on that. You know, when you watch a streamer, he's got like his, in the top right, the amount of completions or something, whatever his goal is, he's got that counted in the top right. I need a perfection counter for Legend because we've seen multiple of those today.
I wouldn't be surprised if you looked up this man's Halo Data Hive stats, and he has, like, what would be a fun ratio to look at? If you divide the perfects by your total kills, so like what percentage of your kills are perfects, I would guess that Legend has one of the highest percentages in the world, because this guy, I mean, first of all, he's surrounded by snipers that are insane, so he often isn't the guy that picks up the sniper. He can certainly pop off, but he lets his teammates get it most of the time. But man, if this guy's just running around with a bandit, he's one of the most dangerous players on the map because he's just never missing. So be interesting to see that, and that's part of the reason they have such a massive lead here in this game too.
Repulsor sticky use there. You see that combination used again as Glory looking to secure the final 4 kills here. 46-36 SSGL after going down 1-0 in this series, look to tie it up, send us to a decisive game 3. And look at SLG, he says I like in an almost ceremonious fashion jumps off with Ryen.
That looked like, I don't know, you ever watch Super Smash Brothers and like in a tournament and like the other guy falls off the ledge on accident and then you just jump off in solidarity? It's called a homie stock. You just like, you know what, you didn't mean to do that, let's make it even. Like it's just a sportsman-like behavior on the side of SLG.
That was
the homie death there. So wow. But I mean, it didn't even matter at that point. It felt like a formality for the end of that game to come. And yeah, let's look at this again. So Ryen hits the G slide a little too far, and it looks like SLG just I'll just follow you off, you know, let's go take a drink together.
Well, if Ryen jumps off a bridge, would you do it too? SLG says, hell yeah, mom, watch this, as he jumps off the map. The game was decided at this point, so again, a ceremonious, a solidarity play there.
Yeah.
as both EU and NA reach across the table and shake hands. Love to see that, and we love to see full use of that series layout. Solitude, King of the Hill up next. Eli, what do we expect here? We have another one of those quote-unquote hill-based game modes. We thought that was going to favor SSGL, but no, Incognito took that pretty strongly in game 1. What should we expect here for game 3?
I mean, this does, in my opinion, King of the Hill and Strongholds, 2 very different game types. I mean, Strongholds, you gotta control all parts of the map simultaneously, or at least, you know, 2/3 of it. And this is just like a singular point on the map that you're gonna have to control and it rotates across points. You gotta favor map positioning more than anything. For every single hill, there's a different part of the map you want to hold. The first 2 hills, I think it's best to hold the tram and yard side of the map, because the top mid, you can obviously kill any enemies that are top mid pretty easily. You can also protect your teammate who's in the hill from that side of the map. You can also force the spawns to the snipe side, which are not very favorable for the first 2 hills, but then it kind of flips. For the next 2 hills, you do want snipe control, you do want blue control. So I think it's going to be whichever one of these teams is able to get that positioning and hold it best is often going to win this game time.
Incognito find the camo, but SSGL do not allow that player, I believe it was Huss, to make it much farther than the starting point. It's going to keep this one pretty clear and even. A little bit of sandbox control edge here, though, for Legend and SSGL, as they have 4 shots left to work with. A virtual tie here to start off this game, as SSGL will step back in the hill to restart the scoring. And Legend here just lining up a predicted push.
Doesn't hit the shot. Earlier we saw Frosty in a similar position, aiming lower to the ground, understanding that his opponent were likely to slide into the opening. Legend aiming at head level, doesn't expect to slide in this moment, so
good point.
Doesn't hit the shot, but his teammate is still accumulating hill time. We're at about 50% here. And they're holding the right side of the map. Like I talked about, this team is favoring the part of the map that gives the other team unfavorable spawns. We're seeing exactly why these are unfavorable. They can't get a sight line on the hill guy. The hill guy is just living for free, and this could be an early point for SSGL.
Yeah, this is going to go down for SSGL unless Ryen almost desperate here, but I don't think you want to do that. You want to start rotating towards this next hill. That's what Ryen's doing, looking to take that A ledge, positioning for some top ground, some high ground, but Legend takes him down before shortly going down himself. And Eli, you brought up a great point. The pre-fire set at head level. On the other side of the map, we saw that from Glory at A, and then Huss on Snipe, he slid through as well. So keep an eye on Legend. If we do have an encounter again where he's got the snipe in his hand, let's see where he sets up that pre-fire. If he takes recognition of what his opponents are showing him, which is that slide through, just something to keep an eye on as we continue on through this game. A 1-0 lead for SSGL, but Incognito start the scoring first on Hill 2.
It is SSGL that earned the slays and that the correct side of the map. They can't get into the hill just yet. They're going to let SLG come in with this camo, perhaps take a player out. Members of Incognito wisely getting out of the hill, probably knowing that this camo player is on the way, but SLG gets 2 shots in both, and both kills get cleaned up immediately. He's going to see if he can find some use for this camo on the other part of the map now.
SLG creeping through the map with the remains of that camo. Unfortunate timing there as it went out just as Precision had eyes on that predictive push with the camo. A little bit easier with eyes fully on it as that camo depletes. So too does the light force from SSGL as Incognito have a slight numbers edge, only by 1. But it's SSGL with a little bit of an edge on the scoring in this second hill. A big slay there, though, should give Godhand and the rest of this Incognito roster the chance to push on through. Godhand needs to secure the final shots, though, on SLG. He does ultimately trade out, but it would have been a perfect all-4 up for Incognito. That could affect them and their chance to score. It also allows SSGL to get right back in the fight on the A side.
An uncharacteristic miss from Godhand. This guy, one of the most skilled players in the game, especially when it comes to movement, but SLG making himself that much more difficult of a target to kill in that moment. Just getting that 1 kill was huge. Like you said, the difference between him dying and staying alive was the difference, I think, in this hill, because Incognito would have had a much stronger hold if Carmea secures that kill and stays alive.
Absolutely. You set up that player on the A side. He's able to look through the cafe and just with some grenades stop the flow and stop the push of SSGL. Instead, they have massive numbers advantage on that A side. Use it to take advantage of this Incognito roster and now have a 2-0 lead. 3:22 left on the clock. Sika with the camo as favor starts to mount in SSGL's favor, and so too does the score.
This is kind of a fast-paced game for this game type in particular. We've actually seen some games on this go to 1 minute left on the clock before the first hill is capped. So
right,
SSGL really played that first hill very efficiently to the point that we still have a lot of time on the clock, which in a weird way actually plays to Incognito's favor because these first 2 hills were capped so easily. There's still a lot of time on the clock. The next couple of hills are a lot easier to lock down than those first 2. So I absolutely see a possible avenue for Incognito to come back into this.
That was a tough kill right there, Eli, for Legend. Started to roll that reticle to the right, thinking he had taken down Godhand, to readjust and recenter that shot on Godhand to take him down ultimately. It's a big play. But Incognito are just one small leap away from making this a one-score game, as they do, in fact, take that third hill. Hill rotating now. That LR side, poster side of the map. Crucial gunfights going on here to take map control, is to take the edge on Slays, and Incognito have done that, taking 3 down. They're going to have the first eyes on a potential chunk gain. We saw SSGL get in for a sliver of the hill, but Incognito with these Slays should be able to set up for a little bit more time than what they have now. Now they do, in fact, regain the lead, but not before Legend gets right back in the hill, finds the assist. Goes down shortly after there to Precision. Precision looking to win a piv to stay alive, but it's a 2v1 instead. And SSGL have regained the chunk gain that we thought Incognito would have instead.
Not only that, but it's a good time to do it. Both the sniper and the camo just came up. You should be able to get both here. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Just the sniper comes up, but that's still huge on this map. Lori had it for just a moment. He gets taken down, but it's been a non-stop brawl over there on the snipe side, but it's SSGL coming out on top in the last couple engagements.
SSGL looking to go 3-1 in this match. And Eli, you brought this up earlier, the clock. Because of the fact that there's still 3 minutes left, this is still going to be a game. Incognito have all the time that they need to come back, despite this hill going back, this 6th hill going back up to top mid. That'll take at least probably a minute and a half, but with 3 minutes left, you have a minute and a half and a minute 45 or so to come back, but it starts with one. You really got to take this piece by piece, as Glory finds another Slay there on Precision. This opening break Slay once again so crucial, as SLG, look at this. They're just going to bait that hill, knowing that they have the lead, and they're forcing Incognito right now to chase.
This is definitely the time to do it when you're up by 2 in King. That's the inflection point. An inflection point, something that changes your strategy based on the game state. And Quadrant, well aware of this. They say if we're up by 2, the more time we burn off the clock, the better it is for us. Use the hill as bait. We can take positioning around it, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Even though there's still significant time left on the clock, this is a pretty hard hill to cap. It is quite exposed. There's a lot of places on the map you can throw grenades at it, so it's going to be a very hard fought win here for Incognito. They're going to have to get significant control and spawn kill if they're going to actually cap this one, and then also cap the next one.
And they need to do it before that clock hits a minute 30, let's say, at least, because we know that top mid hill takes a lot more time to secure and control with all of those angles. SLG finding the right angle as he takes down Godhand. Ryen make it 3. Precision goes down. Triple kill, killing spree. SLG on 100 ping with 100% accuracy.
Guy is actually insane at the video game. Like I said, one of the best snipers in the world, but obviously no slouch with the bandit either. He's playing against some of the best as well, so to perform this highly against opponents like his, I mean, this guy is out of this world. One of the most talented gamers in Halo, period.
Zika in a 1v1, a little loose with the shots, a little shaky, but with that 3-1 lead, a minute left on the clock, SSGL feel very comfortable with their positioning. Legend specifically with great positioning at the top of Snipe Tower. He's got the perfect angle, Eli, to take any to put shots on any player for Incognito that step into the hill. We see that again as Godhand gonna have a tough go at securing more time. Less than a minute to go as SSGL look to close things out and stamp their ticket to the grand final. More perfect shots from Legend. Eli, we gotta go open up the Halo data hive, because I think Legend's 50% of his kills at least are perfect.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be 50% because there's just a lot of time. Like if you're team shooting, I think that one thing that hurts his chance to have a higher perfection or perfect count is the fact that his teammates are so good. They're always team shooting. You can't really get a perfect unless you're in a 1v1 piv. But I mean, if this guy is in a 1v1, he's going to win it more often than not. One of the best shots we've ever seen. One of the highest. He's always top 5 KD almost every tournament on LAN last year. I mean, this guy was in conversation to replace like APG on Optic. Like this is that dude. This guy could join SSG and be, you know, upgrade that team as well. So
absolutely.
I mean, this guy is certainly one of the best, and he's proven why today.
Unbelievable. as SSGL emphatically stamp their ticket to the grand final off the killing frenzy from Legend. And look at the blood in he's got blood in his mouth. He wants more. The game's over, Legend. You can put down the controller, my man. Unbelievable performance from him as he absolutely locked down the snipe tower. And most importantly, it was the strategic decision, Eli, to not put any points on the board. Once they went up 3-1, they had their strategy, they stuck to it, and they executed it to perfection, much like the shots we saw from Legend.
So impressive from these guys. Keep in mind, they're playing on high ping. It's an American server, and they're playing on 90 to 100. Although some people in chat will say something like, oh, there's ping advantage or lag compensation. Like, man, forget all that. These guys are playing in difficult conditions. They might be more used to it than some NA players because we're spoiled. We don't have to play on high ping very often, so maybe they know how to do it better. I don't know, but you got to give these guys props. They're some of the best in the world. They're always in contention, even on land. So props to these guys winning the winners bracket. That puts them in great position to win the whole thing. They're going to have that chip in their pocket, which means whoever comes out of the losers bracket is going to have to beat them twice if they're going to win this tournament.
Perfect execution, perfect shots from SSGL, and the perfect duo in our hosting booth. Let's send it back to Ali and Toolez for their thoughts on that winter finals.
Thank you so much. A killing frenzy to end the game, huh, Toolez? That was fun to watch. SLG and Legend. Can we talk about them?
Oh, they're popping on, right? We saw the killing frenzy at the end. Obviously, great positioning from Legend with that sniper rifle to get the players as they desperated towards the hill. But I really want to give a shout out to SLG and check out this play in particular. It's all about the routes that he takes, right? He's getting behind enemy lines. No one notices. And, well, what does that lead to? An easy triple kill because of how much he understands timing in the game. He understood when and how those spawns were going to happen, took immediate advantage of it, and from there you knew this game was over. He was constantly in their face. And then on the other side of it, it was Legend really taking high ground and using the game state to his advantage, right? It's desperation mode for the rest of this Incognito squad. Well, take advantage of that. Get up high, look at the spawns, try to pick them off as they come to the hill, and well, that led to the killing frenzy that you see on screen.
Yeah, incredible gameplay from the entire team, basically. They were all in their 20s and their kills. And also, Sika, I believe, had almost 20 assists in that game. I believe that, to me, that means that's complete control and teamwork from SSGL, which ultimately led to their win here today. Any shout-outs to maybe Incognito and see they won that first. We were expecting with that trip cap of death in Stronghold's recharge, and we didn't get that one right. It went to Incognito. What do you think led to that?
Honestly, just really strong, resilient plays from a well-captained team from Ryen. Like, they were down early in the game. The trip cap was in early, and they didn't let it get to them, right? I think Eli talked a little bit about how you do not check out early in the game, especially Stronghold. It's a rotational game type where you can go on big swings. Well, that's what Incognito did. They stayed strong. They waited for their opportunity. When they saw the mistake, they took advantage, got a trip cap of their own, and just blew the game wide open. I think a really strong play from Incognito. It's just a shame that they couldn't get them back to back, right? They needed to play a little bit stronger in that Slayer, and then I think the King of the Hill was a little bit of a blowout in my opinion. I just not enough steam to get them across the finish line.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to learn from those games we just watched, and soon enough we're going to be watching our grand finals. SSGL has moved up to grand finals, but now we're going to be heading into our lower bracket to find out who's going to be moving forward until the end. Any thoughts on where we're at with the lower bracket teams?
Oh, I'm really interested in the Crowd Pleasers Mind Freak. So Crowd Pleasers have had to play against two of the best Australian teams in the tournament. It was a 2-1 in the winner's side. I wonder if they can take down the other Australian team in Mind Freak as well. Also keep my eye out on the Mexican teams, in particular Luminosity and Alpha. Luminosity looks to be having a really tough matchup coming up soon, with Solitude waiting on that upper side. Solitude being that team with two of the triplets in Avenue and Suppressed, but then you also add Boo Boo, Dubu, and Frosty to the equation. That's going to be a really tough team to beat in the elimination side.
Yeah, I would love to see Alpha make it all the way to the end. They've been playing such a strong game today, and I really want to see them make it. And maybe we'll get I don't know, an Alpha versus SSGL. Did I say that one right? Is it SSGL?
SSGL. You know, it's so hard. You know what? You know what's not hard, Allie?
What?
Subbing to the channel. You know what I'm saying? If you want to support LVT Halo, it's real simple. You might have a free sub available right now. Go check underneath your screen. Make sure if you have a Prime sub, use it here. Like, we appreciate it. If you don't use it here, use it somewhere, because every day you don't use that, I think it's like 17 cents you're giving back to Jeff Bezos. And let me tell you what, Jeff Bezos don't need no more 17 cents. We need to get down with that. You know what I'm saying? You got that Prime sub, use it. At the end of the day, everything we do here is community funded. No, there's no big person behind us making sure that we're getting paychecks. It's all you guys watching the stream, subbing to the channel, watching ads, making sure that we can keep doing these productions and keep leveling up. And so far, I mean, hey, we love the support. Keep watching. It's been awesome. But if you have the ability to, you know, a little sub doesn't hurt anyone.
Yeah, that is the reason why we're here, because you guys support, because you guys sub, because you guys watch. You guys are here to hang out with us, but also, you know, get a cool badge next to your name, not get ads while you're watching. You know, those can interrupt the game sometimes, especially at specific moments where you're like at the edge of your seat and suddenly an ad. We don't like those. Well, the best way to avoid it is by subbing, right, Tools?
Yeah, absolutely. And look at that.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my God, Allie, yeah. They're coming in. Well, let's give some shout outs real fast. Shy with the 5. Via Meta giving 5. Love to see Via Meta over 500 in the channel now. 501. Riznak giving 5 as well. They all came in at beigey. I hope I said that. Is it beigey or baggy? You know, I never say it right, and I feel like I do this every time. With 10 gifted as well. Oh my gosh, shout out to all the gifted subs. That's crazy. That all happened at once. It was all silence, and then it just boom, it all happened all at once.
Were they coordinated? I think they coordinated. They were waiting for us to call it out. We're at a level 3 hype train right now, 76%. Let's go. Thank you so much, everybody. And Jeremy with a Prime.
Hey, you know, Primes, they're special. You know what I'm saying? No cost to you. You might just have one available right now. Use it right there. And that Prime sub got us to a level 4 hype train. So hey, shout out. You know, thank you everyone that's been subbing. How's your you know, you've done it a couple times now, but back again on the LVT stream, how does it feel like doing this for the first time, not for the first time, but you know, getting right back into this sort of hosting position?
Yeah, I'm honestly really excited to be here. I feel like the hosting bug bit me when, what was it, July, the last time I did it, I believe, for the SSG tournament. Man, honestly, it just like brightened up my day and honestly my year. I found like it's like a new game that I just can do, like max out, and I'm at level 1 right now, and I'm hoping to, I don't know, reach max level later. Yeah, it's been fun to be able to like do something new here on Twitch, and something really important, which is bringing these games that might not be as how would I say it? Everybody knows, everybody watches the main broadcast, and I believe that what LVT is doing here, watching these matches that might not get as much hype in the main scene, people watch the top players, and here LVT watches and enables everybody to be able to become fans of players at their earliest, you know, and see them grow. And I think that's really important. So I'm really happy to be here and be a part of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you love, live, and breathe competitive Halo, like LVT Halo is the spot to be at. You know, some players know that as well, because we got I want to say this right, Bochai50 with the 2-month sub. Love to see that. And then Julius Chavez with a Prime sub as well. So thank you everyone that's been supporting us through what we do. I mean, it's crazy to think about what we've been able to accomplish. Like in the last couple years, when we came into Halo Infinite, I think we were under 10,000 followers on our Twitch account. Now I think we hit 60K. I'm not sure what our exact number is now, but the growth that we've seen has been insane. The support that you guys have been giving us, the fact that we're able to like go out to events and produce like a Bravo stream for these HCS events is all because of like you guys and the help that you provided, allowing us to basically do that is awesome. And you know, as long as you guys are there and supporting us, we're going to give you 120% of what we're doing here. We're always going to strive for improvement, and that's what you're going to see this next season, right? We're trying some new stuff out. We're gonna get it there. You're on for the ride, right? We're gonna keep improving week in, week out. And I think it's going to be a really special season next season with what we have planned for LVT Halo.
I believe so too. I believe so too. I think you guys are the reason why LVT gets to be there in LAN and in person in these events, and it's really cool to see how LVT has grown so much. I think it's time. I need to see the voices in my head if they can repeat what they just said, so I can communicate properly.
I think we're ready for our next match. So, and I think we actually have a new caster coming in as well. So I think it's going to be Eli and Active for our next match, but we're going down to the elimination bracket. Let's see what they got going on, what they're cooking down there.
Here we go, the HCS off-season open number 1. Guys, I'm here. That's right. I broke into the house. I'm entered in. I'm sitting down, and I'm ready for some incredible Halo. And I've got Eli with me. You're nice and warm, I would imagine at this point. You've got a lot of reps under your belt. How's the tournament been so far for you?
Man, it's been super exciting. It's been awesome to see all these players, some pickup squads, some like theorized potential season 3 squads. So the action has been insane. We followed it all the way through the winners. Now we're going to pick up in the losers bracket. We've got Lies versus Crowd Pleasers, and I couldn't be happier to have you joining me here on the desk, Tim.
Hey, I appreciate that, and I bounce back the same sentiment. We're going to be looking at crowd pleasers here, of course. Kratos, he's one of those players who he really has that personality, right? Everyone loves to talk about Kratos, and a player who I think we need in the scene, honestly. A lot of people think his takes are kind of crazy, but I think it's great. I think Halo needs that type of drama and that type of personality, and of course, crowd pleasers, they're looking like they're trying to come back up against the wall right now, down 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, Kratos is he's got all the confidence that you should have if you're going to be a Halo professional. You got to go into games thinking you're the best. You don't want to be intimidated by anyone. And I think that's just kind of the personality he has. Maybe he said some things that rub people the wrong way, like I'm the best to ever do it. But you know what? You got to have that kind of self-belief, I think, to be great at anything you do, whether it's true or not. So yeah, he's leading this squad. Definitely the veteran on this roster. I mean, we've got Ice Kid, who's kind of new, but this guy's been a complete demon in matchmaking. I think I played against him and he dropped 50 kills in a game, so I know he's a demon. And on the other side, we've got Lies, who we did watch earlier today in our first couple matches. These guys have been teaming together for quite a while. They've got good teamwork, and the last addition to their roster is the reigning world FFA champion Last Shot. So I think we're going to see a lot from both of these teams.
Yeah, you and I both know you start in the free-for-all. You're really able to get molded as a player. You could be a phenomenal Forest player in Last Shot. He's probably going to be one of those players, right? Obviously very dominant in free-for-all, but that playstyle has to be translated. We're going to be on board with Facty, though. Putting some shots into the player on Nest. Decides to poke through. He had a little bit of help there, but maybe just wanted to get a bit more damage, and it looks like Lies are looking to close out this hill. They're going to have to kill Hadev first. Hadev sets off the remote detonation. A beautiful kill there to solidify control. They've got to take these players off of A, though, so that they can get that control of that side of the map, but they do leave those tower spawns.
This hill about to go in favor of crowd pleasers, and you're exactly right. They do want to start thinking about moving early for this next hill when it goes top middle. The tower is definitely the most important part of the map. Honestly, tower, important part of the map no matter where the hill is, besides when it's in A. I guess that's the only hill that I don't recommend to stay here, but every other hill, this is a great spot to not only control the spawns, but also have vision on all 3 lanes. And looks like it's going to be crowd pleasers, or sorry, Lies that gets control of the tower early, and they're going to probably have a better chance of capping this hill for it.
Well, Hadev's going to do his best to stay alive here. He's the point of contention, gets the kill onto Sylvanic. Hops in with the heat wave, a repulse off the map as well, secures that kill, snaps to the player on OS as well to try and get that D-scope onto him, but that's going to be Last Shot now with the overshield in his hand, pushing aggressively here on the C-Plat side. A big kill by him, but a great job by Glitchy right there to remove his OS completely.
Yeah, I think Glitchy must have had the plasma pistol because he went from full to nothing about instantly, but Lies still in control of the tower. What you're going to see a lot of teams do in this position, if you're crowd pleasers, is actually wrap all the way around. You want to approach the tower and get control of it first, as we see Ice Kid doing exactly that. It's much better to get control of the tower because you're not going to get significant time if you just keep funneling through sandbags to the hill. It's just too easy for you to die. So love the way that crowd pleasers played this. They fought for the map positioning first, and they're getting the hill time second.
Ice Kid controlling the tower you so spoke about there, how important it is, but he's got a snipe rifle as well. Gonna miss that flick on the last shot. Last shot will win that individual piv, but he's gonna get taken out quickly, and it seems like Crowd Pleasers on top of the Slays here. But Facti and the team of Lies are on top of that control, and as I say that, all four go down. The spawns flip, and now Crowd Pleasers in control of the hill and also in control of that C-plat.
Both teams playing this hill very well. Now at this point, with so close to cap, both teams mostly going to mosh pit top mid and just send as many resources here as possible. We're going to see a ton of grenades coming in, but it looks like the grenades not strong enough on the side of Crowd Pleasers. So Lies actually gets this point, and it's such an important one to get, to take that 3-2 lead into this next hill. That forces Crowd Pleasers to play perfect for the next two hills, where Lies just needs one.
Yeah, and I really like that play by Last Shot, right? He understood that his team was in position to take that hill, so instead he took space and provided that extra cushion for his teammates to secure that cap. Now, like you said, 3-2. Lies lead by 1. A very important open tournament. Kind of, like you said, a lot of teams trying out different, chemistry, different teammates. It's a statement that could be made here as Kid Nasty gets the overshield and decides to push on this C-plat side. Half of that overshield is going to dissipate, but still has a little bit to work with to try and secure half of this last hill.
Yeah, something interesting to talk about, just longevity as a squad. If you've been together for a while, you've talked through different scenarios, you've probably played in this exact situation before, you've probably figured out a solution to the problems if there were any. And I think that's been the slight edge so far for Lies. Like, Crowd Pleasers, obviously a great set of players, but so far Lies just seems to be just ever so slightly edging in front of them, and I'd have to imagine that it's an experience diff. These guys just know what to do in different situations, and they're putting that on display.
Well, here comes the last solidified push here from Crowd Pleasers. They do get 2 down on the side of Lies, but they go 3 dead, and that will be it. A beautiful job there to close out game number 1, and definitely a statement being made. Winning by 2 caps there, definitely very huge for Lies in that situation, and definitely looking to continue that momentum here in game number 2 on Aquarius Slayer.
I think Aquarius Slayer is a good game type for Crowd Pleasers to come back into this. I mean, you just got 4 good shooters that understand the spawn system, that know how to push up and work together, get different sight lines. I mean, you don't have to have a lot of reps together to be good at this one. So looking to see Crowd Pleasers bounce back in this one to keep it even. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-0 sweep for Lies.
Yeah, Lies just look really strong. I mean, Sylvanik is a player who I was talking to him. He was actually thinking about, potentially swapping over to mouse and keyboard. I believe he decided to stay on controller, which probably is the better decision. But he was watching my stream for a bit because he wanted to kind of prepare and, start to learn M&K. But it looks like, he is on controller and dominating on controller. So definitely a good decision. But here we go. Game number 2. It's going to be Aquarius Slayer. Just want to shout out the Halo community. A lot of support coming into the LVT channel earlier. Just want to say thank you guys for that, man. The ability, your ability to support this cause and support LVT as we have all of these tournaments on showcase for you is just, it's heartwarming for me. We all do this and we love the game, and you guys supporting is phenomenal. That being said, if you have a Twitch Prime sub, you know what to do. You know what to do. But here we go. Eli, like I said, it's a pleasure. Game number 2. Let's see if Lies can pull this 2-0 off, or if Crowd Pleasers will bring us to another game number 3.
Now, Aqua Slayer is a game type. I feel a lot of people struggle with this one because there's no objective, right? So it's kind of unclear what you're supposed to do at any given moment. I would say that one thing you got to focus on is definitely control the thrusters. The thrust is kind of a free kill if 2 guys are equally skilled. The guy that has the thrust is most likely to win a 1v1. So you can hold those and keep them out of the hands of the other team. That's going to play to your favor. You also want the heat wave. Obviously, sandbox control super important, but one thing that's not talked about a lot is, like, you need to have top map control. You need to have both top mid and a base, or top mid, E2, car 3. You don't want everyone there because then the other team has some angles to escape from your vision, but you want to have a nice mix. You want to have players spread out around the map, both high and low. Somebody maybe patrolling through bottom mid, somebody top, and maybe somebody in the base. That way you're going to have every angle on the map covered, and you're going to have a better chance to spot people out and also team shoot together.
You heard it here first, folks. Halo lessons free 99 from Eli. Very, very important. I mean, I wish, more people kind of adapted that top center control and that base. A lot of people don't know that. So Maybe you learned something here as we push with Kid Nasty in the bottom center. A great job staying alive there. Doesn't use the QT. You know, obviously that QT being in the open side of the map on top center, doesn't want to poke that with no shields, but the amount of damage he's doing with his team, you see they're kind of rolling together. They've got control of the spawns now. As they block the entire side of red. Now they force the spawns on blue.
Actually love what I just saw Kid Nasty. He activated it after they get 4 dead just to get to the opposite half of the map faster, understanding that the spawns were likely to come on that side. He just wants to apply pressure as soon as possible. He knew his portal was already in the courtyard. If he portals there, he can just go immediately deal some damage and then also escape once he gets to one shot. Is exactly what he did. Comes back, and that's why they've mounted the lead here now, 18-14 for the favor of Lies.
Facty in a big situation here. He's going to get 2 assists. That's actually beautiful in that scenario, right? He gets his teammates to spawn on the utility side, able to play his life, and now they can push out once again. A great job by Lies in this scenario has netted them now a 7-kill lead in this game.
You like the way that Facty goes P2 here. He checks the fridge side because it's kind of equally likely, right? If you just killed them all on the other half of the map, you don't know if they're going to spawn fridge, base, or util. So he just goes up there, takes one glance at the fridge, says they're not there. Deductive reasoning says they must be in the util side, immediately shifts his attention, and he's dealing damage on the other side. So great awareness on the side of Facty throughout that play.
I've heard a lot of people talk about Aquarius Slayer and how, you know, many people have the same experience where this map can be really good for you. It can work out in your favor, and sometimes you just play absolutely terrible on it. It's all about that timing, right? Crowd pleasers on the back end of that timing, having some just, you know, spawns that are isolated that Lies are doing a great job of pushing. But now it looks like crowd pleasers have turned the script just a bit. It's Kratos aggressive on the yellow side here. Some great shots to the bottom center of the map as well. He's going to get one. Tries to put some damage on a second, and look how much damage he's able to do here. Unfortunately, none of it's going to get cleaned up, but regardless, the damage was done.
Damage important, but what's more important is someone there to follow up on the damage. I mean, if you deal a ton of damage, but everyone that you shot is able to just run away and get their shields back, you're probably just dying for no reason. So I have to argue maybe Kratos a little bit too far ahead of his team, probably unaware of exactly where his teammates were in that moment. Might have expected somebody to be closer, doesn't get the help he expects, and he goes down. And you can't be making plays like that if you're going to break back into this. You got to work together. You got to listen to your teammates. Your teammates should be telling you where they are, what their timing is, when they're hitting, and where they're hitting. And right now it just seems like crowd pleasers not exactly on the same page with some of these pushes.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that. Lies continuing to stagger these spawns. Finally, Ice Kid does get a kill there, and that's going to be an important kill for him. He's 4-9, so any kill that you can get when you're at a deficit like that really starts to change the momentum. And momentum, like you said, needs to be changed at this moment in time. 36 now to 29. Glitchy pushing in aggressively here, has to win this 1v1, but the teamwork out of Lies way too strong once again.
Yeah, this, I mean, 9-kill lead right now for Lies. Crowd pleasers might be trying to slow it down. It's kind of a lull in the action. This most quiet the map has been all game. Looks like they do spot them out though, and they're collapsing from both sides. I don't think crowd pleaser has anywhere to go. This is the thing, right? Like you're at a deficit. You feel like you need to slow things down and work together, but on Aquarius, you don't really have time to slow down ever. You gotta, as soon as you come off the spawn, you gotta immediately take space horizontally, move out to one side together, spread out a little bit. If you all end up in the same area, you're gonna get collapsed on and heat wave, just like Kid Nasty is right now. And I don't know if crowd pleaser has any way out of this. This is looking like a slam dunk victory for Lies.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the top right of your screen, right? It's just constantly isolated spawns 2-on-2-on-2, and finally, when crowd pleasers plays it slow, like you said, they get pushed and they get, you know, aggression comes through from Lies with power weapons like the heat wave, and then things like this happen. Some great shots there by Last Shot, but again, 3 kills is all that's left here for Lies to get to make this a 2-0, and definitely a very convincing game here once again. Coming off that game number 1, they continue this momentum on. I love that word, momentum. Very, very important to get that first win and continue that strength on throughout the series, especially when it's a best of 3. And there you go, Lies with a 2-0 on to crowd pleasers in a very convincing fashion. Last Shot 15-12. What a beautiful game out of him.
Super impressive stuff out of Lies. They just worked together. They were team shooting. Like I said, they had many angles on the map at all times. They kept a player top mid to have those upper sight lines and also had players patrolling through bottom mid. They clear one side of the map, immediately turn around, go back to the 50-yard line, apply pressure to the spawners on the other side, and it was just a masterclass of Aquarius Slayer. Great stuff from Lies.
Well, with a convincing 2-0, we're going to quickly get back to our host on the host desk. Guys, what you think about that series?
Thank you so much. That was an incredibly fast game. I feel like I couldn't even it just went by so fast. You just mentioned, and one of the casters just mentioned, was it Active? Active just mentioned it being a masterclass in Aquarius. I feel like I need a masterclass in Aquarius because it is my worst map. I can do well in the others, but Aquarius, it's 80% bad to 20% good. So please teach me Aquarius. I feel like everybody has a worst map. So if you do have your worst map, come on, type it in chat. We all do. We all have a worst map. Tools, give me your thoughts.
Well, one thing I'll say real fast, Ali, if you're trying to improve on Aquarius, I think two of our casters on the stage right now have a Metafy. You can go Metafy for Active and for Eli. So you can book yourself a lesson right now. Code Tools. Use code Tools for 5% off your Active and Eli the Sensei lessons. Make sure you guys get that code up and going.
Writing it down.
Yeah. But one thing I will say is Lies really impressive in this series. I think they played against a very good team strongly, right? It's like, no, Kratos is a player that's gotten second at a Halo World Championship, right? He's had an impressive career. He's made more money in Halo than 99% of Halo players. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy is someone who's gone and has been the distance in these tournaments. For Lies to come out and have a pretty decisive victory against crowd pleasers to knock them out of the tournament, I think that says a lot to the upside potential of this Lies roster. The problem is what awaits for them in this elimination bracket, and to see how far they can keep this train going.
Yeah, and up next we just have Lies continuing on, and look who we have up against Lies. We have Alpha Gaming, the Mexico team that has been on fire the entire day today. So I'm really looking forward to seeing here who's going to be winning. I think I'm rooting for Alpha, but I don't want to side too much on one side. Who are you? What are your predictions between these two?
I think this has Game 3 written all over it, and right now, honestly, I have to give the edge to the team from Mexico. Alpha just looks really good today. It's going to be a really tough task for Lies to come out on top, but you never know what can happen in these tournaments. I have my eyes set on this team going the distance. I'm really excited for this next match.
Yeah, we also have Cloud9 coming up on the other side of the lower bracket, so this could go anywhere still. We're moving through this lower bracket, and hopefully in just a little while we're gonna get to see grand finals. But we are about to go on a break, so sit back, relax, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Welcome back to the Halo Championship Series, the Open off-season. Toolez, we're back, and we are going to be watching Lies versus Alpha. I know that we've been talking that Alpha is on fire, but I don't think we should really count out Lies because we have two really neat players and fan favorites too that we have here. Kid Nasty and Last Shot have been doing really great in the tournament today. Any thoughts on? Let's talk about Lies a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you got two, like you said, Kid Nasty and Last Shot, two incredibly gifted FFA players that have been going the distance multiple times throughout the HCS season at these major tournaments to get into the grand finals of those tournaments. They both made a good little chunk of money playing in those free-for-all tournaments. Honestly, really impressed with their slaying ability, right, and the explosiveness that they can provide in the game. I think can't be understated, right? And then when you pair that up with Facti and Slavonic on the other side, I think that's a team that's like has a very strong foundation to build upon and get better in the future.
Indeed. And just so the people watching know, Alpha Gaming is a team from Mexico. So we have worldwide teams competing in this event, and we have Alpha moving up in the lower bracket. So that's really cool for those of you who are cheering for Latin America or Mexico to be able to, follow their story today. I'm excited to see who is going to be winning between Alpha and Lies. They've both been playing amazingly today, and I think it's all about what will happen next in our Oddball Street, which will be our following game. If you have any predictions about who you are expecting to win this, please type them in the chat. We have Streets Oddball coming up next, followed by Recharge Slayer, and hopefully we get a Game 3 Argyle CTF, which I will say, Argyle, that map Argyle. I feel like I keep talking about maps I don't like today. Do you like Argyle, Toolez?
You know what? I think I might get some people to hate me on chat right now. Argyle has grown on me. like Argyle.
Oh.
He put me on full screen when I said, like, he's trying to make sure I can't get out of this. But I actually like Argyle. I think it's gotten better as time's gone on. Without the battle rifle, now with the bandit, I think that skill expression shines through a little bit more now that you just can't cross map completely. It might be heresy for some people. It might make me lose some fans. I think my Twitter account is like falling as we speak, but I'm kind of a fan of Argyle. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think it's gotten better with the bandit change.
All right, I feel like it's a map that I'll have to play more with the bandits for sure. The bandits, now we have players that have a lot more practice with the bandits here on this tournament, and hopefully we'll get to see some really cool plays happening in year 3, which should be happening in February. Might be our first HCS official like tournament happening.
Yeah, I think it's like when it happened last year, right? So hopefully we have like that similar timeline.
Yeah. Time should blow by really fast. And speaking of time going by fast, the players are ready. So we're about to watch Lies versus Alpha playing Streets Oddball. Casters, Active and Eli, take it away.
Here we go. We're here again. We get to see Lies once again, and this time versus Alpha. Now, I watched a little bit of them earlier. We had a discussion about ping, and a lot of people will look at the ping and say, "Oh, ping advantage" or whatever. There's a big discussion on that. For me, you have your advantages and your disadvantages, and this is how it goes. So we're gonna see if maybe Alpha can continue on this domination against Lies, who looks pretty hot right now, Eli.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a very fast-paced game. I think both these teams have shown a mastery of the spawn systems in Halo Infinite so far this tournament. So it's going to come down to winning these fights. And I mean, both teams playing super hot right now, in my opinion. Can't wait to get into this one.
Yeah, super hot and super aggressive. You're seeing trades back and forth. Alpha going to be on the lower end of those trades now. The ball is going to get rotated over towards A, and it's going to be Facty here with the power weapons in hand. We constantly talk about streets and talk about how important these power weapons can be, the Bulldog being one of the strongest weapons in the game.
100%. He's actually just going to deny this entire lane from access, expecting members of Alpha to want to spread out. So they're kind of respecting Alpha in this moment, in my opinion, understanding that they are a smart team that wants to go to multiple lanes during a push. But Alpha actually delayed their push through the purple side, which threw him off. Facty unable to get any value out of the shotgun, and it's Alpha that make a clean break. So they sent most of the resources through B first, send that player through the purple side second. And unfortunately might be a reset because short old Gus has joined the lobby. I don't know who this guy is, but you got to close the lobby, man.
Uncle Gus, I told you not to pick up the controller and get in the lobby. I told you to stay out of this. I am sick. I'm sorry, guys. He's a senile family member. I'm just kidding. I have no idea who that is. Don't do that again. Don't be that guy. But anyway, we'll have a replay here very shortly. Of course, a very great break though by Alpha. I want to talk about that a little bit because honestly, it was very surgical is the best way to say it. Sepsi got inside on bottom 8 somehow from bottom center, and then they picked apart the guy at PD, got some damage on him, forced him to back off, then took space. They did it really well where they didn't all just push at the same time. They kind of got that damage in and then capitalized on that damage, and just such a great way to break a setup, right? That was beautiful, and if we see more of that, Alpha probably looking to take this game number 1.
I definitely agree with you. I mean, the problem with this reset though is like you just showed your card for how you're going to break the A setup, right? So
right.
I mean, hopefully they can repeat it. And the thing about breaks though is you can't just do the same thing every time, because a team that pays attention is going to recognize that, and they're going to then adapt mid game and stop you from doing it. So hopefully Alpha able to maybe adjust the strategy for the next time that they're in a similar situation, so they can still have success. But you're right, it was surgical basically the way they pushed through. I think that player who pushed the purple side late had actually been in the fight on B side, got weak, got out of it, and then saw the opening, probably curb slide off the B steps into purple, and he just happened to have perfect timing to where Facty had already rotated off of that position. So worked out very well for them. I think that this team definitely one of the better teams when it comes to breaking a setup, and I think they're going to have success even more later in the series.
Yeah, something to look out for as this first game goes on in this series. Of course, game number 1, Oddball in the Streets, and we talked about power weapon control, and sometimes it's about that surgical break, right? That player also got down bottom center and went to bottom A as well, so maybe a little bit more awareness on that bottom center push. Definitely a push that you don't generally think is going to happen, but definitely a great play for maybe a lurker to kind of play through that if it's not being watched. Obviously taking advantage of any lane that's not being watched is definitely very good. But we're gonna hop on board with Lies once again here, pushing off of spawn, and you can see Alpha's playing very slow here. They're pretty much all staying inside of C. The push comes out from Roche, but he's all alone. The teamwork comes out. A beautiful job there by Lies. 3 down for Alpha.
Such a huge break, and I don't know if I agree with Alpha's decision to stay so far back in C. Maybe they took some early grenade damage, some early fire, and that's why they chose to stay back that far, but they just gave the setup to Lies, and now it's on Alpha to push once again. Let's see if they can break this setup this time.
Well, in fact, he's got the Sentinel Beam in his hand. The missed jump from Roche is gonna make him pay. Doesn't hit that pizza jump. Fact, he's ready for it though with the Sentinel Beam regardless. Roche gonna take a lot of damage here. Sepsi does get a kill though, so that gives the numbers advantage to Alpha currently. But it's up to Facty to stay alive, to not allow that trade to happen. Unfortunately, it does. 2 go down for Lies, so Vanek all alone on the top of C. Beautiful live by him though to stay alive in this situation.
Problem is he ran out of shoddy ammo, so he's got less resources to take care of these players. He did buy a lot of time though. He lived there long enough. Like you said, it's so good to play your life in that situation, mostly to buy your teammates time to cross the map off of their spawn point. This is a very small map, so any extra few seconds that you take to hold the other team's attention, that's going to make it easier for the rest of your team to push up. That's exactly what he did, and that's why Last Shot's able to get another kill, and they're not out of this situation.
That nade gonna push Kid Nasty back on the bench, and that ball will be at bottom center, so Alpha not really in a bad spot here as ball time is not being gathered at the moment. 1 down for each side, and again that trade is going to allow that ball to continue to be on bottom center. No one really wants to take advantage of it until they get a couple of dead. Will be a couple dead now for Lies, but still no opportunity, and these next couple kills are going to be very important with those rockets coming up.
100%. These guys are trying to take space around the rockets. Hopefully somebody was able to sneak in and grab them. Looks like 2 go down for Alpha. Not sure where the rockets ended up though. Might actually be in the hands of Leor. Looks like they are. Leor does have the rockets, trades out with the shoddy player, gets a double kill while Sepsi has the ball in C. It's actually a perfect time for him to get some extra ball time, but he's getting flanked by Facty, and they're gonna have to drop this ball.
Yeah, Facty though gonna miss a very important shot there on that no shield player, and that player will stay alive at the bottom of B stairs, so he's going to be a problem for Facty here. Last Shot does push through. Sepsi does go down though, so it's going to be 1 down for the side of Alpha. The trades come out once again. Roche gets another. So now they push on through, and it'll be a push from Lies. Even though they're down in numbers, Facty, the last player alive, gets the trade.
Sepsi knows this player's 1 shot. That's why he has his reticle trained right there. Had the call out from his teammate. Unable to finish him, though. Looks like the shields just started coming back when he first started shooting. And finally does take him down. Strikey also gets a kill. That make it 3 dead for Lies. And this looks like it could be another setup. I expect Sepstars to choose where the spawn point is. You see just leaning in the ATM side forces the spawn into PD. If he leaned to the laundry side, could have possibly spawned on Cafe, but I really like the way he's choosing to play this. He has to back up though, realizes the pressure is too strong and he's not going to win that fight, so he'd rather just come back and play defense from here.
Yeah, Strikey was overextended though as well to block those red room spawns, so he's going to go down first. So now it's going to be an opportunity for potentially Lies to get control here and take advantage of those numbers that they have for just a moment as Roche is down. But a great job by Alpha. Look how slow they're playing in this situation. The bait and switch comes out. Still the trade comes through though. 2 down for Lies. Facty trying to get a kill onto Strikey. Not going to be able to aggress enough. Has to play his life. And still doing a great job of staying alive here. They're not taking him out, which is going to be really bad for them. Look how much damage he's doing. Finally, he's taken out though. And none of that damage is capitalized on.
All day this is now the 3rd series that we've watched Alpha. I don't know if you were watching earlier, Tim, but these guys are so good at baiting and switching. When they get 1 shot, they know exactly what route to take to stay alive. Another member of the team is always right there, and I don't know how he lives that rocket. Splash damage a little inconsistent in this game. If you've used the rockets in this game, you know what I'm talking about, but Wow, amazing stuff for Alpha to stay alive, but also capitalizing on the fact that they did stay alive to get that kill. And they're maintaining this lead, but more than that, they're maintaining positioning on the map.
Yeah, I'm self-proclaimed the worst rocket player in the world. Puckett has nothing on me whatsoever. If you see me play, my goodness, get those rockets out of my hands. But a nice little lead here for Alpha. It's going to be Sylvanik now on the push, though, to try and break this this rotation from happening. Lior gets that beautiful kill. The spawns will come out onto B Street. That rotation will come through onto B. Facti also stays alive here, which is huge, but Last Shot not really able to help him on that angle. So I believe he will go down here shortly. He's still doing some great damage. Lots of pinch from every angle, but he's still... This is where the FFA skill comes into play, Eli. Just being able to individually put that much damage in and stay alive. Last Shot doing a great job in that situation.
You're exactly right. I mean, they didn't know exactly where he was. I think he recognizes that he had a unique route to take into the commando area, surprises that player in the red room, gets the kill, stays alive. But I do want to highlight Leor. This guy has been insane all day as well. I think he really is a rising star out of the LATAM region. He's not only an amazing slayer, but he's also kind of the IGL for this squad. So he's definitely a player to watch throughout the end of this, and he's been popping off every time we've been on his screen, almost getting a double kill out of nowhere there.
Yeah, that's sometimes the play to take, right? If you kind of take an unexpected play like that when you're no shields challenging someone who's not so healthy in the shields department either. He'll go down, though. Last Shot's going to get his individual fight, and with that, Lies take the lead in the first round of this game number 1 against Alpha. It'll be Alpha, though, with the power weapons in hand. It's going to be Strikey, the Shotty. Also dropped the rockets there. I'm not sure if there was any ammo left in that, but regardless, the ball will be played, and Strikey and Alpha will have 3 dead, and now an opportunity to get a setup.
Strikey wastes no time grabbing the ball and getting to safety. I talk about this a lot. If you've ever watched my coaching or anything, there's only so many windows of opportunity that you get every game to grab the oddball and get it to safety. And if you miss that window of opportunity, the spawners are going to be applying pressure to you, and it's gone. You're not going to get any time until you get those slays again. So love to see him not hesitate whatsoever to grab the ball, get it to safety. His teammates are able to set up around him. They're able to hold strong, but Last Shot with an insane double kill. One of the most improbable scenarios to come out on top in that situation. And this guy's individual skill is out of this world. I mean, he's a big part of the reason why they're still in this game.
Yeah, honestly, the Last Shot was basically able to completely, like, destroy Rorsch's beautiful flank there because he got that individual double. A low percentage kill, I like to call it. That'll give Alpha a little bit of a setup here, but all the while, it's going to be Sylvanik and Lies who got the ball time necessary and will win round number 1. Lies coming out on top of that one. Last Shot with that beautiful double securing that first round victory.
That play was all Last Shot to win the entire round. I mean, that had to be one of the most clutch plays we've seen all day. And who to do it other than the FFA world champion? This kid is definitely going places, and I mean, Lies certainly upgraded their roster since they added him to it, and I think these guys are going to stick together, man. These guys have a lot to prove, and I think they're ready to do it.
Well, we'll see if they can start here. But the first hurdle is Sylvanik with the rockets in his hands, having me contemplate if I should switch to controller or not, as he made the decision, and look at him. 11-11 in this game thus far, has the rockets and also has information. Aurora's going to go down first. Now, the opportunity to push on the rest. 3 down for Alpha here. The last player alive goes down as well, and now Sylvanik in a perfect position to secure even more ball time with this one rocket that he has in his hands.
He knows exactly where they're spawning, and he knows where they're going to go from there, so does have to trade out there. Maybe not as much value as he would like, but it's still going to be adding ball time to the scoreboard for his squad. That's why you see a lot of these players overextend into the other team's spawn, just to apply that much more pressure, keep their ball player a bit safer. Last 2 members of Alpha trapped back A right now, and the collapse coming in from Lies. There's going to be another setup. They just need to separate now. 2 spawners have already spawned up, and you gotta have a good understanding of that timer. You gotta know, like, yeah, we just won this fight, but those other 2 guys have been alive for a while. They're probably already here by now, so love to see that they're immediately ready to respond to the next wave of pressure, and that's why Alpha's had such a hard time getting in here.
Yeah, they have had a hard time getting in. It's now 2 pushes that are thwarted from Lies. A beautiful defensive stand here as they continue to hold. Lots of ball time. Sylvanik Gonna listen to some communication, clean up that last kill as well. It'll be once again Alpha spawning across the map onto C, and Lies once again a 57-point lead here in this oddball round number 2.
It's really been just a story of staggered spawns. I mean, it feels like every time, wow, Roche with a huge rocket there, but it seems like so far Alpha have been 2 dead almost this entire round. There's been very rare instances in which all 4 are alive at the same time, and if you're not able to slow that push down, you know, you're not going to get much control. Yes, he trades this rocket out, but is it going to be enough for their team to actually come through and get control? I don't know.
Well, they provide a little bit of crossfire there and a bit of teamwork out of Alpha, which is what you like to see. They finally get a bit of a setup here, a little bit flimsy though. They get 10 seconds of time. Facty looking to break through this. He gets the first kill. That first kill will be huge. It trades it out. There'll be now a 3v3 scenario. Kid Nasty with the Stalker in his hands. The rotation comes out, but not quick enough. The ball's still on the back of A, and Kid Nasty gonna take full advantage. The double kill with a Stalker, and another setup here for Lies.
This has been the tale of this setup. I mean, every time they've been in this setup, they've held it for at least 25 seconds, and they need less than that to win this round. So Alpha's got no time. They got to push right now if they're gonna have any chance to come back in this game.
Yeah, they have no time whatsoever. Like you said, this is the very last push here. 5 seconds remain. Lior's at the back of A. He has the chance to stop this, but kills go down, and it will be a play ball that comes through, and the spawn's out onto C, but 3 go down. Sepsi, the last player alive, trying to do everything he can with his teammates spawning behind him, and he does survive here, but not able to survive long enough. 2 seconds is all Lies need, and with this break, they will potentially win game number 1.
Love the way Sylvanek played that. He's the 3rd guy in, recognizes the route that his teammates took. He's going to cover a different lane, and it looked like a great push, but they're unable to secure this Slays just yet. Seems like only a matter of time. They only need 2 seconds, but Alpha keeping this interesting. They're not going to give it away for free. Lior taking a lot of body shot damage there, using the strong side mechanic. Some of the older heads in the chat know what the strong side is, but utilizing it right there basically just makes your headshot hitbox smaller so that it's harder to hit the head. I mean, how many other old mechanics can you think of in this game, Tim, that people are still using to this day?
I mean, I was gonna say the Gandhi hop, but like it's not. It's just been minimized game after game in terms of you know, its effectiveness. Maybe, you know, the ceiling, like hitting your head off the ceiling or a door frame when you're in an individual 1v1. That's kind of been used from day number 1 in terms of Halo. So that's definitely one of them. But you know, so many different things, and like you said, it's, you know, their effectiveness is it differs based on what weapon you're using. For one, you know, the strong side, I would say it's gotten better with the Bandit, just because that burst is not, you know, the burst from the battle rifle is not being, you know, just shot into the back of your neck where one bullet hits, you're dead. Instead, you have to hit the bullet really accurately, otherwise you don't get the kill.
No, I definitely agree with you. Right there, we see just how many shots. Go back and rewind that one more time. Like, how
was
much?
He looking to the left? Like, did you see that? Like, he was looking to the right. I'm sorry, and I'm guessing maybe his head was going to the right. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how that didn't kill him. But yeah.
I mean, now it's just 3 body shots to kill somebody, so I think you can die a little bit faster. But slow this down, yeah. So Lior is looking straight down at the ground, such that his head is not even visible for Kid Nasty. So Kid Nasty has to shoot him just that much more before he's actually killed.
Yeah, see, he shoots it. So I think he was looking to the right a little bit. He shoots him on the right side, and it connects. That last shot connects on the right side. I mean, that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. Like, you know, that burst, you're able to just burst one right into his back, and one of those bullets is going to hit. Whereas with the Bandit, you know, obviously we have the online situation. I'm not going to sit here and minimize that, but regardless, you know, it makes things a bit interesting. And you know, one of the pros said it really well, actually, right? With the BR and the Bandit, the first shots don't matter at all. They're pretty much the same. You get, you know, with the Bandit, you get 4 shots, you break the shields, whatever. Battle Rifle is 3 shots, break the shields. It's the last shot of the Bandit that makes the individual skill gap a little bit stronger, right? Because you obviously you lose that aim assist a bit, and it's only 1 bullet. So like, I still think that they're pretty even in terms of individual skill. I think the Bandit, obviously, you have a little bit more, and it's because of that last shot that you have to hit.
You're exactly right. You also don't have the ability to just sweep your last burst across them and hope that it connects, like one of the 3 bullets hits the head. So I think that's the big difference maker. But hopping on board to recharge Slayer here. Leor beating the crap out of this box for some reason, but his team able to win the opening break and probably the camouflage as well. But the spawns come out from C, and Lies don't hesitate at all to come shut them down and tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, Lies had control of the pipe side of the map as well, so all that damage once again null and void. Doesn't really cause any sort of an impact, and you hate to see that, right? A player who's target switching that well does that much damage. Unfortunately, no capitalization on it, but 6-3 now. Lies have a lead once again. This is going to be, of course, game number 2. Game number 1, pretty much a blowout there. 2 rounds to 0, and they're looking to do a bit of the same here as they double the lead of Alpha.
Lies is going to look to just control A and gold if possible. Now that they lost control of gold, I'm curious to see if they decide to rotate into the tower area. This part of the map is really strong, but not nearly as strong if you don't also have the gold part. Because these players can easily just come in, but Facti with the shock rifle able to hold off the push for long enough for his teammates to show up from that tower side, and they're playing out of the situation pretty well considering this is not great map positioning in my opinion.
Yeah, Alpha have complete control of the glass of pipes as well. They're stuck in there now, and it's like Lies might be trying to cause a little bit of a suffocation here, but I don't see that player on C-Plat pushing C-Plat, I should say. So a great job not overextending. They're 2 down in the kill feed there for Alpha. It'll be Lies on top of that one. A 5-kill lead still being maintained as Facti. He's going to have the shock rifle in hand. He's going to utilize it as well. The shot, the killing spree, wants to get the double. Going to whiff a little bit, but finally cleans it up.
Love what I'm seeing out of Lies. It's almost like they know how aggressive Alpha is, and they're just like, you know what? We're just going to stay in A. You can come to us. And Alpha's just falling for the trap every time. It seems like Alpha unable to get enough space to push in from multiple sides. If you're going to break the A setup, you kind of got to push in from another side. So the fact that they haven't taken the tower yet, they just keep funneling in through this whirlpool area, and Lies has just been punishing them every time. They're doing it once again here, but finally take out Facti, and might be because he's out of shock rifle ammo, but either way, Lies setting excellent traps and being rewarded for it.
That was really good by Rorsch there. You know, his teammates go down. He takes a very disadvantageous situation and at least gets one trade out of it. Leor, your knees are showing there, buddy. Ends up getting taken out, and the push comes through from Rorsch. A great trade there on that kill, but still trades are not what you want right now. A 24-17 lead here for Lies.
Exactly right. When you're down by 8 in a Slayer, 7 in a Slayer, you gotta start getting clean 4 deads without losing too many numbers at the same time so that you can start cycling the spawns. And right now, Lies playing with enough space that it's gonna be very hard to get 4 dead without losing numbers. Every trade's gonna go in Lies' favor, but as I say that, Alpha gets 2 clean kills without dying, make it 3, and now this is the opportunity I was just speaking of. You have to collapse on the spawners and apply pressure immediately if you want to get full value out of this engagement.
That's exactly what they do. There's a spawner on the A side here. They collapse on him, or try to, but it's Rorsch there with some great assistance. The double kill comes out from him. And now the 4 spawns come out of the pipes. Now they've brought this from a 7-kill lead to now within 1.
They're doing exactly what I said, and they're pushing this advantage state even further, continuing to collapse on repeat. This player, though, not dying is going to make it a lot more difficult. And now, because those kills took too long, the spawners are spawning across and shooting them in the back. So that does get shut down, but still a great comeback. And Alpha just needs to win another engagement and do that again if they want to take the lead.
Alpha did a great job right there of flipping the spawns as well. They get on the camo side of the map. They get that C-plat control that is oh so important when getting that camo, and I believe they do get camo as well. I'm not sure if a player does have that. Regardless, though, it's going to be a couple down here for Alpha. The 1v1 is huge. Lies go down once again, and now we have a tie game. Camo in the hands of Striking.
Strikey going to try to get max value, but he seems to be spotted out. Not sure if those players were looking at him or Sepstars. They were kind of in the same spot. Looks like they do take different routes, and this is what Alpha's so good at and what has been impressing me all day as they take the lead. It's because they're so good at this bait and switch game. They know exactly where each other are at all times. They're able to take the right routes to go around them, and tactically they just play so well together. And whenever one of them gets to one shot, they take a route that's safe and in their teammate's sightline. Their teammate picks up in the fight, finishes the kill. These guys are hard to beat.
Yeah, Alpha's coming away with this one. Now they have a 4-kill lead, and they were just down by 7. So this is an incredible run by them. they continue on this run as well. The bait and switch is definitely strong. You'll see it time and time again from this roster. The chemistry, your chemistry really has to be high for those bait and switches to work. Your communication as well. And it happens again. Sylvanik pushing in as a solo player, gets bait and switched. No one goes down on the side of Alpha. And they have a 5-kill lead now as the push comes in from Kid Nasty. He's got some help here. The bait and switch comes out. They almost get Kid Nasty down. Ends up staying alive, though, in a very important death there that he avoided.
Absolutely. The only reason they came out on top was they had the element of surprise, and they sent 2 players in there instead of just 1. I find that Alpha is really good at just letting 1 player in, letting them only see 1 player. That player is likely to chase the damage that they start, and then the other player is just ready to finish them off. Right there, Lies sending enough units that they don't fall into the trap as easily. And now they're the ones that are getting around Alpha. Alpha not expecting this. Kid Nasty being all the way behind them. This is going to open up time for Sylvanik to push in, get the double kill, and at a perfect time to do so when Camo's coming up. This looks really bad for Alpha.
That was a really good job by Kid Nasty, though. A perfect flank by him. Not only did he put that damage in, but he didn't take any damage as well, which is always so huge. When you're on that net positive in terms of damage done and damage taken, you can really just be a nuisance on the map. And you can see it's going to be a tie game now. Lies in Alpha, 42-42. Sepsi, he's going to stay alive really well here for Alpha. He's got some help as well from Rorsch. And with this 1-kill lead, this help is definitely something that, you know, Sepsi does want. Strikey does go down, so a tie game once again as Sylvanik gets a perfect in the feed.
Just before we switched off his screen, Sepsi, after being one-shot forever, turns around to look at the other side. So smart, because he knows he's playing against a good team that's going to look to collapse on both sides. He recognized that he's the furthest towards the seaside, so it's his job to watch that side. These guys are just very in tune with, you know, making sure that both sides are covered. They want to get intel as soon as possible to make every fight easier, and they've actually taken a 1-point lead going into the end game here.
46-47 now. Sepsi pushing in. Another trade comes out. It's going to be Alpha with the 1-kill lead now. As Lior playing very slow, has the help on the sneaky side as well from Strikey. Rorsch in a very precarious position here at the bottom of C stairs. The spawns are coming out on the pipe side and on A. So he's definitely playing this very slow, waiting for his teammates to push on through. But you see Kid Nasty already going to be on that glass side. Camo coming up as well in 10 seconds. That could potentially be a factor here.
Rorsch positioning so sneaky. He knows that Lies don't know that he's here, and this isn't a spot that you just check for no reason, right? Like, there's not a good reason to go check that spot. And Rorsch has the element of surprise, but it doesn't matter. He gets taken out. Sepstars comes in with the trade, and it's 49-49. 1 kill left to go.
49-49. Sylvanik's gonna make the push here. Has to deal with Strikey. The 1, the 4. There it is. The help as well. Lies in a massive gain number 2. Don't let it go to a gain number 3. A beautiful job by them to close it out, 49-49, and a beautiful aggressive play there by Sylvanik. Knew he had help. Communication came through, and a player caught out in the top of tower. Lies come out with that one.
They talked through that. I mean, that's a great example of proactive gameplay. They're not gonna let Alpha decide how this game ends. They said, you know what, we're pretty sure this guy is just sitting top white, we're top tower, we're gonna just go push him right now and just kill him. And those are the type of plays you have to make to win in these 49-49 situations. You can't be too scared to move. You got to move together. Sylvanik and his teammate, not sure which player that was, but I mean, they just walk in and kill the guy. That was great execution. And I mean, both teams played that amazingly. Alpha Esports, definitely no slouch. And these guys definitely need to be looked out for in the future.
Well, with Lies moving on, I want to get a listen in on the what the host thinks. So let's throw it to the host desk. What do you guys think about that series?
Thank you so much. I was just watching on the edge of my seat because that last 49-49, we were both like, what's happening? Who's gonna get it? Man, I loved how Lies was able to adjust every time the other team, every time Alpha was setting up traps for them. So Alpha seems like a very smart team, a very aggressive team, but Lies was able to adjust every single time, and in the end took the last game to move forward in the lower bracket.
Yeah, incredible game to finish. And really what it comes down to is winning your PIV fight. Let's go back and look how this game ended. And really what it comes down to is this fight over at the bottom of the elevator. Sometimes you just have to be the big guy and win the big fight at the right time. We're going to see a kill go down in the favor of Alpha to get them to 49. And here we go. Rorsch comes in. It's the 1v1. You have to win this engagement. You know players are coming in from the back. Well, you win the big one. You prevent them from winning the game right then, right there. Last shot follows it up with a big kill of his own. But then look at what Kid Nasty's doing on the other side. He's giving information over to these two. He says there is a guy top tower. You know 2 players are coming off spawn, so push this together. They come in, they know instantly where to look. Strikey stood no chance in this position. I love how Slavonic takes the first shots once his teammates there. Let him finish the fight. Beautiful Halo through and through for Lies to clutch that up, and really it comes down to the pivotal fight. They're able to get the job done, and Alpha, a very strong Slayer team, goes down to just a very icy Lies roster at the end of the day.
That was an incredible breakdown from what we just saw. These players are, we've seen them play. We know they've won. Last Shot did win the FFA. He's an incredible strong player on his own, but it looks like this team knows how to not just do FFA, but do teamwork as well. We're going to be moving forward with Lies, and we're still waiting on who is going to be moving forward from the other side of Elam bracket. We have Cloud9 waiting on the winner from Solitude and Luminosity, and right now, as we wait for whatever comes next, we're going to go on a quick break, and we'll see you right back.
myself, baby, you're pulling through hell. Cause all that you love and you lose. Ooh. Cause all that you love and you lose. Living in black and white, the way you look at me, yeah, it stops time. Baby, you're my lifeline, so close, oh, we're so intertwined. I'll do anything, anything for you. I'll do anything, anything not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth shut. Cause having you is such a rush. Got me feeling so used. Got me acting confused. Like I don't know myself, baby, you put me through hell. Cause loving you, loving you lose. Ooh. Cause loving you, loving you lose. Got me feeling so used. Got me acting confused. Like I don't know myself, baby, you put me through hell. Cause loving you, loving you lose. Ooh.
Welcome back to the Halo Championship Series Off-Season Open. We found out who's moving up in the bracket. We got Solitude versus Cloud9 coming up right now on Elimination Bracket Round 8, right? Quarterfinals, is that, Tools?
Yeah, it's quarterfinals. Here we go. This has been a fast tournament thus far. They're able to take down the last Mexico team in the tournament in Luminosity. Alpha unfortunately fell down to Lie, so no more teams from Mexico in the tournament. Now it's starting to get to the nitty gritty. We saw Solitude take an early exit to the elimination bracket because they lost to Incognito early on in the winners bracket. So that was a little bit unexpected. I think a lot of players and watchers thought that this team was just going to breeze through the winners bracket, considering the talent that's on this team. We have two of the triplets in Avenue and Suppressed, and we'll have two powerhouses of players with Boo Boo, Doo Boo, and Frosty rounding out this roster. It's going to be a tough matchup for Cloud9, but Cloud9 also another solid roster on their end, adding Breaking Shot and Gilkey to the duo of Ramy and Triton. Really excited to see how this one plays out, Aliak.
Yeah, these two teams are definitely going to battle it out. I personally don't know who. If somebody asked me, who do you think is going to win this? I have no idea. I think the Solitude team is definitely incredibly strong with Boo Boo, Suppressed, Avenue. This is going to be a team that's going to be hard for Cloud9 to fight through. But Cloud9 is amazing as well. So I'm excited to see who's going to be moving forward and fighting off Lies. And I'm kind of hoping that we get to see maybe a Incognito go up against Solitude again. Maybe we get to see a rematch later on. I feel like that'd be really nice to watch. We have Streets Oddball coming up next between Solitude and Cloud9, and I'd love for you to give me some quick thoughts on what makes Cloud9 or the Solitude team stand out when it comes to this Oddball map.
It's just going to be a battle of attrition, right? So it's who can withstand a long period of resistance, right? And that's where I get a little bit nervous for this Solitude roster, because if you've ever watched any sort of tournament when the triplets play with Boo Boo Doo Boo, it can either go really right or it can go really wrong, right? And I think we saw it where it went wrong at the start of this tournament, but I'll say the talent between Avenue and Suppress is there, right? It's just that consistency that they're still building upon. You know, often so many times people say it's the triplets and their dad when it's Diagram, Avenue, Suppress playing with Boo Boo Doo Boo. This time we have Frosty filling in for Diagram with the triplets and the dad, but I want to see them just stay calm, stay cool, stay collected, make sure you play on a consistent baseline throughout the game. Don't let anything, don't have big emotional swings throughout this. Know that you're talented. Know that on paper you're the better team and win your game, right? That's the mentality you have to have coming into that, and that's what I want to see from Solitude.
Yeah, and that's why we have a dad in Solitude team, right? We do being that. I feel like we have lots of dads here in the teams. We were talking about Ryen New being also the dad of their team and adopting players into his squads, which is really cool to see how these players get to engage with their create their own teamwork basically and move forward and stand out when it comes to these tournaments. We have Recharge Slayer also as our game 2. Any predictions where this could go? Any of these teams you think could be stronger at Slayer?
It's going to be the shock rifle that determines everything, right? So you have Frosty and Boo Boo Doo Boo on the side of Solitude, very impressive snipers in their own right, but then you have some very talented players that are moving over on the other side for Cloud9. They gotta get them with the shock rifle. I think whoever controls it throughout the game will win that game as well.
And the players are ready, so let's get it going. Streets Oddball, Solitude versus Cloud9. Let's say hello to the casters.
Well, hello there. I'm the caster, and my name's Active, and of course, I've got Mikowski with me. Hey, brother. I know you've been casting all day long. How's things going for you? How have you been?
Hey, man, I'm ready for more. I got to regain with some little pistachio break, and I'm ready to roll, man. Both of these two teams going out into lower bracket. You could argue a little early in the tournament, but you look at the two teams that beat these two teams, and they're both in the elimination and grand finals. So a highly contested series up ahead between Solitude and Cloud9.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to take responsibility for Solitude losing against Incognito. I matched with Frosty in between his matches, and we lost 2 in a row, and I think I tilted him a little. But regardless, let's see if he can bounce back here. Of course, Solitude, definitely a very stacked roster, and you definitely don't think they would lose against a team like Incognito. But against this Cloud9 roster, I think it's going to be a pretty even matchup, and it'll definitely set the pace for the rest of the tournament. As I say that, all 4 down now for Solitude.
Really good hold here to start off for Cloud9. They're going to get that 30-second milk run. Gilkey, an underrated player. How is Gilkey still underrated after all these years and years of success in the HCS, but still considered an underrated player? Doing it all here, trying to rotate that oddball out to B towards his teammates. He started off with that hot start, 2 in a row with that stalker rifle. Shortly after Boo Boo Dooba goes down. But the 30 seconds, that's what's important. That milk run is going to allow Cloud9 to play from the advantage, and it's going to make Solitude chase a little bit here.
Yeah, Solitude going to be chasing, also rotating the ball inside of C, but Ramy definitely ready for that. It's suppressed now, trying to push through to gain control back. And they've got control now of the tram side of the map. It's going to be suppressed on your screen. Gets pushed very quickly, though. Cloud9 off of their spawn, so quick to capitalize, and they do so again. And they get ball control as well in the back of tram, and some more time added to that clock.
Suppressed makes a really heads-up play there, trying to rotate that oddball out to Spikers with the push coming from Cloud9. But despite that, Triton had a really heads-up play to grab that oddball before it rolled beyond those Spikers you see right there on your screen. And now the oddball does get reset out to that initial point that the Suppressed was trying to get it out to. So right now, you're seeing Cloud9 not only get the better hold, but they're breaking setups as well and not allowing the other team to milk some of those timely resets like we just saw from Cloud9.
Frosty breaks through. Gonna try and get these rockets. Ends up getting killed there. It's breaking shot now with the rockets in his hands. Definitely looking to do some big damage here. Gets the first kill onto Av. Tries to get another one. Does get another one onto Suppressed as well. That's going to be a double. That's Cloud9 with some more time on the board once again. And that's exactly what you love to have happen, right? You got the lead in the oddball round number 1. You got rockets. Secure even more time for your team. Cloud9 sitting pretty.
The milk run continues, a half gallon turning into a full gallon as Cloud9 are up by a full minute. This Avenue goes down, looking to push through the cuts. 3 down, so Boo Boo Doo Boo, last player alive. He has to make sure to try to stay alive, try to maintain that line of scrimmage, but he dies staggered out. This is going to potentially be the end right here. Cloud9 having a flawless start in game 1.
Yeah, Solitude get those PD spawns, and you see them overextending through at least the 2 of them, but there's 2 that are left behind there on the B side. It's breaking shot, the first point of contact. He's going to go down to Boo Boo. Frosty gets his kill on the feed as well. Now the push looking a little solid here. Gilkey will be forced to play that ball off the map, but he's staying alive somehow as well. Gets a kill onto Av, plays the ball, and makes sure that he plays his life. This is incredible play by Gilkey, still alive, and now Triton rotates the ball back towards A.
He goes down shortly after. That's what I was looking to keep an eye on in the feed, but I like the rotation. I like the decision to get that ball away from danger, and now it's at that quote-unquote fulcrum on the map, the elbow, if you will. You can take this to C, you can take this to A, or you can just ride out the final 3 seconds. 2-1, 100 on the clock as Cloud9 absolutely dominate here against Solitude.
100-1 in round number 1 against Boo Boo and Frosty. I didn't expect to see anything like this, but Cloud9, just a phenomenal job of the rotations. You saw they played off of the spawns, rotated back and forth through purple, used that lane to continue to stay safe, continue to get that ball time. Flawless job here from Cloud9, but can they continue as Breaking Shot is going to go down with rockets in his hands?
I like Breaking Shot going down there so long as he can make sure Gilkey's there to pick up the rockets, and Gilkey's gonna clutch up with the piv win. Double kill, 2 shots from the shotgun, takedown 2 for Solitude, and that will in fact lead to Breaking Shot, giving Gilkey and his team the rockets and the oddball to work with. It looked desperate, it looked unlikely, but Gilkey clutches up again.
Yeah, they also got the PD spawns as well, so everything falling into place here for the team of Cloud9. Finally, it's going to be Boo Boo, though, on the front line, pushing through, trying to get a break on the setup. Triton's going to have some help there, so Boo Boo decides to back off. Has that Bulldog to work with, still down to no shields, resetting that shield timer once again, but he gets the last shot with the Bulldog, and now trying to be a little bit milky with this time as his teammates get a spawn onto that PD side of the map.
Not only the last shot active, that looked like the last pellet in that shotgun as Boo Boo Doo Boo needed every bit. The HP splash from that pellet burst of the shotgun, now doing a little bit extra work with the hands at the back of A. Regains, not only control the oddball, but regains some form, regains mentally here for Solitude, as they haven't had any good stretches to speak of so far in this game until now.
Yeah, finally they do get the lead in round number 2, and the spawns will come out on the PD once again. Gilkey gonna win a big piv there. Ends up staying alive as well. The push comes in, and the stagger players on that tram side of the map. 27 seconds to 14 now. Solitude with a solid lead here in this round number 2. They've got to maximize this, though, and try to stay alive, put their damage in, play their life, but unfortunately 2 go down right off the bat. And it's going to be Boo Boo trying to pick up the pieces here as he pushes the players of Cloud9, but doesn't get the double, unfortunately, ends up going down.
A lot of action, a lot of sandbox on the map. We just saw rockets, I believe, go down, 1 left on the palm trees. We also have a fresh shotgun up at its spawn location. Gilkey could win that with the win on the cuts, but he goes down shortly after. Boo Boo Doo Boo, you have to imagine, gonna pick up that shotgun. I believe he did on the ground. Avenue has the stalker to work with, so right now Solitude not only with a double up on the lead, but you could argue a double up on the sandbox as well, with 3:30 left to go in this round 2. Coming right back.
Av in a position to just try and play, milk a bit. Finesse his life just a bit, get some damage in as his teammates are behind him on the tram side. Remy still staying alive on that pillar for as long as humanly possible. The ball will be on C stairs. It'll be Frosty backing up into tram, trying to just do his best to get control and also get his teammates the spawns there. Suppress will get that spawn, but getting pushed aggressively once again. It's Frosty having to fight off Ramy here on the B rail. Ends up getting the kill onto him, and they're not being milky. This ball's still not being picked up. No opportunity to do so, so it gets reset now, and Gilkey's in a perfect position to play defense on it, but he ends up falling as well.
Big win there from Frosty as he starts to regain his form here in this round 2. Solitude have regained their footing by a count of 39-14. All 39 seconds active, going to Boo Boo Doo Boo, who's just about near positive as well. I'd like to see a little bit more distribution of that oddball time. A little bit like what we see from Cloud9. Everybody getting involved on that side of the equation, as Solitude have the lead in this round 2, but you could argue Cloud9 have looked better throughout the duration of this game. Where's this one gonna go?
You love to see the oddball time distribution. Like you said, it's very nice to see everyone kind of doing their part, picking up that oddball time. It'll be Av now with a beautiful double there, heating up just a bit. Not only him heating up, Frosty was, I believe, 7 and 15 at one point, now 13 and 16. So starting to get some kills as well, and you can see that all being translated here in this ball time. Rocket's going to be picked up potentially by Triton, ends up doubling back, killing Suppressed as well on that B-rail side. So Rocket's once again in the hands of Cloud9. Second one not going to connect onto anything or anybody, but regardless, it does create space here for Cloud9 to continue to control this map, and that's exactly what they're going to need as they're down 47-15.
And that's so tough. 3 go down for Cloud9. Previously, they had their first numbers advantage of this round 2 and weren't able to turn it into any time, as they're still stuck at 15. All the while, Solitude are rolling with more ball time. This time, it's Frosty getting involved in the action. So I don't know. Maybe they heard us in the comms. Got to get a little bit more distribution, even if it's your main Slayer, a guy like Frosty, an MVP caliber player. everybody can get a little hold of the oddball. As we see just that from Solitude, it's a big reason why they're right back in this game with the potential to tie things up.
Yeah, I agree. That is a definite big reason, as well as the slays that come through. Look at Breaking Shot. Oh my gosh, Frosty knows he's there. I'm gonna throw that nade. Not gonna connect on anything though. Breaking Shot does go down to a nade from Av. 70 points now here for Solitude as they continue to mount time. Now they force the spawns onto the PD side of the map. But wait a minute, Breaking Shot does spawn in that red room, so a little bit of an off spawn for him. He's in a position to really play this slow and potentially give his teammates the spawns for the break here. They do not get the kills though. Gilkey's gonna go down, so more time continuing to add up here. 10 seconds is all that remain, and Solitude will win this round number 2.
I really like Frosty's positioning. He's taking that hold on the top side of C. He's gathering intel, and he's also allowing himself, as we see that oddball roll out, the chance to reset if the pressure does come on strong from Cloud9, as it has. See Gilkey onto that C side of the map. Frosty looking to get the clean up with the last shot, as he does just that. And now Solitude just looking to clean up this round, as they only need 9, make it 8 seconds.
Yeah, they just got to kill Rammy here. Suppress is jumping off the trash to make sure that he ends up going down. 2 kills in the kill feed here for Cloud9. Triton does get 1 trade. He actually also stops the ball from being picked up, but it'll be Frosty to get the last few seconds here to tie this up now. 1-1. We go to round number 3.
Impressive performance so far from Breaking Shot. Most kills on his team at 21, most assists with 12, and I believe 16 deaths. After all is said and done, having an MVP performance here for Cloud9, but after that strong pushback from Solitude, they're going to need a little bit more from that up-and-coming young gun, Breaking Shot.
Yeah, Breaking Shot's just one of those players that I feel just does a really good job normally of just staying alive and probably has some of the best movement in the game, but in this game, he's got 13 assists, 21 kills. Just didn't see a lot of slaying coming out of the side of Cloud9 in that second round, and now we see Solitude now with the rockets and the power weapons and the setup as well in their hands. First kill comes out in the Breaking Shot. Av throws out another one blindly. He's going to miss that one, so that rocket won't be utilized here. Gets the beat down. The trades come out. Gilkey comes out on top of that fight, but his teammates are falling all around him. It's going to be Rammy and Triton who hit the death screen. And Gilkey all by his lonesome just trying to play his life, and he gets a kill again. Pushes up for another one. Gilkey really starting to pop off here. Finally, they take him out, but not without him doing a ton of damage first.
I'm really impressed with the performance of Frosty so far here, Active. He's really almost playing that snakebite role, because he knows on this squad you don't have a snakebite, you don't have a Royal 2, and the rest of the squad you're used to on FaZe. So Frosty picking up the role that his team needs in the moment that his team needs it, sitting with a positive KD ratio, a lot of assists to work with as well, and he's got that 51 seconds to OBJ. We talked about how it couldn't just be on one player. I've never seen an oddball where one player just gets all 100 seconds. It's always got to go at least between 1 or 2. Frosty's been that oddball carrier number 2, and it's worked out here for Solitude as they have a lead of 8 in a crucial round 3.
Yeah, crucial round 3 and a crucial time to play as slow as Boo Boo was playing there. You saw him snap to that player, get that cleanup kill. He knew they were in PD, waited for support, played it slow, and they picked apart the entire setup of Cloud9. Now Solitude in a setup of their own with rockets coming up here. Look at the top left and the top right of your screen. These next few kills are very important. The trades come out, but look at Triton on top of those rockets instantly. He's going to utilize those to potentially break this setup of Solitude, and he does just that. A kill onto Boo Boo, continuing to look for more. That rocket will be whiffed or will get wasted, but regardless, it's a rocket that's not in the hands of Solitude at this time.
I really like Cloud9's priority there to get shots on the player at the top of A. That was Boo Boo Doo. They didn't even kill him, actually. Before getting rockets, they just got him down to low HP. Made him back up off that high ground spot he had to potentially defend against the rockets. Instead, those go into the hands of Cloud9. They use them actually to take down Boo Boo Doo, and because of that, they're right back in this fight, 50-43.
Double kill.
Cloud9 go 3 down as well. Suppress is going to put some shots in a Breaking Shot. Definitely going to communicate that he's there inside of tires, so he'll end up playing his life, and you got to know that's a definite big life to play, but the unfortunate part is that Breaking Shot got his teammates all the spawns they needed on a red room. That being said, Frost is going to break through that player onto tires. It'll be Breaking Shot who goes down, and now Triton is going to share the same fate as well. And 70 seconds now for Solitude as they continue to hold this A side. Doing a great job of that as well, as the slays are just not in their favor at the moment. Triton going to be the last one alive now onto Cloud9, and He's going to get his teammate spawns onto C. So Solitude just doing a great job of solidifying this hold, getting the slays as well, and just playing some phenomenal defense here.
Really questionable push there initially by Cloud9. They spawned in B, and instead of going towards A where the oddball was, they all trickled out to C and fought a battle that didn't really have much meaning, didn't really have much substance to it. On the flip side, they come back off spawn and they push out that oddball. Now they have it back in their hands, not before. 86 on the clock for Solitude. At the moment, potential to pick up one last oddball and finish this game out, but now Cloud9 with the potential hold of their own at the back of A could not only tie this up, but they could regain the lead in a crucial 90 to 90 or so endgame sequence.
Yeah, the only problem is that Ryen falls there pretty quickly. Thankfully, you have Gilkey here to get a double with the Bulldog. And so that fall, that death, that early death, not going to really play too much of a factor, and it'll allow them to continue this setup. Breaking shot now with the Rockets once again. He's got one to work with. Have going to be pushing in aggressively. Trades out a kill. You can see in the kill feed there, and there's the Rocket. The Rocket that matters so very much. He gets a double as well. Boo Boo's going to clean him up, but a beautiful play there by Breaking Shot to just break up the hold, I would say, of Solitude, as they're now within 6 points of potentially tying this round number 3 up.
Love that play there from Breaking Shot. He knew he had that opponent pushing up the red side of the map, but didn't pay any attention to it. Finished off that double kill, but now it's Solitude looking to finish up this game. 91 and rolling, 92. One final push coming up from Cloud9 down the Cafe side, but Active, it doesn't look like they're going to have the time. Frosty has the shots, and Solitude have the comeback win here in game 1.
Yeah, that was a great ending sequence there by Solitude. They got the necessary kills as the ball rotated into C. And those kills solidified them control of the tram, and they ended the game there. A beautiful game number 1, though. If it's any story of how the rest of this series is going to go, I'm very excited. We're going to go into a Recharge Slayer now for game number 2, and Solitude looking a bit different there from round number 1. Maybe woke up just a bit, hurt us maybe, like you said, Mikowski. There's a potential of that. But, game number 2, Recharge Slayer. We'll see if potentially Solitude can continue on that little bit of a streak. Let's take a look at the kills and deaths here for both these squads.
Really interesting to note that I believe, I did the quick math, and I'm not that good at math, but the Cobra squad, Cloud9, I believe had a +1 advantage, and you know what? The scoreboard really reflects it. A 201, 195 overall game. It could not have been any closer. It came down to the mid-game, almost halftime adjustment, if you will, after that first round ended. What, 100 to 1? I mean, we never, like that's as good as a oddball round you could imagine. And after that is when Solitude really turned things up, really cranked up the heat, and it was Frosty in particular, switching up his strategy to continue to provide DPS, was providing slays, was really doing a great job assisting his teammates as well. But it was that oddball time, I believe, almost a minute plus of it, going to Frosty. Not what we see when he's on his normal squad phase. Again, really impressive with his ability to do whatever his team needs when the moment calls for it. Because of that, Solitude take the 1-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, you make a good point there, right, Mikowski? Because it just comes down to when you're on a team, for instance, like FaZe, where Frosty is, in that solidified role, and then you go to play on a different team at this high of a level, you have to adapt. And that's exactly what Frosty's doing, and he's doing a great job of that. Has now adapted to this roster, seems a bit more comfortable now, playing a role that, that filler role, it seems like. It'll be Boo Boo on your screen with a shock rifle in his hands. The push is coming through to pipe side, so Boo Boo's got to be careful here as he lines up the shot into Ramy. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit to the top and to the right side of Ramy's head. But regardless, a 1-kill lead now as Solitude hold down this elevator side of the map.
It was Boo Boo Doo Boo previously. I believe it was a Strongholds recharge. Yeah, it was Strongholds recharge where he didn't miss a shot. I think he went 21 and 10 in that recharge Stronghold, and big reason why was this grapple hook shocker combination. Now, didn't have the objective efficiency in that Strongholds match, but here at a Slayer, Boo Boo Doo Boo plays that exact same game. They should find themselves victorious in this game and in this series. Keep an eye out on Boo Boo Doo Boo. See if he can have a repeat performance with that shock.
Yeah, and it's so true, right? With this grapple, you can just kind of decide how aggressive you're going to play, and he does just that. Now he's pushing in for the cleanup kill. You can be pretty much everywhere in the map at all times when you have this grapple and shock, and not only be everywhere on the map, but also provide insane amounts of value. And it's going to be Boo Boo still alive with his shock rifle. Going to get pushed here. Frosty's there to assist. He's going to pop out as well. There's a couple players to deal with. Boo Boo's going to miss some shots, so he'll go down. And Frosty will as well.
Big win there.
Frosty's still alive. Yeah.
Big win there from Ramy. If he can stay alive here at the back of C, no, he's not going to be able to. So that shocker rifle is going to maintain in the hands of Frosty. I'm curious almost to see if he... Not going to hand it to Boo Boo. Doo Boo, he's going to pop off with it instead. Double kill, 2 headshots as the shock rifle depletes, and so too do 2 lives from Cloud9. Solitude have a 15-10 lead.
You know I like these 2 words, Mikowski, and it's flow state. Frosty's finally entered in. You can see with his shots, the way he's moving his reticle. Frosty looking to do massive amounts of damage. Finally, he's taken out, which is exactly what needs to happen here. If you're the side of Cloud9, you want to shut down a player that's starting to feel in that moment. They will do that onto Frosty, and now pushing it aggressively is going to be suppressed. Aware of the push that's coming on into C plat, but Triton takes him out.
Important to note that shock rifle is going to be back up, and I'm curious with Solitude all dying, 3 out towards the gold side. I anticipate they might just hold this location down to grab the next shock rifle. We do have Avenue pushing up down the long haul side, trading out with Ramy, but keep an eye on that next shock rifle. Could be up soon, and it's been a big win condition for Solitude.
We'll see if they set up for that. Boo Boo be pushing aggressively, ends up getting the pistol here. They're suppressed now. Everyone wants to use the shock. Breaking shot's going to be ready for it, though, as the push comes in from long haul. Beautiful kill there in a trade. That'll come out. Av coming out on top of the trades, though. He's going to potentially get this shock rifle with a nice lead that Solitude have. Like you said, it's a big factor here. We'll see if they can utilize it.
Really impressed by the game sense there from Breaking Shot. He didn't have eyes on that shock rifle. I believe only Solitude should have known when that shock had depleted. Frosty had it in his back pocket. He has another triple kill. He's putting that in the forefront. He might just have an overkill, but that's Avenue instead. Don't want a TK, as Frosty does have the triple, but really interesting to note that Breaking Shot set up for the defense on that shock rifle, but Avenue and the rest of Solitude are able to make it away with it once again. A 4-kill game could extend more with the use of the shock.
We'll see what Av's able to do with it. You see right there, his teammate gets a spawn onto A. He doesn't watch that A side any longer, obviously. Understands that with that player spawning A, that A is pretty much clear, and the spawns are coming out on the long haul. So he's prepared for that. But as I say that, he goes down, Boo Boo goes down, and so does Frosty. So a little bit of a break here from Cloud9. And look at that. They get the camo as well. And now only a 1-kill lead for Solitude.
This is all going to trickle down from that heads-up play there from Breaking Shot to not allow what you said earlier, Active, the flow state, which is exactly what you would have allowed Solitude to reach had they grabbed that next shock rifle. Instead, they go 4 down. Cloud9 are up 3, and it's all been because of that shock here on recharge. Gilkey, though, only has 1 shot left, but the bright side of that is the intel that they should gather, and they're now in a situation where they could have the upper edge on that next power-up spawn. Gilkey put it to good use. Bang, bang, double kill. Shock rifle, DMR combination. Cloud9 looking strong here and are coming back.
That was such a beautiful play there by Gilkey, continuing on as well. The veteran from the old school days has still got it, my man. With a beautiful 4 kills in a row there, and now a 6, make that a 5-kill lead. No, it's 6 now for Cloud9.
This is a big reason why, Active. I always say you got to have the eye test. The numbers do lie in this sense, right? Gilkey 10 and 10. He's he's having an even distribution of input on the map. No. He had to watch that last 60 seconds. Right time, right place, which is so crucial in Halo because of that. Cloud9 carry a 2-kill lead into the 40s, and they hold on.
That's the big thing, right? That Solitude has minimized that massive kill lead. It was, I think it was at 6 at one point, now to only a 1-kill lead for Cloud9 as Av diminishes the 1 kill as well. The peak shot will be good. He's going to get that kill. 41-41 now. It's Frosty at the back of, oh my goodness, the beautiful kill there on the back of Hydro. They take out the anchor player and Frosty. And now with that, they've got a bit of control on the map.
42 all. This game could not be closer. Suppressed. Gonna take the close quarter combat with Ramy and take him down with the melee. Breaking Shot, looking to make sure he goes down shortly after. Huge survivability opportunity here for Suppressed. And he could do 1, 2 better if he takes down Gilkey in that shot. But Breaking Shot with the game sense comes back to take down Suppressed, a player he had previously taken down. The low shields were tied at 45.
Well, Gilkey having the shock rifle in his hands and the camo can really make an impact here, but you see the push is coming in through the pipes. He's not going to be very useful on the outside of the map right now, and this camo is going to dissipate here very shortly. He's trying to get some use out of it. Finally gets the kill onto Frosty, 47 to 47. Gilkey's not missing right now, and this is exactly what you need. If you're on the side of Cloud9, gets away with the grapple as well. Gonna play his life on the bat ledge. Only 3 kills for each of these squads.
Solid predictive grenades off of spawn in the back of A there. Gilkey looking to make good use out of the last 5 seconds of camo. But the predictive grenades stop that push, but they don't stop Gilkey from maintaining possession of this shock rifle. The game is in his hands.
I love that chow right there, right? It's a very intense moment. It's still 48 to 48. You still challenge the fight. You come out, you get the kill. Only 1 is left. Gilkey looking for the head here. Finds the shot, but not able to clean up. Breaking shots there to do so, and it'll be a 50 to 48 victory for Cloud9.
Oh, man, Gilkey might, I might be old. I might be going on 2 decades of competitive Halo, but I still got it. My God, did Gilkey pop off that game, and it was with the shock active. It was Boo Boo Doo Boo, first of all, that opened up that good lead to start there for Solitude. Then Frosty picked up the remains of that shock rifle and carried on the tradition. But after that, Solitude didn't get a cent of that. They never even got close. And it all started with Breaking Shot, taking the positioning at the top of blue and making it a little bit harder to pick up that next shock rifle. They did ultimately pick it up. It took another 30 seconds before it did ultimately get back into the hands of Cloud9, but once it got back into the hands of Cloud9, it didn't leave. A big reason why was because Gilkey was not missing.
That's the big thing, right, too. You said it right there. The shock rifle didn't leave the hands of Gilkey. He had it when he was able to make some impact. I believe it was here, and then he ended up getting it again. This was disgusting, right? Gets the one shot, flicks over to the side of Frosty's head, gets the kill onto him as well. But this was only the first shock rifle here for Gilkey. He gets the second one as well and is able to do massive amounts of work. And as you said, everyone on Solitude got a touch of that shock rifle. It was Boo Boo. It was Frosty at one point. It was even Av at one point, and it just didn't pay off. Sometimes you got to give the shock to the player who's popping off with it, and Gilkey definitely going to be that player there on the side of Cloud9. And now we've got a series on our hands. Of course, this is the losers quarterfinals. We're going to be going, of course, to a game number 3. And now we get to see Argyle just a bit. And honestly, I'm going to share the same sentiment as Toolez earlier, who said that, this map is growing on him with the bandit starts. I would agree. I'm not sure the direction that 343 is going in terms of all of these larger maps that we're getting here in the game, but I don't mind it. And I think that if they're taking that direction, there's a reason for it. And to be honest with you, with these bandit starts, these long range maps or these bigger maps, it tends to play a lot more interesting in my opinion.
I totally agree. Active. I think the big difference is that previously on Argyle with the BR, you could play things a little safe. You could play the back lane and probably support your teammates on those flag runs. Here now with the DMR, Argyle, you got to be at the 50% mark at least. Right. You have to at least be at the halfway mark, if not in the base of the opposition, to really be able to support that flag run. Previously, you could do it from the back of your base, arguably, at least from base to base, right? So, no, you brought up a great point. There is massive changes, and it's almost like we're getting a new map. And maybe off the rip, I remember nobody was really a big fan of Argyle. Maybe we'll give it a second chance at Redemption and Glory, because it looks a lot better with the DMR starting weapon.
Well, we'll see how it plays out here. Of course, we got two teams filled with just 8 really solid individual players. We'll get to see kind of how this plays out, but a great series on our hands as we take a look at the replays here of Frosty. This is where he was starting to pop off, and honestly, like I talked about the flow state, but stopping him in that moment, stopping him after he gets a triple, barely a triple like this, it just that's kind of, I'm sorry, a double. That's kind of what really sets you up to succeed, is when you can stop a player in their flow like that. You can prevent them from getting into that focused mindset, and Frosty was definitely in that mindset after he gets that camo. Continues on here. Ends off getting the same KDA the Gilkey got. It was a 5.3. They both had a 5.3, which is really interesting. But here we go. Everything gets reset here. The pendulum stays still. It doesn't swing in either direction. We're in game number 3, the deciding game here, especially in the lower bracket. Whoever wins this is going to move on.
Game 3 of 3. 2 snipers on each competing side of the map. Keep an eye on who's going to pop off, make those hero plays. I already got to assume it's going to be Gilkey on the side of Cloud9 with that snipe. Don't be surprised if Breaking Shot grabs it as well. And then on the side of Solitude, I'm not really quite sure. Maybe I think everybody could grab snipe. Suppressed really impressed me as an up-and-coming player. Not only that, but his sniping improved tournament after tournament, week after week. So probably thinking Frosty on the side of Solitude, but don't be surprised if a little Boo Boo Doobu or maybe even Suppressed or one of the, maybe even Avenue, the triplets having a birthday today. Happy birthday to those guys. Looking for a win here to extend their tournament life. If not, they'll probably just go enjoy each other's company. It's okay.
Well, this for me is the position. Unfortunately, Frosty does die there, but getting that vent position is really one of the strong points of Argyle. And honestly, a little bit of a hot take here, but if they were able to take the vents out of this map, I think it'd be a little bit more balanced. I'm not a professional, I'm a commentator, and that's why I'm sitting here. But those vents are very, very strong, and you'll see players really utilizing those in this game. It's going to be suppressed on your screen with the sniper, as you said. You know, changing hands will be that sniper rifle as the game goes on. But Av, he's going to get a kill with the starting weapon, of course, the Bandit, and that'll open things up to maybe allow him to push on that 50% portion of the map.
And the reason that is active with those vents is because the only access to them is through a direct route. So you have to be very deliberate, almost maybe predictable with it as Triton finds the back of Suppressed. Oh, the head as well of Boo Boo Doobu sliding across top mid. God, that was gross. As he looks to push up, but yeah, outside of outside of a repulsor or a grapple hook, you don't really have any ways to sneak up on an opponent like we just saw there from Triton as he goes down ultimately after the nice double kill. Gilkey now with that sniper in his hands, and he's looking to put it to good work. He's only got 2 shots left, though. Now 1.
You see the discipline, though, there between Triton and Gilkey, right? Gilkey's got that discipline when he misses a shot to maybe, like, you know, play the timing, play a different angle, whereas Triton kind of jumped out, tried to get a couple of no-scopes onto 3 players, and that's where Gilkey really differs. A beautiful 3 dead there for Solitude. 1 is going to come off a spawn. Gilkey trying to play his life. That'll be another 5 seconds where his shields once again reset. Another 5 seconds until his shields come up. So he's going to get some assistance from Ramy. They're not going to be able to pull this flag just yet, but looking for an opportunity to do so as Triton and Breaking Shot make their way through the map.
I am so impressed with Gilkey's process right here. His process is the reason he's still alive. Got caught out a little bit by Frosty on the right side of his screen. Threw a grenade of the plasma variety to his left to allow him to singularly engage with Frosty. Once that grenade went off, that sticky grenade went off, he knew that the push was going to come through. I believe it was from either Avenue or Suppressed on that left side. He cleans that player up because of it. Cloud9 have a strong look here at a run, but Ramy goes down. No, that's going to shut things down. Things are going to reset here instead.
Yeah, Triton, the last player alive, tried to get some great shots with a snipe there. Unfortunately, he's going to end up going down now, so this will be a return here out of Frosty. Now Cloud9 have to be prepared to not allow this counter cap to go through. Sniper on the side of Cloud9 as well. It'll be Frosty trying to take the 1v1. I believe maybe just trying to get damage on a Breaking Shot to potentially stop those spawns that come out there. But Boo Boo, a big kill out of him. It'll be 3 down now for Cloud9. Gilkey, the last player in position to stop this flag pull, but he's going to go down as well.
Interestingly enough, those snipers spawn every 2 minutes. I believe it's usually every 3 minutes. I could be wrong, but here on Argyle, it maybe feels like HCS was trying to increase that pace of play because of the elongated shape of this map as Boo Boo Doobu ends Breaking Shot back to the respawn screen with the reversal. Perfect 5 shots. Now looking to just stay alive. Has no HP and no more seconds to stay alive. He's getting sent back to the respawn screen. Suppressed. Now looking to continue that flag run, though. 2 down for Solitude, so I still feel like they need to slay a little bit, and that repulsor is actually going to send the flag backwards a little bit, so you absolutely now have to slay out a little bit more if you're Solitude.
That is so unfortunate with that repulsor. That is the goal of obviously CTF on Argyle, or pretty much any CTF map, is getting that flag past the 50% portion. They finally do, but it was very shaky there for a moment as the repulsor does repulse that flag back. Finally, it's going to be Solitude who get the cap, and they'll do it with some beautiful fashion there, with a lot of kills going in the kill feed as well. Looking to continue to take space here is Suppressed.
I think what's most impressive about previously scoring here for Solitude is they still maintain map presence in middle with that sniper rifle. Usually on a map like Argyle, it requires a lot of resources to score a flag. Here we see Solitude do it fairly cleanly after that repulsor error, quote unquote. I don't think it was much of an error. I don't think the player even assumed that to happen, but nonetheless, after what looked a little sketchy, they righted the ship and now have that 1-0 lead, 7:30 left on the clock.
Glad we're watching. We were watching Gilkey there. Honestly, a player who's definitely popping off. Boo Boo has his chance now with a sniper though. On the side of Solitude, and you see Frosty looking for some assistance here. Gonna chow Triton right there with no shields. Ends up getting the kill as well. It'll be Boo Boo getting the kill onto Breaking Shot. Breaking Shot gets 2 in the feed, so it evens up the odds at just a bit. Boo Boo's gonna be feeling the pressure right now as he's getting pushed constantly from the side of Cloud9.
Boo Boo getting constant pressure, but I believe it's suppressed. That's his duo for the moment, keeping him alive, taking some attention away. And if anybody can make good use of the QT active, it's Boo Boo Doo, as he's now got it procced. Looking to push up down that left side of the map. Has the left side flank on Breaking Shot. Now has Triton down to low shields. In some really flawless gameplay here from Boo Boo Doo as he rotates around the map like a DPS demon, just looking to do damage and cause ruckus.
Yeah, you know, Boo Boo is one of the best camo players in the game in Halo 5, and I still think he maintains that title here in Halo Infinite, but it's all about the mind games with these power-ups, and his ability to utilize that power-up and play those mind games is definitely going to be something that shines with Boo Boo Doo Boo, but doesn't end up getting that kill there. Regardless, he provides the pressure. Still has Sniper in his hands. 1 bullet to work with, and that's all. Can he put it to work? Unfortunately, no. Gilkey will take him out quickly.
Gilkey does a really good job there to not trade out in close quarters with Boo Boo Doo Boo. Suppressed now, looks to push up, down. Mid side of the map. It's a crucial battle for mid-map control as Triton wins it out at a right time, right place. Gilkey's going to have a QT to work with. Boo Boo Doo Boo has, I believe, the opposition snipe. This is huge. Got to get back to Boo Boo Doo Boo. Gilkey knows he needs to take him down. If they want to get some map control, if they want to get some slays, it's going to come down to that sniper. But it's in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo instead. No scope on Triton, and I believe it's Gilkey left to just QT away, and Boo Boo Doo Boo continuing with an impressive sequence. Lands a body shot there on Breaking Shot. Good recognition, not needing the full DPS of a headshot to take him down as Solitude looked really strong here. Just about 5 to go.
Yeah, look at Boo Boo though. Like you said, this sequence is beautiful, right? He's being a nuisance on the map. He's staying alive. He's got the opposing team's sniper in his hands as well. Just doing such a great job of, like, you know, being hard to kill. It's just kind of like a Ryen new play style. Almost gets the collat there. That would have been disgusting, but gonna end up missing. Ends up going down as well, and it'll be 2 down. I'm sorry, 1 down for each side. 3 down for the side of Cloud9. An opportunity now for Solitude to get some pressure and push up on the map.
Yeah, that 4 down for Cloud9 is going to give Solitude free roam of this map, and Frosty going to have a flag out. Suppressed. What looks like enough shots. 6 shots, in fact, I believe. Yes, 6 shots in that sniper rifle. I need to work with. Needs to reload it to get to full 4. There we go. There's the reload. And Solitude, because of the lead, they're able to play this patiently. They're not going to overextend. They're actually baiting in that attention a little bit, you can see, from the side of Cloud9. And if Solitude score right here active, this could be it.
That was such a beautiful job there by Suppress to kind of create that space, but almost like you said, be a distraction for his squad. And he's going to do that and allow that flag to go in. And like you said, this could be it. It's 2-0 now on the side of Solitude. This is, of course, game number 3. And it's Suppressed and Solitude are trying to play some defense on their base as the pressure does come out in the bottom of Solitude's base. So Suppressed is in a big position here to try and get some kills. He gets the first one, looking to line up the second. Does so on to Gilkey as well. A beautiful 2 kills by Suppressed. Stops the flag in its tracks before it hits the 50% portion.
Suppressed doing a good job here to find some support, to find that sniper rifle. He takes down Gilkey. Gilkey was the last player alive, so it probably wasn't going to go anywhere anyways, but it still feels good to hit that headshot, to shut down the flag run, and continue to build confidence if you're Solitude looking to make that fairly deep, long lower bracket run as Avenue takes the face of Breaking Shot once again, and with Gilkey last up once again, this is coming down to the final 2 pushes here for Cloud9.
Yeah, Triton now the last player alive. Obviously, the spawns will come out of the back of base. Triton going to jump up a little too early there. Almost had the opening, fight onto Av, but ends up going down. 3 minutes is all that remain now. Like you said, not a lot of time to work with. Av's going to be on the top of that, on top of those spawns. Flag does come out, and look at the attention it draws. Av's going to back up. Gilkey's going to try and stay alive here. The slide comes out. The peek shot is so good. Av has nothing to do here. Gilkey gets the kill as well, and now they're going to be moving this flag forward.
Gilkey with the perfect example there, why you want to slide around corners, because most of these players throughout the day have lined up that pre-fire at head level, shoulder level, if the player's standing or walking by. There, Gilkey disrupts that pre-fire, slides through, and because of it, Cloud9 have made this an absolutely a game 3, do or die, 2:22 left on the clock, only down 1.
That's a lot of time to work with if you're Cloud9, and these first couple kills are going to be the deciding factor here. Gilkey with no shields going to be challenging Suppress there. A little bit confident, but he had some help. Maybe thought he could potentially get that going. The flag does come out. It's going to be Cloud9's flag, though. Frosty doing some great defense onto his flag. Triton's going to try and go for that new sniper. So now it's Breaking Shot with a sniper, and I believe it's Av on the other end. And oh my gosh, Breaking Shot, a beautiful kill there. Av looking for the kill onto him as he sits in the vents, and Breaking Shot going to get another kill onto Frosty. Finally goes down to Av's grenade.
I really love that pull there from Boo Boo Doo. Such a heads-up play. Ultimately goes down. That flag's not going to go anywhere. But just at the moment, nice snipe there from Avenue, takes down Ramy. But just when Cloud9 had the opportunity to fully push through into the side of Solitude, Boo Boo Doo pulled flag and made him go, oh no, we got to look. Even just glancing back active, even just looking over your right shoulder is enough to delay. Gilkey doing a little bit better with the headshot. Quick scope there. But again, it was that heads-up pull from Boo Boo Doo that keeps the lead at 1 for his squad. Can they close things out? Just over a minute to go. No scope again from Gilkey. Wow.
Gilkey is starting to heat up just a bit, shut down instantaneously by Av, who has a sniper of his own and the QT to work with as well. And that flag will be returned here. Av doing his best to stay alive inside of the vent. Breaking Shot has his chance, though, but he's going to get taken out by Frosty. And you can see Solitude just playing all of that defense, the defense that is necessary here to prevent this next flag from going in. Suppress gets a double kill on the kill feed. 35 seconds is all that's left.
Suppress is looking to use offense as a great form of defense as he's pushed up into that blue side of the map. Trades out with Breaking Shot. And it's a numbers advantage for Cloud9, but it's almost like an even 2v2 active in the sense that desperation is coming from Cloud9. Solitude senses it. They know it's coming. That's why they're able to take 3 down. They're looking back into the spawn for Breaking Shot, but he stays alive. But it's not going to be enough, it looks like. Desperation not even going to come through for Cloud9. They're not even going to get a chance to pull, if not for Triton. But yeah, this is all for naught, as Cloud9 will go down. Hard fought. They made it really close at the end, but Solitude was able to sit on that 2-0 lead, make them chase a little bit, and they take the series.
That's the big thing, too. When you're playing on that defensive side, you've got the lead exactly right. You can sit there, chill, make them chase, make them, overextend. Take away some discipline out of the side of Cloud9. That's exactly what Solitude did. They're going to win the series. And, of course, the best of 3 was a very tight best of 3 there, obviously, as we went to game number 3. But overall, great job by Solitude to close that one out. It definitely seems like the chemistry is starting to build up just a bit for this squad. But you know what I want to know? I want to know what our hosts think. Aliek and Toolez, how'd you think that series went?
That was a fun map to watch. Toolez, you're the expert in Argyle, apparently, since you love it so much. You did change your mind just a moment ago, but do you like it? Do you not like it? What's happening?
So something about Tim agreeing with me just didn't sit right with me. So, I think I've officially changed my mind. I'm an Argyle hater. As long as Active is an Argyle lover, I'll be right on the opposite side. I don't really have a firm stance. My stance is just going to be the opposite of whatever Active thinks for the rest of the stream. But I'll say it really is sniper-filled action throughout, right? Because that BR doesn't have as much presence on the map, you can really have a little bit more freedom. You see those snipers play a little bit more of a big impact, and the player that I really want to hype up in this game because of their ability with the sniper. In fact, I would give one for each side, but I think Avenue was a big reason why they won in this game. On the back half, when Gilkey and the rest of Cloud9 were starting to get a little bit more momentum behind them, it was really Avenue that was in the right place, right time with some of these sniper shots that stopped some of those big plays. And then Gilkey. Wow, let's talk about staying alive so much in the beginning. The problem was they weren't able to turn any of that presence that he's providing on the map into much offensive action. I think that's something that Cloud9 has been lacking throughout most of that team's tenure. It's just making offensive plays from their life, right? They're very content with staying over at the 50 and playing slay for slay. They need to be a little bit more explosive in the way that they generate offensive plays. I just don't think we saw that in this game, and end up being their demise.
Yeah, incredible snipe plays from both teams as we are seeing right now. Are there any moments that you think were the turning points for Solitude to take this CTF and move forward in the bracket?
I think it was as soon as we saw the snipers just consistently stay in their hands. I wouldn't even consider it more of a turning point. I think they started writing the finishing chapter and they never gave up the pen. Right, to them it was a firm victory. I will say it was a great bounce back after I think a really rough game too, where we saw impressive plays from Gilkey at the end, where he was able to get that shock rifle and win the Slayer for his team. I think that's a great bounce back from Solitude. I think Avenue and Suppress played phenomenal in that last game, and for them, keep that momentum, keep using it in your next series against Lies.
Yeah, I think I've also changed my mind actually, Toolez. I think Argyle is a map that I enjoy watching. So we're all just changing our minds here. It's the snipe plays. We all like seeing snipers, and I don't think Halo Infinite has. There's just a lack of snipers sometimes. That's what I feel. And this map has two of them. So we get to see both teams just, get these cool plays combined with the QT as well. And right now we're seeing on the bracket, we're gonna have a Solitude versus Lies, and whoever takes that win is going to move forward to go against Incognito. And I would love to see a Solitude versus Incognito rematch, but let's not lose our hope towards Lies. Lies has been playing great as well, so I'm looking forward to see any last thoughts before we go on our break, Tools.
It's gonna be a tough matchup for Lies, right? They're a team that is usually on the precipice of getting into that pro / pool play spot. This is a team that has three very much established high placing pros with Boo Boo Dubu, Suppressed, and the world champion Frosty. It's going to be a tough matchup, but this is where you can try to get a test of where you are at, and this is a team that's been playing together for a while now. It's time to show that resolve, that mettle that you've been able to hone in while you've been teaming is enough to take on a pickup squad of pro players, right? Because there is a difference between playing against a pro team and playing against a pickup team of pro players. There's still an opportunity that Lies comes out on top here. I just think it's going to take a lot of luck and a lot of hard work in this next game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see who our next winner of our next match will be after this break.
Double kill. kill. Reversal. Reversal. Double kill.
Welcome back to the HCS Open tournament today. We are about to start our next game, but before we go into our match, Lies versus Solitude, we have a quick message. Toolez, whose birthday is it?
Ooh, it's not just one birthday, it's 3 birthdays. The triplets out here, celebrating their birthday while playing in the tournament. So give some love to Avenue and Suppress who are playing today. And then also, LVT's own Diagram. I'm going to put their Twitters in the chat. Go wish them a little happy birthday.
All right, go do that in the chat. Let's jump into the casters, Active and Makowski.
Thank you, Aliek. Happy birthday, triplets, Makowski. That's crazy, man. I wish I had two brothers the exact same. I'm curious who was born first and how many minutes it was by. But regardless, we're going to be hopping in here. It's going to be Lies versus Solitude, and we're hopping on with Facty to start. He's going to be on that elevator side, and Boo Boo, he's got the shock rifle. We've seen what he's been able to do with this in that last series.
Hey man, Tim. People have been calling this a low stakes quote unquote tournament all throughout the day. No, not for Sniping Lies. This is a massive series for them. This is a massive moment, a step up moment for them where they can come together as the team of 4 that they've been for almost all of HCS Season 2 and take out 4 staple professionals, a former world champion. You got to take advantage right here of the fact that you may or may not have more teamwork because of that time in with each other, and we're seeing it come to fruition here at the opening of this game 1. Sniping Lies take the lead 45-0.
Yeah, quickly though, Solitude gonna answer back with a little bit of control of A, but yeah, a 45-5 lead is huge, especially for this Lies roster. And like you said, I agree. It's not always about how much money's on the line. It's that is obviously a very great thing to have be a part of it, but sometimes it's about just knowing that you guys are, your work has been paying off. Your hard work pays off. The scrims that you put in, the time that you go over VOD, regardless of whatever it is that you're doing, it's nice to know that that stuff does pay off. That being said, though, Solitude going to be answering back here quickly, now within only 8 or 7 points here as they continue to hold this AB setup. The push does come through, but it'll be Av who shuts down that push as they continue to take out the no-shield players in a great play by him, right? He's able to stay alive here. Now he's got to get the kill on the last shot who has the camo, and he does just that. Moving on to Sylvanic. Not going to get that kill, but Av did a lot of damage in that sequence.
And then this is an important gut check moment for Sniping Lies, and you're probably thinking, but Makowski, the game just started. I know, but after 45 seconds uncontested from Lies, Solitude answers back with 60 of their own. How does Lies answer back to that impressive 60 unanswered as they do control A and B? Got to take out Avenue, though. So if they want to continue the scoring, he's going to get the last remains of that cap point. It looks like Lies are going to be able to flip it 2-2 right now in the feed, suppressed. We're going to change that.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate right there, right? Because Av, usually when you go for this B hold, you try to go for it when you have at least 1 or 2 dead on the opposing side. Av, everyone was alive there on the side of Lies, I'm sorry, and he was still able to get that B hold. He was still able to make sure that that was converted, and because of that, you know, it takes a little while for Lies to get that B hold back. And you know, with all those resources used on to B, C looking a bit weak. But as I say that, it's going to be 2 down on the side of Solitude. Boo-Boo that B hold once again. They have a little bit of a lead as well. And Last Shot doing all he can to anchor from this tower side, but he makes it very difficult. And in fact, he's going to clean that one up.
Nice. That's a team wipe there for Sniping Lies. Not only a team wipe, but they stagger out Frosty. He still has that red X over his screen for a considerable amount of time, up until the point where Suppress goes down. So you can start to chain this together if you're Sniping Lies and start to chain together some points. Most importantly, as Facty lands another headshot and secures B.
His ability to stay alive here would be huge. Unfortunately, he does go down. Shock rifle now inside of batteries. A very dangerous spot to go ahead and grab that power weapon. Sylvanic, he's going to hold on the top of glass there as Av does put enough damage into him to grab this camo. Look at the spawns that come out, though. Even though Frosty was on that heaven side, the spawns come out onto elevator. And it'll be Lies now in a bit of control, though, with Av in the driver's seat to break that control with his camo.
Impressive camo-wise, though, from Lies as they get DMR damage, grenade damage times 2 right there. But Avenue turns back and takes down Last Shot with the 5 perfect shots. Just as it looked like the camo was about to get shut down, Avenue's about to clutch up and earn B. Huge 1v1 here as he takes down Sylvanic and will, in fact, earn B. Just when Lies were starting to get a little bit of separation of 30 seconds or so. Solitude, I'm right back.
Yeah, sometimes what you have to do, right, Mac, you got to make yourself unpredictable. And right there, Av, he has the camo. They assume he's going to try to escape with that power weapon, the very important power weapon, but instead he doubles back, gets that perfect. And as you can see, this has spiraled a little bit here for Solitude. They're approaching this lead, and that kill from Suppress really going to shape things up for him. He gets another one here, could be huge. Sylvanic is going to trade that one out, but it's Boo Boo on the other end, and back and forth trades is what we have here. But all the while, it's going to be Solitude continuing to get points on the board.
Trades do go in favor, though, in the sense that Solitude still have 2 down, now 1. All 4 up for Lies. This is when you got to make hay. You got to take down Frost. You got to get that shock rifle in your hand, but Boo Boo Doo Boo says no, no, no. The back smack, he knows his first priority is to put a little damage, put a little intel into B, slides back to grab that shock rifle. Ends another shot before shortly going down. This one's back and forth. Let's keep it real, Tim. Between a stacked roster of professionals, the world champ on it as well, versus 4 up-and-coming semi-pros. This is an impressive performance so far from Sniping Lies. Can they do more than draw blood, though? Can they win this game 1? Looking like they might just have a trip cap, or at least the scoring once again.
Yeah, like they got to solidify C first, and it looks like it's a Solitude in their way once again. Kid Nasty is going to have to win a 1v1 here. He does have some help, though. Suppress does take him out, but Facty's there to clean up, and all 4 dead for Lies. App falls off the map, and who doesn't love a birthday swim?
Yeah, there you go. Just looking to cool off a little bit after a hot stretch for Solitude, as they've extended this lead to about a minute. And will, in fact, secure that as they secure A and B. Scoring going to continue to roll in their favor. A predictive grenade goes out. But look at Boo Boo Doo Boo's positioning. Does enough to make sure he takes little damage and exposes himself less as well, with full camo still to work with. Up in between both Bat Ledge and the shock rifle. He's going to stay alive. And with control of A and B, 2 down each side, Boo Boo Doo Boo's survivability is massive here as he maintains and anchors that gold side that should maintain possession of B for Solitude.
Yeah, they do a good job there. As you said, right, that anchor side, that anchor position, very important out of Boo Boo. He does a great job of staying alive, but they do enough damage to back him off. That's going to allow Lies to enter in, but just as fast as they enter into the death screen, and now a double cap turning into a potential triple cap here for the side of Solitude as Boo Boo gets a trade on the kill feed there. And finally, an answer back here from Lies. They're going to try and solidify this A hold, but as you can see, very staggered is the side of Lies, right? 1 goes down, 2 go down. Now they're in a numbers disadvantage potentially, and it's going to be Av who's playing defense really well on this A side of the map, as well as get a reset.
Heartbreaking deja vu once again. The 2-3 times in the past 2-3 minutes, we've seen A and B, and let's call it C as well, have almost a full amount of blue on that circle before Solitude shut it down. Solitude doing such a great job to not necessarily keep that flawless, that hill point flawless, but as soon as Lies are on the precipice of scoring that cap point, Solitude have shut it down time after time.
It's a great song, by the way. And Frosty singing a song of his own. He gets the kill on the A side of the map. Finally, some points go down here for Lies. It'll be Frosty on the aggression here, trying to make sure the Kid Nasty goes down. The whiplash, a beautiful shot into him. Spots the camo player as well, trying to kill the camo player too. Facti goes down. A beautiful job by Frosty once again. You talked about camo eyes before. Frosty utilizing his camo eyes once again, and now they're 18 points away from winning this game.
2:30 and rolling. 15 seconds left before a game 1 victory here for Solitude. Might sense a little desperation coming through. 2-2 even in the feed. Last shot has to secure A, but Boo Boo Doo shuts that down and likely opens up more win conditions for his squad. They should be able to take this, but Lies are scrappy. They're going to make them work for it, but not before Suppress takes A, and Solitude, they're able to maintain and defend C. Could take this game, but Kid Nasty's going to make it work for it.
That's the thing too. You said it yourself, right? It's staggered and it's kind of messy, right? You're going in by yourself. You're with the teammate who took a lot of damage from the cross, and you're just not able to solidify anything. And you know, when you get kind of in this desperation mode, it just becomes really difficult to play against such a solidified team of, like you said, pros. You know, with a world champion in Frosty, and because of that, Solitude closed it out. It's going to be now a 1-0 lead here for Team Solitude.
Wow, and that was all objective efficiency, I believe. Just glancing up at the final score, it wasn't more than a team wipe edge for Team Solitude, as they take much more than that in the final score, 250 to 106, and it really hurts for this Sniping Lies roster on your right side. Cloud9's out of the tournament so far, so this is Sniping Lies we're watching. But for Sniping Lies, they had that near 60-second flawless start. And ever since then, as soon as Solitude got control, they were not willing to let go of it, as they take a pretty convincing game 1 win, 250 to 106.
Yeah, and once you have that solidified hold that Solitude had, it comes down to the pivs, right? If you can win those 1v1 pivs and potentially break a setup or break a player off of top gold, you know, we saw Boo Boo doing such a great job there of solidifying top glass, just staying alive the entire time. The only time they made it through, and it was only one of them or two of them that made it through, is when they took him down to no shields. And, you know, that's, you know, only letting 2 through on that cross is enough to, you know, have the players from Solitude on A just play just incredible defense. So that's exactly what happened. But now we move on to game number 2. It's going to be Live Fire Slayer, and definitely a chance for Lies to bring this series back. Slayer is always one of those game types where I say, you know, you can have obviously less subjective chemistry. There's just less to worry about. We've talked about this many times before, but you know, you just have to worry about getting the kills and staying alive. I mean, as simple as that sounds, that's just really it. So if you can get on a little bit of a run and you know, get on a run quickly, Lies can potentially take this game number 2. But with the slayability that we've seen out of this Solitude roster, even though, like you said, they were only up by like a team wipe, I think there's a potential that you know, Solitude take this pretty quick.
No, this is absolutely a ball game here, as Lies looked good enough in the slaying department in game 1 to give Solitude a hell of a fight here in game 2, up 2 by a count of 3-1, looking to maintain that by surviving, getting out towards the B side of the map, but Avenue shuts that down. Frosty looks to help out in the tunnel system, and Lies come out of the opening break tied even for all.
I like the patience by Sylvanic right there. The spawns come out on the back tower. He stays alive. He gets the cleanup kill on, I believe it was Frosty, but all the while 3 go down. OS just jumps in the pocket of Suppressed. He's going to punch that one in, and it'll be 7-6 now. Make that 8. Suppressed doing some work with his sniper rifle. Let's see if he can continue to take this top tower control and keep it.
And with 2 down for Sniping Lies, a little split OS and back of A, you really can make hay with this overshield, play aggressive with it. Suppressed trying to do that, but doesn't want to overextend and give up the snipe. Instead repositions. It's that body shot, lands the killing spree, and now after a good start from Lies, it's Solitude instead, whose lead continues to grow. 2 quick kills in the feed. It's 13-8.
Yeah, Suppressed is on a spree right now. 0 assists and 0 deaths. And what? gets the kill on a Kid Nasty. I'm not sure if that was a throwback to our day, old man Mikowski, where you could bank bullets off the floor in Halo 3 on Pit. But my goodness gracious, that shot goes through. He's now 6-0, looking to extend that more. And he's not missing a shot. The flow state's engaged. Oh, that's the stick as well.
My God.
Suppressed is on fire.
And even when it goes wrong, it goes right. Suppressed misses the sticky, but it bounces off the back wall and into the back of his opponent. After an incredible stretch run, the ricochet rounds and the ricochet sticky as well. Wow.
My goodness gracious. 21-14, and that's one of those things, right? When you see a player on the opposing side and you know, he's just popping off, it just kind of takes the wind out of your sails. And you can see right there, 23-14. Lies are in a staggered spawn, continuously just trying to play their lives. You know, you see the 2 spawn on DOS there, and you see already they're getting shot by Av, who's in window. It's just really difficult when you're in Lies' position right now. Just pay attention to the top right. Constantly there's 2 alive. Those 2 will be killed, and then the other 2 spawn. You just can't do anything. You can't do anything whatsoever, and it's just a continued stagger spawn, and this is where Slayer gets very scary.
Yes, so Slayer's especially scary when you're going up against Suppressed, and he's 11-3-2. Hopping back on board here with the man himself for good reason. Sniper up in 5. Looking to support here on the Nest side. He's got the lane. Sylvanic has nowhere to go. Those grenades are going to come through from Frosty. That kill on Sylvanic acts like a green flag to tell Suppressed to go, go, go. Clean up that B pillar spawn, or excuse me, B pillar side of the map. They do just that. 3 go down for Lies, and Suppressed finally goes down, but not before building a 33-20 lead.
Yeah, it's too little too late, right? You saw last shot. He did exactly what he needed to do in that situation. He stayed alive. He played a little bit cringy, so to speak, there on the corner, waiting for the push to come through, and that's fine and dandy. You get Suppressed down, you take him out, but you have to do so much more. Like you said, 36-21. This is a massive deficit right now, and almost impossible to come back from. It's just going to take getting control of these power weapons and getting some clean kills in the kill feed. No trades are allowed at this point in the game.
Avenue with that snipe in his hand once again. The repulsor going to send him off the map, but it can do no wrong. He clambers back on. What a heads-up play there from Avenue to not only maintain his life, maintain that sniper. Now out, depleted ammunition, but the life source is not. Avenue stays alive, and 40-25. He probably could have fallen off the map nonetheless, but Solitude just looking way too strong here. Takes down Kid Nasty. Not going to be able to utilize that overshield. Really needed something like that. Down by such a large margin as Solitude look to take a victory lap around live fire.
7 kills is all that remain. I mean, this has got to be a birthday buff, if you ask me. You know, it's just, it's working out for all of them. Suppressed, of course, only died 3 times, 15, 6, and 3. Had an incredible start to the game. Now has overshield. Can't make any mistakes here. Can Suppressed, and looking to close this out. You see last shot kind of standing still off a spawn right there. Not feeling so hot at the moment. Potentially looking for the push on the big door. You don't give up at this point, but you kind of, at this point, you're kind of like, okay, the steak comes out. How do you like your steak, Mac? I don't think I've ever asked you that question. I always ask when there's a steak tackler, but I haven't asked you. How do you like your steak?
Medium rare. Gotta be. Who eats steak medium well? That's not the play. Gotta go medium rare, and that is a delicious medium rare steak-tacular right there. 50-27.
Yeah, I think it was Nick Merckx I heard who likes his well done with ketchup. So, I mean, I don't know.
That's not a
some
steak.
people are just crazy.
It's a hamburger.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But as you can see there, Solitude 2-0 are going to take this series and move on to the losers finals. Of course, they're going to have their rematch versus Incognito. I mean, so you've got a lot today, and I'm kind of curious, real quick before we throw. What do you think about Incognito as a roster?
This is such an interesting matchup coming up in your lower finals because Incognito defeated Solitude 2-0 earlier in the bracket. However, that was hours ago. And with this sort of pickup 8 squad in Solitude, their benefit is just staying alive, getting further and further in the lower side of the bracket so they continue to build that chemistry. They're looking in final form now. I expect a much different series, at least a best of 3 here in this lower finals.
Well, I'd like to get only one other person's thoughts because I hate tools. I'd like to know what Aliek thought of that series. Aliek, what'd you think of that?
Ooh, only what I think. Okay, I got you. Tools, no talking this time. Just kidding. Yeah, that was such a fun map to watch. I love seeing the birthday boys pop off, especially with the sniper there at the end. It's just such a strong combo having Suppressed and Avenue with Frosty and Boo Boo Doo Boo. It's just a scary combination overall. It's such a strong game. And Tools, you know what? I want to hear your thoughts too.
So what? 17-3. What is that? Like quintuple positive, right? Like absolutely unbelievable game from Suppress. Not only like main slaying for the team, but just staying alive, right? And honestly, like performing at that level at this stage in the tournament, I think Suppress is making some noise, right? Because we know that Native Red roster is no longer a roster. They're all going their different ways. These guys are free agents. Like, I don't know if Suppress already has his new team, but with how he is playing, I think there's some options, right? There's some open spots. I heard Optic Gaming might need someone. I think Space Station might need someone, right? So like let's get this guy out in front of some eyes, and because I honestly think that talent is there. Like the ceiling that Suppressed has is, I think, up there with the best of the best, right? It's just raising that floor, and as he gets more experience, as he plays with some of these players that have high floors, like Frosty and Boo Boo Doo Boo. When we think about high floor players, like those are two that come to my mind. He's only gonna get better. I mean, honestly, he is going to become a really fearsome Halo player in the future. And, I mean, he already is, but just he's going to reach that superstar status at some point, right? Where he is just a force to be reckoned with. You can see the makings are there. It's just getting that consistency up. And so far, I'm glad that he's playing so well on his birthday.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those players to watch for sure. And I would love to know, coming up next, we have Incognito versus Solitude. And I think we have some players that we'd love to talk about on Incognito's side as well.
Yeah, Incognito, right? This is a roster that's interesting because Ryen is in need of a new roster. And the question is what is that roster going to look like? And this is kind of the framework of a roster that we expect Ryen to come up with. Obviously, we don't know if this is going to be the for sure thing, because we saw that Precision was playing in place of Ryen as his replacement on Shopify Rebellion for a few tournaments. We don't know if that's permanent yet or not. But when you think of Ryen making a new team, what does he like to do? He likes to go get young players that he can develop, teach them how to play his style of Halo, and rely on their firepower, but also work within his system to make a well-oiled machine. Ryen's system is always going to be a problem for teams to deal with. It's whether the team will buy in and whether they can execute. I think that he's already building himself a strong foundation. I'm excited to see where he goes and what's in the future for his potential roster.
Are you saying my prediction came true? Is this the battle of the dads? Boo Boo versus Ryen Noob.
Boo Boo Doo Boo, the father of three birthday boys, right now. The triplets are his son. And then also Ryen Noob, who is a relatively new dad. I believe his child should be around like 1. I think he became a dad about a year ago now. So, shuffling, playing pro Halo and being a dad, that is already an accomplishment. So shout out to Ryen Noob. There's not many in the scene that have to do that, and so far, I mean, he's been proven to be the family man playing in these tournaments, and hope all is going well for him. I mean, honestly, there are very few people that just give you good vibes like Ryen Noob does. He truly is a class act. Like he will sit there and just shoot. I don't want to say the S word. Oh my god. He'll just talk with you, right? He's someone that has that good vibe. He's awesome, right? If you ever see him at an event, like, pick his brain. Like he is all good vibes. There is no one that's classier than Ryen Noob in the scene.
Yeah, I think that shows his passion. I mean, being a dad and also being a dad in game that's 2 full-time jobs right there, at least. We're about to head on over to our break. Next up, we're going to be having our winners bracket that we're heading on to? No, our help me out here, Tools.
I think we're going to our elimination final.
Finals.
In the grand finals, we have the Europeans waiting.
Right. Battle of the Dads first. All right. See you guys when we get back.
This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down. I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights. 'Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting. I never settle, don't play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7. Now it's my time that I take mine. 6, 5. King of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1. Watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. 'Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7. Now it's my time that I take mine. 6, 5. King of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1. Watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. 'Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time.
Triple kill.
This is my time.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Snipe. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill.
the Halo HCS off-season open, and we're about to watch Incognito versus Solitude. This is a rematch, right, Tools?
Yeah.
Guess what we're gonna be playing?
Ooh, I think it's everyone's favorite game type, aka my least favorite game type. Okay, Extraction.
I don't know if it's my favorite. We're gonna be playing Extraction. I'm just excited to watch some Extraction.
You know what? I cannot believe that you actually like Extraction. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's like I play this day in, day out. It makes me want to get off matchmaking at some points. I think that the changes will help, but I think Extraction has to be the worst game type.
I'm excited to watch it. I disagree. I think we're ready to see some more Extraction. I feel like players have been avoiding it for too long. It's time to see them playing it. All right, guys, the players are ready. Let's go jump into it. Solitude versus Incognito, live fire Extraction.
Here we go. Extraction. Let's go. I mean, yeah, the changes, they're improving Extraction a bit, but it's definitely a little bit tough still. I think some things can still be tweaked, but we take it step by step, right, Mac?
Yeah, I think this HCS Online Open Series off-season number 1 it's just a beta. It's just a testing ground for Extraction. It's Avenue finds the triple kill early, could hit an overkill on Armea or God Hand. I gotta remind myself over and over that's Carmea, which actually gives me a good chance to say, if you're just tuning in, wondering who's God Hand and how did he make it all the way to the lower finals, that's Carmea on the new gamer tag. As we have a fresh start, Solitude, lower finals. Solitude takes the edge with that first cap point, and Boo Boo Doo Boo setting up defensively with that snipe.
Yeah, I really liked Carmea, and in terms of search engine optimization, I would assume it's really good as well. I don't know, but I mean, if you wanted a little bit of a brand change, follow in the side of Bangwin, then fine, but Boo Boo. A beautiful job there defending, and that's all he really needs to do. You can see the plant spot is at the bottom. The shroud screen comes out, the no scope comes out, the repulse to push the nade back. And he's got help from his brother and Av, but Av is gonna fall down, and so is Boo Boo. Oh my word. A great job there in a defensive hold from Incognito.
No scope and no vision, but shortly after that highlight reel play from Boo Boo Doo Boo, they go 3 down. Incognito have flipped the scoring on the B side of the map, and we're almost at the 75% mark. This is going to give Solitude one final push through. They have the numbers edge to go down for Incognito. They're desperate here for the stop. They're going to give it a try. Here goes Frosty.
Yep, a nade's gonna come through and hit him, only for 25% of his health. The conversion will go through. The snipe in the hands of Boo Boo to try and play some defense on the spawns. Barely gonna miss the head of Huss, but gotta talk about that plant spot a little bit as Suppress is continuing on the heater that we saw him in the last game. But that plant spot, very unconventional, right? Sometimes you like to plant it on the outside, on those elbows, and you can kind of watch from the back of C and just have a lot of sight line on that plant. But unfortunately, they planted inside of B, and now anyone who's trying to take this will have a hard time, but what makes it a bit easier is this overshield in the hands of Huss.
We saw this exact same moment previously in the tournament, but Huss isn't going to get a chance to brute force the counter with the overshield. Instead, he's going to pick up 2 and stop the push here from, oh my god, from Solitude. Unbelievable. Thought that was going to be a triple kill. Paused me for a second. Not going to land the 4th for the team wipe. Is that going to go through? The conversion does, in fact, go through. A last-ditch effort there from Avenue, but scoring going to continue here for Incognito. Can they hold things out? They're at the quarter mark, needing 3-4 more.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure who that was basically converting that, but regardless, they got their shields back and then went to convert it. And when that push came through, they were full, healthy, full shields, and the conversion goes back once again in the hands of Solitude. So a back and forth conversion here for both squads. Snipers coming up. This could decide this very first extraction point. And we'll see if, with all 4 dead from Incognito, if Solitude's able to maintain his hold.
Yeah, this has been one of the more intriguing starts, dare I say, to an extraction game mode. I don't know, maybe I'm jumping on the extraction train, and not yet. Let's see it when the changes come through. One player who doesn't need to change anything about his game to continue on his absolutely incredible career is Boo Boo Doo Boo with the snipe in his hand. Full 8 shots to work with. Saw him land the no-scope earlier, but he re-peaks. Maybe a little one too many re-peaks, and he goes down because of it, but not going to be worse for the wear, as all 3 surviving members of Solitude have taken over the nest bridge, have taken over that snipe, and now Avenue's putting it to good work.
Yeah, conversions keep flipping back and forth. It's all 4 dead for Incognito. It'll be a reset of the game, I believe. You saw Ryen kind of sitting still there on that previous thing, but we'll have a full reset, I would imagine, here, as maybe someone ended up lagging out or maybe the wrong settings. But we'll get back to you on that real quick. Regardless, though, we got to see a little bit of extraction. And again, I talk about that plant spot. There was a lot of pressure coming through, so you kind of feel the need to kind of plant it wherever you can at that point in time. But I still think that you can really solidify, when you're the first to plant I call it the bomb. When you're the first to plant it down, you end up in a scenario where you can control the map based on where that is, and when it's inside of B, it's just really difficult to play defense on that. You only start with 1 nade, so you're not able to just nade that whole over and over again. Instead, it's better to have that line of sight. What do you think about that? Do you wait for the bomb play? Do you wait for an opportunity to maybe get a couple kills and solidify a safe extraction plan, or do you just go with whatever you can get?
Well, since we're in the experimental phase, I guess, of extraction, since we're going to see not even this game mode in a couple weeks, once those massive changes come through, hiding the audio cues and such. I'm kind of curious as far as the opening strat is related on Livefire. Curious to see some more plants on the elbow edges, a little bit more on that top side of the green side of the map. So far throughout the day and even in the recent weeks, I think we've only ever seen players extract and plant that extraction in the middle lower part of B. So I'd like to see maybe what other locations on that B side could make happen, because I think those could be viable as well. You do have that 1 grenade to work with and potentially land inside of B, but I see why players planted inside of B, because without that extra grenade, you really got to make sure that you have eyes on through the back of B, and there you could get repulsored off the map if you have that previous possession. So I understand why players, for the most part, plant that in the middle bottom part of B, but I think there's still some experimenting to do with this game mode entirely.
Yeah, I really like. I understand exactly what you're saying there. I definitely like the elbow side, but I think it just comes down to, like, if you don't have the pressure, you don't have the kills, and you just want to get it planted down, you kind of take what you can get. But regardless, I mean, that 1 nade definitely plays a factor, and I agree with you. Those big changes that are coming through, I think there's still, to be honest, needs to be more, but I don't think you go all out. I think what HCS is doing is the smart way to do it. You take it step by step. First remove the audio cues, allow teams or force teams to be in that position of where the extraction is. I think that's the very first step, and then see how that plays out and take it from there. But like you said, it's a great testing ground to kind of see. And I'm honestly I'm a fan of this game mode. I just, with the work, I think it could really be a very intense game mode for us to watch when those LAN tournaments come up.
Yeah, and so many teams set up strategically on the side of Nest or Nest Bridge and on the side of A Sandbags, and I think either left or right side of that B location could be great for a potential cap. I also think if you were to set it on Nest side of B active, you could get those outback mud spawns and have eyes on a potential slay right there off the rip, which you don't have in Extraction. More often than not, like we talked about earlier with Eli, you spawn out no matter what, regardless of whether you're the team that planted or is on the defense. So I think there's still plenty more to discover with Extraction, and it seems like HCS is gonna have this in the rotation for Season 3. So whether we like it or not, this is the case. We're gonna have Extraction in Season 3. Here we go, loading back into Livefire. Extraction for Game 1. It's a restart, a fresh one. Both teams notched at 0.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a big fan of change. I always have been, and I'm excited to see how this kind of evolves, and it'll be very fun to watch. And you can see Godhand, he's going to try and plant this down, but you see, again, the opposition is there. They're going to get a trade back and forth. It's going to be 2 down for the side of Incognito. Huss is going to be inside. Has to get a kill first. You see that repulsor that you mentioned comes into play there, and there now the plan from Frosty will come out on the elbow like we talked about.
Yeah, maybe they were listening in the when after Godhand lagged out. They thought, let's see what the strategy sounds like on LVT, and let's try it. That's exactly what we see here from Frosty, planning that extraction on the Nest side. Let's see what kind of cover this provides. Let's see how quickly Incognito could potentially reflip. Actually, it doesn't matter what the coverage looks like. Precision's popping off with a triple kill. That should always lead to a conversion, as it does. Incognito now have the cap point.
Yeah, Precision's playing this really well as well. He's staying alive. He ends up going down there, but it'll be the first death for the side of Incognito. You see, potentially the spawns are going to come out on the overshield side. That's Boo Boo, the first one to spawn. And with that spawn, he's going to have a little bit of an advantage in terms of being able to push on that line of sight of the extraction. You see, that bridge is a great line of sight there. You're able to put that damage in and stay alive at the same time, and it'll be a hold that Incognito just keeps defensively held, and it's going to be a cap for them. It looks like no one really in position to stop this, so they will get the first point in this game.
All right, Solitude cap first, but Incognito flip it. I don't think that's more so much a reflection on that not being a viable place to cap, because Precision did hit that triple kill and then wiped Solitude twice after that, actually. 2 wipes going down for Solitude. So regardless, you could have planted that out in the wherever you wanted, and you were going to score there if you're Incognito, winning the slaying battle and the objective efficiency here early on in live fire extraction.
Yeah, you see the plant spot here for this one is going to be on top of screen, so definitely visible, I believe, from that back tower side, regardless of visible on the Brute side, and it'll be Solitude trying to stay alive here. A great job by Suppress, going to avoid that nade. Ooh is right, because he was very close to dying, and every single death matters here. You see Precision? That's the kind of play you have to do. You have to play slow in terms of extraction. You got to look for an opportunity to pop in and get that damage, and all 4 dead for Solitude. This will be the second point for Incognito in a row.
And it's the efficiency. I know that Solitude are getting outslayed right now. Frosty's sitting at 0-7, but it really comes down to the objective efficiency and the teamwork. It just looks stronger, and that makes sense because Incognito has had some time to work on some opening strats, and I don't know, maybe they've got some extraction strats worked out and written up on the notebook as well, because they look really strong here. 3 potential scores in a row against Solitude. As Suppressed answers back with a double, going to open up a potential to convert this score.
As far as plant spots, I think that there's really no other place to put this one. Right on the top of C plat is perfectly fine. Pretty much treat it like that hill in King of the Hill, or the Stronghold, of course. But it'll be another quarter of the way to go here for Incognito, and they'll score their 3rd point. The Slays have to come out here for the side of Solitude. You said it yourself. I mean, they're getting outslayed by Incognito by a ton. These Slays are what matter. And Suppress, he's in a position to play some defense here. They're going to hop off the point, and because of that, they're going to get another point as Incognito.
And active, that all happened because Incognito didn't play the C cap, at least physically. They separated. They went towards the nest side. They went towards dummy door. They actually gave C to Solitude, but that was all bait. We saw with the heat wave from S1, the extra shots from the back of Mud. That was all bait, and because of it, Incognito take a 3-0 lead, but not before Solitude. A little bit of snipe to work with, a little bit of overshield, and I believe their first score off of a new cap point. So outside of that first score, that did flip to Incognito. So let's see here if Solitude can hold.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mac. I mean, it pretty much what people are saying is like whoever plants first is the one to score. We saw that was not the case for that very first one, and almost not the case for this one as well. It'll be Precision trying to convert this off, and he does. He does just that, gets the conversion here, and they will be on match point right now. If they can convert this extraction all the way through, it'll be Incognito with a 4-0 victory. We're going to have to start to see some slays coming out of Solitude here.
And I think this really speaks to the teamwork and objective efficiency edge when you look at the fact that if this goes through, 2 out of the 4 scores for Incognito came on defensive efforts where they flipped the first score and first cap from Solitude. We don't see that very often on extraction. That's sort of a win condition. Rule of thumb, score first, usually score. Or excuse me, I should say plant first, usually score. Rico down once again for Solitude. Huss, all he has to do is pew, 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 more towards Boo Boo Doo Boo with that plasma pistol, and he's just not going to give Solitude enough time. Incognito are going to take it 4-0. Perfect plays here. Flawless execution on extraction live fire. Incognito writing the book.
I gotta say that Huss was my MVP of that match. 16, and I believe it was 5 there for Huss on the side of Incognito. Absolutely playing out of his mind. Of course, a very new game type. You know, maybe it comes down to Solitude not having practiced it enough, or you know, again, Ryen Noob's name is Ryen Noob Nerds, and we all know he's a very high IQ Halo player. I'm sure he's got strats already lined up for that. I'm sure he makes the play calls, and you know what? You have time to make those play calls, Mac, right? The game is slow. The game's pace is slowed down, so you have time to make the play calls, and I would assume Ryen Noob did just that.
Yeah, that was... Run that film back. I know, I know, like I said earlier, this game mode is going to honestly be completely different once that patch note hits, but my God, we talked about watching some film and taking a learning lesson from the L, and that feels like it right here. I mean, absolutely flawless performance here. And I know that people are saying that there's not enough rhyme or reason to extraction. I don't know. Incognito seemed to have figured that out. And this goes back to why I always say I wouldn't build a roster of 4 Lucids or even 4 Frosties, because it's all about how you complement each other. It's all about making your teammates better than they would normally be, right? I think that's wins above replacement, I think, is what the stat is in baseball, but I really think that means a lot in Halo. When you can pair and jive with another complementary player, it's like twice as optimal efficient, right? And I think that's what we're seeing here from this Incognito roster. You could argue from a power rankings perspective, maybe you give the edge to Solitude, but it's that teamwork. It's the complementary functions of this Incognito roster, which have me very excited to potentially see this full team of 4 in Season 3.
Yeah, very interesting. You know, Toolez has said it earlier. Obviously, Ryen Noob's looking for a roster, and all these roster changes. We have yet to see the completion of so many of them, and I'm excited to see where things fall. And I'm excited to spend hours and hours learning every single roster once again. But just a great time, and like you said, it's all about how you complement each other, right? Some teams have the chemistry right off the bat. Sometimes you find a match of 4 players that just work so well together, and that definitely could be this Incognito roster. Well, here we go. We're going to go on to Solitude Slayer, and, Solitude Slayer, Solitude the team. We'll see if Solitude can win Solitude right here.
Yeah, right. It's in their namesake. They got to win on Solitude. As we hop on board here with Godhand, looking to make a play with that thrust. Does just that. Takes down Suppressed. Good little juke action there early as we're tied 2-all. Now 3-2, Solitude.
Looking for Frosty to pop off here in this game. Definitely has had a little bit of not a slow start, but just slower than we are used to seeing. You know, you get, you're used to one thing and you get less. You wish for, what you're used to. And Frosty, definitely a player that I think will start to heat up as this map goes on. As I say that, Ryen Noob's going to pull the old trusty out of the battle rifle and get the perfect onto him. And that'll be a 2-kill lead now for Incognito.
Well, I like the idea. I like the setup here from Ryen Noob. With that battle rifle, he's going to take to the top of a ledge and have the range to put good damage out on anybody that crosses his path. Love the setup there. But he's not using this. He's not using the battle rifle. He's got the sniper in his back pocket, and he just took the face of Avenue.
See what else he can do with this snipe here. Ryen Noob's always a player that I've loved watching. Ever since the Halo 3 days where he really started to make a name for himself. Oh my goodness, but instantly taken out there on the gold ledge. That's going to open up things for Frosty to pick up that snipe. He cannot find it though, so he'll set up for the BR instead. It's essentially a sniper anyway. Put some shots in. It's now 10-10. Suppressed says, I'll pick it up for you. As Incognito get a 1-kill lead, the spawns come out onto blue.
Yeah, and that's a good tip for those at home. I think Frosty was calling for Suppressed maybe to pick up that snipe, but anytime you don't know where that sniper is, hit that AI scan. It'll show you not only where the sniper lies on the ground, but also valuable intel like, are the grenades up? And if the grenades aren't there, it usually gives you an intel that someone's in that location that just picked them up. So plenty of information and strategy to be deployed with the use of that AI scan.
Some great damage out of Frosty right there. Ends up taking... or putting some damage into a couple players. One of them ends up getting cleaned up, but more damage has to be done here. A 13-17 lead here for Incognito as Huss decides to push in aggressively. The spawns once again come out onto blue from Solitude, or from Team Solitude here. And it'll be, of course, Huss pushing in the aggression. The repulse comes out, maybe just trying to create some space, but regardless, throws away his life right there. Precision goes down as well, and now the lead is within 3.
Important moment in this match. It's a best of 3. So Incognito with the 1-0 lead in the series, with the 1 kill, now tied. There we go. Solitude coming back in this one. Avenue getting some cross shots across the driveway towards trucks. Depressed, you can see, looking to clean it up. Finally spots Huss. takes down his opponent right before Huss started to get full shields back. Nice timing on the approach there from Suppressed.
Yeah, and a great repulse to stay alive as well, right? Almost performs a drop shot right there, too. Drops quickly off of that ledge, trying to give himself a little bit of an edge in that fight. 21-19 now. Av looking for some sort of an opportunity or an opening to grab that snipe. He gets taken out. Ryen takes out Frosty as well. Beautiful job by Ryen here. Stays alive on top of it all and sets himself up for the spawns that are coming out on the glass side of the map. You see there is one spawner in Precision. They're going to act on him quickly. It'll be God Hand now on the top of... Sorry, not Precision. It's going to be God Hand now on the top of S4, though. Not able to stay alive as Frosty takes him out quickly. A very important kill there on the sniper player on S4.
Back and forth we go. 2 players down on each side as Avenue goes down as well right before rounding the corner. Oh my God, Huss! I thought he was on the cafe side. He looks down, almost barrel stuff, no scope into the top of the dome. Great shot there from Huss. He knows he has pressure pushing that, Suppressed. He does a good job there to take him down. Camo up as well. Keep an eye on that.
2 bullets left to work with for Suppressed. We saw what he was able to do in the very last game. Another shot goes into Precision. He goes down. 3 down for Incognito. I believe that Incognito also... I'm sorry, maybe Solitude also got the camo. I'm not sure if camo was up. Regardless, it came up about 30 seconds ago. But Frosty is going to be pushing aggressively on these spawns. These shots there, not going to end up going down. Stays alive really well. You see they're just pushing on the aggression here. They get the first down. Now they can kind of press on the gas pedal here. And they'll do just that. But Godhand is going to get 1 kill at least to trade out. A 32-29 lead now.
Great recognition of the numbers there from Solitude, seeing those lives deplete in the left of their feed. Every single one of those that pops up is just almost like a thrust booster in your mind to continue to hold forward, to continue to push up. What we saw there from Avenue is he does a good job to maintain his presence and pressure on the map. Boo Boo Dubu getting down to low shields here. Up by 1. Solitude needing 1 to tie up this series. This is a huge survivability moment here for Boo Boo Dubu. Previously, he might have peeked out on live fire once or twice too long. Now he just plays it safe. Back up to full shields and should find the slay on Precision because of it. Nice process there from Boo Boo Dubu. He might find one better with the double kill on Godhand. He does, in fact. What a impressive sequence here from Boo Boo Dubu. One you could absolutely break down in film later. That was masterful.
Yeah, Boo Boo played that beautifully. Like you said, I mean, he was able to get 2 with, no shields to work with. Call those the low percentage plays. High risk, high reward. Suppressed going to be pushing in on the spawns here, though. Gets 1. Ends up staying alive as well. And honestly, Solitude are just doing a really good job of staying alive, playing their lives, but also outputting that damage. It's making them very difficult to deal with here for the side of Incognito.
Solitude up for a crucial moment in the match. 6 minutes left. I mean, Sniper and Camo are both up, but focus is not going to be on that. We have a fight going on towards the bend instead. Avenue looks to support his brother. Doesn't keep him alive, but make sure to earn the net positive. Can't land that shot on Precision, though. That is why Precision, a player to watch out for. He was absolutely calculated and cracked in Season 2. The DMR looking 1 better. Does he win another gunfight? Yes! Impressive sequence there from Precision. Out DMRing 2 of his opponents. But it's still a 2-kill, now 1-kill lead for Solitude. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
It's all about what Ryen does with his sniper rifle. Knows he has to take out Frosty first, though. Decides not to use any of the sniper ammo and utilize his repulse instead. Boo Boo's going to find an opening, though. Gets the kill onto Precision in the kill feed. Also the kill onto Ryen as well. And now looking for an opportunity to push in. Gets Huss as well. Boo Boo Dubu picks up the sniper as a reward, but absolutely playing phenomenal in this Slayer game. Now they're up by 3.
Huge late game moments here from Boo Boo Dubu. It's, again, a reason why the numbers sometimes lie. Granted, he does have the 10 assists to match the 10 kills and deaths, but sitting at even, but no. His impact and influence on this match has been positive. A big reason why his team is up 2 here in the late goings is because of the huge pivots. We saw the good teamwork. Avenue, there's a crack shot there on Huss. As Solitude need just 1 more.
That was real close on a Precision there as well. But like you said, 1 more is all they'll need. It'll get cleaned up, and a beautiful win there by Solitude to now even up the series 1-1. And it really came off the back of Boo Boo. Multiple plays, like you said, right? No, and Tony says it the same thing. Not all kills are created equally, right? Boo Boo was in the feed getting those kills, but there was so many massive plays that he was able to make that really brought them back in this game. And now we're at a tie series. The last game, of course, being Recharge Oddball.
Yeah, the difference really was Boo Boo Doo Boo in the end with that killing spree. It was a 5-kill difference even in the final score, 50-45. So it just goes to show you gotta watch the eye test, not the post-game stat report, to really have an idea for how these teams played. I said this before, but it always comes down to right time, right place. We're seeing a little bit of that here from Boo Boo Doo Boo in the replays.
Look at this. Godhand tries to bounce off the wall right there. You see that? He was hoping, if we rewind that a little bit, he was hoping his teammates would help him. Ryen wasn't in position to do so, but look, he's down to no shields. He's bouncing off the wall to make himself a difficult kill, essentially headbutting the wall. But, you know, you're going to see a lot of movement like that with the Bandit being the starting weapon. And this is something that I've kind of utilized in my own gameplay, something called the jab step. And we're seeing Lucid use it a lot as well. Essentially, when you're in the middle of a fight and you're kind of like no shields and it's a fight that you're not supposed to win, you can essentially stop shooting, turn to the right, sprint to the right side, and then turn back and start shooting again. And it throws a lot of people off. And like I said, if you watch Lucid play the game, he's starting to utilize that in his own gameplay. Of course, we saw Shock kind of put a Twitter post up of him using that. So a lot of like the individual stuff being utilized because of these bandit starts. Of course, I wouldn't suggest that you slam your head against the wall like Godhand did there, but regardless, a lot of that individual play style kind of in your movement kind of being utilized with this bandit start.
Yeah, it's along the same lines of thought where the hardest shot to hit is sometimes on a player standing still, right? That's because you always aim to where the player's going. You try to have a little bit of prediction, whether they're going vertical, horizontal, left, right. There, Godhand just continued to bam his head into the wall, looking like me in real life, playing matchmaking with some of the teammates I get. As we have a tie series. This is what we predicted, though, Tim. We thought this one would go the distance. A previous 2-0 on the upper side of the bracket for Solitude. Things are looking a little different here, though. Much more highly contested. Excuse me, a 2-0 win for Incognito earlier. Now Solitude has found their form. They seem to have been improving game after game after game, and I think that's to be expected with 4 absolutely crack talented players that maybe don't quote unquote team officially with each other, right?
100%. And we'll see if we'll see if their individual talent, if their mechanical skill can carry them through. Regardless, it'll be an early ball control here for Incognito, bringing it towards the elevator side. The spawns come out onto C, but it's Huss with the camo to play that defense. Let's see how he plays this.
Is he going to bait or is he going to push up? He does a little bit of both, pushing up to that corner angle to where he can play for the double kill. My God, the game sense from Huss. Absolutely masterful there. Love that play. Almost looking like a Boo Boo Doo Boo-esque. As Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down on the other side, and Incognito, after that hot start with the camo heads up play from Huss, they find the milk run up 30-0.
30 points is a lot, especially in this round number 1. We could go the distance here, of course. We've seen oddball games go the distance in terms of time. Go to 3 rounds. The ball was trying to, be played there, but Frosty's going to catch it. And now they have a solidified pipe hold here. It's going to be Frosty who tosses it over to his teammate, gets straight onto Ryen on the top of glass. Huss looking with that kill to try and push on that advantage. But look at Av. Great positioning here by Av, right? He's on the top of A. Is he going to spot Huss? He does. Ooh. Again, great positioning. Precision does push through because of that. So this will be a play ball at the bottom center of the map. But regardless, beautifully played by Solitude.
Yeah, that was massive there from Avenue. Look at the setup there. You got Godhand and Ryen on the top gold side. If Huss gets through to the frag door, that is a perfect pinch setup. That's a play call, actually, from Incognito, led by the captain, Ryen, almost like an IGL pro player coach. But it doesn't work out for them as Huss does go down. That leaves those 2 players by themselves, the back of gold. And now Solitude have a good setup here. They're looking for a 30-second milk run of their own.
They do get a player that escapes through the gold stairs, though. That's going to be Huss. Really quick on his feet off a spawn. He's got to play against Frosty in this situation. Frosty gets the double beat down. For those of you guys that don't know, a little tip for you once again, when you have a small pistol, a plasma pistol, a sidekick, regardless, they melee much quicker. So when you're in a melee fight, make sure you switch to that smaller weapon when you're tossing those melees out, as it definitely does make a difference. You see Frosty utilizing that plasma pistol, though, to just do as much damage as possible, stays alive as well, and ends up getting the kill onto Ryen.
Frosty looking to stay alive here. Good timing. Reshields, pushes back up. Wow, impressive for precision to get that trade. You could argue the same for Frosty. Just both go down. 3 down, though, in the feed for Solitude. That's going to give a numbers edge here. Incognito, and Huss is looking to push up with it, but he pushes up into the suspecting hands there of Frosty. He claims the edge there, and now Solitude have the numbers edge, but that oddball sits almost right at the reset over on the needle side, and now it's going to be almost a full play ball scenario as the oddball sits precariously at bottom mid, but with the numbers edge, 2 down for Incognito. Boo Doo going to grab that and take it away.
Yeah, Frosty did a great job right there of staying alive in the bottom of elevator. He's going to secure the shock rifle that I believe Huss was trying to pick up, but great prediction there. Great little flick there on the God Hand on the side of Battle Edge. We talked about, hitting your head off the door frame or something like that to make yourself fall quicker, to win those individual fights. Suppress doesn't need none of that, though. He doesn't need any mechanical skill, just pure aim. Pure mechanical aim gets 2. All the while, though, some time continuing to stack up here for Incognito. 41 seconds.
But look at this. Because Godhand and another one of his teammates are at the back of gold, it's going to almost spawn Solitude up towards A, where they can get a pretty quick hit on that oddball time. Expecting a little bit more milk, as they do continue to milk out. So impressive, despite the good spawn. Fortunate spawn there for Solitude. Incognito were able to milk out a few more times before resetting that oddball. And now it looks like both teams are on that backside of gold. This is going to be a huge fight for gold and that oddball reset.
And that's just really bad timing there by Boo Doo. He goes in a bit too early, and now one by one the ants go marching in, and one by one they will go down. And this will be more time added up here for the side of Incognito. Suppressed with that camo in his hands. Honestly, not going to get much value out of this, right? It's going to dissipate in about 5 to 7 seconds, so he won't be able to utilize this too much. That being said, he does get that first kill, and still moving forward for more, I believe. It's going to be Ryen who's on this pat ledge. Gets caught out, though, as that camo goes away. But the great thing is he plays his life in that scenario. Ryen flies on through the grapple. Frosty cleans him up. But look at this rotation. Mac, they're rotating the ball all the way towards C, and look how much time they've stacked up.
The ball rolls right into Boo Doo's hands. He's probably thinking, feels like an early Christmas gift. He now has Avenue supporting on that C side of the map. Huss looking to push up, but he looked like he took a shot in the back. Approaching the C side, that's going to make it a little bit easier for Avenue to clean it up. I think that was maybe Frosty who got that well-timed shot in the back, but now it's Frosty and Boo Doo going back to the respawn screen. That's going to allow Incognito with a chance to rotate that oddball, but they won't get far. Avenue takes down that player with the whiplash. Expect to see a grapple down close to that oddball as well, so you could pick up a little 2-for-1 action. Even pick up the grapple and then grapple towards the oddball to make it a little bit safer pickup. Keep an eye out on that.
Oof. Precision. It's in his name.
Double kill.
Some beautiful shots by him on the C stairs.
Oh,
Triple
no.
kill on a Frosty. Starting to heat up just a bit. Wants the over. Not going to stop chowing. He does. I didn't expect that whatsoever. Oh, my goodness. I didn't expect him to stop right there. I was expecting him to just keep going in, but takes the smarter play. 15-9. We've seen him heat up when it matters the most. Looks like he wants to get to that grand final.
He can't take down Ryen. There we go.
Finally takes him out. And it'll be more ball time in the hands of Solitude once again. The timing, though, I thought Godhand ended up crossing there. Frosty does have position, though, to potentially stop this push coming through towards Catwalk.
What a fun sequence that was there. As Solitude have done enough after this recent play here from Frosty. The triple kill almost over. Brought it back to within about 10 seconds or so. This one's close. Frosty with another headshot there on precision. Oddball gets reset. Well timed there from Incognito. Recognizing their numbers dwindling. Going to play their process. Want to send that oddball out for the reset. But you got to worry about Frosty. Frosty versus Ryen once again. Frosty, with the help of Avenue, takes down Ryen. Precision takes down Frosty, though. I feel like that's going to be a big win condition here in the end game. Control of the shock rifle. Incognito has shown Tim that they're a little bit more objective efficient, but if Solitude can just slay out with things like that shock rifle like they have been, they could find the edge here in the end game. 84-86, 1 minute to go.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that shock rifle plays such a big impact. What a great stat line out of Frosty here. 16, 10, and 10. Trying to get the kill there onto Godhand. Does just that, but he'll end up going down in 93 seconds and counting here. Suppressed has to make a move, but he chooses the wrong place to go. Huss is going to catch him out, and it'll be Incognito winning round number 1.
I think it definitely is going to come down to the shock rifle, Tim. We are witnessing, not just in this game, but especially, it's Extraction, new game mode. These guys Incognito have had a little bit more time in the in the film session in the VOD reviews, but there's no denying the objective efficiency has been a little bit stronger here for Incognito. So, Solitude, we're going to have to find the sandbox, right? You're going to need to get Boo Boo Doo Boo with that camo. You got to get the shock rifle back in the hands of Frosty or Boo Boo Doo Boo, as we see here. That's going to be their win condition. Keep an eye out on that. If they can control those two important pieces of the sandbox, we got ourselves a game.
Love the movement of Frosty right there, right? He ends up pushing towards that C plat side, goes towards camo. I'm not sure if they ended up picking it up, but I believe I just saw the camo go down. But regardless, again, making sure to utilize his team at all moments. He's still alive too. Hasn't died yet this round. Suppress has the shock rifle in his hand, trying to just fend off the pressure that's coming through the gold stairs as well as the glass. He does a lot of damage there, but they're going to clean him up, and now it's up to Frosty to take a 2v1. He can't do it. Av's there to clean up a kill, though, and now Av's doing the most important job of them all, to rotate the ball away from the spawns that are coming out in the pipes.
Might see more spawns on the A side, as Plus, I believe, and Godhand are, in fact, pushing through the blue side. Great recognition, like you pointed out, Tim, of the spawn system there from Avenue to get that rotation. Now they're recognizing that from that A spawn, Godhand and Huss are rotating over to the C side. Frosty has that protected. So it's going to open up the push if Frosty gets that Slade. Because Frosty doesn't get that Slade, you're going to actually see that oddball reset, as it does. And Ryen now is going to be able to take it to the back of C. What a well-timed, well-played process there from Incognito. There's that objective efficiency I was just talking about.
Yep, and that's exactly what'll get them some more points once again in this game. Suppress caught out by himself, ends up getting the kill, the reversal onto Precision. 2 down for Incognito. Suppress has an opportunity here to push with Frosty. Gets the cleanup onto Ryen. Suppress playing this really well, especially with camo coming up. These couple of kills are huge to get them map control and secure this camo and make sure that they're able to pick this one up. Suppressed has to live here, though. Frosty's going to drop down potentially to help him, but instead he takes the high ground and keeps the high ground like an intelligent player. Does not drop down until he absolutely needs to, which is right now, as Ryen Noob skirts away with the camo in his hands, and he stays alive as well.
Oh my god, and he gets the back of Frosty, and Huss takes down Frosty. What an impressive heads-up play with the camo from Ryen Noob. And Tim, we talked about that being a win condition here for Solitude. I believe we should see a comeback here. We should see that lead tighten up a little bit after that great heads-up camo grab from Ryen Noob. And now he's got the shock rifle to work with as well. So despite the fact that Ryen Noob, not the guy you expect to have with it, he can still pop off with it. As he does that, 2 kills go down. That shock rifle's now down, and that is massive. Whoever picks that up, you're going to get the oddball as well. And that's Boo Boo Doo Boo, picking up both, in fact, the shock and the oddball. He's going to likely drop that to a teammate and play for Slays.
Boo Boo did a lot right there, right? I don't know if we were able to watch that, but regardless, he was below the bat ledge on the inside, threw a nade above his head. They got the cleanup, but he was still putting damage in as that player pushed through the bat ledge. Because of him, they're going to solidify a little bit of time here, but regardless, that time is broken, and now it'll be Incognito in control on the elevator side, with Huss having the shock rifle in his hands. Shock rifle has changed hands so often here in this game. It's doing enough damage there to get the assist. It'll be 25 seconds and counting now for Incognito. And this is honestly a must-win for Solitude here. Incognito already have 1 round of oddball in this game.
This game's going to be just about virtually tied potentially after one more sequence, and it really does feel like, Tim, it's going to come back. It's going to come down to that next shock rifle, next camo, up in 20 seconds. We just saw Ryen Noob take a huge play with it because of it. Incognito come right back in this game, now down by just about 10. Previously, they had less than 10 seconds. So quite the impressive sequence here recently from Incognito, but they need to do one better to take the lead.
You see, when you watch Godhand's point of view, you're seeing how often he scopes back in. A lot of players are utilizing that left stick zoom, and honestly, it's been really interesting for control players because, you know, as a mouse and keyboard player, that's kind of where we shine, but control players using that left trigger zoom really helps them not affect their aimer while they're zooming in. You see, he's able to stay in scope so very often, and that's been a big factor, I believe, in his 1v1 gunfights, and a lot of the reason of why he's 19 and 16. Of course, a lot more has to do with that, but Huss grabs the ball there, tosses it a little bit, has the camo to work with, doesn't want to go down. Look at the damage he's able to output there, but 3 go down for Incognito now, and this is time for Godhand to maybe make something happen, but Suppress with a massive win.
Ooh, Frosty now with that shock rifle in his hands. Previously, I want to point out Huss, though. Love that heads-up play. 2 were down for Incognito, and you got a camo user and 1 other player up for Incognito. And he quickly took that ball off the reset point, tried to get it towards C for a rotation. Simply put, Solitude have shut it down. Big reason why is that shock rifle in the hands of Frosty. Like the play there from Hus, like the play from Incognito, but it's a nice counter here. The shock rifle, Solitude.
Yeah, I really like that Frosty's kind of holding the shock here on that pipe side, right? He allows the rotation from his team to come through. Now trying to make sure to clear a spot on the A side. Doesn't spot anybody on A side, so he knows the push is coming through. And because of that, gets a ton of damage in on the players pushing on the top center of the map. But he will go down, and that will be important as Av gets a perfect from that distance. What a beautiful shot there by Av. That'll even things up just a bit. 58-31 now. As Hus falls in the kill feed, it'll be him down and ball reset into batteries.
Important time to take a look at that regulation clock. Just over a minute to go, and as every second ticks away without that oddball being held, that clock is going to continue to dwindle away now at 1 minute. 1 minute on the board as well for Solitude. And this is sort of where the clock becomes a factor. I don't know if this is going to go to ultimate score. I think this goes to time, but not if Solitude are able to get this strong hold consistently here. Will they just milk the final 30 seconds? But now, because of this recent 15 to 20 seconds that they've earned, they have the option. They can play for time. They can play for slays. They can play for dwindling out that clock. As every option is on the table right now for Solitude.
Yeah, Solitude is just they've honestly had control of the past, I believe, 2 or 3 camos, you know, and I think that's been a big factor here. Like you said, they can just play time. There's only 46 seconds left on the clock. That's probably what they'll do. They'll slay out here. Ball is very difficult to get out of batteries in this scenario, so it'll be very important for them to play that defense, try to get these slays, and that's exactly what they'll do. It'll be 3 down for Incognito. Av looking for an opportunity to just toss ball to a safer position on the spawns on A. As Booba is going to control this A side, and instead of playing that time, they will just get the last 10 seconds and close this out for the forcing us to go to a round number 3.
Yeah, I didn't expect such a good hold there in the end game where so much pressure was coming on, but Solitude do a great job to rotate. They earn that 15 to 20 seconds of mini milk, and then they finally come through with the 100 to tie things up at 1. And Tim, it came down to the camo. It came down to the shock. If Solitude want to close this thing out and move on to your grand finals, they've got to do the exact same thing. Got to win this camo. Got to have control of the shock like we saw in round 2.
Here we go. It's round number 3, game number 3 in the series as well. This is deciding everything right now. This round decides it all. And Boo Boo, one of the best camo players in the game, is going to have that camo to work with. He stays alive as well. 2 down for Incognito. It's up to Boo Boo to make something happen here. It looks like he's doing just that. Ends up playing his life in the middle of the map, though. A very scary position here for him. But they've constantly gotten 2 dead, and that's going to allow them to get this shock rifle and control the map as Boo Boo starts to pop off.
Really effective communication there from Boo Boo, I would imagine, as he had that camo, was down to 1 HP. Godhand, the last player alive for Incognito. I imagine Jesse there was really emphasizing in the Discord how important it was to take down Godhand, because he was about to take him down with the camo. Instead, Godhand goes down, Suppressed takes the bait, or I should say Godhand takes the bait, Suppressed takes the slay. And now because of that, Boo Boo earns a killing spree with the shock rifle, and what do you know, 30 seconds uncontested on the board for Solitude.
Well, Ryen with the kill feed right there. It made a massive play, ended up getting 2 kills on the A side of the map by himself, breaks the setup completely as a solo player. Because of that, they'll have setup on this pipe side, but it'll be the contesting players of Solitude who continually put pressure in and not allow them to get this ball for free. See, Ryen was sitting on the edge there, waiting for the toss-up of the ball. They'll get the ball in there safely, though. Now they've got to fend off another push.
Decision now, pushing in through the needle side of the map, down to low HP. Going to be a really tough gunfight to win, as Suppressed wins that outright. Ryen with the little cheeky spot here at the bottom halfway mark of the staircase. Going to use that grenade to stay alive and going to open up some scoring here for Incognito. 2-2 in the feed, though. Now, last player alive on this gold side is the oddball carrier, but it allows enough time. Does Suppress staying alive to allow Avenue to come through. It looked like Incognito should have ball time. It looks like they ultimately will, but not with the potential to set up. There's 3 down, so Hus should probably reset this here. Throws that ball out, but oh my God, the catch! Boo Boo with the heads-up play keeps that oddball at the back of gold.
Yeah, that's a big play right there, because you allow yourself to get that rotation through the long haul side, which is exactly what Frosty's doing right now, and it's all based off the fact you didn't let ball go at the bottom of batteries with the spawns coming out onto A, and players at tower side. That ball being in batteries would have been very difficult for you to take and you know, end up getting some time with it. So instead, because he caught that ball, they're going to have 55 seconds and counting. They're going to rotate this freely towards the C plat. And it'll be a lot of time on the board because of that one play from Boo Boo. Look how much time they've stacked up.
Good use of the grapple super slide there from Godhand. Gets a little caught up in the geometry. Gets repulsed off. Still has one to work with, but oh no, his toes took a dip in the drink, and the death box is going to activate on Godhand. Thought he activated that grapple soon enough, but no, and if not soon enough, 20 seconds are left. Solitude are going to take this series.
Yeah, Solitude coming alive when they need to the most, and this is what you see out of these top players, right? They've been in these situations before, and this is where they can kind of utilize that ice that so many of them have. And you see, it'll be 2 down for Incognito. They'll continue to get this time. Husk gets a kill, though. That's going to allow him to turn around. The ball will be dropped. Frosty trying to get this cleanup kill with the help of Av, and he does. And constant staggers is what's going to cause this team to fall here. You can see 2 by 2, they continue to push in, trying to capitalize on the damage that has been done. But that play ball will come out finally, and a beautiful play ball it is as 3 go down for Solitude.
I love the process there from Solitude. So well played. They go 3 down, but I love how previously they had that one player pushing through the white tunnel. He had Frosty, and I believe it was Suppressed. Recognized that they had the numbers edge, so they drop the ball. They don't play it. Take down the sleigh, take down that player pushing through the white hall from Incognito, grab that oddball once again, and once the pressure is enough to have them sensing that they're about to get wiped, which is what we saw, they finally reset that oddball. Perfectly played process there from Solitude, and it always comes down to me, Tim. The milking in oddball comes down to those well-timed resets and rotations. Exactly what we saw there from Solitude.
That's absolutely right. Ryen was in a very important position there to stay alive on the trippy corner. Ends up going down there a little bit later, but 2 minutes and 33 seconds. We saw that last round went to time. This one, not there just yet, but it'll be Solitude trying to get the slays necessary. Husk goes down, having a bit of a rough game here. Him and Precision definitely not performing how we'd expect them to in terms of the KDA department, but regardless, still playing at a high level, still putting that damage in. It's Av now, pushing on the aggression. A little bit too aggressive as he goes down. It'll be a rotation of the ball on the blue pipes. Only 5 seconds remain, and Solitude will be going to your grand finals.
Wow, impressive bounce back. My God, the objective efficiency looked really strong for Incognito there in round 1, and wouldn't even necessarily say it was so much the objective efficiency in rounds 2 and 3, but it was just sticking with your win conditions, which was allowing guys like Boo Boo Doo Boo, arguably the best camo player in the world, to take control of that camo. And then you got guys like Frosty or Boo Boo, anybody really, with the shock rifle in their hand. That was how Solitude was able to cut through some of that inefficiency and the really strong objective efficiency from Incognito to take the series 2-1. We thought we'd see a game 3, and after Incognito 2-0, Solitude on the upper side, they rematch in the lower finals, and Solitude get the last laugh, and we'll move on to your grand finals to face off against SSGL.
And honestly, it just comes down to, like, you know, when you play in these tournaments and you just get that time, you continue to get better. And the more you play, especially if you have to play through the lower bracket, you continue to improve and improve and improve, and the chemistry starts to build. And, you know, when you're a pro player, that chemistry builds fast because all you need is a couple of little adjustments. And we saw that out of Solitude, but now they have to play SSGL, and that's where things get a bit interesting. I'd like to see and hear what both of our hosts think. Of course, Garrett and Aliek, we're going to toss it over to you. What do you think about that series that we just watched?
Thank you. That was an incredible series by both Incognito and Solitude. It was a super close game on every single match. It could have gone either way, to be honest. That last match was incredible. I think Solitude ended up outslaying at the end Incognito. So both the boys get to move forward alongside Boo Boo and Frosty, which means they get the revenge. This was a rematch. Incognito did win against Solitude previously in the bracket. That's the reason why they were bottom bracket. So good job, guys. I wanted to mention, let's see. Yes, I wanted to ask you, Suppressed. We've talked about Suppressed. He almost reached 40 kills in this one match, almost all of them. I wanted to know why you think Suppressed is such a powerful teammate to have on your team.
Suppressed is like a player that just knows he's really good. It's so hard to describe. So like, there's players where you see them play Halo and you're like, wow, you know that they're like ready to take over the game. Frosty's a player that reminds me when we were watching early Halo 5, right? Frosty was in these lobbies and he's a relatively unknown player coming into that game, and he quickly established himself. Suppress was doing the same thing towards the end of Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, where people are playing these lobbies, there's these 8s going on, and Suppress joins, and you could just tell he's that guy. He has that air around him, right? That he's going to come out and get those slays. It's confidence to the highest order, and I think that's why we see players like Suppress have a lot of success in the pro scene. You know, it's not just good enough to be good, right? You have to know you're good, and a lot of times it takes a lot of effort for players to have that confidence, but it's something that where players like Suppress just seem to just know that they're good. They know that the play that they're going to make is the right play, and they're going to 100% commit to it. Sometimes it doesn't work out, you know, it can be brutal, it can end to losses like we saw in game 1 against Incognito, right? It's like Frost, who's having a terrible game to start that one. I think maybe a little bit checked out by Extraction, but they're still like committing to what they're playing. You know, sometimes it goes wrong, but when it goes right, man, it's fireworks, right? And that's what we saw in game 2 and game 3. It was fireworks when these players are making it work.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what is going to happen with Extraction once we do get the changes and seeing these players actually get to learn and dominate that game type. Up next, we have the grand finals coming up. We have SSGL versus Solitude in just a little bit once everybody is ready. Here is the bracket. Tools, tell me about SSGL and Solitude. This is the grand finals we're talking about now for our open today. What are your predictions? What are your thoughts between these two teams?
Well, first things first, right? First best of 5 of the day, right? So a little bit longer on the series for both these teams. SSGL, a lot of people, if you tuned in on the later side, this isn't SSG, rather it's 3/4 a quadrant plus Glory, S for Sika, S for SLG, G for Glory, L for Legend. These 4 from Europe gonna have to take on some very good North American players on the other side of Solitude. The other thing to be concerned about, I think it's, man, we're probably reaching close to 2 to 3 a.m. for some of these players over in Europe. They haven't played for a while since they've been in that winners final. Hopefully they caught up on their sleep and they're ready to get in, have a little bit of the warm-up games with them. Luckily for them, they do have a series to give up if they do come out the gate slow. But it really does feel like SSGL is going to need all of that advantage coming into this game, right? Just because of where they are, the context of what it means to be playing this game for them, being in Europe, having to be up so late. It's going to be a tough matchup. But I honestly really like the firepower of this European team. I favor them in the series. I think they're going to get it done in the first best of 5, but I think it's going to go the entire distance. I think we're going to game 5 Aquarius.
Agreed. I'm really looking forward to seeing how SSGL, hopefully they're awake and waking up from their naps if they are taking one and ready for the next match. Forbidden, we haven't actually seen this map today. We finally get to see it. Forbidden CTF versus SSGL versus Solitude. Any thoughts on Forbidden? We haven't seen it today, so what are you looking forward to being seen in this map the most?
Honestly, I look forward to seeing how these pros play it. I think there might be some players that have not played the map, period, right? So that's what's going to be interesting to me. How do these players adapt to that situation? What is the run? What are the routes? The routes are what's interesting to me. A couple times playing it in ranked, I really find that those back alley routes to go underneath everything seem to be successful, but it's just, you don't know, right? It's something where you need to have scrims, you need to play high level Halo on it to see what's going to happen. The other focus for me, it's going to be those 2 snipers, Elliot. You know, who's going to get them, who's going to pop off of them, and what position do you take to maximize the effectivity of those snipers?
Yeah, this is definitely a map that can be very overwhelming at first. It has so many mazes. To me, it felt mazy, my first impression. There's a lot of hallways that can actually take really long for you to get to the place where you need to go. So not having played this map could be a real issue if any of these players have not played it. They can get lost in it. But these guys, we're talking about like higher caliber gameplay. So I'm excited to see what they end up doing in this map, and especially those sniper plays. We like 2 snipers and maps. We're gonna be jumping into our next game, Solitude versus SSGL. Finally, our grand finals, we're gonna be seeing Forbidden CTF being played today. Let's say hello to the casters again, Active and Makowski.
Thank you, Eliek. And here we go, Mac. It's the grand finals, my friend, and we get to watch Forbidden top-level teams playing a brand new map. Let's see how this goes through.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting for, I assume, a lot of people in chat, myself included. This is, I believe, my first time watching Forbidden CTF. Had a chance to play it a few times, but yeah, let's enjoy the strategies forming and hopefully some pop-off moments here from Boo Boo Doo with the snipe.
Yeah, Boo Boo's in an interesting position here on the outside, the outer skirts. Gets a kill onto Sika as well. Just a reminder, this is the grand finals. SSGL are playing from the winner's side. And it'll be Solitude playing from the lower bracket. SLG, a big kill there on the Boo Boo. Gonna take out the snipe player. That'll be a trade. So it's now a 2v2 or 2v3 situation as SSGL get a spawn. Suppressed has to stay alive though with this snipe because he's playing some incredible offense on their side of the map.
And with 3 down for SSGL, I don't know if they have the timing to pull here, so Suppressed gonna have to keep that in the back of his mind and look to hit some back of the head shots here on Glory. Does just that, now looking to line up SLG, and this is Suppressed's home. He might push forward to potentially pull, but I think you keep Suppressed here with the snipe. You send Boo Boo Doo Boo in. That's exactly what they're doing. And I love this bait and switch. Suppressed is going to help Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Suppressed will, in fact, get that flagpole despite having the snipe in his back pocket. Might hand that off to Frosty, but it looks like a good run here for Solitude.
Now, you see where the spawns came out from. I was a little worried that those spawns would come out a little sooner, but they got 4 dead at a point where all the kills were close together, so it didn't really open an opportunity for SSGL to really push through and stop this flag cap from going through. And like I said before, Mac, and I'm going to say it again, this is a very different Solitude roster than what we saw earlier in this tournament.
Absolutely. And I think that shows here with the quick score. First 2 minutes, they get the cap on the board. Overshield up in 3. Sika looking to lock down that top mid location to earn his team that next overshield. And even 3v3 for now. Make it a 3v4 really as Sika pops that overshield 2 times to work with. 3 spawning in the back of their flag as SSGL seem to have a good push if they can find the slays. They may not even need the slays. Just a little distraction here to keep Solitude at the back of their spawn. Should allow the flag runner Glory to get through halfway through the map.
And that's exactly what he'll do. It'll be 3 down for Solitude. Legend gets another one as well. So even though they get that flag cap, they're still maintaining control of the base. They're going to pull another one. And this is where it gets dangerous, right? That flag does go towards the bottom middle map. Legend is going to relay that all the way through. This could potentially be a 2-1 lead here for SSGL.
Wow, and on a map this big with this much space, a double cap. Don't expect to see that. That space, though, is going to allow Frosty to push up, get a pull out, got the 5 perfect shots. This is looking like a shutdown run. Legend going to try to stop that, but no, it's all desperation at this point as they finally do take down Frosty as things reset at an even 1-1.
Yeah, that reset is definitely needed. A big play by Frosty there to get that return. 8 minutes on the clock, of course. Glory's pushing in. Getting aggressive here. A great kill. It's going to open things up just a bit. Decides to go to the lower tunnel. Has a little bit of a flank onto Frosty. Frosty's not aware and gets taken out here. This is an opportunity for them to pull this flag. They pull it through the bottom center of the map. This is an unorthodox run from what we've seen thus far, but it looks like it's going to pay off as he gets it through all the way to their tunnel.
Glory with a good flag run and 4 up for SSGL. This is looking like a strong potential run, if not for some Hail Mary grenades from Boo Boo Doo Boo, and they land. Unbelievable. Landing some dynamo shots as well, but that's not going to hit any players. He does stop the run, though, for now.
Yeah, Frosty is in a position to potentially return this flag, and it's a 1v1 versus Sika right now. Sika does have the snipe, but he also has help. That flag will go through. They just got to get the kill onto Frosty. Frosty gets his kill, comes out and chows. He's going to end up going down, but a 2-1 lead now for SSGL.
Wow, what an impressive sequence. Thought Boo Boo Doo Boo may have had to stop with those Hail Mary grenades. If anyone's going to make that clutch, unorthodox play, a guy like Boo Boo Doo Boo. But SSGL, the teamwork, Quadrant plus Glory, just too good. They find their second score. Frosty, what do you know, finds another perfect 5 shots. That's going to allow him to push up on the sniper's edge side of the map. He doesn't like what he sees, or, you know, Sika's there. He goes back to fight this one-on-one. This is an important spot on the map. We haven't had a lot of looks on Forbidden yet, but it feels like that's an important anchor point as Boo Boo Doo Boo now looks to push back up through mid.
Great angle there by Boo Boo. He's going to get taken out quickly by Glory. And this is where you're going to start to see a lot of those angles being exposed, right? Some players are, you know, there's not a lot of time that people have practiced on this map. So you're not going to really be able to isolate players as perfectly as you normally would until you get to know the map just a bit more. It'll be a radar in the hands of Glory. Gonna push through here. A big 1v1 out of him. A beautiful shot onto Boo Boo. Gets the perfect. Wants to get the kill onto Suppress, and he does. It'll be 3 down. The spawner is gonna be Frosty, but Frosty's not really in a position to stop this flag just yet.
Big takedown there. Frosty was in the back of, look at that. Frosty was in the back of SSGL's base, actually, and that's going to open up the runway, clear the runway. In fact, for Glory, looking to put the third and final score in as he has it. Suppress doesn't have enough range or shots in SSGL. Take game one convincingly. 3-1.
Wow. That's it's very, very interesting. I actually kind of liked how that played, that map. It was a lot faster paced than I would imagine for a map that size. And it was actually really entertaining to watch.
That's true.
I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of a hype beast when it comes to new things. I love like new maps, new games. That's just the way I am. And I take a while to kind of, you know, settle in and let the honeymoon phase fade. But I really enjoyed watching that. It was very fast paced. The 2 snipers on the map make it even more entertaining. And SSGL dominating. After that very first cap going to the other side, SSGL show that they are the better team, at least in that game type.
This is history in the making as SSGL take a 1-0 lead. And to my recollection, even dating all the way back to online tournaments in Halo 2, Halo 3, at least in Halo Infinite, Tim, no EU team has won an online tournament, or I guess just say any tournament, against NA. So with that historical context in mind, it's already what 1-2-30 or so in Ireland and France for these guys.
Right.
Not that they need any extra pressure on them, but my goodness, what a statement this would be for EU to win their first ever tournament. And I know it's the HCS Online Off-Season Open Series, but come on, guys, let's give this region a little bit of credit. These guys have been climbing the ranks all the way through, online and LAN. These guys deserve to be in this spot, and they might just take it.
No, I mean, a lot of players that are watching right now, and it's nothing against them, but maybe new to Halo or newer to Halo, and we're dating back all the way to Halo 1. The EU was always the weaker side when it came to Halo. That Halo was the one game that we had as NA. It's the one game that we were dominant in. And you know, these guys are switching the script here, and it's actually awesome to see it. Regardless if it's an online tournament or not, they've been making history and you know, placing high at these events, and even had a chance to potentially win Worlds if they you know, played a little bit differently. But regardless, I mean, I just think that it's really cool to see other regions just really do well in Halo. It definitely makes things very interesting, in my opinion.
8-1 start for Solitude, but not before 4 in a row to make it an 8-5 game. And yeah, Tim, there used to only be 2 good players from the EU region. That was the Butt Twins. This is about 10-15 years ago. But now you got 2 teams that are absolutely in contention in Na'Vi and Quadrant, as we see a little bit of hybrid form of that here in this grand finals. Now Avenue pushing up with the last shot, takes down Sika. Glory, though, cleans him up with the shotty, but like a cleanup train as Boo Boo Doo. He wins the ultimate. Oh, I thought he was going to have a little bit more Stalker to work with. No, that depletes. That's smart. Boo Boo Doo and the rest of Solitude are going to have eyes on that next Stalker rifle up at about 9:37, we'll call it.
Definitely important to keep that time. Boo Boo's going to jump out of B ledge, ends up going down. Maybe thought he had an opening to push into C and perform and get a little flank going, but ends up going down pretty quickly here. 14-12, very close Slayer, as we'd expect here out of both these squads. Definitely both of them very individually talented. Boo Boo gonna get taken out by SLG. Great job by him staying alive here. Still only a 2-kill lead. Make that 3 for the side of Solitude.
Solitude maintaining that lead. But SSGL continue to chip away. Down 3. After the perfect shots there from Suppress, Glory looking to push through and dive into that Shroud Screen. Has the cloak invisibility for now. Now hopping back on board here with Sika as he looks to push through on the A side, senses some weak opponents to clean up. He's got Avenue. Rockets, though, in the hands of Frosty, and he's good enough for 2, but Sika, he's alive. Looks like he is. But the chase is on. The push is on. You know the comms are in the headset. They're looking to clean up Sika, and they do just that.
Well, you talked about Boo Boo as well, having the timing on that Stalker. He does have it in his hands. Of course, he's doing some damage with it, and this flank is going to be good, but he has to live here. doesn't have an opportunity to do so, and now SLG is going to be the one with the stalker in his hands. 23-21 now. It's going to be Solitude trying to even this out, and don't forget, every other series has been a best of 3. This is a best of 5 right here that we're witnessing. Of course, SSGL is coming from the winner's bracket, and Solitude, of course, fighting from the lower bracket. We'll see if potentially Solitude can bring this back to a reset here. They've got to do a lot of work, though, and it'll start with those 3 dead out of SSGL.
A big sequence there, taking down 3 to make it a 2-possession game. Now 5 kills separating these 2 teams as Solitude takes the edge, creeping up on the 30s. As Avenue looks to creep up inside of C. SLG and Sika, they're planning something. They're baiting something, but the pinch is on. Look at this pinch here from Frosty. Communication goes through. The trade does as well, and this one's going to evenly reset before Boo Boo. Dubu goes down, and now it's a 7-kill lead for Solitude.
Yeah, Sika just made the best out of a bad situation, though, there. Ends up getting the trade, which is, decent enough. But again, trades, not what you want right now. Rockets are coming up here in about 7 seconds, so these will be the next point of contention for both of these squads. You're going to have to pay attention to both sides at the top and left of your screen. And it looks like SSGL are going to be the first ones that are 2 down. If Glory goes down, that'll be 3 dead with Rockets being up. But he gets a massive kill there. Not sure who has the Rockets in hand, but I know who has the lead, and it's Solitude by 10.
Frosty's having an absolutely monster game right now, sitting at 15-6. Has to take a seat at the back of Cafe as he'll get back to the respawn screen, but really impressed here with the performance from Frosty. And you got to bring up Suppressed as well, doing it with the assists. You could argue his game maybe even better than the one Frosty's having. He looks to stay alive, looks to take down Legend, but he goes down. Frosty with possession of that Stalker rifle, lands the shots on SLG, and the lead continues to roll here for Solitude, now up 9.
Yeah, this is where you get kind of scared here. Frosty being as dominant as he is. Boo Boo's having a solid game as well, right? Only 8 deaths. It's only 6 kills, but the thing is, like, when you get that, you're getting kills like that. It's not you're not so much doing a lot in terms of the kill feed. You are still staying alive, which is the most important thing. You're making sure that you keep it close. 43-35 now. It's going to be Sika. Some great damage onto the players at Cafe. Suppressed is going to chow really hard right there. Ends up getting taken out. Regardless of that, it's still a lead here for the side of Solitude. Legend trying to minimize that lead, though, and this is where we got to see that slow play come to fruition, right? It's a 44-40 now. SSGL doing a great job bait and switching. 4 kills now is all they need to tie this up.
And 3 go down for Team Solitude, so this is going to give SSGL open map control to push up freely. Unfortunately, those Rockets are up in 20 seconds. If you could have timed that 3 down then, that would have been even better. Press looking to take advantage of that timing by landing the last few shots in this game. 2 kills needed. Take it.
Yeah, 2 kills and they'll tie the series up. Again, a best of 5 is what we're looking at right now. SSGL all caught out. Pretty much no shields on the side of PD. They don't end up going down, though, and that'll be some shields coming back for them, and Rockets coming up. These are the kills that matter. Legend sneaks his way through, gets a kill onto Boo Boo Doo, but it's not going to matter. And there it is. Solitude will tie the series 1-1.
It feels like to me, Tim, we're setting up for a grand finals with this sort of mix and match medley of teams here today. Gonna give the objective efficiency edge to SSGL just from like an outright perspective, because you've got, you got quadrant 3 plus Glory. It's almost like their full squad. Solitude doesn't quite have that. You got the triplets together in Avenue and Suppressed. Boo Boo Doo plays with them quite often. So it's almost like a 51-49 edge, but I'm going to give that edge objectively to SSGL. So that means if Solitude can take an objective, I think they reset this series. I think Solitude are going to be good to win any of these Slayers. I think power rankings wise, they set up as a better slaying team. They showed that, you could argue, there in game 2. So this is a really huge recharge extraction, because it not only is going to split the separation of a 1-1 tie in the series, but again, it just feels like if Solitude can win one of these OBJs, we're heading towards a bracket reset.
Yeah, and it's extraction, right? So this is going to be interesting to see, like, who has put more time into this, who is kind of used to this new game type. And, as you said before, the changes are coming, and these are the pre-changes, so things are definitely a little bit chaotic in terms of extraction, but we're gonna see which team can kind of take advantage of this, right? And by take advantage of it, I mean You're the first person to get that plant down. You set up quickly, you get a couple slays, and you just put a wall, an unbreakable wall down on that extraction point. We'll see who's able to do that. It's going to be Frosty right off the bat here for the side of Solitude. And a 1v1 versus Legend. Seeka's going to be there to help, though. And they will take down Frosty, but a trade comes out on the other side as well.
And in the previous extraction for Solitude, they went down 4-0 to Incognito. So important to keep that in mind. Not the best showing in the previous extraction. However, that was on live fire. And I feel like the maps are so important in extraction. I almost feel like new maps need to be created for extraction to really shine and live through. But for now, we've got our existing map pool to play with as SSGL with the first capture here, and they hold.
Uncharacteristic out of SLG right there. Jumping out into the open, maybe trying to go for that grapple, but regardless, he's going to go down pretty quickly. And with a couple down on the side of SSGL, this will be an opportunity for Solitude to get control and potentially flip. And it looks like that's exactly what they will do. Seeka was in position right there. You see Seeka goes down. That's the first point of contact. Boo looking for an opportunity to get some more slays here. This is the smart thing to do. But Legend with the massive 1v1, that's going to solidify their control of pipes. Av gets this kill on this side of the map, but that kill's not going to matter too much. So Av sets up with a repulsor for the next point here on the C.
And Legend shut down a really good decision there from Boo Doo. You can kind of see him eyeing the cap, and he's realized as the last Spartan alive, probably was going to get baited and naded out. So because of that heads-up play there from Boo Doo, sort of sets up Solitude to potentially reset and rotate early. Despite Legend taking Boo Doo down, Solitude do in fact get that first cap. So they are the first to score here on the C platform. We didn't see anybody convert on that previous one. Let's see if that sticks here on cap 2.
Perfect.
Frosty stayed alive for a little too long right there. I was a bit worried there for the side of SSGL, but they finally do take him out. Regardless, Suppress is going to be there to trade out a kill, and it'll be SLG making sure to get a kill on the backside of Hydro there. Does get one. A lot more kills have to go through here. Boo Boo's going to trade. Gets a kill with that nade. Gets a double as well. SLG's on the point. Boo Boo's going to try to shoot him off the point. It's not going to happen, though. He does. 4 down for SSGL from the shots from Boo Doo. What a massive play.
And look at Boo Doo's recognition of the spawns. Instantly pushing into the back of A. Gets the double kill. Reward for his incredible game sense. The accuracy to boot. And Solitude will have the rotation despite previously scoring.
What a massive turn of events there for Boo Doo. And now it's going to be, of course, Solitude in full control as Ab gets the double there. Starting to pop off. One player starts to go crazy. The rest of your team kind of follows through as well. But finally, the momentum is shifted. Finally, they break all of that energy that was built up for the side of Solitude. And it's going to be Seeka planting down the extraction.
This is incredible, Tim. I cannot believe Solitude were the first to cap after that double kill. I'm deja vuing another double kill for Boo Doo. Pushing up for the triple kill. Has the shots on Seeka. But Seeka wins the one and sets up this SSGL roster for a potential 2-1 lead. But my goodness, once Boo Doo pushed in towards the back of A off spawn and got the double, I thought for sure that they were going to score and make this a 2-1 game. Now it's maybe suppressed off that double kill, looking to do just that, but they're gonna have to flip. They're gonna have to convert over on the Needle side.
Glories gets the spawn here isolated, and he's got some cross help as well from the crossfire from Legend. They have the long haul control as well, and but you won't be able to see this from the long haul side, so they've got to push up aggressively. It's gonna be the cap, the conversion there once again from the side of Solitude.
And so there we see the reset does in fact go through, and what a time to do it as 3 go down for SSGL. That opens up the map. I believe that allows Solitude to grab that next shock rifle. Camo up in 2, but you got to stay focused on protecting this Needle side. That's exactly the role here of Boo Doo. As 4 go down, now you might even look to potentially push spawns out or get an early rotation on the next cap point.
Great slow play here from Boo waiting for a push through the pipe side. Legend is going to be the first one to push through on the bat ledge, but some massive shots come out, and this will be undoubtedly another cap here for the side of Solitude. 2-1 now they lead, as the hill will move on the Sneaky side of the map. I'm not too sure. There's a little bit of a ledge on Sneaky where you can essentially plant it up there and still see the bomb from the bottom of Long Haul. I'm not sure if that's exactly allowed, but regardless, we'll see where they decide to plant this next one.
Huge takedown there from Glory on Boo Boo Doo. Not because it trickles down to a 3-down for Solitude, but because it cools off Boo Boo Doo a little bit. Send that guy back to the respawn screen. Make him sit on his hands a little bit because he is on fire, not missing here on Recharge all throughout the entire day, Tim.
You love to see that. Some maps, a lot of players are just stronger on some maps. For me, it's Empyrean. It's the only map I'm good at because it's an old map that I played all throughout my childhood. But maybe Boo Boo feels stronger on the side of Recharge, and a great time to feel strong as well, as the series is tied 1-1. The plant goes down, and the push comes through. It's up to Suppressed. A great job utilizing and doing that damage and staying alive at the same time. This is exactly what you love to see out of a player.
2 down. Solitude. Only 1 for SSGL. Numbers edge to potentially reset, but Suppressed has the positioning. The bottom of stacks, but he goes down. This should be a conversion here. This will absolutely be blue on the board, and now SSGL have a chance to protect. Tied at 2.
Look at Frosty, though. He's got a flank there on the Hydro side. Boo Boo's going to end up going down with the shock rifle. Frosty's got a massive flank here. Gets one. Going to be able to push on through. They're trying to get the kill onto Sika. You see Glory's with the shock rifle. A beautiful kill out of him. Popping off, wants to get another one. Going to go down, though. Shock rifle does go and fall to the floor, but Boo Boo has the camo once again, and this is where things get a bit scary. If Boo Boo can play this correctly, he can set them up for a conversion here.
You don't want to overextend. You don't want to desperate here. And despite having camo, the audio recognition will alert SSGL to his location. I think Boo Boo Doo, sensing that, is going to concede and allow the 2-2 tie, but he goes down nonetheless. And with numbers advantage here, SSGL could potentially rotate and have the next hill at the back of A. If not for a well-timed heads-up positioning there from Avenue, you would have had those spawns, but Avenue goes down. If they can clear out the back of A, it's only Suppressed left. SSGL should have the edge, and they do, in fact. They get the first cap. What an incredible sequence there. That decision-making there for Boo Boo Doo is one that he's going to maybe look back on at the end of this game.
The only problem is they weren't on top of the spawns right there, so Solitude are going to get those pipe spawns. SLG now in a position where he has to make something happen. He doesn't spot the player that's sitting on the backside. That's going to be Suppressed, who gets a double. Oh my word, a massive double by Suppressed right there. But he still has to convert. And because he got off of A, the spawns come out from Glory. He gets that very first spawn. Suppressed pushing in a little bit too late here, gets taken out. Regardless of the massive play, it's going to be SSGL once again in the driver's seat as they try and attempt to convert extraction number 3.
Wow, what an incredible game here. This might be the first extraction game in its entirety that I've been on the edge of my seat. This has been thrilling. Glory gonna help SSGL earn a 2-1 lead in this series. He's got Avenue, it looks like, on the Needlers, but there's only Frosty left. Frosty, last player alive, that's going to allow Legend to grab this shock rifle for free. Boo Boo Doo, before even fully spawning in, is already down to 1 HP. And if you look at the bottom of your screen, SSGL are almost already at halfway to ending this game.
Legend, honestly, you're kind of thinking in your head he's whiffing a lot of shots here. Honestly, they're staring at him for such a long period of time, and he's able to get those body shots that do a bit of damage, also solidifying control of the pipe side with his shock rifle. Avenue 1v1 versus SLG. SLG gonna utilize that standstill movement we talked about earlier. It's not gonna pay off in his favor, though, because 3 go down on the side of SSGL, and it'll be a conversion here for Frosty and the side of Solitude.
Checking your corners as a fundamental rule of thumb in Halo is extremely important. Checking your corners in extraction is life or death. You have got to keep an eye on the potentially sneaky, cheeky player just lying in wait around that extraction point. Solitude are able to flip it and have the 50% mark towards a 3-3 tie. They have the numbers edge as well, Tim.
Great stick and trade there. The numbers are what it's all about as 3 go down for SSGL. This could be a tie game here. It's all about this next push, though. Glories takes a ton of damage. Suppressed takes a little bit of damage himself. Glories is going to have to back up, and it's all about Frosty on this side on glass. They've got to take Frosty out, but look at Boo Boo right there, kind of defending on Frosty's side. They've also got control potentially of this next extraction point. They've got to push forward towards it. And SLG is in the back of Hydro, just doing so much work here. Gets the double, repulses their triple off as well. SLG making some massive plays.
And that's the key, Tim. We talk about that in King of the Hill on a map like Recharge, on Extraction as well. If you're going to get previously scored on, you better win the rotation because you need to get that extraction point down first. It's a massive edge. Now, we've seen a few flips and reversals in this particular game and even throughout the day, but there's no questioning. SSGL have the edge heading into the home stretch. 3-3 tie, looking to put the final score on the board.
Man, a shout out to these guys. They end up going 4 dead, but they must be so exhausted with the time difference over there, but they're still trucking on through. They're still playing incredible Halo at the moment. The conversion does come through. Boo Boo's going to get a back smack on the Glories with the camo in his hands. And Frosty has the shock rifle, so all the utility in the hands of Solitude in this situation.
This is what you want. Frosty going to take the aggressive route. He's going to push up directly onto that extraction point. I thought he had an option to potentially set up towards Bat Ledge and maybe get some trickle out damage towards these players on blue, but instead he's going to go right in. Goes down to Sika. Sika gets traded out. SLG and Avenue in a huge 1v1 piv, and SLG wins it. Will he get the reset?
Oh my gosh, not only did he get the reset, but he had the help from Legend as well. A beautiful play there. Once again, SSGL, aka Quadrant plus Glories, playing phenomenal Halo at the moment. That teamwork still being utilized to the fullest, 25% of the way through and converting this 4th and final extraction point.
If we do get to a 0-0 scenario, I do believe the clock continues to wind out. We have continuous play here as 2 go down. 3 for SSGL. Solitude has the numbers edge at a crucial time where they have the extraction planted as well. Glory needs to win this one, but no, Frosty takes it instead. And he's got the shock rifle to work with as well. SLG looking to push up, but he's going to go down. Suppress takes him down, and the numbers edge are starting to roll here for Solitude.
That last play was all suppressed right there. What a massive job by him to play his life on the Hydro. The triple kill out of him as well. Continues on a tear here, but we've got to talk about his ability to stay alive on the Hydro. Got his teammates to spawn on long haul as well, and they're able to solidify control here as 2 seconds tick down. This will be it, I believe. Solitude will win game number 3 and lead the series 2-1.
Wow. That was absolutely the most fun I've had watching Recharge Extraction. It actually makes me a little hopeful, Tim, for when we do get some of those slight changes to the audio cues, maybe making it a little bit faster to convert the extraction. I'm just throwing ideas out there for 343 in case they're watching. But that was good. That was entertaining. And dare I say, I'm going to put myself to asking chat. What did you guys just think of that Recharge Extraction? That was a little bit better, right?
Let me know what they say. I enjoyed it thoroughly, to be honest with you. It was a blast. And like you said, with those changes coming up here shortly, I'm excited to see where we go and excited to see, how those games play out and how entertaining they will be from a viewer's perspective. Because at the end of the day, that's what we care about, right? Is a nice fine balance between, competitive gameplay, competitive integrity, but also a viewer experience as well. And I'm going to be honest with you as a viewer, and of course, the man yelling at the game, I thought it was really fun. So we hop into, of course, game number 4, and it's going to be live fire oddball. Solitude takes a bit of a lead here in the series. This is your grand finals, and of course Solitude are coming in from the lower bracket, so they will have to play through a reset. They will have to reset the bracket here and play another best of 5 if they want to win this tournament. Otherwise, it's going to be, of course, SSGL, 3/4 of the Quadrant roster and Glories trying to make something happen here and potentially win the very first online tournament for EU, as you were saying earlier.
Massive. That was a big play there. That really swung things in favor of Solitude after that. What do you know? A heads-up play with the camo. And oh my god, I was even more impressed with the game sense. Recognizing the spawn positioning instantly was Boo Boo Doo as he didn't even let him push 3 meters outside of that spawn at the back of A. My goodness, this really sets up now, I think, in Solitude's favor. Winning that OBJ game mode, we previously felt like maybe this Quadrant plus Navi roster had a little bit of an edge there. But now, Frosty and the rest of this Solitude roster take that edge 2-1 in the grand finals. And Tim, who else knows better about resetting a grand finals bracket than Frosty? So watch out. If you're SSGL, if you're one of those EU boys rooting for EU, you gotta play this through. You might have a whole nother round to deal with if you don't clutch up and ice up here in this particular game. But we got a little bit of a long haul here. Oddball live fire. So SSGL going to be provided plenty of opportunities and time to tie up the series.
Yeah, Frosty's an odd duck, okay? The guy gets tired and he plays better. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, but here we go. Hopping on board with the man himself. He's got the sniper in his hands. Oh my goodness, like I said, a snipe on the Glories, gets the body shot as well. That's not going to get cleaned up. That will be sniper in the hands of SSGL now, and a bit of a control as well. But that will mean that Solitude spawn on the Shroud screen side of the map, and they will get this overshield, so a break could ensue very shortly.
I think important context here. It is 2:50 a.m. for SSGL. So you want to talk about some really good reps here on LAN, let's say, to kind of mimic the tiredness you'd feel at the end of maybe a Saturday night. This has got to be how they're feeling. It's 3 a.m. It's the middle of the night, deep of the night for SSGL. Do they have a deep tournament run in them here in this grand finals? They've started out really well in this game 4 with 18 seconds and rotating that oddball to the back of A as well, but Avenue has something to say about it.
Yeah, that was really good by SLG to kind of anchor that A spawn, but unfortunately, the aggression that comes out from Solitude is a bit too much. Av's in a great position to clip that cleanup kill, also get some ball time. They've got to be aware of those potential spawns onto B, but it looks like they will end up spawning on that tower side.
Enemy has the ball.
And will be suppressed, trying to get this timing on the flank here. This is where these timings are so very important. Look at this. Gets the flank onto SLG, picks up one. It's going to end up going down, and that's just the efficiency out of SSGL to be aware and so quickly act on a player on the flank. A boo-boo with a perfect. But again, continuing to get time here and able to play whenever they feel like it.
I love the decision, though, from SSGL to wait to reset that oddball. Get a few more extra seconds, really force this Solitude roster to push out towards the green side, pull them away from the reset. Now SSGL have a chance at it, but no, not after going 4 down. That's going to be a reset win here for Solitude.
See the rotation coming out here, or I'm sorry, the ball being pushed towards that tower side. Glory's is the last player alive. Spawns will come out behind him. They're going to set up for a push in this scenario. Great shots by him. Takes out Suppress. That's the very first kill that they need. A trade comes out, though. SLG goes down. We'll see if this heat wave makes a bit of a difference here. Solitude were only able to get 15 seconds of ball time, and Frosty's going to get the kill with the overshield on the heat wave player, so this heat wave won't play a factor any longer. A back and forth trades is all we see at this point in time. Solitude just getting as much scrap time as possible before that ball gets played.
And back and forth goes the oddball as well as Solitude reset after scoring 20. SSGL's 30. Legend gets sent off the map. Good use of the repulsor there. Glory cleans up Boo Boo Doo Boo, and I love this distract. Look at this. All the attention's on the snipe tower. All of the action's going that way as well, but here you have Suppress sneaking out, trickling out towards the back of A. I love when players take that heads-up oddball rotation. They say, hey, you guys can play for snipe, you guys can play for snipe tower, but we're gonna get more ball time.
Something that I'm seeing constantly out of the Solitude roster is they're able to time these flanks perfectly. 3 go down for SSGL. They'll get the last one into Sika. He goes down. He's going to be a bit of a staggered spawn here. The spawns will come out onto B, I believe, though. Unless they ended up blocking them. It looks like one player did spawn onto B. That's Legend. We'll see how he's able to play this. It's going to be 2, actually. So a split spawn for both of these squads. And it's going to be up to Solitude to deal with this as best they can. And Boo Boo has the perfect tool to do so in his hands. But Sika, a beautiful kill there. A low percentage kill as 3 go down. Ooh. Frosty, the last player alive.
They know he's here. No, they don't. They don't. Oh my God, Frosty's going to get some free shots on Glory, free shots on the oddball carrier, and this is all going to allow time for his teammates to push up, not before Frosty lands the double kill. How do you allow Frosty to land a double kill as the last player alive, a sneaky beaver in the back of A, flexing a little bit like a kangaroo?
Yeah, that's got to be a little bit of a miscommunication there. As that last player alive, you've got to make sure to get information on that, where that last player is. Not only does it give you the spawns, but it doesn't allow things like that to happen. It'll be 3 down for Solitude, though. An answer back from SSGL, and it's Sika. Not very happy with what just happened. Trying to utilize this overshield as best as possible. The movement from Frosty, my goodness gracious.
Is Frosty a hard kill on the map or what? My goodness, a whole thorn in the side. Beautiful rose, if you will. Was that gameplay there from Frosty as he gave SSGL so much to think about. After all that, though, we have a 53 all game tied with Solitude getting the edge.
Enemy has the ball.
This is the closest series we could have asked for here.
Enemy has the ball.
Solitude have a solid hold on that C side, on that tower side. Legend's the first point of contact. He goes down quickly. Glory's trying to answer back. He gets taken out as well. It'll be Sika who gets a kill on the back of B, but that doesn't do too much. It allows them to take out that anchor player, but the spawns will still come out on that A side for SSGL.
Ball dropped.
Avenue with the good use of that repulsor, gets to safety, gets to the high ground, and gets right back to work with that sniper, but SLG takes him down instead. 2-2 in the feed, even a suppress, takes the angle on the nest side. Good angle there as the unsuspecting Glory goes down because of it. 3 go down in total for SSGL, and Solitude starting to run away with this a little bit nearing the stretch run.
There's so much tech being used, and we're going to continue to see it grow here with the Bandit. But, I mean, we saw there on, I believe it was Sika, he used the drop jump. So you can drop off and have the ledge be at your eyes and still jump back up. And these are the little things, the little movement tech that is really going to turn these fights around, turn these individual fights on their head. Beautiful shots there, speaking of individual fights, by Legend. He's going to end up getting one, not able to do too much, but at least does a little bit of damage. And the question is, will it get cleaned up?
Yeah, Halo throughout history has always had those little invisible ledges. You can almost sprint off of a ledge and jump after hitching down a little bit. That's what we saw there from the SSGL boys. Great recognition of some of the intricacies here in Halo Infinite, as we now see Boo Boo Doo pushing up alongside the green side with that sniper rifle. A 61-84 game as SSGL have come right back in it. They got the numbers edge. Boo Boo Doo looking to change that with 2 back-to-back no-scopes. Cleans up on Sika. He's now looking for more, but he goes down instead. 3 go down for Solitude. With Avenue pushing up, there's enough pressure to force SSGL to earn a few more slays before picking that oddball back up. That might be the one right there.
Yeah, that slay was really
Glory's
important.
down. That's huge.
Oh, yeah, Glory ends up falling, and now the player on the B side will get pushed from Boo Boo, who actually, I think Glory's just killed, so Boo Boo comes off a spawn real quick, able to activate and be a presence on the map and be a part of the play. 2 go down here for SSGL. 16 seconds is all that Solitude need to take this very first round. Oh my goodness, but it's those kills right there that make it so very difficult. Suppress ends up falling, and the ball will not be touched. Only 35 seconds left.
20 seconds separating these two teams, only 35 left on the clock. That's going to mean you might see a little bit of desperation coming in here from SSGL, as Solitude know they do not need hands on that oddball to win this game. 3 go down. Avenue, like Frosty previously, last player alive, going to delay the pickup long enough for Frosty to clean it up. No, I thought Frosty had that shot in the bum, but no. Sika gets through to the small door, and SSGL are coming back. They have the chance, only needing 10 seconds.
Yeah, and Boo Boo falling there and suppressed as well is huge. Frosty's going to get his kill, so it forces Sika to drop the ball. Sika's going to know, though, there's a player that's only 1 shot. Avdo comes in off a spawn. OS is coming up here. 12 seconds is all that remains. The Shroud Screen will come out. The nade will come out as well. 7 seconds now. Legend going for the ball here. OS in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo. He's got a player behind him. It's going to be Glories. And that's exactly what they needed.
Oh my
3
God.
seconds is all that's left. And they will make the time happen here. And it will be SSGL who tie this series at 2 and bring us to a game number 5.
And it's the big brain back smack from Glory, just as you thought Boo Boo Doo Boo had the overshield, had the power, had the look to take down the oddball carrier. Glory finds the back smack instead. Unbelievable finish there. Unreal.
We're not going to a game 5 yet.
I have no words.
We're not going. We're not going to a game 5 yet. Active got excited.
Oh.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Off my seat. I almost fell. Okay? I'm an old man. As you can see, memory is not my strong suit. But that momentum is going to be difficult to stop here, okay?
Oh,
SSGL with a massive, and I knew Glories was behind him. I knew that was, I mean, Glories made such a massive play to kill that overshield player. Absolutely disgusting.
Dude, I need some Glory POV there on the VOD. I need to see, did he crouch like below the overshield and allow Boo Boo Doo Boo to grab it, knowing that he would push forward to take down the oddball? My God, what a heads-up play here from Glory and him. These are the type of moments that swing tournaments in your favor. As we see 4 go down, momentum starts to build here for SSGL, but not before a nice start of 26 seconds on the scoreboard for Solitude. Wow.
That's definitely a good start. I just got to hand it to these boys, all right? I'm sure they would love for it to be a game 5 so they can get out of here, but these guys are playing phenomenal. We talked about the time difference being a factor. We talked about, you know, they've been throughout this tournament the entire time, and it's just great to see them playing at such a high level, regardless of what they're up against. But regardless, Solitude are not going to let this go too quickly, all right? If they bring this to a reset, it's going to be very difficult to find any sort of gas in the tank here for this SSGL roster. But SSGL need to start here. They need to secure this next round. They need to make sure they can either 2-0 or finish this off in round number 3. And it's going to take a lot of this momentum being taken out of Frosty's sails, and they do just that. Sniper, though, is going to go off the map.
And there is ultimately, honestly, Tim, a downside maybe to that play that Glory just made, in the sense that you could, great use of the repulsor stick tech, you could almost overheat, right? Like an emotional overheating, if you will, right? When your phone gets too hot and you don't get the phone, Apple won't let you use the phone anymore. It needs to cool down. That's a little bit kind of what it feels like from SSGL as they do just that, sort of slow things down, cool it down after that electric emotional moment. They want to get back to playing their style of Halo. And my goodness, has it led to some exciting moments here in this match.
You see Solitude once again gets that overshield, right? But it's completely diminished. Instantly, that one advantage is gone. Legend's going to take him out as well. And now Sika pushes in on that advantage too. Gets the kill, the double. Wants to get another one on a big door. But look at this. Instantly, the setup broken with like almost like paper. It was ripped apart.
Paper gets ripped. Glory now pushing in through the tunnel side. Has Legend on his back. Legend trying to land a back smack. It looks like it. At least setting up for one. As 2 players trickle out of the snipe tower. Depressed looking to push through the A bags. Legend might have the back of him here. Oh, the communication might be a little bit of not necessarily an issue, but might have missed that there. Suppressed was clean upable. Straight ahead at the A sandbags. Solitude able to take advantage of that mishap and earn the Lucid combination. He's got one better with the shroud screen. Boo Boo Doo has a chance to pop off here with Heatwave and Snipe.
Yeah, I was a little worried that he was going to get pushed there as he was one shot, but he uses the shroud screen to stay alive, gets the kill line to Sika as well. Great use of the heat wave in that scenario. As a sniper, like you said, the Lucid combo, utilizing that to get the no-scope. 2 down for SSGL. So there'll be some time here, potentially, for the side of Solitude, but Legend once again and SLG come out on top.
What a nade shot there from Legend as he pushed up. Looked like he G-slid out there, just full-on aggression like a bull. 61-60. How often do we get to say the match is tied in an oddball, Tim? Is about virtually what we've got. SSGL earning that rotation with the oddball. Legend with the killing spree. Does he have one better? No, he goes down. Look at all the pings from SLG. You can sense the sense of urgency from him as he wants that player taken down on the tunnel side, because he knows if they can sneak away here, maybe towards the green side, rotate, get the reset, they'll have the lead. And the edge, they will be able to reset. So despite the fact that Solitude has this OS, SSGL could make it a moot point here with a well-timed reset.
That ball will be played there, but like you said, they'll get that little bit of time in the reset. And that's the thing we talked about earlier. Standing still is SLG. Doesn't utilize his strafe whatsoever. Jumps at the end of his last shot and gonna outshoot Frosty in that moment. But it's going to be suppressed with this overshield in hand, trying to push through these A spawns and potentially get this A control. It'll be 3 down for SSGL, but look how much damage Legend is able to do as the last player alive.
Those were 6 shots. Suppressed had a little bit of overshield left, so Legend with the perfect 6 shots ends all of those. But Boo Boo Doo finds a way to grab that oddball at A, starts to rotate it here, and he's rotating it towards tunnels. Not going to be interesting. This probably throws off this SSGL roster potentially. But no, they picked it out. They'd read that like a book. 3 go down now, 4 for Solitude, and SSGL approach the stretch run with the edge, with the lead, needing only 15 seconds to send us to a game 5.
What can I say? I know how to tell the future. I knew it was going to be a game 5. SSGL is are the ones on the forefront of that one. 3 seconds is all that remain. And now this time, we are going to a game number 5 in your grand finals.
History in the making. EU looking for their first ever win in Halo against NA competition. NA's best here, right? I know this isn't a full squad in Solitude, but my goodness, 2 of the triplets plus Boo Boo Doo and Frosty, the current world champ, about as good of a roster as you could throw at this Quadrant Navi roster, and my God, what a story that would be, right? For what the metaphorical reaching across the table and handshake, that meme with like the two really strong arms. That's Navi and Quadrant right now coming together to take down NA's best and send us to a game 5.
That's you got to do what you got to do. Put the forces together. But yeah, what an incredible game, an incredible series we've had thus far. So many close moments, so many clutch opportunities. This was the start that I saw out of Frosty, and definitely got a little nervous for the side of SSGL. But it didn't really turn into too much. Obviously, he played phenomenal throughout that game.
This was huge. I know they didn't win this round or even this game, but yeah, I'm thinking to myself, oh, the best Frosty do here can get a little damage, allow his teammates to push up and clean up. He took down 2, and it's not like he had the overshield in the back of that back of A there. That was one of the best plays of the game there from Frosty, but it wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough. There's so many, like, this was insane. Can we rewind that, please? I don't know. We don't have time. It's okay. That was just nuts. I love to see the movement tech. Like I said, there's so much out there that, like you said, too, it's been out there for a while. But because of the Bandit, we're able to utilize it even more. And here we go. This is it. Game 5, Aquarius Slayer. Solitude have a chance to reset the bracket as they came from the lower side. SSGL, a.k.a. Quadrant, plus Glories. Gonna try and close this out right here.
Good opening start here. That's what I was holding my breath for. Was an overkill extermination from Glory as he earns the first 4 kills of Game 5 and has EU set up for a historical win.
What a massive overkill right there. That's going to set the pace, set the momentum, the pendulum swing on the side of SSGL now. All due to Glories. Unfortunately, going to have a little bit too much energy in that 1v1. Ends up going down there, but regardless, of 5-4 now. Lead here for SSGL. It is diminished as Solitude comes back swinging once again.
Wow. My heart is thumping at this rate, and I always feel like as a caster, if I feel like this, what do the players feel like? They got to be feeling that adrenaline. But again, this is all such great preparation for tournaments where you got to just be icy. You got to almost become a robot. You got to forget you're a human and you have all these emotions and just let it go and just focus on the task at hand. That's what we're seeing here from SSGL and SLG in particular. Now Sika looking to stay alive. Quadrant, after that incredible overkill from Glory, have a 2-kill lead. Now 3, 11-8.
This 1v1, though, has the thruster to utilize. Oh, my goodness, a great win there. We talked about how important that thruster is. Making sure to time those. Glories not stopping the double nade. Gonna get another kill here, and I like the pace of game he's playing, right? He's still slowing down the pace. He's still playing slow. A player goes down below him. It's gonna be Frosty. The bait and switch comes out, and they're gonna continue to extend this lead now 10-15.
And look at the recognition there from Glory, Tim. Plays fast when he needs to play fast. Slows down to a halt when he needs to slow down and bait out an extra slay. Unbelievable performance here from Glory. It's not just the shots, it's the game sense as well. SSGL up 6.
A great job by Frosty to clean up one very difficult kill. Gets the second one as well, but regardless, SSGL doing such a great job of just playing their lives with their no shields and making themselves that difficult target. Finessing is what I like to call it here. Boo-boo. Some good shots onto the players at P1. It's going to be Solitude that are maintaining that top control, but SLG and Legend in the kill feed get 2. It's 14-21 now.
And it's at that point, Tim. 7-kill lead. Make it 8. It's a 2-possession lead. Abida goes down. It's 9. SSGL are starting to roll here on Solitude, and if they can just keep this up, if they can just trade out for the rest of the game, EU will have their first tournament win in Halo Infinite history.
SLG will fall, though. They've got to continue to play fundamental, disciplined Halo at this point if they want to close this out. Regardless of the lead you have. It's 15-26 now. Like you said, 11 kills is the lead. Suppress gonna find an opening here. Gets the kill. Turns around and helps with a kill onto Sika too. Legend will drop off the top center, and this is where it gets scary. Still a 10-kill lead, though. They maintain themselves, and they get the trades necessary to keep this lead going.
Slowing it down going to be crucial here for Solitude. Regaining that mid-map control going to be crucial as well as they look to do that. Found a few previous slays, and they're looking to roll on it, but at 18-28, now 29, you have to almost play this like elimination, like you've only got one life in each particular round. as Solitude, they're actually starting to run out of lives already, 31-18.
Av with a big kill, though, with a perfect. Boo-Boo's going to get one in the feed as well. This will give them that top control they ever so wanted and needed. Thruster as well at the top of Pete. Actually, I believe it was at the top of Car, and Glorious is going to get that one. It's the perfect kill. Capitalizing. A lot of damage being done here. Glorious is popping off! My goodness gracious, the man of the hour. 11-4 in this game thus far.
Insert gross face. You know, the one where you just smelled something disgusting? That's what Glory's doing right now, man. Unbelievable performance from, dare I say, now Glory and Legend teaming for what looks like the 1-2 pairing in EU. Frosty cleans up Sika. Needs to land this double kill. And I say needs with all caps because of this lead. Down 11. Solitude still in that situation where they've got to play perfect Halo, but it's SSGL playing perfect Halo instead. EU needing only 14 more.
This is one of those rare moments where you really just gotta if you see Glories, you just need to just run, close it on him, and get it, and make sure he's down. Because honestly, you can see how he's playing right now. He's pushing like 2 people at once, and when you have that type of confidence, it's gonna take a player like Frosty to shut him down. The triple, almost the over on the Legend.
Okay,
gets cleaned up by Boo-Boo, and now we have an 8-kill game.
And we got a game back to 2 possessions. The goal here is to bring it back to within 4. 1 possession. If you can do that, if you're Solitude, and you get it back to within 1 possession, by the time that score reaches 46. You got to watch out, because not only is the game close, Solitude is within 1 fell swoop, 1 team wipe of regaining the lead, but they've got the momentum on their side as well. Now down only 6.
Yeah, but I said this earlier, the discipline is the most important thing. We're starting to overextend a bit on the kills, and now it's down to, like you said, 6 kills. Here we go. Some teamwork being utilized on the Fridge side. Suppress gonna get out. Ends up staying alive here. Still a 6-kill lead for SSGL. An opportunity to win the very first online tournament for EU.
6 kills separating these 2 teams. It's going to slow down. The opening break goes to Suppressed. Boo-Boo gets the cleanup. Things are starting to crumble for SSGL as Solitude are now down only by that count of 4. And if they can just maintain this, they're okay. They're in actually a great spot despite being down. It's a 5-kill game now, 38-43.
Great bait and switch there. Glories is gonna end up going down, though. Boo has a flank onto Sika. Suppress stays alive. It's now a 3-kill game. Boo pushing aggressively. Wants to get top control with Frosty. Glories gets another kill in the feed. The SLG pushing bottom center by himself. Ends up going down as well. Some of the discipline, the lack of discipline in some of these plays is what's going to really kill this squad. Legend pushing through, not aware of the player behind him. It's Boo now on a killing spree.
Improbable. Solitude are only down by 1 slave, 44-45, and with 3 down for SSGL, Glory is going to have no chance. He's guaranteed to go into a situation with the numbers disadvantage. The numbers in total, though, tied 45 all, Tim. Here we go.
They've really just got to get it together. That's the nicest way to say it. Get it together. It's a very high-pressure situation. You have the ability to make history right now. SLG gets the kill. Tied up at 46 now. Glory's trying to stay alive. They've got to be careful, though. Glory's with the flick. Takes out the kill onto Suppressed.
37 all. 3 players on the car side for Solitude. Shots going to the back of Legend, and he goes down, but Glory cleans up Frosty. 48 all. Suppressed with some cross nade accuracy. Looks to get some splash damage on his opponent, but that doesn't land. Frosty goes down. Excuse me, Frosty gets the slay. 49-48. Solitude need only 1. Now SSGL have to come back. How did this collapse?
Boo has to stay alive here. The pressure's coming in on the utility side, but all of SSGL are trapped on that utility. Couple players down to no shields. It's Ab who's going in for the kill. He gets it, and Solitude will reset the bracket.
What are we witnessing? That was absolutely insane. It was like four possession to 15 kill game or so, and Solitude ice up and are gonna make EU earn it with the bracket reset. You know what? That was so much fun, Tim. Let's just do it all over again. Why not?
Wow. Honestly, I got to speak on it, right? I think SSGL are full of just absolute incredible players. I have, no disrespect to them whatsoever. But there comes a point where they turn from a very disciplined, intelligent roster to then it's like someone threw a bee's nest on them, and all of a sudden everyone's running around like chickens with their heads cut off. I mean, that's what I witnessed. We didn't see the same chemistry out of the roster in the second half of that game that you saw when they had that 10-kill lead, and it was just being picked apart constantly by Solitude over and over and over. But honestly, I got to take a breath because I literally almost fell off my chair. So I'm going to send it to our hosts in Aliek and Tools.
Thank you so much. I was at the edge of my seat too. Wow. Solitude just keeping SSGL just awake tonight. They're just gonna be just no sleep for them. No sleep for them. We're going on reset. Tools. Please tell me what's in your mind right now.
Honestly, what do you call it? When you make a pass, it could also be called a throw, a little bit of a throw from the European boys over there. They just have a massive lead, right? Like Glory comes out, he sets the statement right away. The overkill is in. He had a fantastic play to basically guarantee them a round win in oddball, but it's just not enough. NA gets the job done. It's a reset. I don't know what the hell is gonna happen. It's crazy. We're going one more series.
It's crazy, and it looks like we're just about to jump back into it. So, Active and Mikowski, let's see what you guys got.
I don't know what I got. I don't know. I don't have a lot. This was crazy, but we're going to a reset, and these players don't want to wait. They're like, screw you guys, we're going back in. It's time to make it happen. So here we go. Can SSGL recover is the best way to say it from a devastating loss in that game number 5. Is the mental strong? That is the question here going into this reset of the grand finals.
It goes back to that robot style you got to have in your mind, your mental. You got to have a short memory. You got to almost have a software reset if you're SSGL, because you do not want the taste of that game 5. I hate to use the word choke, but let's be real. Up by 15 into the 30s. That game was in hand for EU and SSGL, and they just let it slip away. How do they respond here off the start in game 1?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real here. When it's a 15-kill lead in a Slayer, you generally just call it for the other side. But as I said, and I'll say it again, Frosty gets better as he gets more tired. Maybe the rest of these, I mean, it's still the triplets' birthday, right? So I mean, they got that extra birthday energy as well. But regardless, a triple cap for SSGL. We know how strong of a Strongholds team this squad is, and let's see if Glories can add to that.
Well, to answer that question we just brought up, how are they going to start off? Really freaking good. 59 and rolling with a trip cap. That's going to be a full minute of separation against the Solitude roster, and we didn't even have a chance to speak on it, Tim, because this reset got started up so fast. But I like how this sets up for SSGL. We know Quadrant, arguably the greatest Strongholds team in the league. What better way to reset mentally than with your best game mode, as we see that here. SSGL rolling now 103 and rolling to 3.
Look how surgical they play that too. SLG just waiting. He knows exactly where they're spawning, just waiting for them to push through to try and get that B hold, and just puts tons of damage into them while they cross. Legend gets a triple in the feed. Frosty the last player alive now, and this triple cap continues on. If the question was, did they have any energy left in the tank? The answer is yes, they absolutely do. Frosty, though, looking to answer back with something else.
This is an incredible mental regain of an effort and statement, you could even argue, by these 4 players putting that game behind them. But just as I start to build a case for their comeback here in this reset game 1, it's Solitude resetting the map, earning themselves a triple cap, and for all intents and purposes, Tim, they're right back in it.
Yeah, I mean, something about Quadrant being the best Strongholds team in the game. Everyone's going to be watching your VOD. Everyone's going to be understanding and learning, and you know, a lot has been learned from this Quadrant roster. You see the answer back with a triple cap. I wouldn't say anyone is better than Quadrant yet in terms of Strongholds, but that meta is shifting just a bit. A great kill from Boo Doo. Gonna stay alive with the thrust as well, and he had camo, I believe. That's gonna be dissipated. He'll pick up the sniper instead, and now try to work on the spawns of SSGL.
And the great teams here on Plaza, or Solitude, you call it, always know how to push off their back foot off of that A spawn. Here we see SSGL going 2 down after that spawn at the back of A. Could be 3, but not for a heads-up play there from Sika. The press is looking to make sure he trades out. So it's going to send SSGL potentially back. towards A, but no, they're actually going to get C spawns here because of this push up here from Suppress. That's what I was waiting for. Also with the C capture point lit up in blue, that's just going to add more spawn points potentially here for them at C, but they force a split actually. I think that might have been what Suppress was going for. Executes the split spawn to perfection.
Yeah, SSGL is the one that's caught out isolated here. He's going to spawn up now, but like you said, they definitely capitalized on that isolated player. The spawns come out. They end up getting A. Now working on B as they get 3 down. Boo was the last player alive, and this is where it gets a bit scary here. You let the table fall, and now it's going to be SSGL and an opportunity for another triple cap.
Oh, and that was huge. Just as it looked like Solitude was going to tie it with Numbers edge and advantage. There's Glory with another back smack. He's starting to make a name for himself with that medal in the feed and on your screen. Unbelievable plays from him. Wow, what a treat it's been to watch Glory play. But yeah, absolutely massive. Just as it looked like Solitude had their own trip cap and we're about to tie it up, SSGL earned the trip cap counter. And it's not before until now that Solitude finally get control of A. So SSGL looking primed and in the driver's seat here in the end game, needing only 30 seconds.
It's really cool to see the angles that SSGL are taking on these hills to make sure that no one crosses in. And you see it once again. They have 2 dead. Frosty was the first point of attack there on that last hill. Now he's once again the first point of attack on this B hill, and he's just constantly been in their face, regardless of the angles they hold. But unfortunately, he's not going to have any help. So this triple cap will be held. Regardless if they get the B hold, it'll be another couple of points, and that'll be it. SSGL take game number 1 of the Grand Finals reset.
That was a 5-minute speed run. Active. I know players in Onyx 1800, 1900, which is what these players are. They might wait 5 minutes to find a game. So to just to put into perspective how insane, and it's not like Solitude didn't score points. It's not like Solitude didn't make it a game. At one point, it was just 20, 30 seconds between the two. So for SSGL to regain, respawn, and speed run that game 1 win is absolutely massive for them. But here it is. That reset was predestined when when Solitude won game 2. I still stand by. Solitude needs to win an objective to win a series. They did that in that previous reset, and I almost feel like for SSGL on the flip side, they need to win a Slayer. They need to take this 2-0 lead. They need to put Solitude in a spot where they need a reverse sweep to win a series. You can't let them get back in this one on a game 2 that maybe you expect them to win.
Well, as you can see, the domination out of SSGL in game number 1 was their statement to say, we still have this and we still want to win this tournament. But here is game number 2, Recharge Slayer. A game type where I think I honestly potentially give this to Solitude in terms of the Slayer. We saw that massive comeback. It'll be an answer back to that if SSGL are to come away with this victory.
Whew. Wow. Are we sure it's the off season? Are we sure this is an open series? Because the energy and electricity is all there. I don't want to, dare I say, feels like land, but I almost imagine the EU chants right now. If this were taking place on land, can you imagine how electric that would be? One can only wish we someday see something like this. But you know what? This is the steps taken. This is the steps EU needs to take. They need to win an online tournament, let's be real, before they can win one on land. It just feels like that would be part of the process for them.
They've done all the work. It's time to clutch up or shut up. Okay, I'm sick of this choking crap, all right? I need, listen, I'm NA through and through, but I need you to come through for us here right now, okay? I want to see history being made, and it's going to be on the back of Glory's with a shock rifle in his hands and a camo to work with as well.
Glory setting the stage once again with a good start here in the Slayer, 3-0. But dude, this feels like deja vu, doesn't it? A big lead building here for the EU boys. But this is huge. This is huge because this is actually great for them. They have a big lead again, and it almost like resettles them in the sense that, okay, we didn't throw that one. If they go into game 3 winning this game 2, they can say, all right, we're good for this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make history.
Look at this domination. Like, we've just got to keep this same pace. It's definitely a pacing thing, and it seems like when Solitude really start to up the pace of their game is when SSGL start to fall, and you see the pace is slow, and SSGL pick apart everything. It's now 14-6. SSGL, another massive lead like we saw previous. The question is, can they maintain the lead? And can they close the game out? That's the big question for me. Can they close this game out if they keep this lead going?
And here at 7-14, Tim, I'm not saying SSGL should just start throwing themselves for trades, but one thing they didn't do a great job of on that Aqua TS Game 5, in close quarters combat, they didn't play enough for the trade there, right? Where it makes sense. The game is almost giving it to you, or at least putting it up on a platter for you to take. I think SSGL needs to take those here and rewrite the wrongs of Game 5 here in this Game 2 reset.
Well, the big thing for me is in 1 second, and that's the camo that's about to pop up. Of course, SSGL did get that very first camo. Seiko with a massive kill, the turnaround onto Boo Boo. And I believe it's SLG with the camo in his hands as well. So now they can take this opportunity and step this up just a bit. Oh my gosh, SLG gets caught out overstepping to try to clean up that kill.
Those are the plays right there. Those are the plays that give Solitude life and start to just maybe even bring a sigh into the comms. If you are SSGL, really giving up what looked like a good camo run, as it will in fact trickle down, and that snowball starting to get a little bit bigger, rolling down the hill. Solitude are coming right back, now down by only 3.
I hate snow. It's the worst. And we're seeing the snowball effect definitely come in here. 19-20 now. An almost 10 kill lead completely destroyed by the side of Solitude once again. Shock rifle in the hands suppressed. Bit overextended here inside of the batteries. If potentially he can get taken out, this will be a big kill for the side of SSGL. They're all stuck on the long haul side. They've got to be careful.
1 kill lead now for Solitude, and you have to imagine right now with 3 going down, plenty of time to think about it in the respawn screen, and that's not good. You almost want to be subconscious here in this grand finals. You don't want to let emotion come into play here as Suppressed finds another kill for the killing spree. Another 3 go down for SSGL. And it's a 3-kill lead for Solitude. But they go 3 down, so here's your chance. Gotta stay alive if you're Glory. Boo Boo Doo, last player alive. Makes a huge last Spartan standing play to extend that lead back to a full team wipe.
Yeah, dying to the last player alive is never a fun thing, and then he continues on his tear here once again. Massive shots going into another player into Sika. And now the numbers advantage is Solitude, and look how fast they are to act on this numbers advantage. Finally, Legend gets a pick here. A nice clean pick is exactly what they need, but clean it is not, because he gets traded out instantly, and SLG gonna fall to a perfect once again. Sika not gonna get the camo, and just everything falling apart here for the side of SSGL. Finally, a massive kill onto Suppressed, who had the camo, but still a 4-kill lead once again for Solitude.
Impressive double kill there previously from Boo Boo Doo, who got repulsed into the wall. So you've got the distortion of the repulsor effect. You've got the damage you take going up against the wall. Boo Boo Doo still able to land his shots. And now it's, let's just be real, Tim. It's on SSGL to land their shots. It's on SSGL to show us some ice, some moxie, some resolve here. Because they're just down 2. They're coming back now.
Yeah, but just look how much better they play together. I mean, I know it's a simple thing, right? Obviously, you want to play in 2s in terms of Slayer. You want to play to have angles for each other. But, you know, we're seeing them when they lose that lead so isolated. And you can see SLG there maybe losing a bit of steam. That shot not looking as crispy as it was before. And those things all add up. Every little thing adds up for this roster. Solitude just taking advantage of everything right now.
That was the first thing I thought, Tim, was that kind of looked like a tired gunfight there against Frosty as he got the edge. Frosty did end up trading out there, which filters down into the feed. 39 all. So here we go. Deja vu scenario. A close game. Despite the fact that maybe it shouldn't be, it is. And that's what we've got.
Legend ends up going down. 3 end up going down for SSGL. A 2-kill lead now for the side of Solitude. And it's, of course, SLG on the top of tower here. Has the spawns on the A side. If they decide to push through, Legend flies in by himself. Not going to be able to get anything going. Does a bit of damage, but it's not going to get cleaned up once again. It'll be another clean kill for Solitude. Make that a couple more kills if they can clean these up, and they do just that. The no-shield players go down, and now we have a 5-kill lead for Solitude.
That's a backbreaker. This one feels like it's over, Tim. Suppressed and Boo Boo Doo at the back of blue. We're both down to low shields, and you had an even 2v2 gunfight. In fact, SSGL had the shield edge, so they had quote-unquote numbers edge, and it went 2-0 in favor of Solitude. They only need 2 more to close this thing out, which it looks like they will.
And they've also got pretty much every camo on the side of Solitude, bar the first one that Glory's got at the very start of the game. Solitude have had every single camo, I believe, since then. And now they only need 1 kill. And they'll look to capitalize on that right here. And they do just that. It'll be Solitude who tie the series now 1-1.
Whew, man. And what is SSGL talking about right now in their comp speed? What is the energy and what is the just overarching vibe right now? I'd love, man, this would be, screw a listen in mid game, Tim. I want to hear the listen in right now. I want to hear Legend IGLing his team out of this sort of desperate spot they're in where they really, again, you probably feel like you should have won that previous Game 5. You should have just won the tournament, and then you probably feel like you should be up 2-0 in the Grand Finals reset, but you can't be thinking about coulda, woulda, shoulda. You need somebody else on the side of SSGL to just reel these boys in. They can do that. They can regain. We've seen that from them already. They're not out of this just yet. This series is tied 1-1, and I think everything we've seen so far reflects that. This is one of the closest series that we've ever seen.
Hey, I mean, Legend and Sika had phenomenal games. 16 kills for Legend. Sika had 15. Legend had 15 deaths, but regardless, Glories and SLG are the ones that I'm looking for in this next game. I understand that, it gets tiring. To play at a very high level, to play 100% for this long period of time is taxing. But, the more you do it, the better you get at it. And, this is where you got to kind of push through. So we'll see if potentially Solitude we'll see if SSGL can potentially bring this game back or bring this series back into their favor. Tied at 1-1 now. We have the Grand Finals reset, and we're hopping on board with Frosty.
Well, it is 3:30 a.m. local time for a lot of the boys on SSGL. I saw in chat, Onset said for an EU player, that's like 8 p.m., right? So, I don't know, maybe there is no disadvantage to playing at 3 a.m. At least that's what Onset says, and I'll take his word for it. Hell.
I love Mark. But here we go. SSGL really have to make something happen here. They're getting a bit of hill time. They also pressured on that overshield side. Boo was the last player alive. He's going to be the one contesting the hill. But that overshield, I would imagine, goes in the hands of SSGL here. Boo was going to be a caught out, and it's going to be Glories with that overshield. Putting tons of damage into the players of Solitude. Glory's doing some big work, but what a massive kill right there to clean him up.
Hill-based game modes could be the savior, though, for this European roster, looking to take down NA for the first time in Halo history, as SSGL have the edge. About 75% on this first hill, just a sliver of time. Solitude is Avenue down to a sliver of health. He loses his life, though. Back to the respawn screen, and the numbers edge here, taking down Suppressed. Frosty as well. SSGL could close this hill out. Now, the question is, does Solitude concede this and rotate early for the next hill? Let's see.
Well, they get the spawns on the OS side, but that player is cut off. I believe Sniper now in the hands of, I believe it is SSGL. It might be on the back of tower there. I'm not exactly sure. OS is coming up in 25 seconds, though. And I like that SSGL is going for this early time, right? The early scrap time, just, getting a couple seconds there, then getting set up, and now they can kind of play that defense and get that time periodically. We'll see they're a bit of the way through this very second hill. And they're being a bit more decisive, which is good. I felt like, in those previous games, very indecisive gameplay, but feels like they're making actionable plays at the right moments.
Enemy team took the hill.
Here's what you're hoping is the right play, right moment for Solitude. As Suppressed has the overshield to work with, pushing up through cuts, but it's babied down by Glory, doing a great job there to take Suppressed down to a normal 100% field threshold. Glory rotates around the backside, has the back of Boo Boo Doo Boo. He still remembers the overshield player. That's why he turns immediately to the right and trades out with him before going down.
All right, so their objective here is to kill the two players that are staggering forward, right? It's going to be Frosty and his teammate that's on the Brute side. Frosty ends up playing a bit slower. He's waiting for his teammates to push on through. They're a little bit slow to do so, but as I say, that SSGL not really able to capitalize on any time here, so this advantage still in the hands of Solitude until they go 3 down, and now Boo Boo, the last player alive, trying to prevent this hill time from going through, but it looks like he decides to back off and wait for his team.
Yeah, earns a +1 there on that kill by Sika. That's as good as you can imagine. They're right there for Boo Boo Doo Boo. Just wants to maintain the line of scrimmage. Does one better by taking down an opponent from SSGL, but he goes down shortly after. Suppressed does too, so this numbers advantage is really starting to roll here for SSGL as they look to roll up to a lead.
Yeah, great job by Solitude, though, to be ready for this next hill, be prepared, and have that early rotation that you mentioned earlier. They're going to have the Early rotation. The spawns come out on the B side. There'll be some early time for them. Av trying to capitalize on a kill here. Sika and SLG will be down for the side of SSGL. So Av's going to take full advantage of that. He's got to win this 1v1 versus Legend. Legend not missing, though. Gets body shot, but ends up staying alive. And there'll be more control now for SSGL once again.
OS up in 10. This makes this gunfight even more crucial at the back of A as Legend wins it. Nets himself the killing spree, likely OS as well. He's hoping at least 2-2, even in the feed. Suppressed, though. He's baiting that. He's not going to go for it right away. He's going to let Legend... Yeah, perfect process there from Suppressed. Allowed Legend to push up towards that OS. In that process, Suppressed got the extra 2 shots he needed to secure OS.
Delayed it a bit as well. Now just kind of playing that defense here. That's what I like to call a one-way for the shroud screen. It's not high enough, but you can essentially make it so that you only see the feed of the players pushing in, and they can't see anything. Not seeing that utilized a lot in this game, but regardless, it'll be potentially the first cap here for Solitude, and they will get that first cap. The push comes through, but it'll be a little late, but it'll at least grant them that numbers advantage as they get that other kill as well. But look how quickly Solitude are to trade these kills out.
Really big win there. Almost like in this series, tied 1-1, right? Just like in this game, SSGL take the edge. And that's the opportunity you afford yourself when you score first. Create that situation where the other team has to chase a little bit. Now SSGL, like a driver in the pole position, has the positioning to potentially go up 3-1. They're already at 50% on this next hill.
Doing a great job of anchoring on that C side, making sure to have a player on that A side as well. So they're controlling both sides of the map, which is going to spawn the players from Solitude on that B side. But Frosty, as usual, makes it through. Tries to get the kill onto Glory's, not going to be able to, but all the while, it's going to be a little bit of time here before this overshield comes up, about 20 seconds now. And they're in a perfect position to get this OS.
And Solitude right now just looking to stay alive for an extra 15 seconds or so. And they don't even worry about time right now. They just want to stay alive. They're probably somewhere around the edge, looking to maybe net themselves an overshield. 2-for-1 win. There is a player there on the overshield. They're just looking to stay alive, maintain that positioning. But no, they go down. 2 go down. Boo Boo Doo. Last chance at that OS, and SSGL win that huge, crucial battle. Right time, right place. They now have the OS to work with and the edge on this hill.
I was trying to be in a position there to potentially at least kill the player going for OS, or at least do some damage to him. I believe he does enough damage, and that OS player is going to be out of the play now. Snipe, though, in the hands of SLG. It's great to see him start to pop off, but Boo Boo's going to take him out instantaneously, as well as Legend. Boo Boo not missing a shot, but finally going to miss at the very end when he needed to hit the shot the most. And it'll be 3 down for SSGL, as once again, Solitude take the hill and control.
I have to wonder right now if that last final shot landed, it'd be an all-4 down for SSGL, and Solitude would have a really good look at this hill win. They already do, regardless of that. Glory now, the last-ditch effort to push in, but that's going to be futile as he goes down. 2 go down for each side. We have an even 2v2 gunfight with even hill positioning top mid.
Boo Boo takes out the first person top mid, but that's going to be SSGL on that top tower control. Actually, don't even see anybody at top tower, maybe pressuring through the top center of the map, but Boo Boo's opportunity potentially trying to get this top tower, trying to make sure that they have control of C side of the map on this hill. All the while, a lot of scrap time coming out for the side of SSGL. That would have been a nasty double kill there if he was able to land that. But great job by Suppress once again, listening to the communication, cleaning up the kills that are necessary as well.
I like SLG's choice of utility there, using that MK sidekick in close quarter combat. That's the time and place to use it. Able to take down Boo Boo Doo because of it. SSGL, take that previous hill, get the first bit of scoring, just under 50%. But I like Frosty's positioning here at the top of Snipe. So despite the fact that Solitude doesn't have the lead in this hill, feels like we could have that here soon enough. Frosty says, you know what? If the hill's there, I'm just going to take it. Boo Boo Doo, you can take the Snipe Tower positioning. I'll look back and take down SLG and continue scoring.
Yeah, it's great game sense right there to switch out the positions and make sure to maintain that top tower control. Like you said, they switch out positions, they maintain C-plat. Now they also have the hill, and Frosty just staying alive as best as possible, watching different angles here. Sees the tower is not taken up, so potentially playing towards that side of the map, but look how important tower is. Solitude have solidified control the entirety of this hill, the last half of it at least, and it's because of that C-plat and top tower control.
Oh, but Legend gets into the hill. Last second, last player alive. But oh my God, he just got barely pushed outside the Pinky Toes edge of that hill at top mid. And Legend's not going to be able to stop it despite what looked like the potential to do so.
This fight is back and forth. It's so tight between these two teams, but Solitude continues to come out on top of all of these engagements, of all of these clutch moments. That's being echoed there, of course, with that repulse play once again. SSGL do have control now of the hill on the B side. Boo Boo's trying to get something to happen here with his snipe. He ends up going down. It'll be 4 dead momentarily. Frosty now the last player alive, with SLG in full control of C side with a sniper. Oh my goodness gracious.
Gross. Spawn snipe has SSGL up by about 75%. But Tim, the last 2 hills, that's what it's looked like. So for Solitude, they've been calm, cool, and collected. They have not threaded any type of lead for SSGL, even going back to that game 5 where Solitude was down by 14, 15 kills or so, and they came back to win by 2. And nothing seems to really shake them up. Nothing really seems to take them off their game, as despite the fact that SSGL are just a hair away from scoring and tying up this game, Solitude now has control of the hill, and all these battles are going on the cut side of the map. It's the opposite of where the hill is. That's good distraction. That's good bait. Glory not going to have enough time to get back in that fight, and Solitude, they look primed to once again come from behind on this particular hill.
Yeah, that was not good. SSGL put a ton of resources towards that overshield side to potentially get OS and also get the hill as well, but it ended up not working out in their favor, and now Solitude is up 2-1 in the grand finals reset here.
That spells trouble, Tim, just like it did in Grand Finals 1. The objective win in Game 3 for FaZe gives them the edge. Not only 2-1 in the series, I know that's obvious, right? That's clear and obvious, but again, I gotta give that efficiency to SSGL. They've got 3 out of 4 members of Quadrant, so despite the fact that Glory's the new guy, he's a little out of place. He's got that Navi logo you can see on the screen. He probably fits in pretty well. The fact especially that he's that kind of main Slayer Bruiser type role, Chick a lot like that, can pop off with Snipe at any time, any place. Glory a lot like that. So they found a comp here in Glory that really fits in almost like, I dare say, like a glove for this SSGL Quadrant Navi hybrid roster. I give them the edge in the OBJs, but despite that, in both Game 3s, Solitude take it, and they took that first series. It feels like it's heading that direction as well, if not for some ice. The most ice we've seen from EU, you could argue, needing 2 wins in a row now to win their first tournament ever.
Yeah, I'm curious what, like, you know, you mentioned it earlier, curious what the communication sounds like. I don't know French, but I would assume that it's not a great vibe in there. And honestly, we're getting into these games very fast, right? You know, you went from the grand finals into the reset within literal seconds. You went into the next game within literal seconds. I'm a big fan of taking a minute to just breathe and just take a moment to relax and kind of get your mental straight, because, you know, losing a very important game number 5 the way you did, you know, it's just going to be bad on the mental, regardless if you're a professional or not. You still are affected by those types of things, and taking that break is important. But there was no break from SSGL here, just into every game, one after the other, allowing Solitude to have this momentum. But let me be shut up here as SLG gets a nice shot at the Frosty.
Yeah, nice shot on Frosty, especially considering that it looked like he had the movement tech slide to quickly get away and maintain his life, but SLG changes that, looking to take down another here in Avenue. Use of the repulsor to bounce back SLG, but SLG with the patience cleans him up, and my God, look at this flag run, 30 seconds off the clock, and already one out for SSGL, but it's not going to go too far for now.
Yeah, the spawns will come out on the snipe side of the map. That flag will pass the 50% portion. SLG in a very precarious position here on the bottom center of the map with the snipe, waiting for the overextensions. No one's really pushing here. This flag does not go through, though. That's why Solitude are playing back. This flag is not moving because they got that first initial kill. SLG with a beautiful snipe, starting to wake up just a bit, but gets taken out instantly by Frosty.
Oh, 4 down for SSGL. Full opportunity here for Solitude to push up on the map. Some pretty good defensive shots here from Sika. Not going to allow Frosty to take that 50-yard line control, but Avenue does, in fact, clean up on Sika. Frosty still looking to battle for that SSGL side of the map. Glory 360 strafe strong side. Not enough to stay alive as Frosty takes him down. And Frosty's just being a pain right now. I haven't seen any shots go into Frosty. He's been the bait. He's been the distraction. All the while that flag run gets closer and closer to scoring for Solitude.
Yeah, he's just behind enemy lines here. He's just doing so much to be a nuisance. Like you said, he's being annoying. He's being a nuisance here. They're going to try and get this return, and it looks like Legend will make it through, will get the return as well. That's got to spark some life in this SSGL roster.
That was a score. That was a cap, especially after Suppress gets that double kill. Massive ice up scenario, and that's what you need, I guess, to find the macro ice up. You got to ice up in the micro as well. You got to start to build some of that confidence back up if you're SSGL. Moments like that do just that.
Frosty has something to say about that. Oh, that's a headshot onto SLG. Glory's trying to answer back. Not going to find the angle, though. Frosty will try and take top control with this snipe. Being very cautious, but also very confident with the sniper in his hands. 5 bullets to work with for him. Glory's 6 bullets on his side. Make that 5 as well. SLG gets the first kill. But all the nades coming through and Glory's being no shields. There's nothing he can do. A beautiful job by Solitude to make sure he falls, and the rest fall alongside him as well. All 4 down for SSGL.
Quick flick, instant TTK, no scope double kill there from Frosty as he has Solitude primed for their first potential score. And with this edge, 2-1 in the series, you gotta start to bounce back. You gotta see to believe if you're SSGL. You do not want to see this score go in for Solitude, but it does. Frosty playing that thorn in the side roll to perfection. He's gonna have another chance to run this flag, Tim.
He's a world champ for a reason. The flag number 2 goes out. He's going to toss it to his teammate as he gets the spawners. Glory's falls as well. SLG, cover your face. He doesn't fall, but that flag does make it to the other side of the map. And it's all Frosty with 3 down for SSGL. It'll be Solitude with cap number 2 posted in.
Oh, man, that first score was a punch to the gut, and then as the head fell, an uppercut right to SSGL's face. Solitude now looking for the knockout blow. Up 2-0 in this game, 2-1 in the series. You need one more, and the tournament is theirs.
It's crazy how much faster this map plays with the bandit starts. Everyone's just got to push forward. That long-range fire is just not going to work. We talked about this earlier, but we didn't ever see 2-0 caps on this map back when it was BR starts, and we're seeing just fast gameplay out of both of these squads. Of course, Av, he's going to try and play a bit fast, but has to slow down the pace. Glory's finally cleans up the kill there. It'll be a sniper now in the hands of Glory's. We've talked about him so much. Let's see if he's able to turn the tide here. Unfortunately, he goes down.
Legend with some shots to work with in that sniper rifle. He's got to do his best Frosty impersonation at this rate. Legend, an all-star in his own right. But what we've seen here from Frosty, Tim, has been such a difference maker. Just always getting constantly behind enemy lines and taking faces with that snipe. Let's see if Legend can do just that. He's got Frosty in his sights. This would be a good one to take down at a good time. 3 down for Solitude as 3 go down for SSGL. 1v1 Boo Boo Doo Boo versus Legend, and Legend wins that on Boo Boo Doo Boo, but oh my god, lands the double kill as well. I was just gonna say he's not gonna maybe have enough time or space to continue pushing up on the map, but that no scope miraculously keeps SSGL in it.
That's once again another time where Legend is really starting to pop off, right? He's making the plays that he needs to make. He's starting to build momentum for this roster. The problem is no one's following up with him. We got to see some massive plays from other players as well. Finally, Glory's gonna get this flag pulled down, but it's Ab and Frosty cleaning up house here, flying through the map. 3 down for SSGL once again. And although there was a massive play from Legend, nothing comes of it.
And look at that, Tim. 6:30 left in this game. Still enough time, but we're already seeing the desperation. It's you can dare I say reeking from the side of SSGL as Glory pulled that flag with not enough numbers. Legend had just gone down in the Solitude base. Glory picks it up right afterwards. That's just not the right time, right place to pull that flag. Starting to see the process get a little bit shaken up, as too does the mental for SSGL.
Frosty with another sniper in his hands. This is what spells nightmare here. SLG is going to take him out quickly as he gets another kill on a boo-boo. That's going to be a headshot. The flag return as well.
Flag return.
This is the spark that could potentially light the fire, but we need some kindle as well. And that's his teammates. Turns around, and Av takes him out.
And I'm thinking,
that was a must kill.
And I'm thinking there's Frosty again in the back of the map, causing issues. But now it's Avenue taking a page out of Frosty's book, set up really well defensively. He's got a flag out, so SSGL is going to have to reset if they want to score this. But Avenue has the angle on all these spawners. Avenue has the angle on the flag runner as well. If he goes low or jumps back up, he decides to go low, but has the angle still nonetheless. This is incredible gameplay here from Solitude, SSGL, with just a few chances left in this one.
I believe that flag was grappled towards the bottom of the base here, so it's in a potential spot to be capped, but they've got to get some slays first. Have beat out, and port is going to be huge. Return, though, is the flag, regardless of the grapple play. It's now, of course, Solitude looking to answer back here with their flagpole of their own. Frosty to wait. What? Frosty tries to teleport and dies on the other side of the portal. That's unfortunate.
Avenue now at the top of vents. My God, that's what SSGL needs right now, is just some fresh air. You almost wonder, Tim, you brought it up. I thought you brought up a great point. Imagine if they did get to take that game 2 bathroom break on LAN, right? Like,
yeah.
Even here online, I'd almost go take a, like, I'm not Optic leaving the venue type of delay or break in between games 3 and 4. But I absolutely agree with you. They should have taken that, quick timeout, quick chance to regroup. Just, even if it's just to go outside and get some fresh air. They needed something of that fashion to have a chance here, as Solitude just looks too strong, especially on the mental and the regain.
They've just gotten better and better as the tournament's gone on, and unfortunately, there's only so much gas in the tank to deal with a scenario like this. It's just really tough, right? Because you talking about that energy and that gas that you have a certain amount, but it's game 5s like the one they had that really just diminish most of that, right? It just takes every bit of the wind out of your sails, and the only way to recover is, like you said, like take a break. And when you're not taking a break, you're kind of tilt queuing essentially, and matchmaking is the same thing. And
Every Halo Pro starts off, Tim, like a phone at the start of a day at 100% battery. Every minute that passes, it drains a little bit. Ways you can bring it back, though, are to recharge, just like plugging in the phone. You take something like a break, you step outside, or you make a big play, you get a huge triple kill, you land a no-scope, and you get a, oh my God, in the comms. That's another 5% to the phone, or the battery life of your soul. Right now, SSGL just doesn't have enough battery left.
Yeah, Legend has honestly been playing phenomenal even throughout this series. They finally get 3 down. It's 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. They have a chance still to make history, but they've got to wake up here. 2 caps in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Not ideal, especially on a map like Argyle. 2 down again for SSGL, and it's just Solitude playing the 50% portion of the map, playing real slow and playing that defense.
Yeah, Boo Boo Doo at this rate, Tim. Doesn't even need a slay in the middle of the map. He just needs to maintain his positioning there. That's how dominant Solitude has been here in this game, and that's what you afford yourself with a 2-0 lead on a map like Argyle that really requires a lot of resources. Maybe not just one team wipe to get a pull, but 2 or 3 in total to get that back home and score, and just haven't seen enough of that pressure in the Solitude side of the base for SSGL.
They're going to continue to slay out here. Frosty just having a blast at the moment. Oh my God. Is that a body shot onto Glories? I believe it is. He's looking for him. There it is. Finds the kill onto him. They'll be pulling that flag out, but not really worried. It's a Solitude.
Oh my God. Oh.
Yeah, that's how he's feeling right now. That's literally how he's feeling in this moment in time. And
look at this.
Okay. All right,
it's
we're
like
getting
previously. They got to get like they got to what's those the lock I'm drawing a blank on the name. There's a product you can buy that you stick on something valuable so you don't lose it. They need to stick that on Frosty's backside because they have not been able to keep up with where he has been.
It's definitely important. Movement on the map like that is really hard to keep up with. SLG trying to do everything he can. You can tell the energy is low for this side of this roster, I should say. That flag will be pulled though. Legend's gonna be the one to pull that. Legend's still going. Like, if there's one person I feel like has a lot of energy, and there's nothing to take away from anybody, SLG's having a phenomenal game as well. There's no disrespect. It's just, you know, if there's one person I commend, it's definitely Legend. He's had a phenomenal series and it continues to play well. It's just you know, something's missing, I guess, and I understand, you know, when like I said, when you lose a game 5 like that, it just really just is terrible. It's terrible for you. But 24 seconds left, they'll pull this flag just as you know, I'm gonna do their best. If they can pull this flag in 15 seconds and have a player that has control of the base, this could potentially be a win, but that's very unprobable.
It was an air tag, Tim. Air tag is what they need to stick on the back of Frosty, as SSGL left to just punch the air as Solitude come back, reset the bracket. Frosty knows a lot about that, as Solitude are your HCS offseason Open 1 champions.
Wow, I mean, it is congratulations to them. Like I said, they got better as the event went on. They continued to improve series after series, and they came through swinging in this grand finals and in the grand finals reset. Phenomenal play out of all the boys. And again, hat tip to SSGL. I thought they played really well, but it unfortunately wasn't enough. It just, again, it comes down to trying to recover from those moments where you have a win. It was 15 kills. That's a big lead in a Slayer. That is a phenomenal lead. Coming back from things like that just makes it real difficult, Mac.
Yeah, I'm still shook from that game 5. Just absolutely unbelievable. But I want to get the thoughts from Ali and Toolez, who were watching alongside us that entire time. What did you guys think of one of the greatest online grand finals that we've seen yet in Halo Infinite?
Yeah, you could say Frosty's new pastime is what? Reverse sweeping, maybe, and resetting brackets. Is that it? Also, birthday win for the two triplets. Congrats to the whole team for, you know, winning this online tournament. It's both teams did amazing, but great gameplay from both of them. I think we were all surprised at the reverse sweep. But I want to know your thoughts, Toolez. Why do you think Solitude ended up taking this win at the end?
I think one, the EU boys learned that it's the birthday boys tournament, right? If there's a birthday boy, they have to win. That's just the rules. It's how it is. The birthday boys get the win. Congratulations to them too. I think they just ran out of gas, right? I think it's like 5 a.m. in Europe right now. Like, you're going to see a decrease in play at that point. Unfortunately, it was too much for them, and then just really iciness, right? Like, Frosty took over games towards the end of that series, really made a big difference for his team. Unfortunately, you know, that was right in the grasp of the Europeans, right? They were moments away from winning in the first series. They couldn't get the job done, and, well, if you give any sort of advantage, if you open up the door whatsoever, you know players like Frosty and Boo Boo Doo Boo will always take advantage. They will always strike forward. They will open it and take your dinner. Make sure that those birthday boys are fed today. And, well, we have a champion, Solitude, getting that job done.
Yeah, congrats, Solitude, on winning the first of the series, the HCS Offseason Open Series. This was the first of the 5 events happening every Sunday, and there's a 64 team cap. So make sure that you guys sign up because the signups are already open, I believe. And yeah, we're just excited to see you guys all next Sunday. And if you guys have, Toolez, if you have any last thoughts, if not, we'll be ready to close it out.
Yeah, so next week, right? Make sure you guys get signed up. I think it filled up like 2 days beforehand, right? So if you want to play in these, make sure you get filled up fast. Oh, that's not. Sign up fast. There we go. Is the right way to put that. 64 teams, and then also there's an FFA on Saturday, sponsored by the Marines, a $5,000 prize pool. I think it'll be live right here on the channel. You know, hey, if you're an FFA phenom, get in. I think it's a 512 person cap. I don't think we'll hit it, but you never know, right? There's a lot of players wanting to play for an FFA right now, a $5,000 prize pool. Make sure you get yourself signed up. And if you enjoyed the show, if you like what we're doing, hey, there's no one, giving us money to do this. This is all community funded. Everything that you guys give us goes right back into the show when you watch the stream. So, if you liked it, maybe you have a Twitch Prime sub, maybe you have a sub that you're willing to give. If not, it's absolutely fine. Just keep watching the show, keep hanging out with us. I think Pure Delight gave a sub. Shout out to Pure Delight. We love PD, what he's been doing over there. But other than that, I had a fantastic show. I had a fantastic time with you, Aliek, and you know what? I think everyone is ready to go home. I think that's where we're at. A long tournament, bracket reset. It went the distance. The Europeans, the French boys are going to bed. I think we're going to follow shortly.
Thank you so much, Jules, and thank you to the casters as well for hanging out, and you guys over there in the chat, being here with us, subbing, following, and all the funny copy pastas that we experienced all the day through the day, keeping us chuckling. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll see you guys either for the FFA or next Sunday for the second of the series for the HCS off-season open.
Perfect. Double kill.
I can't accept the loss, I'm hard-headed. There's a little bit of madness to my method. Many falling off that fine line that I'm treading. I risk anything to be great, and I'm not letting nobody rob me of my victory. Number one, that's what I'm meant to be. When by any means, only thing that makes sense to me, I can make nice or make history. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up, big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Any up, I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up? I told her move over. Enough of that mediocre option. The man since cruising around in the stroller. I got ice in my veins like a cut in Minnesota. Why?